This is a world where anyone can awaken and become a god. Some people awaken as six-winged angels by touching chicken feathers. Some awaken as beastmen by touching their girlfriends. Yet, when I touched myself, I awakened as the strongest human believer. Instead of envy, everyone mocked me as a waste. Because in the world of gods, pure human believers are considered trash. What they don't know is that I activated not the indigenous humans of the world of gods, but the fourth calamity from Earth. Yet at this moment, I was dumbfounded, looking at my divine power and divine domain range, a mere 1 square kilometer. How could this be considered trash? Clearly in my memory, I was an undisputed genius, born with the ability to bond with divine spirits. Over the years at the god sacrificial ceremony, I was always the most prominent, hailed as a true god seedling. However, the awakening result now has surprised everyone. Awakening divine power and opening a divine domain still cannot be considered a true evolution from mortal to divine. Yet, the final piece is missing: believers. In the world of gods, deities rely on the faith of believers to elevate their divine status. The more believers, the stronger the race. Consequently, the faith they provide to the deities becomes more powerful. The speed at which deities elevate their status increases, and their strength grows as well. Therefore, the race of believers is crucial, including oneself among the divine group. A hint of expectation appeared on the face. I don't believe I'm inferior to these people. As a dignified time traveler, how could I end up as trash? Then, at that moment, a divine voice entered my ears. I walked up to the light screen and took a deep breath. I pressed my palm against the light screen. The moment my palm touched it, a mechanical electronic sound suddenly rang in my mind. The conditions are met. The divine creation system is activated, detecting the host's identity as a time-traveling earthling. The Chinese lineage system automatically matches suitable followers. You have obtained the earthling follower race. The fourth catastrophe, earthlings. A series of electronic sounds made me slightly dazed. Before I could react, a figure appeared on the light screen. By the time the figure disappeared, it was replaced by racial information. The potential of the human race. It is said that humans, created by the ancient goddess Nuwa from mud, are considered flawed products. Many couldn't help but burst into laughter upon seeing the racial information on the light screen. The voice of the human race's divine messenger carried a hint of incredulity. What kind of trash talent is this to activate the human race? Because in the world of the gods, pure human followers are universally recognized as trash. The existence that is at the bottom among all races, lacking strength, physique, weak combat power, and low survival ability. In short, not good at anything, but excels at eating. The most trashy follower, along with the most trashy divine realm and divine messenger. It can be confirmed that it's a waste. What's the big deal about the human race? Strictly speaking, everyone present here is actually part of the human race. It's just that their ancestors became gods, and now they consider themselves descendants of the divine race, forgetting the truth. Moreover, the human race I activated is not the indigenous people of the divine world, but rather the fourth catastrophe from Earth. I know just how terrifying the fourth catastrophe is, so I am not in the least bit discouraged. In fact, my mood is exceptionally good. The Believer channel has been established, and this channel will connect to the Earth host in the form of an online game. Currently, the number of believers that can be summoned is -10. Believers will gradually enter the host divine realm after midnight. The electronic sound rang out again, causing me to furrow my brows slightly. This number is too small. It seems that the number of believers is linked to divine power, with one Earth player equivalent to one divine power. So, I must quickly increase my divine power. Otherwise, with so few players, I won't be able to make much of an impact. The low number of believers is bad news, but it's not all bad news. At least my believers cannot be killed. After all, believers are all game players. There's no reason they can't be resurrected indefinitely. An hour later, over 100 people present have all activated their respective believers. The strongest believers by race are naturally the merfolk of Shia Gu. A few more youths activated some undead believers, and compared to the merfolk, the blood bat race is not far behind. However, the majority are minotaurs, half-beast people, goblins, and the like, with the remaining few being slimes, jumping mice, and so on. The divine envoy's face showed a hint of satisfaction as he spoke again. However, his words made all the youths present uneasy. After becoming gods, high-ranking gods will hunt down rookies like them. New gods will have a 1-month protection period, during which no deity can attack the new gods, and they cannot engage in killing each other. However, during this 1 month, every 10 days, a divine calamity will occur. As some demons enter the demigod's domain, each divine calamity will be stronger than the last, a disaster that all new gods cannot avoid. As long as the believers are strong, they can resist these demons. Divine calamity? I wonder if my fourth-day disaster believers can withstand it. After returning to the assigned room, as I move with my thoughts, the system interface has already appeared before my eyes. Host Deity, Night Rain, Unnamed Divine Nature. 1 square kilometer of Divine Domain, Divine Power, 4th Day Disaster Believers, Earth Human Chinese Bloodline, Contribution of Faith. This is my current system, with a weak and pitiful character panel. Let the system explain the divine rank. I asked and the system briefly explained. The so-called divine rank can be understood as a realm in fantasy novels. Each divine rank ranges from 0 stars to 9 stars. Currently, I am a demigod at 0 stars. Once you break through 9 stars, you will enter the next divine rank. After the demigod rank, you can become a lesser god, followed by middle god, great god, true god, heavenly god, and so on. Host, I remind you that you are of the Chinese bloodline. You have also chosen the Eastern deities. The path you will take is the non-belief way. Your believers will automatically convert to citizens, and faith value will automatically convert to contribution value. Upon hearing the system's prompt, a look of sudden realization appeared on my face. The system has already allocated the host's divine domain. Transformed into a mythical online game template, when any of the host's subjects enter the divine realm, they can start cultivating. 9 out of 10 of the energy generated by their cultivation will automatically be converted into the host's divine power, which can increase the number of the host's divine rank and subjects in the divine realm map, etc. Just before midnight, with a thought, I entered my divine realm in advance. Originally just 1 square kilometer, a desolate divine realm, after being transformed by the system, the path also became more structured. On a towering mountain peak stands a majestic grand hall, with a plaque bearing the words Lingxiao Grand Hall. This will be the birthplace of Earth players. Currently, the divine realm is relatively small, located at the periphery of the divine realm. The system pixelated it, indicating that the surrounding map has not been opened yet. After I expand the divine realm, the surroundings will be presented to players in the form of a new map. Inside the Lingxiao Grand Hall, the system even thoughtfully created a deity statue for me. After completing a round of inspection, I was extremely satisfied. Originally, if I wanted to create things like the Grand Hall, deity statues, mountains, and trees, I would need divine power. Considering that I currently only have 10 points of divine power, I can only reluctantly summon 10 Earth players. Therefore, the system basically gave itself a freebie in the early stages. Finally, I decided to appear in the divine realm in NPC mode to guide players in their cultivation. I stood quietly on the square outside the Lingxiao Grand Hall, silently counting down in my heart, waiting for it to reach 0. Suddenly, a white light flashed not far ahead, followed by a figure that looked foolish, appearing before him. The character is lonely, with ordinary cultivation, and in order to distinguish skills and techniques from other divine artifacts, the inhabitants of my divine realm are set according to the most standard cultivation novels on Earth. Several flashes of white light flickered on the square, followed by figures appearing one after another. From my perspective, these people all had bewildered expressions on their faces, clearly finding it hard to believe the incredibly realistic scene before them. In the next moment, cries and shouts erupted one after another. Oh my goodness, have game companies really reached this level now? Can you believe it? I actually breathed fresh air in the game. Which company developed this game? Was this made with a magic wand? But there are so few players in the game, it must be in testing. However, how did this game inexplicably appear in my virtual helmet? Quick, look at that NPC, he's so handsome. Oh stop it, the godly martial hero. These players who just entered the divine realm instantly rushed towards me, especially one female player who eagerly reached out towards me with a starstruck expression. Naturally, I couldn't let the players take advantage. A gentle force also spread out, causing all the players around Jiangwei to be pushed back. Although I am a trash god in the world of the gods, in my divine realm, I am an invincible presence. The players who were pushed back let out a series of exclamations. What a powerful NPC, I literally just appeared, feeling breathless. Can you believe the monsters in the newbie village are that strong? The little brother should guide me, he seems new. Seeing the players making a commotion, my expression turned serious. How chaotic it is to be noisy. My voice carried a hint of imposing force. I am the princess of the Lingxiao Immortal Palace. The fact that you, Night Rain and others, can appear in my Lingxiao Immortal Palace must be fate. Are you willing to join my Lingxiao Immortal Palace? My voice resonated far and wide. The NPC is accepting disciples, quickly go and pay respects to the master. Of course, we are willing. If we don't pay respects, where will we learn skills and receive tasks? NPC, stop talking nonsense, hurry and let us join the sect. We must pay our respects, it's best to be suitable. NPC little brother, pay respects to the heavens and earth. The players started talking all at once. Only 6 players appeared in the game, while 4 others were still trying to enter. However, to me, no matter how many came, these silly players have become my followers from this moment on, or you could say my subjects. Immediately, with a single thought, I added these 6 players to the Lingxiao Immortal Palace. Suddenly, titles of miscellaneous disciples appeared above the players' heads. Miscellaneous disciple, Lonely Grey Wolf King, Bear Big Leaf Nima, Evolve, Egg sprinkles blessings to the heavens. Looking at the 6 IDs on the panel, I nodded in satisfaction. The first step of a 1,000-mile journey, these 6 players are the future pillars of my kingdom, the future rising stars of the game. As the 4th catastrophe, being powerful is one thing, but there is one thing that is quite troublesome, and that is not being obedient. The sand sculpture players, upon realizing they were no longer talking, dispersed one by one to play on their own. The 100% realistic online game still held great appeal for them. I observed the actions of the 6 players closely and roughly assessed their personalities. Among the 6, the loner clearly had the most observational skills. I speculated that they were likely a technical player who was meticulous. As for Yenima, they seemed to excel in RPG games, focusing on details. The seemingly lazy Xiongde probably was a freeloader. The grass-eating Grey Wolf King appeared to be a curious baby. As for the last one, Zhao Duetian, apart from being infatuated, I couldn't see much else for the time being. After a brief analysis, I had a rough understanding in my mind, which would help me make arrangements for the 6 players later. I immediately asked the system if I could assign tasks to players. The system responded that I could activate the task customization template and requested me to customize tasks and rewards. Since my current divine power value was 0, I couldn't provide real rewards to players. Instead, I could have players hunt nearby beasts, allowing the system to recycle them in exchange for contribution points. The specific contribution value ratio could be set by me. I instantly understood the situation. It was like profiting from nothing. After the system recycled the carcasses of the beasts, I could obtain contribution points. For instance, handing over a beast's carcass to the system would yield 100 contribution points. In that case, I only needed to allocate 10 points to distribute to players, keeping the remaining 90 points for myself. It felt great to fleece the sheep like this. This way, I could quickly gather contribution points and exchange them for divine power. I, as a disciple of the Immortal Palace, hereby inform you all that many ferocious beasts have been appearing near the Immortal Palace recently, endangering the people. It is our duty as cultivators to eliminate these demons and monsters. Are you willing to help rid the world of this threat? As soon as I finished speaking, the players all became excited and without hesitation, they agreed. Their task panel immediately displayed a line of text. The task of attacking the gate, the prompt to eliminate the spotted wolf, was extremely simple. However, players like Loneliness were all seasoned veterans and naturally knew how to proceed. Instead of rushing into the task, they gathered together to discuss. Loneliness was the first to speak. What are your thoughts on the task? Upon hearing Loneliness, Yenima looked worried and said, I am a bit concerned. We have nothing at the moment, no skills, no equipment, not even basic gear. How can we possibly kill any spotted wolves? Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Yes, we have to kill wolves. According to the game's realism, these spotted wolves must be fierce. Can we really defeat them? This game is something else, not even giving us basic gear. It seems like a hardcore sandbox game. The difficulty is extreme, but does this make it more exciting to play? People discussed it, but no one hit the nail on the head. Seeing the topic veering off track, Loneliness shook his head and said, listen to me. This game is completely different from the ones we used to play. We can't rely on past gaming experience to judge. We need to truly use our brains to play. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. There's no doubt about it. We've never encountered such a mysterious game before. A game with no hints at all. The hints provided in the mission information only tell us that we need to eliminate a monster called the Spotted Wolf. Regardless of the monster's level, since it has wolf in its name, we all know how fierce wolves can be. Therefore, we need to use our brains to win. Upon hearing his words, everyone fell into silence, carefully pondering the situation. After a few minutes, discussions erupted, and several ideas were quickly formed, although some sounded far-fetched. However, Gu and the others felt it was feasible. After all, the realism of this game is so high that it's almost indistinguishable from the real world. Without delay, everyone reached a consensus and began to split up to work. After a while, the 6 players headed down the mountain in a grand manner. I watched them, shaking my head at the sight of their long bamboo poles. But compared to the bamboo pole, the kitchen knife in my hand caused my cheeks to twitch uncontrollably. These players even made use of kitchen knives. It's unbelievable. The most outrageous part was that night when, damn it, they actually carried away the incense burner from the main hall, truly living up to the name of the fourth calamity. I sighed inwardly, but did not intervene in the players' actions. After all, I knew that the previous mission did pose some difficulty for them. Let's set it here. The trap is set here. Loneliness stopped, surveyed the surroundings, and naturally no one objected. Immediately, everyone rolled up their sleeves and got to work. Goodness, the tools these people are using to dig traps are actually spatulas. In fact, if the system hadn't added a kitchen in the rear hall for the sake of reasonableness, they probably wouldn't even have spatulas to use. After bustling for a while, a pit about a square meter in size appeared in front of everyone. Just this one trap has already worn out the 6 players. After resting for a moment and slightly recovering their strength, Loneliness glanced at everyone. Now, everyone split up to find monsters. Whoever finds them, bring them over here. At the foot of Lingsha Mountain, surrounded by dense undergrowth and shady trees, Jingba cautiously walked through the forest. The mountain wind rustled the grass, accompanied by occasional unidentified animal cries from the forest. This experience made Jingba feel uneasy. He had never encountered such a game before. Feeling a bit cocky, suddenly, the distant bushes trembled, followed by a piercing howl that reached Jingba's ears. Hearing this sound, Jingba's face suddenly turned pale. Could it be that his thoughts had just arisen when a dark shadow pounced towards him? Jingba's legs trembled, and at that moment, he ignored everything else. He screamed, ran, turned around, and ran a few steps. Suddenly, he realized that this was just a game. It seemed embarrassing to be scared by monsters in a game. Gathering his courage, he stopped and turned around. A large, fierce-looking wolf-like creature caught his eye, its eyes fixed on him, saliva dripping from its mouth. "Oh my goodness," Dandan screamed and ran for it. Who the heck said it was a wolf? It's more like an elephant. In a panic, Dandan dashed out of the woods, but thankfully, he didn't forget the mission. He kept tossing smoked meat on the ground while running desperately towards the trap. The spotted wolf, lured by the scent of smoked meat, abandoned Dandan as its target. With a howl, it pounced towards the meat. Dandan kept throwing smoked meat, gradually leading the spotted wolf to the trap. As Dandan reached the edge of the trap, he leaped with all his might, clearing it in one go. Before he could even stand up, he heard a loud bang behind him. The spotted wolf chasing him had half of its body fall into the trap. Due to its massive size, the wolf's body lay directly in the trap, unable to move. "Come back quickly, I've led the wolf into the trap." Excited, Dandan shouted in the team channel. Just as he finished informing his teammates, Dandan noticed that the spotted wolf seemed to be trying to break free from the trap. In a panic, he grabbed a bamboo pole and ran towards the spotted wolf. After stabbing the wolf, the ferocious creature struggled even more fiercely. Just then, his teammate, Lonely, arrived. Lonely Lima took the lead in commanding, "Xiaoduitian, you sprinkle the incense ash, the rest of us and I will attack him with bamboo poles." Upon hearing the command, Xiaoduitian nervously grabbed a handful of incense ash and sprinkled it directly into the eyes of the spotted wolf. A fierce wolf howl resounded, causing everyone to act in unison. The others were not slow to react, with 5 more people wielding bamboo poles and stabbing wildly at the spotted wolf. Instantly, several wounds appeared on the body of the spotted wolf. It's unclear how much time passed, but the wolf's howls gradually weakened until there was silence. Is it dead? It should be. Luckily, we sharpened the bamboo poles, or we would have had a hard time dealing with it. I guess the mission should be completed now. We still need to hand over the body to the NPC. Thankfully, this game hasn't reached the point of insanity yet. They can store the spotted wolf's body in their bags. Everyone was exhausted, but a joyful smile appeared on their faces. They had never experienced a game like this before. It must be said that without any equipment or skills, they managed to kill such a huge monster. The sense of achievement is truly fulfilling. In Lingxiao Immortal Palace, I was also surprised looking at the 6 players in front of me. Initially, I thought that even if the 6 players came up with strange strategies, it would take several attempts to kill the spotted wolf. But to everyone's surprise, they emerged unscathed and killed the spotted wolf. Suppressing my astonishment, I calmly nodded at the 6 players. Well done, truly worthy of being my first disciples. With a grand gesture, the body of the spotted wolf in front of me instantly disappeared, and at the same time, electronic sound rang in my mind, retrieving a bucket of spotted wolves, gaining 600 contribution points. Upon hearing the electronic sound, I was overjoyed, never expected this spotted wolf to be worth 600 contribution points. Following the 10-to-1 exchange ratio between contribution points and divine power, I could exchange it for 60 divine power. No, I still need to reward players with tasks. Thinking to myself, I glanced at Lonely and the others. You all have done a great service to the people, these contribution points will serve as your reward. As I spoke, I waved my sleeve, and Lonely and the others instantly heard the prompt sound, prompting them that the mission has been completed, and they have gained 10 contribution points. 10 contribution points, what's the use of this? Seeing that after toiling for half a day to complete the task, they only received 10 contribution points, Lonely and the others were all stunned. While players were studying contribution points, I had already started browsing the system mall, preparing to use contribution points to purchase a few skills or attacks. After all, in the eyes of players, this is a game, can't always deny them the opportunity to learn skills and level up. The martial arts skills sold in the mall are almost all sky-high prices, and I can't practice them myself because they are props from the online game template specifically for players to practice. After hesitating for a moment, I gritted my teeth and bought a martial art and a skill. The martial art is called Basic Training Technique, and the skill is Collapse Fist. It cost a total of 400 contribution points. After buying the martial art and skill, I directly sent a message to the dear players. Congratulations on completing the introductory task. The cultivation system is open. Please go to Princess Yi Chen to learn martial arts and skills, and embark on your path to immortality. A game announcement made Lonely and others excited. It turns out that to cultivate and level up, one must first complete the introductory tasks. It feels quite realistic. After a moment of excitement, all 6 players crowded in front of themselves. The next moment, a panel appeared in front of them. The basic skill, Chi Refining, can be learned with 8 contribution points. The skill Tendon Fist can be learned with 2 contribution points. I didn't set the required contribution points for learning too high. However, even so, the contribution points that players just obtained were immediately drained. Only 1 martial art and 1 skill, isn't that too little? What are they thinking? This game is still in testing, right? Just look at us 6 players, I bet many features are not yet available. Surely, more powerful martial arts and skills will be released in the future. I wonder if learning martial arts and skills will allow us to directly kill the spotted wolf. Although the 6 players complain about the lack of martial arts and skills, their actions are not slow. Before even warming up the contribution points, they were all spent. Seeing that the players had already learned martial arts and skills, I decided not to stay in the divine realm any longer. I left a divine consciousness avatar behind and directly exited the divine realm, while Lonely and others were still discussing enthusiastically. I found this game to be really amazing. I just learned a martial art and could actually feel the flow of energy in my body. Did you feel it too? I thought I was the only one experiencing this. You say this game is so realistic, almost identical to reality. Will the martial arts and skills we learn in the game carry over to reality? You guys chat slowly, I'll go try out the skills. Among the 6 people, Yenima is the most eager to try out the power of the skills. As he spoke, he rushed towards the mountain below. Seeing this, everyone couldn't sit still and went to kill monsters. After exiting the divine realm, I found that the sky was already bright. I opened the door and walked out slowly. During this month, at the sacred time of the Iraqi temple, the new gods would receive some simple training every day. After the brief training, I returned to my room. Before this, I had already consumed 10 points of divine power, allowing the system to continue summoning 10 earth players. When I re-entered the divine realm and appeared at the Lingxiao Immortal Palace, I found that the square had become much more lively. The noisy voices entered my ears, making me unable to help but be moved. Night Brother, Geg Brother, asking for help to quickly farm spotted wolves. The mirror for the missing third person is here. Don't miss out as you pass by. High-quality wolf leather armor is only 10 contribution points, limited quantity, unlimited wolf fur collection. What's going on? I just left, and now this? The players have already started speed farming spotted wolves. Do you guys have to be so talented, even crafting equipment? Even more exaggerated, there are people setting up stalls and harvesting in the square, truly deserving of the title of the 4th catastrophe. With a glance at the crowd in the square, with a single thought, the player's character interface appeared before my eyes. Character's lonely identity, Lingxiao Immortal Palace Outer Disciple. Cultivation, Chi Refinement 2nd Stage, Skill, Battering Fist 3rd Stage, Fundamental Martial Arts, Chi Refinement Technique 2nd Stage. I'm a bit confused, this loneliness is too abnormal. After all is said and done, I've only been away for a few hours, and wow, I've actually advanced to the 2nd level of Chi cultivation, with all my techniques and skills at or above that level. But what surprised me even more was yet to come, besides this loneliness. Last night, the other 5 players who entered the Divine Realm, all have reached the 2nd level of Chi cultivation at this moment, and their statuses have been promoted to Outer Disciples. It took me quite a while to gradually calm down. I have to admit, even though I have always known the terror of the fourth catastrophe, I still underestimated these players. Besides that, there are already 18 players who have entered the Divine Realm at this moment. Among them, the 4 mobile players who couldn't enter the Divine Realm last night have all come online now, and Li Tai-bai, the second in command, has caught someone. They obediently came online today, and their cultivation has actually reached the first level of chi cultivation. Just then, I remembered the electronic sound of the system in my mind, reminding me kindly, "Host, your contribution points are about to reach the limit. Please upgrade as soon as possible." Only then did I hear the electronic sound suddenly ring out. It seems I haven't checked my contribution points yet. I immediately moved my thoughts and opened the contribution panel. The next moment, I was shocked. How can there be so many? On top. Don't be afraid to lose experience. Don't worry about those small monsters. Focus on killing the boss. Charge. The players shouted and cheered, their voices rising and falling. In the crowd, it was unclear which player suddenly sang out loudly, "The big sword chops down on the heads of the devils." Before the tune had completely fallen, the surrounding players, as if infected by madness, all began to sing together. "The big sword chops down on the heads of the devils." Over 100 players sang in unison, creating quite a formidable momentum. Night-chan, who had been watching from the sidelines, saw this scene and felt as if he had returned to Earth in a daze. He took a deep breath, his gaze falling on the Holy Lightcross sword still suspended in midair. Semi-gods at his level basically did not have their own divine skills. However, this did not mean that semi-gods had no means of attack. Most of the gods in the divine world followed the path of faith. Any god who followed the path of faith was not truly independent. Strictly speaking, they were all subordinate gods of higher-ranking gods, just like this group of semi-gods in the Iraqi divine city. Except for Night-chan, all the others were subordinate gods of the great Iraqi god. Before forming their own divine skills, they could use their faith in the great Iraqi god to borrow some divine skills. The Iraqi cross / released by Maaga was one of them. But Night-chan did not follow the path of faith, so he could not borrow divine skills from the great Iraqi god. In fact, Night-chan had not yet learned any divine skills. However, this did not deter Night-chan. He glanced around and casually picked up a homemade bamboo sword that had been dropped by a player on the ground. Then, he silently recited, "System, exchange all contribution points for divine power." In less than a second, the electronic voice sounded. Ding! Exchange completed. The host currently has 2,177 divine power, suddenly gaining over 2,000 divine power. Night-chan's body surged with divine power, giving him a feeling of rebirth. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly raised his arm. The bamboo sword in his hand pointed towards the Holy Lightcross sword in the air. A booming shout erupted from his mouth. Slash! As the sound fell, over 2,000 divine power points were instantly depleted. At the same time, a majestic long sword with a powerful aura condensed in the air. In the next moment, this long sword decisively slashed down towards the Holy Lightcross sword. Boom! A thunderous sound, like a bolt from the blue, resounded in the air. Maaga, who had just killed a group of players, instinctively looked up. When he saw that the Holy Lightcross sword he had borrowed had not even blocked a single blow from the long sword and dissipated, his face changed drastically. Not good. Unfortunately, before he could react, the long sword in the void had already descended. Rumble! The divine power of Maaga and the long sword condensed by Night-chan collided, creating a towering wave that swept across the entire square, blinding everyone with its brilliance. The players who had just been resurrected were all stunned. My god, what is this? It's Brother Yu who made the move. That's right, I saw it too. Brother Yu just slashed with a sword. Is Brother Yu this powerful? Amazing! In the players' exclamations, the white light gradually disappeared. When all the players could see again, they were astonished to find that Maaga, who had just been wreaking havoc on them, was now lying quietly on the ground, turned into a cold corpse. The players were stunned, but when they realized what had happened, they erupted into thunderous cheers. Brother Yu is awesome. So cool. He one-shot the boss with a sword. So Brother Yu is this powerful. Why do I feel like this NPC is a bit showy? Previously did not take action, when we were almost unable to hold on, then slowly took action. Humph. What are you saying? Dare to talk about my male god? Watch me beat you to death. The players were excited. This sword of Night-chan not only killed Maaga, even the remaining scorpion lions could not escape. Dead on the ground. This means that the plot event should be over. Sure enough, Within a few seconds, all players received a prompt from the game system. Dear players, congratulations on successfully killing the demon Repair Maaga and protecting the Lingxiao Immortal Palace. Activity rewards are being calculated. Please look forward to it. After seeing the system prompt, the cheers of the players became even louder. Many people high-fived each other. Jubilant. The most exaggerated was Bao, who ran to the body of Maaga. Get out of the way. Let me take a picture for a keepsake. Hearing this, the players around all smiled and made way. Bao stepped forward, raised a foot, stepped on Maaga's head, and struck a cool pose. Then, he made a strange cry. I'm going to strip him of his clothes. The players around all burst into laughter. Nightchen looked at the jubilant players and shook his head. At this moment, he was somewhat fortunate. At the same time, he was constantly reflecting. In the battle with Maaga, he was too arrogant. He thought that with the sand sculpture players, killing Maaga would be an easy task. However, from the process, it was not so. The player's performance was already good enough, but still not a match for Maaga. This is mainly because Nightchen did not follow the faith route, neglecting the gods who followed the faith route, which gave them a huge advantage in the early stages. That is, they could borrow powerful attack methods from the gods they believed in, and he, Nightchen, did not have this advantage. Fortunately, he was decisive and at a critical moment, directly had the system convert his divine power value into an attack method. This was how he defeated Maaga. Of course, this approach also had its drawbacks. After all, directly attacking with divine power was undoubtedly an extremely extravagant thing. It could even be described as wasteful. Ding! Host wins the divine battle. Do you choose to merge with Maaga's divine realm? At this moment, the electronic sound suddenly rang out. After hearing it, Nightchen didn't hesitate and replied directly. Merge! As the voice fell, a strange feeling surged into his heart instantly. At this moment, he could clearly see Maaga's vast divine realm, merging with his own divine realm at a visible speed. At the same time, a crystal stone that looked similar to a crystal suddenly flew out of Maaga's body. The crystal stone flashed past and entered his body. Is this the divine essence? Nightchen felt a slight joy in his heart. He and Maaga started a divine battle. In the end, wasn't it all for this thing? This thing's effect is huge. The divine essence not only allows the gods to expand the limit of their divine realm area, its greater role is to raise the limit of the god's divine rank. Most gods have limited qualifications and may only stay at the demigod level for their entire lives, but as long as they can devour the divine essence of other gods, then breaking through to become a minor god, or even a middle god, is not a problem. Of course, the same goes for high-ranking gods. Some great gods, true gods, may exhaust their potential and be unable to continue to advance to higher divine ranks. At this time, they often choose to hunt and kill other gods, seizing their divine essence. Therefore, the divine essence, for the gods, undoubtedly has a significant effect. After devouring Maaga's divine essence, Nightchen clearly felt that his divine essence seemed to have grown stronger. Ding! The god of chaos, Maaga, has died, and the system automatically collects his soul and converts it into an NPC template. The electronic sound rang out once again. Nightchen was slightly startled. The system could actually collect the souls of gods and convert them into NPC templates? Does this mean that he can summon an NPC based on the template of Maaga? Thinking this, Nightchen directly entered the system. He quickly opened the NPC template interface. Sure enough, an NPC template that looked exactly like Maaga appeared before him. Interesting. Looking at the Maaga template, Nightchen's face showed a keen expression. After some thought, he made a decision. Currently, there are too few playable contents for players in the Immortal Path. Perhaps I can open a dungeon. Let Maaga be the boss of the dungeon. Thinking this, he exited the NPC template interface and opened the dungeon editor. Does creating a dungeon require at least 10,000 divine power? I wonder how much contribution I will receive after defeating Maaga. Returning to the character interface, Nightchen glanced at the contribution column. A long string of numbers caught his eye. 325. 800. Maaga is actually worth so much. Seeing the number, Nightchen couldn't help but be surprised. 325. 800 contribution points, equivalent to 580 divine power points. This wave not only replenished all the divine power he had previously consumed but also added an extra 30,000 points. What a huge gain! Just a Maaga is worth so much contribution. I wonder how much I will get for hunting down Shia Gu. The more Night Chen looked, the more delighted he became. He found that the hunting route was indeed profitable. The growth rate of contribution points was simply amazing. Of course, some of these contribution points had to be shared with the players. You can't let the players have nothing, right? Nevertheless, this wave of events had already pleasantly surprised Night Chen. System: exchange for 20,000 divine power points. Night Chen pondered for a moment and said to the system, "Ding! Exchange of divine power points successful. Please check." Host. After the electronic sound, Night Chen glanced at the contribution and divine power points again. Contribution points were deducted by 200,000. At the same time, divine power points increased by 20,000. With divine power in hand, Night Chen immediately began editing the dungeon. The first dungeon will be called Assassination of Maaga. The map will be set as the Demon Palace. The minions will be Scorpion Lions, and the boss will be Maaga. As for rewards, in addition to contribution points, there will be equipment, martial arts, and so on. That's about it. Let the system handle the rest. Night Chen quickly outlined the framework for the Assassination of Maaga dungeon. As for the specific system, he was too lazy to deal with it and left it to the system to handle. After all, the system was omnipotent, and the dungeons it created would definitely be more perfect than what he could come up with. He just needed to focus on the general direction, and the framework was set. Araki Shrine, the gods, Shia Gu, and others stared at the divine battle platform without blinking. Due to the live broadcast being blocked, they couldn't see the specific scene of the divine battle at all. However, from the fluctuating divine power on the divine battle platform, they could still make some judgments. Maaga's divine power is fluctuating violently. I also sensed it. What's going on? Could there be some unexpected changes? It's impossible. With Night Chen's awakening data being so trash, can he really defeat Maaga? The onlookers suddenly sensed the violent fluctuations of Maaga's divine power and were all amazed. They couldn't imagine what had happened to make Maaga's divine power fluctuate to such an extent. Stop speculating randomly. This is Maaga borrowing the divine technique of the great god Araki. Watch. In less than 5 minutes, the divine battle will end, and Night Chen will be defeated. The god heard the discussions around him, sneered, and explained. However, he still had some reservations and did not say that Night Chen would die, although this was something everyone already knew. Upon hearing the words of the god, everyone showed a sudden realization. Only Shia Gu clenched his fists tightly. Damn Maaga, stealing my prey, deserves to die. In just 5 minutes, time quickly passed. The fluctuating divine power of Maaga suddenly disappeared at a certain moment, as if it had been wiped away, mysteriously disappearing. What's going on? The god suddenly stood up, his face showing a look of astonishment and uncertainty. At this moment, he couldn't sense Maaga's divine power. In such a situation, there was only one possibility, that this deity had fallen. However, how could this be possible? How could Maaga lose to Night Chen and be killed? This was impossible. The god could not believe this fact. The onlookers around were also shocked and puzzled. They also did not understand what had happened. At that moment, the rules that enveloped the divine battle platform receded like a tide, revealing the entire platform. Where Night Chen was supposed to be, there was nothing, but where Maaga was, everyone could clearly see his body. Oh no! Seeing this scene, the god's face suddenly changed color, but before he could react, Maaga on the divine battle platform had gradually turned into nothingness in front of everyone's eyes. In that instant, the whole place fell silent. Everyone was stunned. Maaga was actually dead? After a few seconds of being stunned, exclamations rang out one after another. My goodness! Maaga's deity has fallen? He lost to Night Chen? Am I dreaming? Did Night Chen win? How is this possible? Maaga's divine territory covers 800 square kilometers, while Night Chen only has 1 square kilometer. The difference between them is so huge. How could this be the result? Illusion? I don't believe it. This can't be real. Everyone could not accept this as the truth. It was not because they had a good relationship with Maaga, but the result of the divine battle was just too unexpected for them. They were directly frightened. The god's face looked extremely ugly. He felt a burning sensation on his cheeks, as if he had been slapped hard a few times. Just a few minutes ago, He had confidently stated that Knight Chen would be defeated. But now, the result in front of him was undoubtedly a slap in the face. This made the god, amidst his astonishment, unable to help feeling ashamed. The onlookers around, however, did not notice the god's expression. At this moment, they were all in a state of confusion. Knight Chen's figure had not yet appeared, indicating that he was still in his own divine territory, receiving the spoils of this battle. At this point, no one doubted the outcome of this battle anymore. Ma Baoguo not only lost, but also lost his life. In the whole place, only Shia Gu excitedly raised his fist. Knight Chen, you truly deserve it. Only someone like you is worthy of being my opponent. Shia Gu, under the heavens, only I am worthy of hunting you. Inside the divine realm, the players were in a frenzy. The rewards for the plot event had finally been distributed to them. Among the hundreds of players, the least received 200 contribution points. Players like Xiong, who performed well in the plot event, earned over 1,000 contribution points, making a lot of gains. Of course, the most exaggerated were players like Loneliness, Bao Lao Air, Peach that cannot be eaten, and the King of Grey Wolf. Among them, the King of Grey Wolf, because he developed a super poison and performed exceptionally well in the plot event, was ranked 4th on the leaderboard by the system. Loneliness was the overall commander of the entire event, with equally great contributions. Bag Air, because of his sweet words, made Ma Baoguo spit blood from anger and also earned a large number of points. He and Gu Du ranked 2nd on the points leaderboard. Surprisingly, the top spot on the points leaderboard was taken by the inedible Peach. This guy transformed into a great swindler, almost causing Ma Baoguo to be crippled by his deception. What's more, his explosive attack directly put Ma Baoguo in a poisoned state. Therefore, in the system's judgment, he was the player with the greatest contribution in this plot event. The inedible Peach, Gu Du, Bag Air, and others all received several thousand contribution points, becoming some of the wealthiest players on the path to immortality. Currently, the currency system in the path to immortality has not been opened. Contribution points are considered as the circulating hard currency. The path to immortality is still too rough overall. For players, contribution points are both experience points and currency. This is really chaotic. Watching the lively scene in front of him, Yi Chen shook his head. He thought for a moment and instructed the system. System, customize a game currency system and an experience point system for me. Previously, Yi Chen had too little divine power to improve the path to immortality. Now, after killing Ma Baoguo and gaining a large amount of divine power, he naturally had to perfect these aspects one by one. After all, the divine realm was fundamental to him, and the sand sculpture players were the key. Alright, host, after perfecting the currency system and experience point system, the system will inform the players through a game announcement. Yi Chen nodded. These details were not his strong suit, so he left them to the system. After arranging these matters, Yi Chen left the divine realm. Before leaving the divine realm, he took another look at his character interface. Character interface, host, Yi Chen, Huangmu City God. Unique identity number Wuxia Jibaluan by Anixia Jibaluan Ken 078429. God name, Supreme Heavenly Opening Day Holding Seal Imperial Calendar containing True Body Tao Golden Palace 9 Heavens Imperial Calendar Myriad Ways of Non-Action Great Tao Bright Hall Supreme Heavenly Golden Palace Supreme Jade Emperor Pardoning Great Heavenly Respectful Rate High God, God Title, God of Chaos, from Ma Baoguo, God Position, None, God Rank, Half God Rank 1 Star, Divine Realm, 815 square kilometers. Divine Country, not established. Divine City, not established. Divine Power, 12124. Divine Nature, affinity with Scorpion Lion Tribe, from Ma Baoguo. Secondary Occupation, Barbecue Chef. Denomination, Lingshao Immortal Palace, Palace Master. Subjects, Believers. Fourth Catastrophe, Earth Humans. Yenhuang Bloodline, Contribution, Faith, 0. It has to be said that this time Yi Chen really hit the jackpot. Not only did the area of the divine realm directly expand by 800 square kilometers, but the divine rank also increased from weak to strong. Moreover, he also obtained the title of God of Chaos from Ma Baoguo, as well as the divine nature of affinity with the Scorpion Lion Tribe. This means that Yi Chen can now easily gain the favor of the Scorpion Lion Tribe. Therefore, in the world of gods, the hunting and killing route is the way to go. Huangmu Temple. Yi Chen's figure finally began to appear gradually. When the divine envoys and onlookers saw Yi Chen calmly walking down the divine battle platform, complex expressions appeared on their faces. The atmosphere was somewhat solemn. After a long time, a divine envoy asked softly, "How did you do it?" Yi Chen spread his hands at the question, looking puzzled. "Maybe I was just lucky." With these words, the divine envoy's face instantly darkened. He opened his mouth as if to scold Yi Chen, but after some thought, he ultimately gave up. Seeing this, Yi Chen smiled. "Lord Divine Envoy, I'm just a trash who awakened a square kilometer before the divine battle. I had already resigned myself before the divine battle, but who would have thought that during the divine battle, the Mabao country suddenly had a sheep epilepsy, couldn't catch his breath, and died just like that. What can I do? I am also very helpless." Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the onlookers around couldn't help but gasp in shock. Is Yi Chen crazy? Is it really a good idea to confront the divine messenger in such a strange manner? The divine messenger's face turned pale and then red upon hearing this. He gave Yi Chen a deep look. "All right, you are good. Thank you, divine messenger." Yi Chen smiled. Then he asked, "Divine messenger, in this divine battle, if Mabao country died of sheep epilepsy, will his death be counted against me? In this kind of sparring divine battle, any casualties would already violate the rules. Originally, Mabao country dared to ignore the rules because of his talent. Yi Chen did not want any trouble because of this. After all, the divine messenger in front of him did not seem like a forgiving person, so he deliberately used words to provoke the divine messenger, hoping to make the divine messenger clarify his stance publicly. Indeed, after hearing Yi Chen's words, the divine messenger's cheeks twitched a few times. "Of course not. You have already integrated Mabao country's divine power and become the second genius of the Huangmu divine city. As a mere divine messenger, what can I do to you?" The divine messenger's tone carried a hint of resentment. His expression was quite unpleasant. This divine battle not only made him lose face but also caused his relationship with Yi Chen to break down due to his previous support for Mabao country. In the end, he was at a loss. The divine messenger couldn't describe his feelings. He felt some regret, some embarrassment, but mostly resentment. He resented Yi Chen for not knowing his place. If Yi Chen had just shown a little respect, he could have let it go. In this way, although Mabao country died, Yi Chen, who had absorbed Mabao country's divine power, could undoubtedly replace Mabao country's position. For the divine messenger, he wouldn't lose anything. But who would have thought that Yi Chen would not give him any face at all? Not only was his tone strange, but he also fabricated a clumsy excuse about Mabao country dying of sheep epilepsy. Was he being treated like a fool? The embarrassed divine messenger harbored deep resentment towards Yi Chen. "Yi Chen, it's all your fault. Your existence constantly reminds me that I am a fool. As a divine messenger, I cannot allow this situation to happen. So, blame yourself for your bad luck. If you had just shown some respect to me, I might have overlooked it. But now, he." The divine messenger's expression changed constantly, and he glanced at Yi Chen with a look full of resentment. Sensing the divine messenger's gaze, Yi Chen furrowed his brows slightly, instantly becoming alert. Although he knew that his attitude just now would anger the divine messenger, Yi Chen didn't care. Since the divine messenger readily agreed to Mabao country's request for a divine battle, he had severed ties with the divine messenger. "Make way." Yi Chen took a deep breath, pushed aside the troubles the divine messenger might bring him in the future, and confidently walked away from the onlookers towards his room. As soon as Yi Chen disappeared, the divine messenger stood up abruptly and snorted heavily. "Humph, Shia Gu, stay, everyone else can leave." With these words, the onlookers didn't dare to delay and scattered in all directions. Shia Gu looked at the divine messenger suspiciously. He didn't know why the divine messenger wanted him to stay. After a moment, except for Shia Gu and the divine messenger, there was no one left in the hall. At this moment, the divine messenger, who had been silent, raised his head and looked at Shia Gu, asking softly, "Shia Gu, can I trust you?" Upon hearing this, Shia Gu was taken aback. He nodded. "Please rest assured, I, Shia Gu, am a follower of the god of Iraqi, naturally loyal to the Iraqi divine city. If there is anything the god wishes, feel free to speak." Upon hearing this, the god's originally grim face finally showed a hint of a smile. He nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. Truly the top talent of my Iraqi divine city." After praising Shia Gu, the god finally revealed his purpose in a soft voice. "Shia Gu, I heard that there seems to be some grievances between you and Yi Chen. How about this? I can let you vent your grievances." Before the god could finish speaking, Shia Gu's face already showed a surprised expression. He stared at the god in confusion. God, what do you mean by this? Seeing this, the god furrowed his brows slightly. In the coming days, I will give you an opportunity. You will engage in a divine battle with Yi Chen. And then, do you understand? After you devour Yi Chen's divine essence, not to mention the Iraqi divine city, even within the divine realm, you will be among the top new gods. With these words, Shia Gu's expression changed drastically. How can this be? The god's face darkened upon hearing this. Yi Chen has already devoured the divine essence of the Ma Bao kingdom. His potential is not inferior to yours. If you still want to maintain your reputation as the top talent, you must strangle Yi Chen in his cradle. Don't you understand this simple logic? The god's tone had become very unfriendly. He felt that Shia Gu seemed a bit confused. After listening to the god, Shia Gu's expression changed abruptly. God, you have mistaken me. What do you take me for? I, Shia Gu, will not accept such despicable tricks. Yes, I do want to hunt down Yi Chen, but that will be after the grace period. I will challenge him to a fair divine battle. Not now, using such underhanded methods. God, you are truly despicable. Shia Gu finished speaking, snorted coldly, and left in a huff. The god was stunned for a moment. When he saw Shia Gu had already walked far away, he became furious. Idiot, idiots, all of you are idiots. I, Yamuyu Ji Yimi Dan Dan Shabai, will make you all know the consequences of angering me. The god named Yamuyu Ji Yimi Dan Dan Shabai let out a deep roar. For the sake of his own reputation, Shabaya embarked on an increasingly dangerous path of no return. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door rang out. Come in. Yi Chen turned his head in surprise to look at the door and said. As the voice fell, the door was pushed open. Shia Gu appeared at the door with an expressionless face. It's you? Yi Chen furrowed his brows. Why did Shia Gu suddenly come to visit? Still puzzled, Shia Gu spoke with a stern face. Beware of the god. After saying this, he turned around arrogantly and left. Yi Chen was astonished, then fell into contemplation. He could tell that the god harbored resentment towards him. However, Yi Chen didn't care. Currently, within the Iraqi divine temple, besides Shia Gu, no one posed a threat to him. Other demigods, hardly anyone could match him. Even if the god wanted to use someone to harm him, besides Shia Gu, there were probably few who could threaten Yi Chen. As for the god himself, although he was a minor deity, he would never dare to make a move against Yi Chen in the Iraqi divine temple, especially during this grace period of a month, unless he didn't care about his own future. Yi Chen felt that the god had not reached such a level of madness. Now, with Shia Gu suddenly appearing and warning him to beware of the god, it was clear that the god had found Shia Gu. It seems that Shabaya is arranging for someone to deal with me. Yi Chen thought to himself. He had expected that Shabaya would not be able to swallow this anger. However, he did not regret it. When the god unhesitatingly sided with the Ma Bao country that day, today's outcome was already inevitable. Shabaya, you underestimated me after all. After devouring the divinity of Ma Bao country, my divine domain has expanded to 815 square kilometers. With such a vast divine domain and resources, I have enough to summon another 10,000 Earth players, in front of over 10,000 players who can be resurrected indefinitely. No deity below a minor god will be my match. Not even Shia Gu. A hint of coldness crossed Yi Chen's lips. Shabaya, do you want to deal with me? Your wish is destined to fail, no matter who you arrange. It is destined to be my experience pack. In a room in the rear hall of the Iraqi temple, Voda lay on the bed, his mind filled with the image of Yi Chen's calm figure after the divine battle. His face was extremely pale, devoid of color, as if he were a consumptive ghost. However, this was Vodma's special bloodline. It was because of this special bloodline that he activated the special race, the Bloodbat clan, upon awakening. But at this moment, Vodma's mood was not calm. His divine domain reached 700 square kilometers, second only to Shia Gu in Ma Bao country. The activated special race, the Bloodbat clan, was no less inferior to Shia Gu's Dragon clan or Ma Bao country's Scorpion Lion clan. As the third genius of the Iraqi divine city, he should have been satisfied. However, Vodma was not content. He had always dreamed of being the first genius, especially when he saw Yi Chen. Even though he was down and out, he still had a calm demeanor. He wished he could kill Yi Chen immediately. After all, Yi Chen had always been a super genius among them, shining brightly. Perhaps only by truly surpassing Yi Chen could he quell the resentment in his heart. Damn it, Yi Chen actually managed to turn the tables. Why is it that I, Voda, can only become a follower of the first genius? I am not content. Not content at all, Voda muttered discontentedly. Before his voice had completely fallen, a figure suddenly appeared in his room. Not being content is the way to go. True geniuses always strive for first place. Voda, you have not disappointed me. This figure was none other than the god envoy Shia. Seeing the god envoy appear, Voda startled, quickly sitting up from the bed. Voda pays respects to the god envoy. Shia waved his hand and stared at Voda for a few moments before speaking softly. Voda, can I trust you? Voda was not foolish, and upon hearing this, he immediately understood. The god envoy probably needed him for something. Therefore, Voda nodded vigorously. The god envoy has always taken good care of me, and I have always remembered that. If the god envoy needs me, please speak directly. I will not hesitate. Hearing Voda's response, the god envoy Shia was very pleased. However, he did not show it. After all, not long ago, Shia Gu had also expressed similar sentiments to him, but in the end, he had decisively refused his arrangement. This made Shia somewhat cautious now. After some thought, he organized his words and slowly said, Voda, I know you have always been ambitious. I also greatly admire you. Now, I will give you a chance to surpass Shia Gu. How about that? With these words, Voda was both shocked and delighted. He was shocked because there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, and if such an opportunity presented itself to him, how could he possibly obtain it without paying a considerable price? And he was delighted because he finally had hoped to surpass Shia Gu and Yi Chen, especially Yi Chen. As long as he can rise with Yi Chen, even if he has to pay a certain price, he doesn't care. Please give instructions. God. Voda took a deep breath and calmed down. The god Shia nodded when he saw it. Not bad. You can still remain calm. Then let me be direct. Tomorrow, you will apply for a god battle with Zhang Donyang. At that time, I will approve your application. And even if you kill Zhang Donyang, devour his divine nature, I can pretend I didn't see it. Shia's words carried a hint of coldness, which made Voda shudder, but he was not foolish enough to ask why. May I ask, Lord God, what kind of price should I pay? Voda asked bluntly. There is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. How could a god suddenly take him under his wing? Smart man. The god Shia looked at Voda appreciatively. He paused and continued. I don't need you to pay any price. Just after you devour Zhang Donyang's divine nature, you can launch a god battle against Yi Chen. With these words, Voda was shocked, then ecstatic. Yi Chen has indeed offended the god. It seems that the god is extremely displeased with Yi Chen. Otherwise, why take the risk of being sanctioned by the temple to eliminate Yi Chen through him? Voda thought so, but he did not refuse. Are you kidding? He was eager for this opportunity. Not only could he get rid of Yi Chen, but he could also strengthen himself. Yes, although Maaga is dead, but Voda and the other new gods speculated afterwards that this was not because Yi Chen was so powerful that Maaga was not his opponent. It must be something unknown that happened in that god battle. This led to Maaga's downfall. Of course, now that Yi Chen has devoured Maaga's divine nature, he has become the second genius overnight. He absolutely cannot be underestimated as before. However, Voda is not worried. Yi Chen has become stronger by devouring Maaga's divine nature, but can't he also devour Zhang Donyang's divine nature to further strengthen himself? No wonder the god arranged for me to launch a god battle against Zhang Donyang first. He was afraid that I am not Yi Chen's match now, so he sacrificed Zhang Donyang to indirectly strengthen my power. Voda thought to himself, took a deep breath. Then, he solemnly said to the god, Voda is willing to follow all the arrangements of the Lord God. He expressed his stance. He unhesitatingly accepted the opportunity given by the god Shia. Shia was extremely satisfied when he heard this. That's more like it. The previous Shia Gu must have lost his mind. How dare he refuse his goodwill? Humph. Wait, Shia Gu. After Voda kills Yi Chen, it will be your turn. Who let you offend my face? Shia? Shia, who has a small mind and a somewhat retaliatory nature, flashed a fierce look on his face. While Shia was making his moves, Yi Chen was not idle either. Since he had already realized that Shia was preparing to deal with him, Yi Chen naturally could not sit back and wait for death. No matter what arrangements Shibuya had, as long as he was strong himself, then all the conspiracies and tricks would be nothing in front of him. Thinking this, Yechin contacted the system. System, speed up and open the dungeons to players as soon as possible, along with the experience points and currency system. I want to see players' strength at least double in the next few days. In addition, I have 12,124 remaining divine power points. Take 10,000 of them, and continue to exchange player slots. Yechin quickly made arrangements. Unfortunately, this way, the divine power values he had originally planned to use to advance his divine rank were not enough. But there was no other way. Time was running out, and he couldn't worry about that for now. Ding! Dear players, Shian2 will undergo a version upgrade in 5 minutes. The new version will introduce dungeon functionality, game currency system, and experience point system. We will also adjust the contribution value exchange rate, and once again open up testing player slots, with a total of 10,000 slots available this time. Please prepare to log off. Countdown 300 seconds. With the appearance of the game announcement, all players were excited. These past few days, they had already been immersed in the world of Shian2. The high level of realism in the game made it difficult for them to distinguish between reality and the game. However, the only regret was that there were too few things open in Shian2. Apart from monster grinding, most people were actually idle. A recent storyline event had engaged all players, giving them a great sense of belonging. Today, many players even considered Shian2 as their second home. They hoped that Shian2 would continue to improve and become more perfect. Therefore, when the system announcement appeared, almost every player was ecstatic. Great! Is the game finally upgrading its version? Dungeons are coming. So excited. I wonder what kind of dungeons they will be. What about equipment? Why hasn't any equipment been released yet? Stop complaining. Such a good game is rare. It needs time to be perfected. I'm not in a rush for equipment. What I'm looking forward to is the opening of player slots. This time, they released a total of 10,000 slots. I have to log off and inform my friends to see if we can grab a testing slot. Players around were discussing eagerly, and many impatient ones had already hurriedly logged off. They were getting ready to share this good news with their friends, besties, boyfriends, and girlfriends. Earth, a famous game forum. A post titled "The World's First 100% Virtual Reality Online Game Shian2." Real-life video had been highlighted and pinned by the forum moderator. Countless hardcore players left comments after watching this post. What game is this? Wow, it's really 100% realistic. Which company developed this game? Tencent? NetEase? Why have I never heard of it? It's unbelievable. Has our technology advanced to the point of developing 100% virtual reality? Seeking a test account. High price for a test account. Starting at 100,000 yen yuan coins. Private offers available. Rich guy above. Please help. Is the video you posted about a game event? It's too realistic. I can't imagine. This is actually a game. That's right. I thought it was a real parallel world. If in the past few days, there were too few players entering Shian2, and the game did not cause much of a stir among players, then, with the guy named Pi Daxing posting this thread, the entire gaming community was instantly ignited. Countless players went crazy for it, eagerly inquiring about how to get a testing slot for Shian2. In addition to players, game companies were also shocked. At Tencent. The current head of Tencent is the nth generation descendant of the original Pony brother Maaga, named Maaga. At this moment, Maaga's face was dark, and he was furious at the chief planner, chief programmer, and CEOs of various departments in his company. Are you all dead? A game like this has appeared on the market, and you didn't even know? Do you know what it means for Tencent when such a game appears? Answer me. The roar shook the high-level members of the Penguin Gaming Department, making them shrink in fear. Seeing his subordinates cowering, Maaga was instantly furious. Investigate thoroughly. Find out everything. I want to know everything about the path to immortality. Why aren't you going yet? Amidst the furious roar of Maaga, the senior members of the gaming department quickly dispersed in a panic. After their subordinates left, Maaga weakly slumped down in his office chair. He muttered to himself, "It's over. Everything is over. My penguin empire is going to fall. Elder Huatang, I am sorry for being an unfilial descendant." A similar scene unfolded at Net Difficulty Company. Ding San 2. the descendant of the first-generation pig-raising tycoon Ding Sanshi, also wore a look of despair on his face. A 100% virtual reality online game was born. Under this impact, these gaming companies were facing a crisis of closure one after another. Who would want to play games with endless bugs and less than 30% realism when faced with a 100% realistic online game? Soon, gaming giants like Penguin and Net Difficulty began frantically investigating gaming companies that offered the path to immortality. Unfortunately, the path to immortality was a creation of the system. There were no gaming companies behind it, so where could they investigate from? However, the commotion caused by the gaming giants was soon exposed. This revelation led to almost all netizens in the Yanhuan country knowing about a game called The Path to Immortality, a 100% virtual reality game, claiming to be the second world's existence. Everyone went crazy for it. In just a few hours, the price of a testing qualification number soared to 1,000,000 Yanhuan coins. At that moment, on the famous gaming forum, a post was quietly pinned to the top. The content of the post was extremely simple. Recruiting testers for The Path to Immortality. 10,000 slots available. Interested players can sign up in the post. Yes, this was a move by the system. This time, the number of player slots was increased to 10,000, and the system no longer intended to select them one by one. Instead, a post was directly placed on this gaming forum to recruit players more efficiently. Indeed, within a few minutes, players discovered the post. Instantly, all players were excited, thrilled, and ecstatic. Little Ma. Quickly check XX forum. The Path to Immortality is recruiting players. A gaming executive from Penguin Company rushed into Ma Jiaoding's office. Ma Jiaoding, who was slumped in his office chair, suddenly jumped up. What? Is it true? Quick! Immediately gather all Penguin employees and sign up on XX forum. Remember, use my name Ma Jiaoding for all registrations. Upon hearing this, the gaming executive nodded and left. After the executive left, Ma Jiaoding stood with his hands on his hips and burst into laughter. Ha ha, let's see who can compete with me for the testing qualification now. Humph, a 100% virtual reality game. So awesome. If my penguin can't beat you, can't I join you? As Earth players enthusiastically signed up, a night had passed in the world of the gods. The next morning, Yi Chen and others had just gathered in the Great Hall. The relatively low-key third day Wodmar suddenly stepped forward and challenged Zhang Dongyang, who was ranked last among the new gods, in front of the divine envoys. Divine envoy, when I was 7 years old, Zhang Dongyang once glared at me fiercely. Now, whenever I think of this, I feel indignant and unable to calm down. It may affect my promotion to a higher divine position, so I want to challenge Zhang Dongyang to a divine battle. Please grant me permission. Divine envoy. Wodmar stepped out from the crowd, placed a hand on his chest, slightly bowed, and saluted the divine envoy. His words caused a stir in the audience. My goodness, am I hearing this correctly? Wodmar wants to challenge Zhang Dongyang to a divine battle? What's going on? I've never heard of any grudges between Zhang Dongyang and Wodima before. Excuse? What a poor excuse. Just because he gave me a look, does that justify it? Shu, are you looking for trouble, daring to mock Wodima? I knew it. Once the god battle between Ma Baogua and Yechen was allowed, things would definitely spiral out of control. And now it's just as I predicted. The crowd discussed animatedly, all with anxious expressions on their faces, using old grievances as an excuse to forcibly initiate a god battle. This is already the second example. Now it seems that the so-called 1-month exemption period has become a slaughterhouse for these new gods. No one knows if they will be inexplicably challenged to a god battle by other new gods, especially those few new gods at the bottom of the rankings. At this moment, their faces are pale with fear and anxiety. Today, Zhang Dongyang is unlucky. Who knows who will be next? Zhang Dongyang's face was blank. He felt as if his soul had completely left his body. His mind was blank. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Poor Zhang Dongyang, he almost collapsed on the spot. Joking aside, he is far inferior to Wodima, the third genius, in terms of territory in the divine realm or the race of believers. If the two were to engage in a god battle, he would definitely be the one to die. Do they really think everyone is like Yechen? The god Shibuya glanced at Wodima, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. This Wodima really lived up to his expectations. Such talent is worth nurturing. Immediately, Shibuya cleared his throat. Ahem. For the gods, The inability to communicate thoughts is something that cannot be ignored, since Wodima has a legitimate reason. Then, Shia paused here. All the new gods present were on edge. My god, are we really going to have a second god battle? It's only been 2 or 3 days since the Awakening Day, and now there are already 2 consecutive god battles. Is this really a good idea? Ahem. I announce that Wodima's request for a god battle is approved. The god battle will begin in 1 hour. Zhang Dongyang, Wodima, get ready. As the words of the god Shia fell, Wodima clenched his fists secretly. However, he did not look at Zhang Dongyang, but discreetly glanced at Yechen, his eyes filled with a hint of coldness. Sorry, Yechen, your godhead is destined to be mine. Before the god battle between Maaga and Yechen began, Wodima had already targeted Yechen for hunting. However, at that time, he chose Yechen because Yechen was weak, and now, he wanted to gain the favor of the god Shia for more guidance in the future. With a god to look after him, his path ahead would undoubtedly be much smoother. Zhang Dongyang, don't worry, the so-called god battle is just a sparring match. I believe Wodima will be reasonable. Wodima, don't you agree? The god Shia saw Zhang Dongyang, looking despondent, and reluctantly comforted him with a few words. Yes, my lord god. Wodima first responded to Shia, then walked up to Zhang Dongyang and patted him on the back. Zhang Dongyang, although we had some minor grievances in our childhood, but rest assured, when I challenge you to a god battle, it's just for the sake of communicating thoughts. I won't go hard on you during the god battle. Of course, if something unexpected happens, your parents, and your fiancé, I will take care of them for you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dongyang, who was already on the verge of collapse, couldn't help but burst into tears. His crying was so heartbreaking and poignant that it brought tears to the eyes of those who heard it. Many new gods couldn't help but turn away, afraid to look at Zhang Dongyang. It's a pity. Such a kind old man has been pushed to the brink of despair. For a moment, many new gods felt some resentment towards Voda and Shia. Is it necessary? Why bully anyone, let alone bully Zhang Dongyang, a simple and honest trash god? However, as the saying goes, in the world of gods, weakness is the original sin. Even though some new gods sympathized with Zhang Dongyang, no one would stand up and speak up for him. Even Shia Gu seemed indifferent and uninvolved. Night Chen frowned, but he didn't say anything either, although he could see at a glance that Zhang Dongyang was unjustly treated. However, for a demigod like Zhang Dongyang, unless he spends his whole life hiding in the god city of Arumu, being a powerless and insignificant official, otherwise, the cruel world of gods will eventually teach him how to survive. Night Chen is not a saint, nor is he a good person. Helping Zhang Dongyang would bring him no benefit. In his previous battle with Maaga, luck played a part. If it weren't for the inedible peach, transforming into a great con artist undercover, tricking Maaga into a disadvantage. Even if Night Chen could ultimately win that battle, the price he would pay would be much higher than now, with almost no loss. Therefore, with the update of the Immortal Path version and many players not yet entering the game, Night Chen would not easily intervene. Even though he knew that if Voda devoured Zhang Dongyang's divinity, his power would greatly increase. This is not Night Chen being heartless, but this is the survival law of the world of gods. Whoever wants to be a saint here, to be a good person, there is only one outcome. No burial ground. Onlookers, step aside. Zhang Dongyang, Voda, to the god battle platform. The god messenger Shia seemed to be afraid of any unexpected changes, so he straightforwardly announced that Zhang Dongyang and Voda would go to the god battle platform. Upon hearing this, the surrounding new gods shook their heads and stepped back. Voda took a step forward and ascended the god battle platform. Although Zhang Dongyang was reluctant, he had no choice. In such a god battle, he had no right to refuse. If he really refused to fight, the outcome would be even worse than death. It might even bring disaster to his parents and loved ones. So, Zhang Dongyang dared not refuse. He could only grit his teeth and ascend the god battle platform. While Zhang Dongyang and Voda were in the midst of the god battle, the attention of the bystanders was not focused on this battle. Instead, they were all watching Night Chen. What is Night Chen doing? Meditating? I don't know, but Night Chen is quite mysterious. He actually defeated and killed Maaga. That's normal. After all, Night Chen has always been the #1 genius of our Arumu god city since childhood. He has some unknown cards up his sleeve, which is plausible. That's true, But I suspect that on the day of awakening, he deliberately concealed his abilities. The domain area and information about the races we saw were all deliberately revealed by him. That's impossible. It doesn't make sense. Can Night Chen really hide it from the great god of Arumu? The results of our awakening are all supervised by the divine consciousness of the great god of Arumu. Anyway, that's what I think. Otherwise, how do you explain Maaga dying at the hands of Night Chen? Well, perhaps because Night Chen defeated the second genius Maaga, combined with his reputation as a genius. At this moment Night Chen appeared mysterious and unfathomable to many people. After all, the domain area and the races of believers revealed by Night Chen were far beyond Maaga. This cannot be explained by mere coincidence. The discussions of the crowd reached the ears of Night Chen, Shia Gu, the god messenger Shia, and others. Shia Gu subconsciously turned his head to look at Night Chen. The moment my heart surged with fighting spirit. Yechen, the stronger you become, the more I want to defeat you. Just wait, that day will come soon. But the god envoy Shia couldn't help but furrow his brow. At this moment, his heart inexplicably panicked. The words of those onlookers, although baseless and even sounding absurd, were purely imaginary. But the god envoy Shia was still somewhat unsettled. What if the speculations of the onlookers were true? It's possible that Yechen's talent is exceptionally high, possibly reaching the ranks of the top geniuses in the divine realm. But to prevent him from being targeted by other deities from different divine cities before he fully grows, did the great god Araki and Yechen collaborate on such a scheme? This seems plausible too. Otherwise, Shia had never seen a deity with an initial divine realm area of only 1 square kilometer. Suddenly, Shia became more and more anxious. He really wanted to tell himself that all of this was just his overthinking. Unfortunately, he couldn't calm his emotions. Stay calm. Stay calm. All of this is fake. Just my overthinking. Yechen is trash. Even if he devours the divinity of the Ma Bao country, he's still trash. Once Voda kills Zhang Dongyang and merges with his divinity, he can easily get rid of him. I can't lose my composure. Shia kept reassuring himself frantically. After a while, his heart gradually calmed down. However, before he could completely relax, he caught a glimpse of Yechen seemingly looking at him with a smirk. Shia suddenly panicked again. Why is he smiling? Is he mocking me for overestimating myself? Where does he get the confidence? After all, when Voda devours Zhang Dongyang's divinity, his divine realm area will reach 1,000 square kilometers, becoming a super genius on par with Shia Gu. Isn't he afraid of falling under Voda's hands himself? Countless thoughts flashed through Shia's mind. He desperately tried to restrain himself, not to overthink, but the more he tried, the more he couldn't suppress the strange thoughts in his mind. Boom! Just then, there was a sudden surge of divine power on the divine battle platform ahead. This immediately drew everyone's attention. Even Yechen turned his gaze towards the divine battle platform. The thoughts in Shia's mind receded like a tide. Zhang Dongyang is dead. When the divine power wave subsided, Zhang Dongyang's physical body appeared. Then in front of everyone, turned into dust and disappeared without a trace. After a few breaths, Voda's figure also appeared before the crowd. At this moment, Voda had a confident look on his face. The once pale face now had a sickly flush of red. As he walked down the divine battle platform, he elegantly bowed to Shia. Lord God Envoy, I have some unfortunate news to report to you. At a critical moment in the divine battle, Zhang Dongyang unexpectedly fell due to sudden epilepsy. I am very sorry about this. I will take care of Zhang Dongyang's family and fiancé for the rest of their lives to express my apologies. After speaking, Voda couldn't help but glance at Yechen. He raised an eyebrow, as if provoking him. In fact, Voda was indeed provoking Yechen. Even the excuse he used, sudden epilepsy, was exactly the same as Yechen's. At this moment, Voda had already merged with Zhang Dongyang's divinity. His divine realm area had leaped to 1,000 square kilometers. In addition to his Bloodbat clan followers and the Jump Rabbit clan followers he received from Zhang Dongyang, it can be said that his current strength may have surpassed Shia Gu. Therefore, Voda no longer wants to conceal his thoughts. He, Voda, is now the most terrifying genius in the Iraqi god city. The previously troubled god envoy Shia finally showed a hint of a smile. Stable. This wave is stable. Even in the strange night, can anyone be stronger than Voda now? This is impossible. With this in mind, the god envoy Shia was about to express his grief for the unexpected fall of Zhang Dongyang. Shia Gu suddenly stood up. God Envoy. Vodma is too ugly. He affects my mood. My thoughts are not clear now, and my mood is very bad. So, I want to apply to the God Envoy. Please allow me to launch a god battle against Vodma. The sudden change stunned the onlookers. Even Vodma was stunned, looking completely surprised. Shia opened his mouth wide, the anger in his heart rising. Damn it, Shia Gu, what are you trying to do? How can you act recklessly? Mad. Aren't you playing by the rules? I finally arranged everything, and you want to ruin it? The more Shia thought about it, the angrier he became, his face gradually darkening. He realized that there seemed to be signs of things getting out of his control. This new generation of gods is really hard to deal with. Shia Gu ignored Shia's ugly expression. He turned slightly, glanced at Yechen, and thought to himself, Yechen, Vodma is the knife in the hands of the God Envoy. I know he will be the next one you have to deal with. In order to have a fair fight with you after the exemption period, I will take this disaster for you. Everyone was stunned by Shia Gu's sudden application for a god battle. It's simply inexplicable, completely unreasonable. This was the first reaction of the onlookers. If Shia Gu suddenly launched a god battle against a few trash gods present to enhance his own divinity, everyone could understand that. But Shia Gu chose to target Vodma, who had just absorbed the divinity of Zhang Dongyang and had greatly increased in strength. This situation seemed a bit strange. In theory, Shia Gu does not have the upper hand against Vodma at the moment. What's going on? I don't know. I just found that the situation is getting more and more chaotic. I really don't know the use of this exemption period. Yes, the exemption period was originally meant to protect us, but now it has become a battlefield, and no one knows if they will be targeted by others in the next moment. It's too cruel. Is this the real world of the gods? The onlookers whispered to each other, their expressions not looking good at all. In fact, people are already anxious. Shia also realized that things were getting out of his control. He couldn't help but feel a headache. As the guide for this group of new gods, his true mission was to protect the new gods and help them successfully pass the exemption period. However, now, due to his own selfishness, the situation was developing in an uncontrollable direction. God Envoy. I want to launch a god battle against Vodma. At this moment, Yechen also suddenly stood up. Without warning, the onlookers were all stunned. One Shia Gu was not enough. Now Yechen is here too? My god, are we still not awake? Or is there something happening that we don't know about? Vodma was stunned for a moment. The next moment, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. To be honest, although he felt that his strength had surpassed Shia Gu's, he didn't want to engage in a god battle with Shia Gu now. After all, Shia Gu's strength was not much weaker than his. He didn't have 100% certainty of winning. But Yechen was different. Even if Night Chen devours the divine nature of the Ma Bao kingdom, his strength, at most, will only rise to the level of the Ma Bao kingdom. Even if Night Chen has some unknown trump cards, Vodma can handle them. In addition, the God Envoy originally required him to kill Night Chen. Now that Night Chen suddenly appeared on his own, it was just what he wanted. Night Chen. Shia Gu was anxious. What he cared most about was a fair fight with Night Chen after the exemption period ended. By then, Shia Gu would step on Night Chen, the former top talent of the Huangmu clan, and become the strongest new god of the Huangmu divine city. This was Shia Gu's obsession. Until he achieved his goal, he would not allow anyone to interfere. So when he saw Night Chen launching a divine battle against Vodma, he was anxious. Night Chen ignored Shia Gu and instead looked at Shia. Lord God Envoy, why are you silent? Night Chen suddenly launched a divine battle against Vodma for a reason, because he also had his eyes on Vodma's current divine nature. If he could devour Vodma's divine nature, his strength would skyrocket again, unless other new gods, like him, recklessly devoured the divine nature of other deities. Otherwise, among this group of new gods, no one would threaten him. By then, he only needed to focus on dealing with the God Envoy Shia. Of course, Night Chen's initiation of a divine battle against Vodma did not mean the battle would start today. He decided to schedule the divine battle 3 days later. By then, with 3 days of preparation, the strength of the players in his divine realm would at least double. Plus, with the advantage in numbers, he was 100% confident that he could crush Vodma. You want to request a divine battle? God Envoy Shia couldn't express his feelings at the moment. He was somewhat surprised and somewhat fearful. Night Chen was too calm. So calm that it felt eerie to him. Yes, I want to challenge Vodma to a divine battle. 3 days from now. Lord God Envoy, make your decision. Night-Chen looked at Shibuya and said slowly. Shibuya's cheeks twitched rapidly upon hearing this. He frantically analyzed the situation in his mind. Is Night-Chen so calm because he really has some hidden trump cards? Now, his strength on the surface is already obvious. Night-Chen is no match for Vodma at all, yet he dares to launch a divine battle without any hesitation. Could he really have some hidden trump cards? Yes, last time he had the same calm demeanor during the battle with the Mabao Kingdom. What should I do? Should I agree? If I agree and lose Vodma, wouldn't that be terrible? The more Shibuya thought about it, the more he felt a headache. For a moment, he didn't know whether to allow this divine battle or not. Seeing Shibuya hesitating, Shia Gu became anxious. Lord God Envoy, I applied first. Shibuya glared at Shia Gu with a hint of anger. Mind your own business. As a god envoy, Shibuya had his own intentions, but before killing Night-Chen, he didn't dare to let Shia Gu have any accidents. After all, Shia Gu, as the top talent of the Huangmu Divine City, was somewhat protected by the great god of Huangmu. If such a talent were to suddenly fall, Shibuya would not have a good time either. Of course, if Vodma could successfully eliminate Night-Chen and devour his divine nature, then Shia Gu's life or death would be of little importance. With Vodma replacing Shia Gu, the great god of Huangmu would probably not say much. This was Shibuya's plan. As the challenged party, Vodma became anxious when the god envoy did not respond. Lord God Envoy, please allow Night-Chen's request for a divine battle. Once this statement was made, the entire audience of onlookers were stunned, at a loss for words, and in disarray. They've gone mad. Completely mad. Shia Gu is mad. Yi-Chen is mad. And Wode Ma is also mad. Every single one of them is mad. Is the God War really that enticing? Should we give it a try too? Alright, I agree to you and Yi-Chen starting the God War. After hesitating for a moment, Shibuya finally made a decision. Regardless of whether Yi-Chen has any trump cards, he is ultimately the target that he wants to eliminate. Otherwise, it would always feel like there was a thorn in his heart, making him uncomfortable. 3 days from now, I will be here, waiting for you to battle. Without waiting for Shibuya to announce the time of the God War, Yi-Chen directly looked at Wode Ma and spoke. Upon hearing this, whether it was Shibuya or Wode Ma, they didn't feel that there was anything wrong. Firstly, Wode Ma had just finished a God War today and immediately started a new one, which was obviously inappropriate. After all, his followers also needed time to rest and recover. Secondly, Shibuya and Wode Ma didn't think that within 3 days, Yi-Chen could come up with any surprises. Immediately, Shibuya nodded and said, Alright, 3 days from now, you and Wode Ma will engage in the God War. After setting the time for the God War, Yi-Chen turned and left. Just as he took a few steps, he suddenly heard the electronic sound of the system in his ear. Ding! Player detected loneliness. Has cultivated basic chi refining technique in bursting fist to the grand perfection realm. Host automatically learns basic chi refining technique, grand perfection. Bursting fist, grand perfection. The sudden two electronic sounds made Yi-Chen slightly stunned. He vaguely remembered that the martial arts exchanged by the system could only be cultivated by players. But this time, he unexpectedly learned the basic chi refining technique in bursting fist, both at the grand perfection realm. System, what's going on? Yi-Chen asked the system with a thought. The electronic sound quickly rang out again. Host, have you forgotten that any achievements of players in the immortal path, you can also synchronously obtain? With this statement, Yi-Chen suddenly realized. So that's how it is. Although he had long known that he could synchronize with players in the immortal path, but he only thought it was like a secondary profession in the game. He didn't expect that the system could even synchronize martial arts skills for him. However, with this, Yi-Chen suddenly became curious. Is he now considered a god or an immortal? In the world of gods, he is a deity, but the system has also made him learn immortal cultivation techniques. Host, no need to worry. In the world of gods, there are distinctions between lower gods, middle gods, upper gods, and high gods. Host is now a half-star god, belonging to the lower god category. Lower gods themselves have no attack methods, and during the God War, they also need to rely on the rules of heaven and earth to connect the divine domains of both sides, and then rely on the believers to fight. Such methods are undoubtedly extremely primitive. Although middle gods are stronger, they are not much better. Only when advancing to upper gods will they be like true deities, able to destroy the heavens and the earth with a wave of their hand. Host has obtained immortal cultivation techniques, which is considered to have some simple abilities of upper gods when in the lower god realm. The system explained in great detail, and after listening, Yi Chen immediately understood. At present, he is a demigod, in the lower god category. To become a middle god, he must advance to a middle god. As for upper gods, that is at least the starting point of true gods. Even the ruling god of the Iraqi divine city, Iraqi the great god, is only a middle god. In other words, as powerful as Iraqi the great god is, if he wants to kill a deity, he can only invade the opponent's divine domain and engage in a god war. But upper gods don't need to go through such trouble. With a wave of their hand, they can instantly destroy the divine domain of a lower-level deity, including their body, without needing to communicate with the rules of heaven and earth or invade the opponent's divine domain. As for the true high-level gods, they don't even need to lift a finger. With just a thought, they can annihilate lower-level deities. Now, Yechen has synchronized the basic chi cultivation technique and the collapsing fist, although there hasn't been a significant overall increase in strength. But there has been a qualitative breakthrough in attack methods. The divine skills that one would normally only have at the level of higher gods, Yechen already possesses at the demigod level. Of course, whether it's the basic chi cultivation technique or the collapsing fist, compared to true divine skills, they are undoubtedly far inferior. It's just that Yechen's followers are earth players, with unlimited growth potential. When these players grow up completely in the immortal path, not to mention divine skills, even legendary spells and abilities, Yechen can learn in minutes. By then, no matter high-level gods or top-level gods, they will all be insufficient. After all, the setting of the immortal path is based on Eastern mythology. It's not comparable to the gods of the Western-oriented world. Thinking this, Yechen quickened his pace towards his room. Shia Gu watched Yechen's figure disappear and a thoughtful expression suddenly appeared on his face. I understand. Yechen, oh Yechen, I didn't expect you to be like this. Beneath your cold and aloof exterior, is there also a passionate heart? You also look forward to a fair fight with me, so you won't allow anyone to disrupt our future decisive battle. So, you fear that the greatly strengthened Vodmer will threaten me. That's why you deliberately stepped forward to challenge Vodmer in a divine battle. Yechen, you are truly a fool. Do you really underestimate me, Shia Gu? Do you think I am not a match for Vodmer? But, why do I suddenly feel moved? Shia Gu felt he understood. A smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. You fool, why did you do this? Humph, you almost made me burst with anger just now. Shia Gu snorted, turned around, and left. But for some reason, Shia Gu, who usually walked with great vigor, seemed to be walking a bit awkwardly at the moment. Seeing Yechen and Shia Gu leave one after the other, Shibuya and Vodmer exchanged a silent glance. Then, they each left without a word. The onlookers, having seen no excitement, dispersed as well. As for Zhang Dongyang, the fallen god, he had been completely forgotten by everyone at this moment. It was as if he had never existed. Even the few new gods who had a good relationship with Zhang Dongyang showed no signs of sadness. The indifference of the gods' world can be seen from this. Inside the room, Yechen's figure had already disappeared. He appeared once again in his divine realm. The scene that met his eyes was slightly different from before. Although the immortal path was lively before, the number of players was limited. But at this moment, the entire square was almost packed with people. At a glance, the crowd was bustling, densely packed with players everywhere. Beat him, Ma Jiaotang, you scoundrel, you tricked me into spending money. Today I won't let you off. My son Ma Jiao, can you feel the anger of the player dads? Ma Jiaotang, your penguin is going bankrupt. With the immortal path here, who will still play your lousy games? Suddenly, thunderous cheers reached Yechen's ears. Yechen turned to look and saw a chaotic figure surrounded by players at the edge of the square. Cheers rose one after another from their mouths. Yechen frowned slightly and vaguely saw a disheveled figure in the crowd. Is this Ma Jiaotang? Yechen, as a transmigrator from Earth, naturally recognized Ma Jiaotang, the helm of the Penguin Empire. Ma Jiaotang actually got the qualification for the test? Yechen was surprised. Immediately, he moved and appeared outside the crowd. Disperse. With a wave of his large sleeve, a gentle force instantly spread out. The crowd in front of him was involuntarily impacted by this gentle force. causing them to stagger. "It's Brother Yu. Brother Yu is here. Oh no. Brother Yu wouldn't punish us, would he? Have we violated the rules of the sect?" Seeing Night Chen, the players all showed embarrassed expressions. Night Chen ignored these silly players and his gaze fell on the guy in front of him with the ID Ma Jiaodong. At this moment, Ma Jiaodong, beaten up by the players, looked miserable, but he still had a look of disdain towards them. Seeing this scene, Night Chen suddenly felt like laughing. "Ma Jiaodong, you're getting what you deserve. Disperse," Night Chen blared at the players. Seeing this, the players scattered in an instant. Ma Jiaodong felt embarrassed and angry. "These people are so bad. Just wait. Don't let me find out your game IDs. By then, your accounts will be gone." Ma Jiaodong thought angrily. It's a good thing Ma Jiaodong had disabled the pain system when entering the immortal path. Otherwise, he would probably be in half-dead pain just from this incident. Night Chen paid no attention to Ma Jiaodong, gave him a glance, and walked away. Although Ma Jiaodong was a gaming expert, in the immortal path, Night Chen was the boss. Seeing the NPC completely ignore him, Ma Jiaodong was dumbfounded and disheveled in the wind. "Damn, even an NPC is bullying me?" Poor Ma Jiaodong. His first experience in the immortal path was definitely not pleasant. Ma Jiaodong's appearance was just a small episode for Night Chen. He quickly dismissed it and continued to patrol the divine realm. He found that the first groups of players who entered the immortal path had already started clearing the assassination of the Ma Bao country dungeon. As for the new players, most of them were leveling up by killing flying winged bulls. Of course, there were also more casual players. In the square, apart from the Dark Cooking King selling barbecue, there were many casual players selling all sorts of strange items. Everything seemed to be on the right track. Night Chen nodded in satisfaction. As long as the players could stay on the right track, his contribution points would increase significantly. In just a short time, he had gained several thousand contribution points. The speed had increased by at least several tens of times compared to before. Just as Night Chen was about to retract his divine sense, he suddenly exclaimed. The next moment, his divine sense locked onto a group of players who were clearing the Ma Bao country dungeon. These players had already cleared all the small monsters and reached the boss Ma Bao country. It should be noted that even the first groups of players who entered the immortal path were still stuck at clearing the small monsters, and these players were already fighting the boss. However, when Night Chen saw the IDs of these players, a look of relief appeared on his face. So it's them? No wonder. These players turned out to be lonely. Grey Wolf King, Li Tai Bai, Second Elder Bao, Peach That Can't Be Eaten, and Big Bear. Seeing Lonely and the others preparing to fight the boss, Night Chen became interested. He used his divine sense to lock onto Lonely and the others and started watching. Inside the dungeon, Lonely and the others were extremely focused. The small monsters in front of the Ma Bao dungeon were no longer a challenge for them, but the boss Ma Bao country had wiped them out several times. If they couldn't defeat it this time, they would have to temporarily give up and continue to improve their skills before coming back to clear it again. But as top-tier expert players, how could Lonely and the others be willing to be defeated by just a dungeon? Ignorant fools, how dare you disturb the great Ma Bao country? Ma Bao country let out a sinister laugh. This means that the boss battle is about to begin. Everyone, listen to my commands. Be careful to dodge the boss's skills. 3, 2, 1. Smash fist, jump. A lonely voice suddenly rang out. In his words, the King Grey Wolf and others all punched towards the ground at the same time. Boom! In the next moment, the 6 players in the instance were thrown up as if they were being tossed out. At the same time, the boss Ma Baogua's skill was also unleashed. Ma Baogua's body kept twitching, and he swept out like a spinning top. Thunder 5 whip. The airwaves flipped and raged. Astonishing cracks appeared on the ground. This is the first ultimate move set by the system for Ma Baogua, Thunder 5 whip. Ma Baogua. This boss is quite interesting. He will start by releasing the ultimate move Thunder 5 whip. If the players fail to dodge it, they will be instantly killed. Interesting. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen's face showed an interested expression. He was not referring to Ma Baogua, but to Lonely and others. According to the current situation in the game, players normally jump, at most 1 or 2 meters high. This height is not enough to dodge the Thunder 5 whip. However, Lonely and others cleverly used the Smash Fist in a unique way. They actually used the powerful impact of the Smash Fist towards the ground to propel themselves into the air. It must be said that these players are indeed talented. Boom! The twitching Ma Baogua stopped on the other side of the Demon Palace. Seeing that his attacks didn't hit any players, Maaga was furious. "Ignorant fools, you have angered the great Maaga. All of you shall die." Before Maaga's roar could finish, Shonda's body fell from midair with a loud crash, directly smashing Maaga to the ground. "Quick, increase the damage output." Seeing this, Lonely quickly shouted. Immediately, King Grey Wolf, Second Boss Bao, Peach that cannot be eaten, and others all landed and started a frenzy of attacks towards Maaga. After a moment, Maaga's body gradually turned green. "Stop the attacks. 3, 2, 1. Smash fist, jump." Seeing Maaga's body turning green, Lonely quickly shouted. Second Boss Bao and others did not dare to delay. They all retreated quickly, while also punching towards the ground. A wave of energy surged out, and the 6 players flew into the air again. At the same time, Maaga's roar could already be heard. "Watch me receive the transformation." The completely green Maaga, like a madman, kept twitching and shaking. The raging airwaves spread out in all directions like a tsunami. Wherever it passed, it left a mess. Inside the demon palace, the devastation caused by the airwaves was unbearable. This was Maaga's second ultimate move, Transformation Reception. Both moves were capable of instantly killing players. However, Maaga, this boss, was only difficult to deal with because of these 2 ultimate moves. As long as the players successfully dodged the 2 ultimate attacks, the rest was manageable. In the previous attempts, Lonely and others failed to dodge the ultimate moves at the right time, resulting in being wiped out by Maaga. However, this time, their timing in dodging the ultimate moves twice in a row was perfect. Indeed, when Lonely and others landed from the air and started another frenzy of attacks towards Maaga's health instantly depleted. His body fell to the ground with a thud. He was muttering unclear words. "How can Maaga lose? How can my Maaga lose?" When Lonely and others heard this, they all laughed. The air was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. "We did it! Ha ha, we got the first kill on Maaga. I wonder what rewards we'll get. Oh, there's a treasure chest." Soon, the body of Maaga was refreshed, and a golden treasure chest appeared on the ground. "Who has a white face?" Seeing the treasure chest, Loneliness turned to Bao and others and asked, even if he was a game god, he was afraid of being unlucky. "Forget it, I have a black face." Xiong Peach that cannot be eaten, and Li Taibai shook their heads and stepped back. Bao shrugged and said, "The biggest prize I've ever won in my life is another bottle." Hearing this, Loneliness gave up on Bao directly. This Bao was even more unlucky than him. "Grey Wolf, you go." Loneliness could only pin his hopes on the Grey Wolf King. This Grey Wolf King was a curious baby. As a curious baby, his luck didn't seem too bad. "Oh," the Grey Wolf King didn't hesitate, replied, and walked directly to the treasure chest. Everyone's breath suddenly became rapid. As the first treasure chest and the first kill in the immortal path, this reward couldn't be too low, right? In the expectant eyes of everyone, the Grey Wolf King opened the treasure chest directly. Bang! With a light sound, the treasure chest disappeared. Then, a pile of miscellaneous items scattered all over the ground. It looked dazzling and brilliant. "Why does it feel like a knockoff web game?" 1 star. Nightchen couldn't help but comment when he saw this scene. He would have to ask the system to make some changes later. How could a high-end immortal online game be turned into a knockoff web game? Damn! It's a skill book. It's the Lightning 5 whip. Ha ha, Bao Guo Dao robe. It's a purple equipment. What's this? Spirit stones? Is the game's currency system going to be spirit stones from now on? I found a book on hair transformation. Who wants it? The voices of Loneliness and others shouting and screaming entered Nightchen's ears. Nightchen couldn't help but be stunned. Is there really a Lightning 5 whip and a hair transformation skill book? System, are you kidding me? Although at that time on Earth, those ancient internet memes had long disappeared into the annals of history. Nightchen had never heard of a funny master named Maaga, nor did he know what the Lightning 5 whip or hair transformation were. But, just based on the fact that the boss Maaga had used these 2 big moves, it seemed like a crazy fit. Nightchen felt that no player would practice such skills. After all, it would be too embarrassing to use them. Who wants the Lightning 5 whip and hair transformation? As the team leader, Loneliness began to distribute the spoils and asked everyone. Upon hearing this, Bao and the others shook their heads in unison. No! Without any hesitation, they would rather only know the initial skills and techniques of the Lingxiao Immortal Palace. They didn't want to use such crazy skills. If unknowing people saw them, they might think they were masochists. Alright, then these 2 skill books will be handed over to Brother Yu. Maybe we can exchange them for some contribution points. After thinking for a moment, Loneliness took the Lightning 5 whip and hair transformation and began to distribute the equipment, spirit stones, and so on. Seeing this, Night-Chen withdrew his divine sense. It hadn't been a day since the assassination of the Ma Baogui instance had been opened. It had already been conquered by players. It had to be said that this group of players was indeed incredibly strong. Not long after he withdrew his divine sense, Loneliness and the others had returned from the instance and appeared in front of him. Brother Yu, does the sect recycle skill books? Loneliness directly took out the Lightning 5 whip and hair transformation and handed them to Night-Chen. Night-Chen nodded and took the skill books. The next moment, an electronic sound rang in his ears. Ding! Detected 2 B-grade skill books. Recycling can yield 150,000 contribution points. Night-Chen was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. He hadn't expected these 2 broken skill books to be worth 150,000 contribution points. It's really a pleasant surprise. Host, the drop rate for the Thunder 5 Whip and Jiehua FA is only 0.00001%, so they are quite valuable. Feeling Night-Chen's confusion, the system explained. Night-Chen understood in his heart upon hearing this. If that's the case, then it makes sense. Rarity adds value. Even though the Thunder 5 Whip and Jiehua FA are not considered powerful techniques, you all are not bad. As disciples of my Lingxiao Immortal Palace, you should slay demons, eliminate evil, and resolve worldly conflicts. When you achieve great success in the future, do not forget your original intentions. Remember. Night-Chen directly handed over the 2 techniques to the system, then waved his hand. In the ears of Lonely and the others, a game notification sound suddenly rang out. You have gained 2,000 contribution points. Immediately, joyous smiles appeared on the faces of Lonely and the others. Don't underestimate 2,000 contribution points. For Night-Chen, it may not be much, but for players, this is already a huge wealth. Thanks to Night-Chen's good mood, he directly rewarded Lonely and the others with 2,000 contributions each. However, even so, Night-Chen still made a big profit. He gained 138,000 contribution points for free. After all, if Lonely and the others had directly cultivated the techniques, he wouldn't have received any contribution points. Thank you, Brother Yu. Lonely and the others gratefully bowed to Night-Chen. This trip to the Thorns and Horses instance dungeon was quite profitable for them. Brothers, I'll go ahead. Just then, Lonely raised his eyebrows slightly towards Bao Lao Air and the others with a hint of pride. In the next moment, a dazzling white light burst from his body. Bayubio Bubiu. In just a few seconds, Lonely's cultivation realm had soared from the 7th level of Qi refinement to the 1st level of foundation building. After the end of the plot event, Lonely's cultivation realm had already reached the 7th level of Qi refinement. Now, after completing a wave of dungeons, he had leveled up again. Damn! Did you exchange contribution points directly for experience? Bao Lao Air and the others were stunned to see this. Lonely was too extravagant. He actually exchanged contribution points for experience directly? Ha! Lonely was extremely pleased at this moment. As the first player to reach the foundation building stage in the Immortal Path, how could he not be proud? Moreover, he was also the first player to master the basic Qi refinement technique and the bursting fist to perfection. He truly lived up to his reputation as a top player. You're amazing! Bao Lao Air and the others could only admire him. However, each of them had their own path to follow, so they didn't envy Lonely. Among the 6, a player named Li Taibai shook his head and sighed. This game is great in every aspect, but why isn't swordsmanship available? To be honest, I'm really not used to this bursting fist. The conversation of Lonely and the others did not escape Night-Chen's notice. Upon hearing this, Night-Chen's heart stirred. Swordsmanship, that's a good idea. How can the path of immortality be without sword immortals? The current immortal path is somewhat lacking in authenticity, failing to fully embody the characteristics of cultivators. Night-Chen began to contemplate. It seems it's time to continue updating the system with patches. Otherwise, players won't be able to fully utilize their advantages. Although opening up the profession patch was important, there was no need to rush. The Immortal Path had just opened up dungeons, experience points, and a currency system. Players needed time to digest the new content. Moreover, In 3 days, Night-Chen would have a divine battle with Vodma. He didn't want any complications before this battle. While lost in thought, an electronic sound suddenly rang in Night-Chen's ears. Host, the profession module in the Immortal Path itself is already set. It's just different from traditional online games on the market. In the Immortal Path, any profession or cultivation path depends on the player's own comprehension and triggering. The current players, their mindset has not changed yet. So, there is no need for additional patches. Just a game announcement can give rise to special professions among players. It will not affect the divine battle 3 days later. After the system explained, Yechen nodded. If that's the case, it can allow players to each comprehend a profession that suits them. For example, this Li Tai Bai in front of him, since he likes swordsmanship, he might really be able to comprehend a swordsmanship cultivation system. In this way, his combat power will definitely be greatly enhanced. Thinking in his heart, Yechen instructed the system, immediately release an announcement. Let players explore the cultivation paths that suit them more. If a few powerful professions can emerge before the divine battle, my chances of defeating Vodma will be even greater. Strengthening the player's strength is equivalent to strengthening Yechen's strength. As long as it can make players stronger, Yechen will not be stingy. Alright, host, the system replied and began to draft the announcement. Taking advantage of this time, Yechen glanced at his current contribution points, 155, 774, because the system had just recovered 2 sets of martial arts. At this moment, Yechen's contribution points surged again to over 150, 000, converted into divine power points. It was over 15, 000. I can advance to a higher divine rank. Yechen was delighted to see this. Advancing from 1.5 stars to 2.5 stars requires 5, 000 divine power points. To advance from 2.5 stars to 3 stars, it requires 10, 000 divine power points. Yechen now has over 15, 000 divine power points, which means he can directly advance to 3.5 stars. While all the new gods were still striving to break through to 1.5 stars, Yechen had already left them far behind. Advance! Without any hesitation, Yechen silently prayed in his heart. The next moment, his divine rank instantly rose from 1.5 stars to 2 stars. Without pausing, Yechen chose to continue advancing his divine rank. After a moment, a faint divine aura flowed on Yechen's body. The area of his divine domain expanded slightly. It increased from 815 square kilometers to 1,015 square kilometers. At the demigod level, with each increase in 1 star of the divine rank, the area of the divine domain would expand proportionally. As for the numerical value of the expanded area, it was generally random, not exceeding 100 square kilometers. Yechen was lucky. The area of his divine domain expanded to the limit with each advancement. Although 100 square kilometers seemed like a small increase, it was only because Yechen was currently only a demigod. If he reached the level of a lesser god, each advancement would increase the divine domain area by at least 1,000 square kilometers. The higher the divine rank, the faster the expansion of the divine domain area. If I were to go to battle with Maaga now, I'm afraid I wouldn't need the help of the players to defeat him with just one punch. Feeling his own changes, Yechen sighed. His current strength had increased by at least 10 times compared to when he battled Maaga. More importantly, he had now mastered the perfected state of the bursting fist. He no longer needed to deplete his divine power points like last time to deliver a fatal blow to Maaga with a single sword strike. A single bursting fist could crush Maabaga's ordinary head. While he was contemplating, the system had already finished editing the game announcement and sent it out. Immediately, all the online players received the system announcement. Dear players, recently Shia Gu has received feedback from many players, indicating that there is a lack of a profession system in the Immortal Path, leaving many new players at a loss. Here, Shia Gu reminds all players that the Immortal Path is a pure sandbox-type online game and does not have predefined professions for players. But this does not mean that there are no so-called professions in the Immortal Path. In fact, any player can, within the Immortal Path, trigger a cultivation route that suits them through behaviors such as insight, cultivation, meditation, and so on. Those who like sword practice can comprehend sword techniques and embark on the path of the sword immortal. Those who enjoy playing with poison can also develop potent toxins and follow the unconventional path of the poison immortal. In short, there are no restrictions in the Immortal Path, and anything is possible. Finally, I wish all players can find the cultivation route that suits them best and become the most outstanding in the immortal path. Attached, at the NPC each end's place, a batch of new skills and techniques will be opened up for players to choose to cultivate. This game announcement was like a stone causing ripples in calm waters, leaving all players exhilarated. Everyone has their own cultivation path. How inspiring, especially for Li Tai Bai. He was beyond excited at this moment. Ha ha, sword immortal. My path to becoming a sword immortal. For a player who plays any game with sword-related professions, choosing the sword path without hesitation is a no-brainer. This news undoubtedly made him happier than when he just gained 2,000 contribution points. Apart from top players like Li Tai Bai, ordinary players and newcomers were also extremely excited. The square was filled with discussions. The immortal path is so awesome. Is this the epitome of 1,000 faces for 1,000 people? Each person's cultivation path is unique. This creativity is simply magnificent. I think it's better not to have too high expectations. Such gameplay would be extremely challenging for the game company to develop. The immortal path may not be perfectly presented after all. Nonsense. The immortal path can achieve 100% realism. What's a gameplay feature? I believe in the immortal path company. If this were an announcement from Penguin, I wouldn't even bother. That's right, I also believe in the immortal path. With 100% realism, I will praise the immortal path for the rest of my life. Players around had both supportive and skeptical views of the immortal path. After all, 1,000 faces for 1,000 people, where each person walks a unique path. Sounds easy in theory but is as difficult as reaching the sky in practice. It was normal for players to question this, given the complexity of the concept. The Dark Cooking King, who was selling his dubious dishes, smiled upon hearing the players' discussions. I believe in the immortal path. I am willing to testify for the immortal path. This game can indeed trigger various professions, because I have triggered the profession of barbecue chef. The words of the Dark Cooking King made the excited players even more thrilled. Solitude, Li Tai Bai, and others were quick to act. Stepping forward, they surrounded Yi Chen, bombarding him with questions. Brother you, I want to exchange skills. Ha ha, luckily I have a lot of contribution points. Even after leveling up, I still have plenty left. Otherwise, wouldn't I be missing out on 1 billion? Brother you, do you have sword techniques? My swordsmanship. Ah, brother Yi Chen, do you remember me? I'm Bao Lao Air. Is there a suitable cultivation path for me? Solitude, Li Tai Bai, Bao Lao Air, and others crowded around Yi Chen, eagerly asking questions. When playing games, who wouldn't want to stand out a bit more? Especially for these high-level players, they didn't want to be like the masses. Therefore, the so-called unique cultivation paths in the announcement naturally made Solitude and the others ecstatic. Amidst the noisy voices, Yi Chen was still a bit confused. He had only asked the system to make an announcement. Why did the system add a line about opening new techniques and skills? He didn't have any contribution points left to exchange skills for players now. Host, do not be surprised. This is the system's way of compensating you. At the beginning of the immortal path, various basic techniques and skills should have been matched accordingly. System negligence. The electronic voice sounded, bringing the surprised Yi Chen back to his senses. So that's how it is. Does this mean he freeloaded again? After all, exchanging various basic skills and techniques now would also consume a lot of contribution points. Thinking this, Yi Chen glanced at the player exchange interface. He found that besides the previous basic chi refining technique and collapsing fist, there were many more basic skills on the panel. Basic swordsmanship, basic knife techniques, basic poison arts, basic marksmanship. Everything was available. Ha ha, saved me a lot of contribution points. Seeing this, Yi Chen felt delighted. Immediately, he opened the exchange permission to players. Suddenly, in front of Gu Du and others, the exchange panel popped up. Most of the basic skills were not expensive. For just 100 contribution points, they could be exchanged. But compared to the initial basic chi refining technique and collapsing fist, they were much more expensive. However, as more players joined, the exchange prices for the basic chi refining technique and collapsing fist had already been adjusted by the system. I'll practice palm technique. Gu Du thought for a moment and directly exchanged for a basic palm technique. He planned to practice both fists and palms. Li Tai Bai eagerly exchanged for basic swordsmanship and happily went to practice it. The remaining Grey Wolf King chose basic poison arts. Xiong De chose basic body techniques. The peach that couldn't be eaten chose basic marksmanship because he thought guns were cooler. Men, of course, had to practice marksmanship. Holding big and small guns in one hand is the way to go. Only Bao Lao flipped through the exchange page several times but couldn't find a basic skill he liked. Immediately, he frowned. For him, these were all good, but he didn't like them. Practicing just one collapsing fist almost made him collapse. He didn't want to work so hard. It would be best if he had a skill that could kill enemies with just a few words. That would suit his taste. Forget it. Didn't the announcement say that through meditation and enlightenment, one can find a suitable path for cultivation? Why should I stubbornly hold on to these basic skills for enlightenment? After shaking his head, Bao Lao gave up on the exchange. He decided to try other methods first. As numerous players flocked to Yi Chen's site to exchange basic skills, his already depleted contribution points skyrocketed once again. Really taking advantage of the system. The system seems to have a conscience. It didn't deduct my contribution points again. Yi Chen smiled inwardly. While Yi Chen was continuously expanding his own strength, Woad Ma was not idle. In his divine realm, in a dark tomb chamber, dozens of Blood Bat Clan believers transformed into human forms. They knelt on one knee, praying devoutly towards an ancient coffin in front of them. Great Blood God, the Master of Slaughter and the Moon, Ma Yao Chi Dai Ma Woad, the supreme existence of the Blood Bat Clan, please accept the offerings of your most devout followers. After reciting the offering, an elderly Blood Bat Clan member with a sense of age stood up. He slowly pushed open the lid of the ancient coffin. Bring forth the offering, the elderly Blood Bat Clan member commanded lightly. As his words fell, the Blood Bat Clan members uttered a strange sound from their mouths. Following that, a vessel containing bright red blood was handed to the elder. Great Blood God, this is the blood of the Virgin Tian Kuei flower. Your favorite. Your most devout followers offer it to you. The elder muttered in his mouth, then slowly poured the bright red blood from the vessel into the ancient coffin. Inside the coffin was a stone-carved statue. This statue prominently depicted the appearance of Woad Ma. As the blood dripped onto the statue, it radiated a majestic divine power. In just a few breaths, the blood in the vessel had been completely consumed by the statue. Burp. The stone statue of Vodma let out a satisfied burp, sounding extremely pleased. Vodma, floating above his divine realm, suddenly trembled. In the next moment, a terrifying aura erupted from his body. He, have you advanced? A demigod of 1 star. What a powerful force. Night Chen. In 3 days, the great Vodma will tear you to pieces. A sinister smile appeared on Vodma's pale face. If he had some fear of Night Chen before, now he completely disregarded him. He had become a demigod of 1 star. And Night Chen? Probably still lingering at 0 stars? Even if he had some unknown trump cards that could slay the Ma Bao kingdom, but in front of a powerful demigod of 1 star, his trump cards would be useless. Vodma was confident about this. The gap between a demigod of 0 stars and 1 star, while not insurmountable, was not easily bridged. After killing Night Chen, his followers will be taken over by me. The Blood Bat Clan loves human blood the most. As long as we raise those 2-legged sheep as stupid as pigs and dogs, my followers will continue to grow. By then, even advancing to the next level and becoming a demigod of 2 stars is not impossible. In this way, the Lord God will value me more and more. Ha ha ha. Thinking this, Vodma burst into unrestrained laughter. With a wave of his hand, a beam of bright moonlight instantly fell. The moonlight pierced through the tomb chamber and fell on the Blood Bat Clan members. The Blood Bat Clan members present all showed joyful expressions. The elderly Blood Bat Clan member even trembled and exuded a terrifying aura. He had become a Viscount, possessing his own title. Great Blood God, thank you for blessing your devout followers. The Viscount elder was overjoyed and bowed towards the ancient coffin. Seeing this, other Blood Bat Clan members showed a hint of envy in their eyes. The Blood God has always been blessing us. We must work harder to find better offerings for the Blood God. Perhaps we too can have titles in the future. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking suddenly rang out. Night Chen in the divine realm sensed the movement and instantly retreated. His figure reappeared in the room. Please come in. As the voice fell, the door was pushed open. Shia Gu, with an expressionless face, appeared at the door. I have become a demigod of 1 star. Vodma devoured Zhang Dongyang's divinity, and his talent is not inferior to mine. Without any surprises, he will definitely advance to a demigod of 1 star before the God War. Be careful, don't die. If you die, I will be very disappointed. Before Night Chen could react, Shia Gu had already left after leaving those words. Seeing Shia Gu's proud appearance, a strange feeling surged in Night Chen's heart. Why does Shia Gu seem more and more eccentric? On the day of awakening, Shia Gu seemed quite normal, confident and lively, with the appearance of a successful young man. But just a few days later, Shia Gu became more and more peculiar. If it weren't for the fact that Night Chen and the others in this group of new gods had grown up together since childhood, although they were not extremely familiar with each other, they were not strangers either. Night Chen might really think that Shia Gu is gay. After shaking his head, Night Chen focused on Shia Gu's words just now. A demigod of 1 star? As one of the top 3 talents, his advancement speed is indeed impressive. Night Chen was not surprised by Shia Gu's advancement. After all, he was a genius with an initial divine realm area of 1,000 square kilometers. Plus, he belonged to the A+ level Jiaren race. In 4 or 5 days, advancing to 1.5 stars is considered normal. Similarly, Yechen did not think that Wadma would be stuck in this aspect. Unfortunately, I am already a 3.5 star god. Yechen shook his head, disregarding the news brought by Shia Gu. What does it matter if it's 1.5 stars? What does it matter if you're a super genius? Aren't they all completely crushed in front of him? It's getting late. Let's rest first. After some thought, Yechen chose to rest instead of returning to the god realm. The path to immortality is basically on track now, and he doesn't need to monitor it all the time. Besides, his divine consciousness is still in the path to immortality, so he can know the movements in his god realm at any time. Inside the path to immortality, there are many Night Owl players. Kaito Kid is one of the latest players to enter the path to immortality. After entering the game, Kaito Kid was truly shocked by the 100% realism. After a while, he gradually calmed down. However, Kaito Kid did not rush out to fight monsters like most players. Instead, he carefully observed the players of all kinds on the square. It's his professional habit. In reality, Kaito Kid was once a great thief. He was the legendary top thief in the Thieves Guild. Of course, Kaito Kid later turned over a new leaf and went straight. But for some reason, Kaito Kid, who hadn't acted for a long time, suddenly felt a bit itchy at the moment. As a legendary top thief in the Thieves Guild, Kaito Kid is not actually a criminal. They never steal from ordinary people. Instead, they target one so-called top global security system after another. Since his debut, Kaito Kid has a 0% failure rate. It can be seen that this guy is truly a terrifying figure. Now, Kaito Kid, who appeared in the path to immortality, gradually felt a bit excited. It's just a game. It shouldn't be illegal, right? Or, should I try? Kaito Kid muttered to himself. The next moment, his gaze instantly locked onto a player. It's him, Ma Jiaotang. Thinking to himself, Kaito Kid calmly walked towards Ma Jiaotang. Ma Jiaotang, who had just entered the path to immortality and was beaten up by players, felt very aggrieved. Fortunately, some executives of Penguin Company also obtained testing qualifications and entered the game one after another. With these executives' protection, Ma Jiaotang's safety was guaranteed. At this moment, on the square, Ma Jiaotang set his sights on an equipment. 100,000, 100,000 Yenuan coins. I'll buy your Bagua Deo clothes. This price is not low. After all, Bagua Deo clothes are not high-level equipment. Say yes. If so, I'll arrange for someone to pay you immediately. Ma Jiaotang looked at the inedible peaches on the stall in front of him. Upon hearing that Ma Jiaotang was willing to spend 100,000 Yenuan coins to buy his Bagua Deo clothes, the inedible peaches became excited. He was about to agree when suddenly another voice came from the side. 200,000 Yenuan coins. Ma Jiaotang and the inedible peaches turned their heads to see a young man approaching. Are you crazy? How is this crappy equipment worth 200,000? Ma Jiaotang was so angry that his liver hurt. Although he had a fortune, Bagua Deo clothes were still low-level equipment. According to market prices, 100,000 Yenuan coins were already considered high. Now, a madman suddenly appeared and raised the price, making Ma Jiaotang feel like he was being teased. The young man glanced at Ma Jiaotang and casually said a few words. I, Jing Chenhao, am not short of money. With these words, Ma Jiaotang was instantly provoked. Damn, you want to compare money with me? Ma Jiaotang, are you out of your mind? Immediately, Ma Jiaotang snorted. 300. 000. As soon as his voice fell, the player named Jing Chenhao immediately called out a new price. 400. 000. 500. 000. Ma Jiaoting was furious. Damn it! I must buy this Bagwadeo clothing even if it kills me. Jing Chenhao naturally wouldn't back down and continued to raise the price. These two big spenders were crazily raising the price as if in a battle. The Phantom Thief Kid appeared next to Ma Jiaoting without a sound, looking as if he was just there to watch the show. After a moment, Ma Jiaoting ultimately outbid everyone. He secured the Bagwadeo clothing for 1 million Yanhuang coins. Ma Jiaoting felt relieved and happily took the Bagwadeo clothing from the hands of the peach who couldn't eat. He looked somewhat smugly at Jing Chenhao, then prepared to admire the attributes of the Bagwadeo clothing. Just then, he suddenly felt someone bump into him. Before he could react, Ma Jiaoting's hands were already empty. Where's my clothing? Where's my Bagwadeo clothing? Ma Jiaoting panicked. His Bagwadeo clothing was gone? At this moment, the Phantom Thief Kid had already quietly turned and left. Got it. A little trial. Feels good. A faint smile crossed the Phantom Thief Kid's face. Just as he took a few steps, a game notification sounded in his ears. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Phantom Thief Kid for successfully completing an S-rank theft. You have triggered the hidden training route empty-handed technique. Every time you use the empty-handed technique, you will gain a large amount of experience. Upon hearing the game notification, the Phantom Thief Kid was momentarily stunned. Then, a look of joy surged in his heart. Can this really happen? Ding! Player Phantom Thief Kid, triggered hidden training route, activating empty-handed technique. Host automatically learns the empty-handed technique. Night Chen, who was about to rest, was startled by the sudden electronic sound. He didn't expect the sand sculpture players to be so powerful. How long had it been since the system announcement was made, and someone had already triggered the hidden training route? Empty-handed technique? Night Chen muttered to himself. Then, he entered the system to check the details of the empty-handed technique. Empty-handed technique, host version S-rank hidden skill. Steals everything, can steal from gods, success rate 100%. The host can only steal from targets below the level of minor gods, and the skill upgrades with the host's level. After reading the detailed explanation of the empty-handed technique, Night Chen's face showed a pensive expression. This skill was undoubtedly quite overpowered. Currently, Night Chen was only at the level of a demigod, yet he could steal from minor gods. More importantly, this skill could upgrade along with him. This meant that in the future in the world of gods, there would be no objects he couldn't steal. Of course, the premise was that Night Chen could successfully level up in the future. This skill, if used well, it can play an unimaginable role. A slight smile appeared on Night Chen's lips. Just imagine, if he had a falling out with a deity. At a critical moment, he could suddenly make a move and steal the opponent's divine weapon. It would definitely be fun then. Should I try with Wadma or Shibuya tomorrow? Thinking to himself, a look of eager anticipation flashed across Night Chen's face. Yes, he had to try it out. It all depended on who, between Wadma and Shibuya, would encounter him first tomorrow. The night passed quietly. The next morning, Night Chen deliberately woke up early. Since he wanted to try out the empty-handed technique, he couldn't just laze around in his room. However, Night Chen hadn't decided yet whether to use Wadma as a test subject or target Shibuya. He walked out of the room and into the corridor. A figure was approaching him. Seeing this figure, Night Chen couldn't help but be stunned. The person across from him seemed to have noticed Yechen as well, and was also momentarily stunned. Alright, no need to hesitate. It's you, Shibuya. Yechen smiled inwardly. The person across from him turned out to be the god envoy Shibuya. Shibuya's expression became somewhat unnatural upon seeing Yechen. With a cold snort in his heart, he chose to ignore Yechen. As the two passed each other, Yechen suddenly paused and patted Shibuya on the shoulder. The god envoy is up so early. You are truly busy and hardworking. Yechen's voice rang out with a hint of a smile on his face. Shibuya was taken aback by the words. What's going on? Why is Yechen suddenly being friendly to me again? Could it be? Could he know that he is not a match for Vodma and is afraid? Yes, it must be so. In just a moment, 1,000 thoughts flashed through Shibuya's mind. The idea of the proud Yechen actually showing a sign of submission made Shibuya's face unconsciously show a hint of smugness. Afraid now, are you? Unfortunately, it's too late. Immediately, Shia glanced at Yechen and replied indifferently, I have always been diligent. That is well known. Unlike you. Before Shia could finish his sentence, he saw Yechen walking away. Shia was left dumbfounded, with a bewildered and disheveled look on his face. What does this mean? Is he playing me? After thinking for a while, Shia still couldn't figure out what Yechen meant. Yechen turned his wrist as he turned the corner of the corridor. Between his fingers, there was a dark crystal card. The system's skills are indeed powerful. Shia, as a 3-star minor god, is much higher in rank than me, but this crystal card has been taken by me without him knowing. A look of satisfaction crossed Yechen's face. With just a small attempt, he had already gained a lot. This crystal card could store many divine crystals. Shia had invested heavily in Yechen before. Now, this crystal card was back in Yechen's hands, but this time, Yechen would not return the crystal card to Shia. It's different from last time. Now, the two sides were on the verge of tearing their faces apart. Unless Yechen lost his mind, he would not return the crystal card to Shia. Shia is a fat sheep. He should visit more often in the future. Yechen smiled as he put away the crystal card and headed towards the temple library. After a moment of daze, Shia came back to his senses. He snorted and walked towards Vodma's room with a displeased look on his face. Vodma was in his own divine realm at the moment. After sensing Shia's presence, he instantly withdrew from the divine realm. Vodma greets the god envoy. After appearing, Vodma elegantly bowed to Shia. Shia waved his hand. Vodma, I ask you, before the divine battle with Yechen, are you confident in advancing to a 1.5-star god? In the world of gods, it was impossible to judge the difference between a 1.5-star god and a 5.5-star god from the outside. Even though Shia was a minor god, unless he used special divine arts, he could not see through Vodma's current rank. This was a rule in the world of gods to protect new gods. To the god envoy, I am already a 1.5-star god, Vodma replied without hiding anything. Upon hearing this, Shia's face immediately showed a pleased expression. Indeed, you are the talent that I have always believed in. Good, very good. You have performed well, and I never hesitate to reward my own people. Here, I have a crystal card as a reward for you. At this point, Shia's joyful expression suddenly froze. He couldn't sense the aura of his crystal card at this moment. Where is the card? My card? Shia was once again astonished and embarrassed. He had intended to reward Vodma with this crystal card, but now, it's gone. Thank you for the reward from the god envoy. Vodma did not notice Shia's embarrassed expression, and he happily thanked Shia. Hearing this, Shia's face became even more embarrassed. It made him feel uncomfortable, as if he had eaten a fly. Mad, do you have to interrupt so quickly? I haven't finished speaking yet. Now what should I do? Giving it, the crystal card was already missing, and now he had to dig into additional resources to give to Vodma, which undoubtedly made Shia feel a bit sore. But not giving it, Shia, who always cared about his reputation, felt that he couldn't hold his face. After all, the god envoy had almost finished speaking. This bit of face had to be maintained. After some hesitation, Shia finally made a decision. Face was more important. It might hurt, but so be it. He could just receive more gifts from the parents of those new god seeds in the future. However, the disappearance of the crystal card left Shia full of question marks. Where did the crystal card go? The temple library. Night-chan was looking through various materials. The last theology only gave him a preliminary understanding of the basic rules of the divine world, but he was still not very clear about some of the higher-level rules. In order to have a better path in the future, he deliberately chose to go to the library to look up information. As for the divine battle with Vodma, Night-chan was not too worried. With the sand sculpture players around, his progress would definitely not be slow. Instead of idling in the divine realm, he might as well take this opportunity to learn more about the rules of the divine world. After all, the special race activated by Night-chan destined him to be a hanging character. He didn't need to cultivate believers like other deities, slowly accumulating faith points. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these days, Night-chan basically spent most of his time in the library. Seeing Night-chan seemingly giving up on himself, most of the new gods thought that Night-chan had accepted his fate and completely abandoned the divine battle with Vodma. Shia and Vodma were both secretly delighted. Only Shia Gu was secretly anxious. He reminded Night-chan several times, both openly and in secret. But unfortunately, Night Chen still did as he pleased. This made Shia Gu feel increasingly frustrated. Wadma, Night Chen, to the God battle platform. Shibia's voice rang out. The onlookers all felt a sense of tension. This divine battle was not like the previous two. In the previous battles, the gap between the opponents was quite large, but this time, it could be described as a fierce battle. At least on the surface, Night Chen was only slightly inferior to Wadma. He was not completely powerless. Watching Night Chen and Wadma step onto the God battle platform, Shia Gu's brow furrowed like a twist. 2 days ago, he had already known that Wadma had advanced to a 1.5-star deity. At that time, he had specifically reminded Night Chen, but Night Chen remained unmoved. This puzzled Shia Gu. He didn't know what kind of cards Night Chen had up his sleeve to dare to ignore the already advanced Wadma. Shia Gu naturally did not want Night Chen to lose the divine battle. If he lost, it meant that Night Chen would fall as a god. This was something Shia Gu could not accept, but reason told him that the likelihood of Night Chen winning was extremely low. At least on the surface, Night Chen facing Wadma only had a slim chance of self-preservation. Only those onlookers who were unaware of the truth would think that Night Chen and Wadma were not that different. On the God battle platform, Night Chen and Wadma were already on opposite sides. The crystal in the middle gradually began to emit a dazzling light, just before the divine battle was about to begin. System announced to let the players prepare. Night Chen silently prayed. Yesterday, the system had already announced a preview of the new activity in the Immortal Path. However, this time Night Chen did not use the usual trick of being attacked by magic cultivators. After all, this Vodma and his Bloodbat clan followers all had blonde hair and blue eyes. They didn't look like cultivators at all. So, with a sudden inspiration, Night Chen came up with a strategy of simulating a national war rehearsal. This greatly ignited the players' enthusiasm. Who doesn't like a national war? Especially when the announcement specifically pointed out that this time they would be facing foreign players. Players from the United States of America, who play every day. Countdown 3, 2, 1. Divine battle begins. In the crystal, the voice of the great god Araki reached the ears of Night Chen and Vodma. The next moment, both of them blacked out and entered their own divine realms. At the same time, the divine realms of both sides instantly connected. In the Immortal Path, all players eagerly awaited the arrival of the Waiguayu run, especially the likes of Solitude, Li Tai Bai, Xiong De, Bao Lao Air, and other warriors were itching for action. They vowed to give those Waiguayu run an unforgettable good memory. Air, is your team from Zon ready? Solitude asked Bao Lao Air who was beside him. Bao Lao Air gestured in response to Solitude. OJBK. Solitude nodded in approval. The Zon team is crucial. A national war without the Zon team is incomplete. As Night Chen's divine realm expanded, a large number of players were not all gathered at the Lingxiao Immortal Palace. Many pioneering players and casual players had already cleared a lot of land around the Lingxiao Immortal Palace. Some even built simple structures on these lands as gathering points for players to spawn monsters. About 10 miles away from the Lingxiao Immortal Palace, there was a camp covering about 1 square kilometer. Many players chose to squat here. After all, this was a must-pass area for invading the Lingxiao Immortal Palace. Kaito Kid strolled leisurely in the camp. Seeing the players around him actively preparing for battle, Kaito Kid couldn't help but shake his head. He wasn't very interested in national wars or non-national wars. Even though this was a full team activity, Kaito Kid had no intention of participating. Of course, if there was something fun happening during the activity, he wouldn't mind joining in. At the same time, Vodma led his Bloodbat clan followers into Night Chen's divine realm. However, after entering Night Chen's divine realm, Vodma did not act recklessly. Viscount Dracula, you stay here with the clan. I will go investigate first. Vodma glanced at the elder Viscount under his command and said. Upon hearing Vodma's words, Viscount Dracula quickly bowed respectfully. Yes, my lord. Vodma nodded in response. His body flashed, and he disappeared. Although Vodma was now a demigod, he was quite confident in killing Night Chen. However, one thing remained like a thorn in Vodma's heart. That is, how did Night Chen defeat the Ma Bao kingdom? What unknown existence was in his divine realm? Otherwise, with Night Chen's awakening data, how could he have possibly won against the Ma Bao kingdom? Vodma was a cautious and suspicious person. Even with his confidence, he would not act recklessly until he figured out the truth of this matter. Of course, more importantly, if Night Chen's divine realm did hide something unknown, he swore that he would do everything possible to retrieve it. Even if it meant giving up the opportunity to kill Night Chen, he was willing. After all, if Night Chen could kill the Ma Bao kingdom with this, if Vodma got his hands on such a trump card, wouldn't he soar to great heights? He really thought that his agreement with the messenger of the gods was just to flatter the messenger and to be able to devour the divine power of the night? Wrong. Absolutely wrong. His true goal was to obtain the trump card of how to kill the Ma Bao country. Everything in front of the messenger was just a disguise. Is this a camp? A gathering place for the followers of the night? Very well. The opportunity has come. A simple camp came into Vodmer's view. He stopped, a hint of surprise on his face, to investigate the trump card of the night. It was naturally impossible to directly ask the knight. So, it was undoubtedly wise to extract information from the knight's followers. Vodmer did not think that his plan would fail. After all, he looked just like a human. Pretending to be a follower of the knight was the most appropriate choice. He believed that those foolish humans would never see through it. With this in mind, Vodmer smiled triumphantly and descended from the sky. The next moment, he walked elegantly towards the camp. A moment later, Vodmer entered the camp. The moment he appeared, the entire camp fell silent. Countless players' eyes fell on him. Feeling the gaze of the crowd, Vodmer was slightly stunned. However, he did not care. These foolish humans could never see through his identity. Everyone basically looked the same, just different hair color, skin color, and eye color. Is that strange? In the world of gods, people of various skin colors exist, and everyone is already accustomed to it. Vodmer did not think that these foolish humans in front of him would see him as an outsider. Oh my god, a foreigner has come. Awesome. There are actually foreign players in the immortal path. National war. How dare this foreigner swagger into our territory? Isn't he afraid of being beaten up by us? Look at him, always looking around. Could he be a spy for the foreigners? No way. Are foreigners that naive? Don't they know how to disguise themselves? They are used to being arrogant because they have freedom and beauty. The atmosphere around was extremely strange, with only players whispering. Vodmer walked confidently through the camp, with a charming smile on his face. Indeed, he was completely right in his guess. These ignorant mortals had no idea that he was a god. Immediately, he smiled triumphantly and scanned the surroundings. Soon his gaze fell on the thief kid. This mortal, although also yellow-skinned, with black eyes and black hair, but the aura emanating from him is somewhat similar to my followers. I'm afraid he should be the leader of this group of humans, right? Very well, I can talk to him. Thinking this, Vodmer walked towards the thief kid with a smile on his face. The players around widened their eyes. Until now, they still didn't know what this foreign player was here for. However, the players believed that the national war had already begun. This foreign player was definitely not here for good deeds. What should we do? Should we kill him? Shoo, keep it down. The situation is unclear now. I think we shouldn't act rashly. Should we inform the lonely god? After all, he is the overall commander. Okay, I'll private message the lonely god and see what advice he has. Because Vodmer's arrival was too abrupt and mysterious, the players did not act rashly. After a brief discussion, they decided to inform the lonely god first. Immediately, some players began to message the lonely god. By this time, Vodmer had already appeared in front of the thief kid. Good day, sir. Vodmer's face was filled with a charming smile. On his bloodless face, there was an innocent expression. Kaito Kid glanced at Voldemar, a strange smile playing on his lips. He thought to himself, truly a mischievous player, with that tone as soon as he speaks. I was just here to watch the fun. But now, with these thoughts in mind, Kaito Kid smiled at Voldemar and greeted him. Hello, my friend from the beautiful Devious Land. Voldemar was a bit puzzled by the words he heard, understanding some but finding others unfamiliar. Beautiful Devious Land? What was that supposed to mean? Was he being complimented for his beauty? After all, Voldemar was of noble blood and a deity, exuding an elegant and charming aura. However, humans were ignorant in some ways. How could beauty describe such a noble deity like himself? Despite his disdain, Voldemar maintained a charming smile on his face. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Voldemar asked, "Is our god?" Before he could finish his sentence, Kaito Kid nodded knowingly, saying, "I understand. I know about your god." God? Who doesn't know about him? An old bachelor who enjoys playing SM, but he's not popular on our side. With that, Kaito Kid patted Voldemar on the back. Voldemar looked puzzled. God? What was that? And what was SM? His mind was filled with question marks, unaware that his coat had already disappeared. The surrounding players couldn't help but gasp in shock. What was this mischievous player up to? Why would he put away his equipment for no reason? Perhaps he was trying to show his friendliness? Friend, I was asking about our god. Voldemar furrowed his brow, continuing to inquire. He believed that this mortal in front of him must know some secrets of the night. Seeing the calm demeanor of this mortal, it was evident that he held a high position among the Night Followers. Voldemar didn't want to miss this opportunity for conversation. Why keep mentioning that old bachelor? I said your god is not popular here. You should mention the Jade Emperor, the Buddha. Even the Monkey King would do. Kaido Kid chuckled and patted Voldemar again. With his sleight of hand, Voldemar's shirt disappeared. His thin upper body was left exposed, under the system's compulsion. Even a demigod like Voldemar couldn't resist the sleight of hand technique. However, this time Voldemar finally realized something was amiss. Why did he feel so chilly? Looking down, he noticed that all his clothes were gone. Voldemar was instantly bewildered. Despite being a demigod, he couldn't create clothes out of thin air. Therefore, he couldn't even use his divine power to cover his body. After all, this was the realm of the night, where he would be subject to certain restrictions. In a panic, Voldemar tried to figure out what was happening. But unfortunately, Kaido Kid wasn't going to let Voldemar off so easily. He grabbed Voldemar's arm and reached out with his other hand. Seeing this scene, the surrounding players widened their eyes in shock. Oh my, there's some chemistry going on. He's stripping again. This foreigner is at it again. Goodness, this is too much. Now even the pants are off. What does he want to do? Performance art? You know, it's quite possible. Foreigners love this kind of thing, right? Maybe he wants to do a naked run. Voldemar was caught by Kaido Kid, not wanting to reveal his identity directly. How could he break free in a moment? In just a few seconds, Voldemar watched helplessly as his clothes disappeared completely. The players around all widened their eyes in an instant. Here it comes. It's real. This weird fruit monster is going to streak. Oh my god. I never thought in my lifetime I would see someone streaking in a game. Truly anything can happen in this world. Get used to it. Get used to it. The weird fruit monster likes this kind of vibe. This weird fruit monster is really damn white. Looks like a plucked chicken. Amazing gameplay. Blowing it up. They didn't even censor this weird fruit monster. Amazing. Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. I thought we were going to be invaded by weird players, but instead we got a streaker. Laughter erupted instantly, echoing one after another, reaching the sky. And at that moment, the Phantom Thief Kid had already released Wardma. He waved at him and turned away. Goodbye, my beautiful treacherous friend. Wardma was completely bewildered. Even now, he still couldn't figure out where his clothes had gone. There was no sign of divine power fluctuations around. Clearly no deity was playing tricks. As for whether it was these mortals playing tricks, Wardma didn't even consider it. Even though the Phantom Thief Kid just now looked extremely suspicious. But Wardma didn't believe that a mere mortal could make his clothes disappear. It's not logical. Streak away, my beautiful treacherous friend. Yes, why streak if not to streak? What's the point? Hey ladies, close your eyes. It's too much for the eyes. Hey stop looking, we're talking about you. Zhao, why are you covering your ears when everyone else is covering their eyes? Wait a minute, I suddenly feel like there's a conspiracy. Could this weird fruit monster be intentionally distracting us to let their main forces pass by us? Openly repair the plank roads but sneak through the passage of Chinsong? When did the weird fruit monster become so clever? The players' laughter was unrestrained, with many of them already laughing uncontrollably. But there were also some rational thinkers who began to suspect Wardma's ulterior motives. Hearing the mockery from all sides, Wardma finally snapped out of it. Damn it! I, a demigod of 1.5 stars, have suffered such humiliation. It was embarrassing, truly too embarrassing. As a great deity, Wardma found himself exposed naked in front of this group of ignorant mortals? This was intolerable. Wardma's anger soared to the sky. In the next moment, he flashed like a rabbit and darted out. You two-legged sheep, wait for me. I, the great Wardma, will return. Seeing his weird fruit friend truly streaking, the players' laughter grew even louder. Some even waved at Wardma. Goodbye, my beautiful treacherous friend. The voices faintly reached Wardma's ears. As he was running wildly, he stumbled for a moment, almost falling flat on his face. Even dogs are white? Alright, you ignorant two-legged sheep, how dare you call me a dog? Wardma was both angry and embarrassed. What's wrong with being white? Wardma, just have a vampire bloodline, naturally a bit whiter than humans. How did that make me a dog? However, no matter how embarrassed he felt, he had no intention of attacking the players now. It was too shameful to be bare-bottomed. Even deities have their dignity. You wait, once I find my clothes, I'll tear each one of you apart. Wardma vowed silently, quickening his pace and rushing out in a panic. Lingxiao Immortal Palace. A look of bewilderment suddenly crossed the lonely face. What did you say? A weird fruit player streaking? And causing quite a stir? Looking at a private message sent by a player, loneliness was completely dumbfounded. As a gaming deity, he had played countless national war games. He had participated in or commanded many national wars. However, he had never heard of someone streaking in a national war before. During a national war, both sides in general will use all kinds of means to the extreme. I have heard of spies being sent, undercover agents being used, even the use of seduction, and even the act of bribing the wealthy. But I have never heard of fruit running before. Could it be a new tactic developed by the foreigners? I pondered silently, stroking my chin. This sudden turn of events had left even this great commander bewildered. After a moment of thought, I privately messaged Peach, who couldn't be eaten. Peach, go investigate near Camp A. See if there is a foreign player fruit runner. If possible, try to deceive him, and ideally extract information about the deployment of the foreign forces from him. Peach, who couldn't be eaten, had shone brightly in the previous plot event. This had made him very famous among the players. So, he was the first person I thought of. Since Peach could even deceive an NPC like the Horseback Country, then deceiving a foreign player shouldn't be a problem. Roger that, Peach replied, eagerly heading towards Camp A. Camp A was the camp that Wardma had just appeared in. Originally a barren land, players referred to it as Camp A for convenience. As Peach, who couldn't be eaten, headed towards Camp A, on the other side of the Lingxiao Immortal Palace, another figure was also heading towards Camp A. This was a female player, about 1.7 meters tall, with an extremely voluptuous figure. She exuded a mature charm. Her ID was Peach Can Be Eaten. At this moment, Peach Can Be Eaten was still wearing the cloth clothes given by the system at birth. It was obvious that she had just entered the game not long ago. You sneaky Peach, how dare you play games behind my back? Luckily, I also obtained the qualification for the Path of Immortality. Humph, if I don't give you a few lashes this time, I won't be Peach's wife. Peach's wife muttered to herself as she walked with 1 foot high and 1 foot low. Wardma, in a panic, plunged into a small forest between Camp A and the Lingxiao Immortal Palace. At the same time, Peach, who was eager to use his deceptive skills again, also happily entered the small forest. These foreign weirdos really know how to play. Actually fruit running in the game. How exciting, Peach muttered, a sly smile appearing on his face. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly felt his eyes flicker. What is that? So white. Peach squinted and looked ahead. The next moment, he was stunned. In front of him was a naked figure running towards him. Ha! A human? Wardma, who was searching for clothes all over the place, also noticed Peach. He instantly stopped in his tracks. A fierce look appeared on his face. Damn it! This human had seen the divine body of the great Wardma. He must die. Seeing the fierce look on Wardma's face, Peach, who couldn't be eaten, quickly raised his hands. Hey, buddy, calm down. I think you need help. Stay calm. I can help you. Peach's words reached Wardma's ears. Wardma was slightly taken aback. He understood these words. Did this foolish human want to help him? Although being called buddy by this human made Wardma quite unhappy. But at this moment, the most important thing was to find clothes to cover his body. Otherwise, if his followers saw him like this, how could he still be their divine god? With this in mind, Wardma restrained the fierce expression on his face. A charming smile once again appeared on his face. Thank you, my friend. Peach's eyes lit up at these words. Alright, he had managed to calm down this foreigner. Next, he would have to gain the other party's favor. Then, once again, he displayed the art of deception. He believed that with his ability to deceive, he could easily handle a foreign devil. After all, back then, he relied on his silver tongue to deceive a beautiful and charming wife. Peach was extremely confident in his ability to deceive. Immediately, Peach took off his coat. This was a robe made by a player skilled in tailoring. Although it did not have any attribute bonuses, it looked good. Peach was already a wealthy player in the game, so he naturally spared no expense in dressing himself up. Hey, brother, put it on. I have to say, you beautiful and cunning players are really good at playing. You even thought of running in the game. While Peach was speaking, he handed the robe to Wardma. Although Wardma didn't quite understand Peach's words, he could still sense the goodwill being expressed. This human is not bad. Wait a moment, spare his life, or perhaps, develop him into my follower. Wardma felt a strong liking towards Peach. He took the robe and wrapped himself in it. However, at this moment, Wardma finally calmed down. I was really angry just now. I didn't expect to kill those humans and loot their clothes. It seems that anger does make people lose their minds. With his body covered by clothing, Wardma's intelligence finally came back. He regretted his foolish actions just now. They were just a group of humans, and he was capable of killing them. It was really unnecessary to panic and flee just because of a moment of confusion. While Wardma was lost in his thoughts, Peach had already walked up to him and started chatting casually. Hey, brother, why are you the only one here? Where are the other players from your beautiful and cunning group? These words made Wardma slightly stunned. Beautiful and cunning again? What did beautiful and cunning mean? And what were players? These humans' words were really strange. Wardma suddenly felt that his mind was not working properly. He had seen many humans before, but he had never encountered humans who spoke such strange words. It was as if they were not from the world of the gods at all. While Wardma was still pondering Peach's words, footsteps could be heard not far ahead. Both he and Peach raised their heads to look. In the next moment, a graceful figure leaped into their sight. Seeing this figure, Peach's body trembled for a moment. His face turned pale, but in Wardma's eyes, there was a hint of unusual excitement. A female human? Wow! He hadn't seen many women as beautiful as her. For a moment, Wardma was a bit mesmerized. The figure that appeared in front of Wardma and Peach was none other than Peach's wife. Whose ID was Peach's wife can be eaten. At this moment, there was a look of surprise on her face as she stared blankly at Peach. Then, Peach's wife's eyebrows gradually furrowed. Her face was full of frost. Peach, you heartless scoundrel. How dare you cheat on me in the game with another woman, and a foreign woman at that? Do you have any respect for me? A rapid-fire barrage of questions was thrown at Peach, leaving him speechless. Before he could explain, Peach's wife had already pounced on him fiercely. Peach shuddered, his legs turning to jelly in fear. And on the side, Wardma's unusual look in his eyes became even more apparent. This was indeed an extraordinary woman. A moment of admiration flashed through his mind. Peach's wife had already lunged directly in front of Wardma. In the next moment, she unleashed a series of attacks like the turtle fist and cat claw technique on Wardma. Vixen, shameless mistress, let you seduce a man who belongs to me. I'll scratch you to death. Ah da. Vodma was completely confused. He never expected that the woman in front of him would be attacking him. His mind went blank. Even though he was a demigod, when faced with a woman who seemed like a shrew, he had to kneel. In just a moment, Vodma's somewhat handsome face had been scratched beyond recognition. It was covered in red marks, looking pitiful. Poor Vodma, a dignified demigod, mistaken for a third party. Wife, stop, he is a man. Seeing this, Peach swallowed and explained. However, as soon as he said this, Peach's anger, already at its peak, became even more furious. Are you still fooling around? Am I not enough for you? Peach's anger fell on Vodma. He gained a few new scars on his body. Feeling the burning pain on his face, Vodma barely came to his senses. The great demigod Vodma, actually injured by a mere human like an ant? Anger rose within him. Vodma raised both hands. Swish! Two white lights flashed. Peach and Peach's wife were instantly gone. Vodma felt foolish. He was clearly a demigod, yet he had foolishly been thinking of himself as a human. That's more like it. A dignified demigod. How could he go easy on a few foolish humans? After the frustration dissipated, Vodma wanted to leave. Just as he took a step, he suddenly stopped. Then he turned around abruptly, staring at the spot where Peach and Peach's wife had disappeared. These two humans are suspicious. Vodma's face showed a pensive expression. Normal humans, after being killed by him, wouldn't there be bodies left? Could it be that the biggest trump card of Yechen is these strange humans? Vodma was not a fool. He had just been blinded by anger and had not reacted in time. Now that he had calmed down, he naturally noticed many doubts. From the initial humans to the man and woman just now, their words and actions all seemed strange. Even their attire was something Vodma had never seen before. Yes, these strange humans must be Yechen's trump card. The more Vodma thought about it, the more suspicious he found those humans he had just encountered. However, if Yechen's trump card was believers, for Vodma, who was determined to seize Yechen's trump card, this was not a good thing. After all, Vodma was a descendant of the blood god race, born with an affinity for the blood bat race. Although he could conquer other races, in terms of gaining faith, other races were undoubtedly incomparable to the blood bat race. In that case, I will destroy these humans, and then kill Yechen. This way, even though I lose Yechen's trump card, at least I can gain the trust of the divine messengers. Coupled with my blood bat race, as long as I proceed steadily, the future prospects will not be bad. I cared too much about Yechen's hidden trump card before, which made me passive in front of humans. It was really not right. Reflecting on his previous actions, Vodma felt regret and anger. He decided to return to the camp he had just left. He would slaughter all the foolish humans who had seen his true form. This way, his glorious and majestic image as the demigod Vodma would not be tarnished. With this in mind, Vodma moved, wrapped in Peach's robe, and disappeared in an instant. On the square of the Lingxiao Immortal Palace, Peach explained to her wife with a bitter face. After listening to Peach's explanation, Peach's wife, with a mature and full face, showed a hint of embarrassment. She stuck out her tongue. "Honey, I was wrong to blame you. I shouldn't have misunderstood you for having an affair, nor should I have misunderstood you for being gay." Upon hearing this, Tao Tao quickly covered Dao Seo's mouth. His wife was perfect in every way, a celestial beauty, but unfortunately, she had a somewhat confused personality, was carefree, and had a tendency towards violence when angry. How could such words be spoken in public? Didn't you see the players around you? Their expressions changed? Unfortunately, Tao Tao ultimately neglected something. He forgot that Yechen was not far from them, perhaps because, in the players' minds, Yechen was just an NPC after all. After listening to the conversation between Tao Tao and Tao Sa, along with the discussions of the players around them, a wry smile crossed Yechen's face. He had originally thought, why hadn't Vodma and his Bloodbat clan appeared yet? Who would have thought that Vodma, this guy, would actually run away in public? And then, he was mistaken for a third party by Tao Sa and got his face scratched. What kind of bad luck led to this situation? The last time in Mabao country was quite miserable, but compared to Vodma, it was much luckier. Vodma is not a fool after all. Now, he probably has calmed down. With Vodma's personality, he will definitely retaliate against the players before. It's possible that he has already returned to Camp A and is slaughtering the players. Soon, Yechen restrained his expression and began to contemplate. Based on his understanding of Vodma, he was definitely capable of doing such a thing. Just as he was thinking, a lonely voice sounded. "Brothers, the devils have appeared. Camp A has been destroyed by them. Now, they are coming towards the Immortal Palace. This time, as the defending side of the national war, we, the players of Yanhuang, must not let the devils show off on our territory. Vanguard team, assemble now, follow Xiongde, and snipe the devils." The lonely voice spread far and wide. The players around them were filled with excitement. In a national war, especially against the devils, they couldn't be happier. There was nothing more exciting than this. Immediately, Xiongde stepped forward, raised his arms, and shouted loudly, "Brothers of the Vanguard team, let's go!" With that, about 500 strong and tall players of the Vanguard team followed Xiongde in a grand manner, heading straight for the outskirts of the Lingxiao Immortal Palace. This time, the players didn't set up any traps or tricks. After all, the game announcement deceived them. It made them think they would be facing other players. In this case, crude traps obviously couldn't fool the devil players' eyes. Instead of that, it was better for everyone to fight directly. After all, fortune favors the brave in a narrow path. The players of Yanhuan didn't think they would lose to the devils. Yechen watched the players' actions without intervening. Vodma's Bloodbat clan followers were not worth his intervention. Let the players wear down Vodma's followers first. Once Vodma's wings were clipped, he would naturally take action to eliminate Vodma. Otherwise, if Yechen took care of everything, how could the players earn contribution points? Outside the Lingxiao Immortal Palace, Vodma, with a grim face, led his Blood Bat Clan followers aggressively towards them. Just now, he had slaughtered all the players in Camp A, but his hatred was still not appeased. More importantly, after slaughtering this group of humans, not a single body was left behind. This made Vodma feel somewhat uneasy. At this moment, he was eager to meet King Yechen. As long as he could kill Yechen, even if his followers were strange, they wouldn't cause any trouble. Vodma didn't have many followers, although he has advanced to become a 1.5-star demigod. However, the Blood Bat Clan still has not broken 1,000. There are only about 700 to 800. Of course, this number is much stronger compared to the last time in the Mabao country. Brothers, the foreign devils, kill! At this moment, a deafening shout rang out. Immediately, a large group of humans, each holding all sorts of strange weapons, aggressively rushed towards Wardma and his group. Seeing this scene, a grim expression crossed Wardma's face. Ignorant humans, you've come to us, my followers, tear apart these ignorant and backward two-legged sheep. Wardma waved his hand, his majestic voice resounding. As his voice fell, the Blood Bat Clan members were already restless. They could already smell the blood. The delicious human blood intoxicated them. Obey the command of our god, a Blood Bat Clan viscount named Dracula replied. Immediately, his body shook, transforming into a huge bat, swooping down towards the players. Seeing this, other Blood Bat Clan members followed suit. One by one, they transformed into large bats, aggressively attacking the players. In an instant, the sky was filled with a dark mass, extremely terrifying. A great battle was about to begin. Seeing the foreign devils transform into giant bats and swoop down, the vanguard players were not afraid but rather excited. They're vampires? Those foreign devils are all vampire class. How exciting! I didn't expect to encounter vampires in a national war. Let's kill them! Brothers, let's do it! Don't embarrass our Chinese players. Wardma heard all these noisy shouts clearly. Immediately, his face darkened. Ignorant two-legged sheep, how dare you call my followers vampires? Damn it, you all deserve to die. In the world of gods, the term vampire exists, but it's not a good term. It's an insulting word. It's a term used by the gods specifically to refer to blood-sucking creatures. So, Wardma was almost furious. Fortunately, he had full confidence in his followers. He believed that with one swoop, the group of two-legged sheep in front of him would all be torn to shreds by his followers. This confidence stemmed from his pride in the Blood Bat Clan. How could ants like humans compare to the noble Blood Bat Clan? However, the next moment, Wardma's pupils suddenly contracted. He saw that the seemingly insignificant humans were emitting a faint golden light on their bodies. What is this? Wardma was puzzled. As a qualified demigod, he had never heard of humans emitting light. More importantly, he couldn't sense any divine power fluctuations from these humans. Obviously, they hadn't borrowed any divine power from Nightfall. Just as he was puzzled, in the air, Dracula, who was at the forefront, was already waving his claws fiercely towards the vanguard team leader. Bear. Swish. It was as if the void was being torn apart. Dracula's claws emitted a cold light. The claws of the Blood Bat Clan were their sharpest weapons. Ordinary humans, or rather, ordinary races, couldn't withstand a single claw from the Blood Bat Clan. However, when Dracula's claws landed on Bear, a crisp sound like metal clashing rang out. Bear's body remained motionless, a smug smile on his face. Mad. I've already upgraded my body refining technique to the 7th level before the battle. You bats think you can hurt me? The smug smile flashed by. At the next moment, Brother Bear immediately swung the huge mallet in his hand and fiercely smashed it down towards Dracula. Boom! Brother Bear himself possessed immense strength. Coupled with his body refining technique, he became even more powerful. As the mallet struck down, Dracula in midair was hit so hard that he saw stars and fell down. Seeing this, Brother Bear took a step forward and firmly stepped on Dracula's huge bat body. Immediately, the mallet in his hand crazily struck down without rhyme or reason. In just a moment, the strongest Viscount Dracula under Vodmer's command was smashed into a bloody mess, not knowing if he was alive or dead. Witnessing this scene, Vodmer felt a chill rushing to his head. How is this possible? Dracula is already a Viscount of the Blood Bat Clan. How could he not withstand a mere human like an ant? Vodmer's mind went blank, standing still in shock, feeling disoriented in the wind. Seeing this, the other Vanguard team members followed suit. They all waved their chaotic weapons and smashed them towards the bats in midair. However, not everyone was like Brother Bear. Brother Bear was one of the first players to enter the path of immortality. He was already a skilled player, and in reality, he was a weightlifting champion with immense strength. With a large amount of contribution points, he had almost used all of them to enhance his body refining technique. Now, although Brother Bear couldn't be called invulnerable, he could carry a heavy load with his strength. Referring to him as having a copper head and iron arms and astonishing strength was not an exaggeration. However, most of the other Vanguard team members were just ordinary people. Their body refining techniques mostly only reached the third or second level. Therefore, soon there were significant casualties on the Vanguard team's side. They couldn't resist the sharp claws of the Bloodbat clan and were quickly killed, turning into white light and resurrecting. Of course, the body refining techniques practiced by the players, although only at a basic level, still belonged to the category of immortal cultivation techniques. The Vanguard team members, even if not proficient, still caused significant casualties to the Bloodbat clan. Many large bats fell miserably from the sky. Then they were swarmed by the players and trampled into a pulp. Damn it! Damn it! As the number of casualties among the followers increased, Vodmer's eyes turned red. A towering rage surged from his heart. Great ancestor of the blood god, please grant your descendants strength. Vodmer murmured a prayer. Then, his whole body turned blood red. He couldn't hold back anymore. He wanted to personally tear apart these lowly, despicable two-legged sheep. As the prayer stopped, Vodmer's whole body was enveloped in a red light. At the next moment, he shouted lightly. His hands instantly waved out. Boom! A red light surged towards the Vanguard team members. The first to suffer was Brother Bear. He relied on his powerful body refining technique to slaughter the bats madly. Unexpectedly, the red light suddenly whistled towards him. Brother Bear couldn't dodge in time and was instantly swallowed by the red light. A white light flashed instantly. Brother Bear unwillingly resurrected. Damn it! These humans are definitely suspicious. Vodmer was on the verge of going crazy at this moment. Although the red light killed Brother Bear instantly, he didn't feel any trace of life force. This red light was the power of faith borrowed from his own ancestor, the blood god. It could devour human life force and grow stronger continuously. However, after killing Brother Bear, the red light couldn't absorb any life force at all. This directly drove Vodmer insane. Fortunately, the red light was still one of the blood god's divine techniques. After killing Brother Bear, it didn't disappear. Instead, it surged towards the other Vanguard team members. Even Xiongde couldn't resist this group of red light, let alone other Vanguard team members. Immediately, a large number of players were directly killed, turning into white light and disappearing. In just a moment, the original 500 Vanguard team members had already been killed or injured. Throughout the field, only one player named Red Dust Not Drunk Old Man remained. Upon seeing this terrifying red light disappear abruptly in front of him, Red Dust Not Drunk Old Man was stunned. To be honest, he had just prepared himself to be killed. However, who would have thought that the red light would disappear? Before he could even celebrate, the voice of Vodma entered his ears. Lowly humans, great Vodma demigod, I give you a chance to switch sides, die, or surrender. Surrender? Red Dust Not Drunk Old Man was taken aback. The next moment, he was furious. Damn foreigners, do you think I'm a traitor? If you have the guts, come and kill me. I'll come back later to kill you all. Red Dust Not Drunk Old Man sneered, looking disdainful. Seeing this, Vodma's expression turned dark. He had originally thought about trying to subdue these strange humans, but now it seemed that these humans were all just ignorant fools. Tear him apart. Tear him to shreds. Vodma raised his hand and pointed at Red Dust Not Drunk Old Man, shouting at the Bloodbat clan followers. As his voice fell, many large bats swooped down towards Red Dust Not Drunk Old Man. At this moment, the wooden bludgeon in Red Dust Not Drunk Old Man's hand had already been thrown somewhere. He stared fiercely at the diving bats. A smirk appeared on his face. Boom! A bat swung its claws towards him, but Red Dust Not Drunk Old Man reacted faster. He quickly reached out his arms and pulled the bat towards him. Immediately, he revealed his sharp teeth menacingly. Do you really think I'm easy to mess with? Let me tell you foreigners, we Chinese players are not weaklings. With those words, Red Dust Not Drunk Old Man opened his mouth and bit the bat. No weapon? My teeth are my weapon. Crunch! A crisp sound rang out. Red Dust Not Drunk Old Man had actually bitten off the head of the Bloodbat clan bat. He chewed on it ferociously, his mouth covered in bat blood, his face twisted into a demonic expression. Seeing this, Voda felt a sudden panic and took several steps back. Even the Blood Bat clan members who were preparing to attack Red Dust Not Drunk Old Man scattered in fear. They were all terrified. Damn it! This human in front of them was truly ruthless. Come on, keep coming, attack me. Seeing the foreigners scared, Red Dust Not Drunk Old Man decided to bite into the poor Blood Bat clan member in his hand. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. Around them, you could hear a pin drop, only the sound of Red Dust Not Drunk Old Man chewing. Pathetic, useless, garbage. Seeing this scene, Red Dust Not Drunk Old Man felt extremely pleased, chuckling ambiguously. Although the taste of the Blood Bat clan was not great, Red Dust Not Drunk Old Man decided to continue tearing into the massive creature in his hand to intimidate the foreigners. When he had cruelly devoured more than half of the creature, a notification suddenly sounded in his ear. Ding! Congratulations on successfully devouring a different species, triggering the hidden cultivation path, the path of gluttony. You have a unique gluttonous constitution, to devour the essence of blood and chi, and elevate your own realm. Wishing you a pleasant game. Lousy, who was not drunk in the mortal world, was stunned for a moment. However, he had not had a chance to carefully examine the prompt information. On the other side, Wodima finally came to his senses from the shock. Feeling embarrassed and angry, Wodima roared and swung his hands. Boom! A surge of divine power erupted. Lousy, who was still in a daze, was instantly wiped out without a trace. Although he had killed Lousy, Wodima's expression remained unchanged. His face turned grim as he scanned the Blood Bat clan believers. Upon closer inspection, his cheeks twitched. Originally over 700 Blood Bat clan believers, now only about 400 remained. In that battle just now, he had lost nearly a third of his believers. This shattered Wodima's heart. The believers of this god. Lingxiao Immortal Palace. Revival point on the edge of the square. The figure of Lousy, who was not drunk in the mortal world, gradually appeared. However, there was no trace of disappointment on his face from being wiped out. Instead, it was filled with surprise. He took a deep breath, then stood with his hands on his hips and laughed heartily towards the sky. Ha ha ha, I'm going to be awesome from now on. The mad laughter startled the players around, who looked at him with disdain. Hey, buddy, we're in a national war. What are you doing? The players naturally did not know that Lousy, who was not drunk in the mortal world, had triggered his hidden cultivation path. However, Yechen was well aware. Just now, the system had already reminded him. He had obtained the gluttonous constitution of the host version. Yechen was surprised for a while. He never expected that there would be such existences among players, like Wolf Annihilation, Wolf Flame, Wolf Blaze, daring to eat the Blood Bat clan people alive. Of course, for Yechen, he hoped that players would trigger more hidden paths. After all, this indirectly strengthened his power. At this moment, as the overall commander of the national war, loneliness began to command the players. Brothers, our vanguard has been completely wiped out. According to the information provided by the vanguard, this time we are facing the crooked fruit players. They are all vampires. This profession, I believe everyone is familiar with. The enemy's strength exceeds our imagination. But fortunately, the brothers of the vanguard did not die in vain. They also killed nearly 300 crooked fruit guys. The crooked fruit guys are the aggressors in this national war. I believe their revival point is not nearby. So, while those crooked fruit guys who have fallen have not arrived, we can launch a total attack on them. The players naturally did not question Loneliness's words. According to the general setting of the game, this was the case. In a national war, when attacking players die, they have to rush back from their own revival point. Therefore, during this time period, they could create a time difference, forming a huge advantage in numbers. Currently, there were over 10,000 Immortal Path players. Even at this moment, there were several thousand online. Of course, most of these players were still novices and had little combat power. At present, Loneliness could still rely on the first few batches of old players who entered the Immortal Path. As Loneliness's pre-war mobilization ended, the fully armed old players began to march towards the gate of the Immortal Palace in a grand manner. Defending outside the sect is the right way. Otherwise, if the crooked fruit guys were to break into the sect in this national war, it would be quite embarrassing. Seeing that the players had launched a total attack, Yechen also made a move. He moved his body, floated in mid-air, followed the players, and headed towards the gate of the mountain outside the sect. Just out of the mountain gate, The players had already encountered Wadama. Seeing Wadama, many people couldn't help but burst into laughter. Look, it's him, Guoben Quang. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect this Guoben to still have the face to participate in the national war. Wait, something seems off. He is the overall commander of Guoben? Hiss, Guo Ren. Terrifying. Laughter echoed all around. Even many players who were unaware now knew the seemingly elegant Guoben in front of them. He was an artist who enjoyed Guoben and also the commander of the enemy camp in this national war. Many players were feeling all sorts of emotions, truly worthy of being the players who enjoy the beauty of freedom and betrayal every day. Really know how to play. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, jealousy is bound to arise. Wadama immediately saw Yi Chen behind the players. His eyes turned red in an instant. The humiliation of Guoben, the scratching by the shrews, the miserable deaths of the believers. Wadama attributed all these things to Yi Chen. In his eyes, everything the players did was naturally orchestrated by Yi Chen. If not him, then who? Immediately, Wadama stomped his foot and slowly rose into the air. Yi Chen, you despicable, shameless scoundrel, do you dare to fight me to the death? Through gritted teeth, Wadama's voice rang out. His eyes were fixed on Yi Chen, as if he wanted to swallow him whole. A decisive battle of the gods that resulted in such great losses made him feel as if he had been drained of blood. Even if he obtained Yi Chen's divinity, those losses could not be recovered. What's going on? Ha! This Guoben Quang actually knows Brother Yu? Damn! This isn't a player. Guoben Quang is an NPC. NPC? I see. No wonder I always thought Guoben Quang was silly. Turns out he's an NPC. It seems that this crooked fruit NPC is not as smart as Brother Yu's AI. Players instantly realized that something was amiss from Wadama's words. This was definitely not something the players would say. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen sneered inwardly. He was about to respond to Wadama when suddenly a group of people emerged from the players' camp. What the fuck? Guoran! Look at you. Pale-faced, floating steps. Are you overindulging or just weak? I heard you still like Guoben. Come on, keep stripping. Ha! You, of all people, want to battle Brother Yu? Are you even qualified? Bao Lauer stood with his hands on his hips, looking disdainful. His mocking aura instantly activated. Before he could finish speaking, the members of the Zone team all responded in unison. He's not even worthy of a GG. The members of the Zone team responded in unison, their voices reaching the sky. Upon hearing this, all the other players burst into laughter. Laughter filled the air, one after another. Although Wadama on the other side didn't fully understand what was being said, he could tell from the disdainful expressions on the humans in front of him that these words were not kind. Lowly two-legged sheep, you have angered me. Wadama! Wadama exuded a strong killing intent. He was truly angered. He had never imagined that one day he would be despised by the ants of humanity. As the lowest race in the world of the gods, being despised by humans was even more unacceptable than being publicly cuckolded. Kill them. Gah! Wadama growled fiercely. However, before he could finish his words, his gaze fell on the crowd where Kid the Phantom Thief, Inedible Peach, Edible Peach, Red Dust Not Drunk I Am Drunk, and others were. Immediately, Vodma's voice seemed to be abruptly cut off, leaving him bewildered and confused. He was in disarray, wondering how these lowly humans, whom he had killed, could still appear. It was illogical and did not make sense. The thought crossed his mind that perhaps these humans were gods. Panic surged within him as he felt a sense of fear. Even as a deity, facing unknown beings made him tremble. The sight of the humans he had killed coming back to life and mocking him left him truly afraid. He suddenly realized that engaging in a divine battle with Yi Chen was a foolish decision. The Blood Bat clan members looked on dumbfounded as their ancestral god seemed lost and bewildered. As the commander, Yi Chen did not hesitate and immediately ordered his followers to attack the Blood Bat clan. The battle was fierce and brutal. Vodma, floating in mid-air, suddenly snapped back to reality. Despite his followers falling in droves, he seemed unfazed. The players also suffered casualties, but with their ability to resurrect infinitely, they kept coming back. Seeing this, Vodma's face turned even paler, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He realized that Yi Chen's followers were not ordinary humans but undead beings. They were a special race with the ability to resurrect, a formidable force that only higher gods could defeat. Vodma was filled with fear and realized that continuing the divine battle with Yi Chen would lead to his demise. He understood that the undead beings were a unique and powerful race in the realm of gods. With a cold sweat forming on his forehead, he knew he had to inform the divine messenger and have them deal with Yechen. With that thought, Vodma transformed into a shadow and swiftly fled. His sudden departure shocked everyone, but Yechen remained focused on him. When he saw Vodma fleeing, Yechen sneered and launched a powerful punch, causing a thunderous roar in the void. The sound was like the roar of an engine when a plane takes off, extremely loud and terrifying. The players who were fighting with the giant bat were all startled. They instinctively looked up at the sky. At this moment, Night Chen, like a cannonball, with a momentum of destruction, rushed towards the fleeing Vodma. Boom! In the midst of the explosion, Night Chen's fist hit Vodma. Suddenly, time seemed to stop. Night Chen and Vodma were suspended in midair. The scene frozen. About a second later, a crisp sound rang out. Vodma's body suddenly exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist that gradually dissipated in the air. Night Chen retracted his fist, hands behind his back, floating in the air. His expression was neither happy nor sad. His gaze swept over the dissipating blood mist. No matter how talented and noble you are, in my eyes, you are just a punch. As the voice fell, the players were stunned for a moment. Then, there was a thunderous cheer. Get out of the way. Brother Yu is showing off. Ha ha ha, I love watching Brother Yu show off. Amazing. Every crucial moment, Brother Yu always shows up to show off. I don't respect anyone except Brother Yu. That's right, Brother Yu showing off is always understated and natural. In my sect, I declare Brother Yu as the fifth king of showing off. The fifth king of showing off? Are there other kings of showing off? Bro, are you out of touch? Haven't you heard of the four great kings of showing off? Northeast Xian, West Zhang Xian, South Seven Knights, and North Su Ke? From now on, we have to add our Brother Yu. The players were quite fond of the NPC Night Chen. Their so-called showing off was just teasing Night Chen. Vodma's fall boosted the players' morale, and they swarmed towards the remaining Blood Bat Clan believers. The remaining Blood Bat Clan believers, already shattered by the fall of their ancestral god, couldn't withstand the players' ferocity. In just a moment, all the Blood Bat Clan believers were slaughtered by the players. The ground was littered with the bodies of giant bats. Thus, this divine battle ended with Night Chen's victory. Watching this scene, Night Chen in the void couldn't help but feel emotional. This divine battle was far easier than he had imagined. Even Vodma was pitifully weak in front of him. He didn't even block a single punch and fell as a god. Congratulations to the players of the Yin Huan camp. You brave souls, successfully repelled the beautiful invaders led by Vodma. You have achieved the final victory of this national war. Rejoice, players of Yin Huang. At the moment the announcement sounded, all the players began to cheer. The trial national war was won by the players of Yin Huang. Fighting in a national war is so damn cool. Yeah, especially in this 100% realistic game. It's a pity that this national war was a bit small. Didn't the previous announcement say this was a trial national war? And the real national war has yet to be opened. I think we can be content. But let's look forward to the rewards of the national war. Ha ha ha, agreed. The players were excited and discussing with each other. Night Chen in the void shook his head. He ignored the excited players and focused on the almost dissipated blood mist. He could clearly see the crystal-like divinity, swallowing Vodma's divinity. My divine domain area among the new gods can almost reach its limit. In the days to come, it's time to continue perfecting the path of immortality and enhancing the player's strength. The players are still a bit weak now. I can't intervene personally in every divine battle in the future. After a moment of contemplation, Night Chen made a rough plan for the near future. At this moment, Vodma's divinity spun in the void. Soon, it shot towards Yechen at high speed. Buzz! When the divinity entered Yechen's body, he suddenly felt a buzzing in his brain, as if a bell was ringing. The next moment, he clearly saw that Vodma's divine realm of over 1,000 square kilometers was merging with his own divine realm. Look at this harvest wave. After merging with the divinity, Yechen muttered to himself. The character panel instantly appeared before him. Skipping over the irrelevant information, his gaze fell on options like divinity and divine realm. Divinity, demigod divinity, excellent. Extremely strong. This time the divinity has improved a lot. Yechen was slightly surprised when he saw the divinity option. Last time, after devouring the divinity of the Ma Bao kingdom, the ordinary weak divinity had upgraded to ordinary strong. But this time, after devouring Vodma's divinity, it unexpectedly became excellent and extremely strong. Not only did the divinity's foundation suddenly change from ordinary to excellent, even the suffix leaped to extremely strong. This meant that Yechen's divine realm had seen a significant improvement in resources and other aspects. Thinking to himself, Yechen's divine sense swept through the entire divine realm in an instant. He discovered that his divine realm had indeed undergone a significant change. The increase in area was expected. What surprised him was that within the 2,000 square kilometers of his divine realm, he found several wild biological populations and even many exotic metal ores. What a pleasant surprise! Yechen withdrew his divine sense. Feeling delighted, his gaze once again swept over the character panel. Divine Realm, 2,085 square kilometers. After advancing to a 3.5-star demigod, Yechen's divine realm area had reached 1,015 square kilometers. And after devouring Zhang Dongyang's divinity, Vodma's divine realm area also became 1,000 square kilometers. Plus, after Vodma advanced to a 1.5-star demigod, an additional 70 square kilometers were added to the divine realm area. Therefore, Yechen's divine realm area was now 2,085 square kilometers, without any problems. The system is really awesome. Compared to ordinary deities, even if they follow the path of hunting and devouring divinities, during the fusion of divinities, there will be some losses, but every time I fuse perfectly, without any waste. Yechen sighed inwardly. Indeed, he was more awesome than any genius. Next is the most exciting thing. Yechen took a deep breath and looked at the contribution value option. When he saw his current contribution value, even though he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. Vodma is really a fat sheep, much richer than the Ma Bao kingdom. A fat sheep. Vodma was definitely a fat sheep. He had provided Yechen with over 1 million contribution points. 122-4500. After deducting the rewards given to players, I can still have at least nearly 1 million contribution points left, converted into divine power. That's around tens of thousands. With this, after adding some new features to the immortal path, it should be enough for me to advance to a 5.5-star demigod. It's really satisfying to kill gods from time to time, always feeling great killing gods. Yechen was extremely satisfied. The hunting and killing route was faster in enhancing strength compared to the faith route of deities. Of course, the hunting and killing route also had its risks. Without strong power and trump cards, it was easy to be taken down by other righteous deities. But Yechen was not afraid. He was awesome, and as long as he had time, he could crush the entire divine world. Let's reward the players first. After a brief contemplation, Yechen made a decision. Players were the foundation of his strength and growth. He eats meat and always gives players some soup to drink. System: extract 200,000 contribution points. Distribute them to the players based on their national war points. Immediately, Yi-chan ordered towards the system. Okay, host. The system replied and began to distribute the rewards. A few seconds later, a game announcement sounded within the game. Dear players, the national war rewards have been distributed. Please check them carefully. A game announcement made the already excited players even more enthusiastic. They started to check. Although 200,000 contribution points seemed like a lot, there were thousands of players participating in the national war. When these contribution points were distributed to the players, there wasn't actually much left. Of course, players like Lonely and Xiongdi always managed to get the lion's share. It is worth mentioning that this time, the player with the highest contribution ranking in the national war was unexpectedly the Phantom Thief Kid. His amazing sleight of hand almost drove Wardma crazy. This led to Wardma's subsequent frequent mistakes. The second place was not Lonely, not Xiongde, not Bao Lao Air, not Peachy who can't eat. It was a player that no one had expected. Peachy can eat. Yes, it was the Peach Lady who treated Wardma as the third party and had a confrontation with him on the spot. Because of her King 8 Fist and Cat Claw skills, she was the only player besides Yi Chen who truly attacked Wardma. Therefore, according to the system's judgment, she received a lot of contribution points. Next were the regular main players like Lonely. Each of them received several hundred to 1,000 contribution points. As for ordinary players, most of them only received a thank you participation award of a few tens of contribution points. In the end, the 200,000 contribution points were divided among the players, and everyone was happy. System: customize a sect NPC for me. Let's start with 3: refining, alchemy, and missions. You figure out the identity background and NPC template yourself. Yi Chen continued to give orders to the system. Okay, host, it will cost 100,000 contribution points. After the system replied, it directly deducted 100,000 contribution points from Yi Chen. Converted, each NPC was worth 333 contribution points. A few seconds later, the electronic sound rang again. NPC customization completed. The 3 NPCs will appear in the Lingxiao Immortal Palace over the next 3 days. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen nodded. For the players, the biggest selling point of the game was 100% realism. Therefore, even the NPCs in the game would not just appear out of thin air. They would join the Lingxiao Immortal Palace for various reasons. This would make the players feel a stronger sense of reality. The 3 NPCs will handle players' equipment, red and blue medicines, and mission issues respectively. What else should I improve next? Yi Chen quickly began to contemplate. The 3 NPCs were responsible for refining, alchemy, and missions. They would not only sell equipment, red and blue medicines, and martial arts skills to players but also open up the professions of refining and alchemy to players. In terms of missions, we can have the mission NPC issue more pioneering missions. The Divine Realm area is already so vast, and the player's activity range is at most a few tens of square kilometers, which is too wasteful. We should let them explore more. Anyway, the resources in my Divine Realm have become much richer. It also saves me from exchanging wild monster templates. These are the current basic functions, which are sufficient. After all, the Immortal Path is a cultivation game. Things like equipment are far less important than players realizing their unique cultivation path. Let's exchange a few more advanced skills. Otherwise, having only basic skills and a collapsing fist is a bit too shabby. After some thought, Yi Chen opened the exchange interface. He glanced over and quickly selected a few affordable skills. Sword drawing technique, worth 5,000 contribution points. Mountain splitting palm, worth 5,000 contribution points. Buddhist golden bell shield, worth 8,000 contribution points. The new skills cost Knight Chen more than 50,000 contribution points. As a result, his contribution points once again dropped to around 850,000. Barely enough for him to advance to a 5.5-star god. The remaining contribution points, all exchanged for divine power. Then, advanced to 5.5-star god. As Knight Chen's voice fell, a faint white light gradually emanated from his body. The next moment, his divine rank went from 3.5 stars to 4 stars, and then to 5 stars. Before 10 days had passed, Knight Chen had become a 5.5-star god. His speed far surpassed the talents like Shia Gu. It could be said to be terrifying. After settling everything, Knight Chen's divine consciousness moved, and he exited the divine realm. A rocky temple. The gaze of the god envoy Shia was fixed on the divine battle platform without blinking. Although the result of the divine battle was not yet known, he had a lingering sense of unease. Even though Shia could not see the figures of Knight Chen and Vodma, the fluctuations of divine power where Vodma was located were too frequent. This was not a good sign. Could it be that Vodma will also fall into Knight Chen's hands like Maaga? But how can Knight Chen surpass them? Shibia's mind was in chaos. The onlookers around him did not have Shibia's strength. They were not as sensitive to the fluctuations of divine power on the divine battle platform. However, at this moment, the onlookers were also focused on the divine battle platform. If they couldn't see the scene, they would imagine it. In the minds of these bystanders who had never experienced a divine battle, they had already imagined a scene of Knight Chen and Vodma fighting fiercely, with the sun and moon losing their light. Shia Gu lowered his eyelids, his expression changing constantly. Since the divine battle began, his heart had never been calm. Whenever he thought of the scene where Knight Chen was killed by Vodma, cold sweat would seep from Shia Gu's back. Knight Chen, please don't die, I beg you. Bang! Just as everyone's thoughts were different, a light sound suddenly came from the divine battle platform. Immediately after, a black smoke suddenly emerged from where Vodma was. What's going on? Seeing this scene, the onlookers were all confused. What was this black smoke? Where was Vodma? Where was Knight Chen? The onlookers didn't understand what the black smoke was about, but as a god envoy, Shia understood it better than anyone. His face turned pale, and his lips trembled uncontrollably. Vodma was dead. Vodma, who possessed the bloodline of the blood god, had actually died. Shia couldn't believe what he was seeing, but the dense black smoke made it clear to him. Vodma was really dead, died without a complete body. without a burial place. Night Chen. What hidden trump card does Night Chen have? Why did even Vodma fall at his hands? Vodma's followers are the Bloodbat clan. How could mere humans kill the Bloodbat clan? Shibuya was plunged into deep panic. Even though he was a minor god, Night Chen was too mysterious. Under normal circumstances, he could never have defeated Vodma. This illogical result almost made Shibuya start to doubt life. Shia Gu stared fixedly at the black smoke on the divine battle platform. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Yes. Shia Gu clenched his fist and cheered in his heart. Night Chen did not disappoint him. Even Vodma had fallen. Night Chen, you heard my prayers, didn't you? I knew that you wouldn't make any unexpected moves before I acted. Now, you have devoured the divinity of Vodmer, and the domain area has already surpassed mine. Very well, it's finally my turn to continue chasing after you. Rest assured, I won't disappoint you. When the exemption period ends, I will personally kill you, and then, our divinities will merge into one, indistinguishable from each other. Thinking this, Shia Gu's smile grew wider and higher, especially when he saw the pained expression on Shibuya's face. He almost burst out laughing. Shibuya, is this your fate too? Have you suffered losses again? Buzz. At that moment, the crystal on the divine battle platform suddenly trembled lightly. Then, the figure of Yi Chen appeared. He calmly glanced at Shibuya. Lord Divine Envoy, I have some unfortunate news to tell you. Our beloved Mr. Vodmer, due to intermittent seizures, suffered from lack of oxygen to the brain. He has left us. Although Mr. Vodmer's life was extremely short, his spirit of helping others and dedication is worth learning from. His life was undoubtedly a great one, a glorious one. Friends, let's applaud and bid farewell to our beloved Mr. Vodmer. Yi Chen's tone was extremely low and solemn. It sounded serious and heavy. When the words reached Shibuya and the others' ears, Shibuya's cheeks couldn't help but twitch. His expression was grim, as if he had lost his father. However, this time Shibuya did not get angry. Instead, an inexplicable chill arose in his heart. Yi Chen is not to be provoked. This was the only thought in Shibuya's mind at that moment. The onlookers around were all at a loss, looking at each other. But Shia Gu raised his hands high. Clap, clap. The crisp applause was piercing to the ears. The onlookers were stunned for a moment, then also clapped in confusion. The applause thundered, creating a fervent atmosphere. If someone unaware saw this, they might think a leader had just finished speaking. Lord Divine Envoy, don't you want to bid farewell to our beloved Mr. Vodmer? Or perhaps, you were already hoping for Mr. Vodmer's death, not even willing to show a fake sense of pity? Yi Chen looked at Shibuya, his tone indifferent, but anyone could hear a hint of intimidation in his words. Kill with words. Damn it, you've already killed Vodmer, and now you want to pin a big hat on the Divine Envoy? Whoever crosses you is in deep trouble. With this thought, the onlookers felt a shiver. The look in their eyes towards Yi Chen was now filled with fear. Better to provoke the Divine Envoy than to provoke Yi Chen. Finally, a change appeared on Shibuya's face. He forced out a smile, lowered his head, and clapped a few times. At this moment, Shibuya regretted going crazy. If he had known how mysterious Yi Chen was, why would he provoke him? Now, the dignified Divine Envoy not only gained nothing, but also stirred up trouble. Dealing with such an unreasonably troublesome person was not a good thing at all. It seems that the Lord Divine Envoy still has a heart of mercy. Seeing this, Yi Chen nodded. Then, his gaze fell on the spot where Vodmer had been. Our beloved Mr. Vodmer, rest in peace. The Lord Divine Envoy is also bidding you farewell. Look, how bright his smile is. And he's still applauding. Maybe he even wants to take care of your fiancé for you. Shibuya, who had a serious expression, almost spat out blood upon hearing this. Damn it, weren't you mocking me and making me clap? Why now are you talking as if I have long coveted Wodma's fiancé? Wishing for his death? Shibuya is really about to spit blood. He has never seen someone like Yechen before. Isn't this just talking nonsense with your eyes open? If such rumors spread, it might turn into a groundless story, and he would really be unable to clear his name. The more Shibuya thinks about it, the more he regrets it. Even his intestines are turning green with regret. Yechen, seeing the situation, smirked slightly in his heart. He dares to be sarcastic in front of Shibuya because he is confident that Shibuya will not get angry and act. After all, Shibuya is a divine messenger. He can use all kinds of tricks and tactics. but he dares not act against the new god he guides. If he really did so, the consequences would be much more serious than just losing face. While Yechin was being sarcastic towards Shibuya, in his divine realm, Red Dust Not Drunk Old Man was indulging in a crazy feast. The surrounding area was crowded with onlookers. My god, is this guy crazy? Even if this is a game, there's a limit to how much you can eat. Isn't he afraid of bursting? Is he a fool? I heard he exchanged all the contribution points he got from the National War for barbecue skewers. What's going on? Is he doing a mukbang? I don't know. He just keeps eating, and won't answer when asked. The crowd was abuzz with curiosity. Although there were some eccentric players in the Immortal Path, they had never seen anyone like Red Dust Not Drunk Old Man indulging in a public feast like this. In just a moment, he had already eaten hundreds or even thousands of skewers. The Dark Cooking King couldn't keep up with him. How could such strange behavior not make other players curious? Just as everyone was amazed, Red Dust Not Drunk Old Man dropped the bamboo skewer in his hand, patted his stomach, and burped. The next moment, his body suddenly lit up with a dazzling white light. Bu. The dazzling white light dazzled the surrounding players. Ha ha, I finally built my foundation. Red Dust Not Drunk Old Man let out a triumphant laugh. With these words, the surrounding players were shocked. What's going on? How did he suddenly level up? I don't know. I'm confused. Brother, how did you do it? Is it a bug? Does the Immortal Path have bugs? The players stared in astonishment at Red Dust Not Drunk Old Man, wearing expressions of disbelief on their faces. How did he level up just by eating? Bug? Are you guys stupid? How could there be bugs in the Immortal Path? I'm following the gluttony path of cultivation. Don't you understand? Red Dust Not Drunk Old Man sneered at their words. This game, the Immortal Path, was the most perfect game he had ever played. How could there be bugs? Clearly, I'm awesome. As soon as they heard about the gluttony path, the cultivation route, the players were all eager. Although they had already known a few days ago that various hidden cultivation routes could be triggered in the Immortal Path. However, these players present had no idea how to trigger them. Now that they had finally encountered someone who had triggered a hidden cultivation route, how could they let it go? Brother, can you reveal how to trigger the hidden cultivation route? Master, do you want to take disciples? Can I be your student? Yes. Please teach us the strategy for the hidden cultivation route. Red Dust God, just tell us. The players pleaded with Red Dust Not Drunk Old Man with earnest faces. Hearing this, Red Dust scratched his head, looking somewhat hesitant. He was a soft-hearted person and couldn't resist such pleas. After some thought, he vaguely said a sentence. I'm not sure how to trigger it specifically. I only know that I killed a vampire to activate the hidden route. After saying that, he ignored the players, pushed through the crowd, and left directly. Red Dust didn't pay much attention to the information he revealed. It's just a game. These things, players will know sooner or later. However, Red Dust did not expect that his words would lead to the desecration of the bodies of those Bloodbat Clan believers. Before long, there was a craze of eating Bloodbat Clan believers in the Immortal Path. On the square, there were Bloodbat Clan skewers, Spicy Bloodbat Clan, and 5-Spice Bloodbat Clan. The aroma filled the air, making people salivate. Those who had just entered the game, upon smelling the fragrance, were shocked. Wow, this game is so realistic. You can even smell food in the game? The person who had just entered the game was amazed. His 8 bodyguards behind him were also shocked. Yes, young master, this game is amazing. If we didn't know it was a game, we might have thought we had traveled through time. The person who had just entered the game laughed. Wang Xijiang didn't lie to me. This game is really amazing. The person who had just entered the game is the only son of one of the 4 wealthiest families in Yanhuang. A few days ago, he heard about the Immortal Path from his childhood friend Wang Xijiang. Upon learning about it, as a gaming enthusiast, he immediately bought several testing qualifications at a high price. Then, he entered the Immortal Path with his bodyguards. Having just entered the Immortal Path, the person who had just entered the game felt that it was worth it. Gurgle Urunki's grilled vampire skewers, delicious and can trigger hidden routes. Only one contribution. Suddenly, a voice with a rolled tongue entered the ears of the person who had just entered the game. He turned his head to see a barbecue stall not far ahead, surrounded by players. It seemed like everyone was buying barbecue. The person who had just entered the game was stunned. What's going on? The barbecue business in the game is even more popular than in real life? For a moment, The person who had just entered the game was a bit confused. As a gaming enthusiast, he had played countless online games, but had never seen such a strange scene. After some thought, he turned to his bodyguard and said, "Zao Yimeo, go and find out." Although the person who had just entered the game was a big spender, he was also a gaming enthusiast who liked to study games. Everything in the immortal path fascinated him. "Yes, young master," the bodyguard named Zao Yimeo responded and walked towards the Dark Cuisine King's barbecue stall. This time, the person who had just entered the game brought 8 bodyguards with him into the immortal path. These 8 bodyguards were there to protect him in the immortal path. The 8 bodyguards were named Zao Yimeo, Kaiyan Arjing, San Sanchi, Li Sijua, Zhou Wudu, Wu Liutue, Zheng Qiwei, and Wang Badan. Zao Yimeo was the leader of the 8 and also a skilled fighter in real life, earning the trust of the person who had just entered the game. After a while, Zao Yimeo hurried back. "Young master, I found out. The reason why the barbecue is so popular in this game is because someone triggered a hidden cultivation route. And in the immortal path, the most important thing is the hidden cultivation route, even more important than equipment." Upon hearing Zao Yimeo's words, the person who had just entered the game had a pensive expression on his face. Hidden cultivation route? It should correspond to the hidden professions in other games, right? The person who had just entered the game suddenly understood. Hidden professions are the basic conditions that determine whether a player can be awesome or not. Therefore, the person who had just entered the game was determined to obtain the hidden cultivation route in the immortal path. With this in mind, he looked at Zao Yimeo and others and said, "You guys, go and purchase all the strategies related to hidden cultivation routes for me, no matter the price. I want to know all of them. Do you understand?" With the voice falling, Zhao Ito and others immediately agreed. When the young master played games and spent money like water, they had seen it all and were no longer surprised. Immediately, Zhao Ito and others started to act separately. While they had no worries about food and drink, they wandered around the sect. As a big spender, there was no reason for him to do things himself. Having subordinates to do things for him, isn't that great? With the appearance of a big spender in the cultivation world, there was not much commotion for the time being. At this moment, all players were frantically trying to trigger hidden cultivation routes suitable for themselves. Some players became obsessed with cliff jumping. They stubbornly believed that cliff jumping might bring them unexpected encounters. After all, isn't that how many novels are written? So, near the precipice of Lingxiao Mountain, a spectacular scene unfolded. There were about dozens of players, one after another, jumping off the cliff like dumplings. On a huge rock to the left of the cliff, Li Taibai was holding a bamboo sword, quietly contemplating, and sighed inwardly. He had finally found such a quiet place, but now, it had turned into a market. Players were queuing up to jump off the cliff one after another. Are they crazy? Li Taibai couldn't understand such behavior. The players near Lingxiao Mountain were well aware of the situation. If they wanted to trigger encounters near their sect, Li Taibai was the first to not believe it. It's amazing what these players can come up with. Just as he was thinking to himself, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the cliff. I triggered it. As this cry of surprise rang out, not only the players preparing to jump off the cliff were stunned, even Li Taibai was dumbfounded. Can it really be triggered? He looked incredulous. Jumping off a cliff can trigger a hidden route? Isn't that unscientific? He had been diligently contemplating the way of the sword while holding the bamboo sword, but he hadn't even touched the threshold of the sword technique. But these bizarre cliff-jumping players easily triggered hidden cultivation routes? Li Taibai suddenly felt bitter. Why is that? No, it's not a hidden cultivation route. It's a skill. It's called cold at high altitudes. The player who had just explained haltingly. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned again. Cold at high altitudes? What kind of skill is that? Brother, what kind of skill is this? A player couldn't help but ask. Li Taibai also perked up his ears and listened carefully. It can make a person briefly float in the air. After the floating effect wears off, it switches to a falling state, and upon landing, it can cause 10 times the damage. The lucky player who jumped off the cliff glanced at the skill panel and said, with these words, all the players present gasped. This skill is quite awesome. If used well, it can have a powerful effect in boss battles. For a moment, all the players present looked enviously at this person, feeling a bit sour inside. Why couldn't we trigger such a good skill? You guys can also try it. I think cliff jumping is very effective. the lucky player said joyfully. Although they didn't trigger the hidden cultivation route, comprehending a skill was also quite rewarding. After hearing his words, the players around them all became restless. Originally, these people had planned to jump off the cliff. It's just that at the moment they were about to jump, they hesitated and didn't jump down. Now that they knew jumping off the cliff could bring benefits, how could these players resist? Immediately, a new wave of cliff jumping frenzy began. Li Taibai watched in speechless amazement, but deep down, he was also eager to give it a try. Li Taibai is a player who loves swordsmanship. He has always been extremely obsessed with sword-related professions. However, after entering the immortal path, he didn't learn anything except for a basic sword technique. He didn't even have a decent sword and had to use a bamboo stick as a substitute sword. As an advanced player and a god in the gaming world, Li Taibai was extremely frustrated by this. At this moment, feeling unable to trigger the swordsmanship cultivation path, he felt a faint desire to give up. But just as he was about to stand up, his movements suddenly paused. No, how can I suddenly give up? Swordsmanship is my lifelong pursuit. How can I easily give up because of a small setback? Even if I really can't trigger the swordsmanship, so what? Can my faith be easily changed? With these thoughts, Li Taibai suddenly felt enlightened. A person must have some perseverance. Otherwise, what's the difference with a salted fish? He smiled, sat back down. At that moment, a pleasant notification sound suddenly rang in his ear. Ding! Player Li Taibai's dedication to swordsmanship has triggered the hidden cultivation path, the way of the sword immortal. Congratulations! You have obtained the passive skill, Clear Sword Heart. The appearance of the notification made Li Taibai stunned for a moment. The next moment, a smile appeared on his face. He couldn't wait to open the skill panel. Clear Sword Heart, a passive sword skill. Sword proficiency plus 1000%. Sword power plus 1000%. Sword speed plus 500%. All attributes increased by 300%. There is a chance to create your own sword technique and comprehend the sword intent under this passive skill. After reading the skill introduction, Li Taibai smiled silently. His perseverance was not in vain. Finally, he received his reward. With the Clear Sword Heart passive skill, he was definitely unparalleled in swordsmanship. He knew that his era was about to come. In the Iraqi shrine library, Knight, who was reading through the materials, suddenly froze. In his ears, an electronic sound had already come. Ding! Player Li Taibai triggered the way of the sword immortal, comprehended the Clear Sword Heart. The host will also synchronously obtain the Clear Sword Heart, as well as the way of the sword immortal. Knight put down the book in his hand. A look of shock appeared on his face. At this moment, he had already felt the effects brought by the Clear Sword Heart. This passive skill had at least tripled his strength. Even though the size of the divine realm and so on had not increased, he knew that this was not an illusion. As long as he had a sword, he was confident that he could confront the god Shabia head-on without falling behind. Before obtaining the Clear Sword Heart, he didn't dare to have such expectations. It's really terrifying. What are these silly players doing? Each one is scarier than the last. Knight took a deep breath and calmed down. Up to now, the system had already synchronized 3 slightly bug-like skills for him: empty-handed artistry, gluttonous physique, and Clear Sword Heart. He had already tried the empty-handed artistry. Even the god Shabia couldn't resist it. Although Knight had not yet tried the gluttonous physique, just thinking about it made him realize how awesome it was. As for the Clear Sword Heart, that goes without saying. It directly increased his combat power by at least 3 times. Now, even if Shabia really wants to deal with me personally, I have the capital to defend myself, Knight thought to himself. Although, under the Clear Sword Heart state, he was still not enough to surpass Shabia, but at least, it gave him a certain level of self-defense. Otherwise, if Shabia really became desperate and attacked him, he would have no way to deal with it. With these thoughts, a smile of joy appeared on Knight's face. This was good news, especially in his situation where he had killed opponents in 2 consecutive divine battles. His edge was too sharp. Thinking to himself, a sound of footsteps approached. Yi Chen subconsciously raised his head. In the next moment, the figure of Shia Gu leaped into his sight. Yi Chen, why are you still here? Sui Xin Shensi has arrived. Shabia is asking us to go out and greet him. Shia Gu spoke rapidly, explaining the situation. Yi Chen's eyes showed a hint of surprise upon hearing this. Shensi had actually come? Shensi was the title given to the most outstanding among the new gods each year. It could be said that in each of the 4 major regions of the Huangmu Divine City, there were many geniuses competing for the title of Shensi. Sui Xin was the most outstanding and talented new god last year. At the beginning of his awakening, he opened up a divine territory area of 1,200 square kilometers. He even activated a special race, the Yin Souls. As a branch of the undead race, the Yin Souls naturally possessed a certain resurrection ability. With the support of the Yin Souls and the vast divine territory, Sui Xin outshone many geniuses and won the title of Shensi. He was highly regarded by the great god of Huangmu. In the Huangmu Divine City, his status was extremely high. What's more, the family power behind Sui Xin was also very strong. His father, Sui Yi, was the right-hand man of the great god of Huangmu. His divine rank had reached the level of an 8-star intermediate god, making him the strongest besides the great god of Huangmu in the Huangmu Divine City. As for Sui Xin's ancestors, they were said to be even more remarkable. Their ancestor from the Sui family was a true god. However, he fell in the war between gods and demons. This led to the gradual decline of the Sui family, becoming a vassal of the great god of Huangmu and producing the Shensi of the great god of Huangmu. Nevertheless, in the Huangmu Divine City, the Sui family was still considered a giant. Now, this transcendent Shensi had inexplicably come to the temple. This naturally made Yi Chen feel quite strange. Why did Shensi come? He glanced at Shia Gu and asked. Shia Gu shook his head upon hearing this. I don't know. By the way, come with me quickly. Otherwise, if we are late, it would be fine if Shia is annoyed. But if we provoke Shensi, it would be troublesome, Shia Gu said, his expression becoming somewhat anxious. Shia had just informed them to go and greet Shensi. The other new gods were probably already gathered in the temple square, and because he hadn't seen Yi Chen, he was afraid that Yi Chen was unaware of the situation and might anger Shensi. That's why he hurriedly came to find Yi Chen. Hey, don't overthink it. I'm not concerned about you. I'm just worried that you'll anger Shensi, and if he kills you, where will I find a match? Seemingly afraid of Yi Chen misunderstanding, Shia Gu added a few more words after speaking. Yi Chen's face showed a hint of a strange expression upon hearing this. Shia Gu was becoming more and more unusual. Are you a man or a woman? Yi Chen looked at Shia Gu curiously and asked. Although these new gods had basically grown up together since childhood, Yi Chen didn't really know Shia Gu. In his vague memories, he could vaguely recall that there seemed to be a pair of eyes staring at him since childhood. This person was probably Shia Gu, right? However, Shia Gu had always presented himself as a boy from childhood to now, so why did he seem to be becoming more feminine now? But there were no signs of him dressing as a woman? This really made Yi Chen very curious. What nonsense are you talking about? Of course, I'm a boy. Humph, I won't talk to you anymore. You're unreasonable. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Shia Gu's face instantly turned red, as if he had been insulted. He huffed and turned away. Seeing this, Yi Chen smiled and followed along. In the temple square, the new gods had already gathered here. In front of the new gods stood 2 people. One had an old face like an orange peel, unmistakably the divine envoy Shia. The other was a handsome young man. He had golden hair, a tall and elegant figure, looking extraordinary, but his eyes were deep and dark, like black gems. Your Highness, please don't be angry. Yi Chen and Shia Gu are the geniuses of this generation. They are diligent and might still be in the library, unaware of your arrival. Speaking of which, it's my negligence. If you want to punish me instead? Shia humbly apologized to the divine prince Sui Xin. Yi Chen and Shia Gu arrived just in time to hear Shia's words. Their hearts were instantly surprised. Has Shia changed his ways? Just a few days ago, he wanted me dead, but now he's actually helping us in front of Sui Xin? With doubts, Yi Chen and Shia Gu approached Sui Xin. Greetings, Your Highness. The 2 gods placed a hand on their chest and performed a divine salute towards Sui Xin. In the world of gods, the most popular etiquette among deities is this single-handed chest salute, known as the divine salute. Currently, Yi Chen and Shia Gu are new gods, faced with the previous divine prince. They naturally had to pay their respects. Unless Yi Chen and Shia Gu dared to ignore the rules of the divine realm, they would face the consequences. Seeing Yi Chen, Shia quickly cast a glance at him. Yi Chen frowned slightly at the sight. Did Shia just ask for my help? Yi Chen was somewhat surprised. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly understood. The divine prince's status was supreme. although he was not officially stationed in the god city of Huangmu. However, he had the right to act at his discretion and make decisions on the spot. Shia abused his power by initiating battles among the new gods without authorization. If the great god Huangmu found out, there would be consequences. Therefore, he was afraid that Yechen would reveal this in front of the divine prince. After understanding this, Yechen smiled inwardly. Shia was overthinking. He was still planning to use Shia as a tool and continue hunting other malicious new gods. Why would he expose this now? Are you Shia Gu? Are you Yechen? At this moment, the divine prince Sui Xian's gaze swept over Shia Gu and Yechen, and he asked. He had a charming smile on his face, looking very pleasant. Yes, your highness, they are Shia Gu and Yechen, the top geniuses among the new gods of this generation. Upon hearing this, Shia quickly interjected. He didn't dare let Yechen speak. What if Yechen sought revenge and exposed his abuse of power? That would be disastrous. Although Shia still harbored resentment towards Yechen, the results of the two strange divine battles had made him wary of provoking Yechen recklessly. This guy was very unpredictable, and Shia was a bit scared. I didn't ask you. The divine prince Sui Xian glanced at Shia and said indifferently. Hearing this, Shia felt extremely embarrassed, smiled awkwardly, and dared not speak further. I heard that Shia Gu, at the beginning of your awakening, opened up a divine domain area of 1,000 square kilometers, and even activated special believers like the Jorin tribe? The divine prince Sui Xian's gaze fell on Shia Gu, and a smile as refreshing as a spring breeze reappeared on his face. Shia Gu nodded in response. Yes, your highness. Very good. Promising. You are not far behind me. Sui Xian seemed quite satisfied with this and patted Shia Gu on the shoulder. Then, Sui Xian's gaze shifted to Yechen. However, this time, there was a hint of playful expression in his eyes. I heard that the initial area of the divine domain you opened was only 1 square kilometer? Sui Xian's words suddenly made the atmosphere tense. No one was a fool. Sui Xian, the divine prince, inexplicably appeared in the temple. Everyone's mind will involuntarily come up with a word. Unwelcome. At the moment, Sui Xian suddenly mentioned the initial data of Yechen's awakening. It proves that he is obviously here for Yechen. Otherwise, as a dignified godson, why would he have nothing better to do than come to pay attention to a new god? Although among this group of new godsons will also be born in the future. But for now, Sui Xian's term as a godson has not yet expired. Why would he be in such a hurry to meet the next candidate for godson? So, there is only one truth. He is here for Yechen. Shia Gu's hands clenched tightly inside his sleeves. A worried expression appeared on his handsome face. If the godson really intends harm to Yechen, I'm afraid no one present can stop it. Shia's heart also tightened. He was not worried about Yechen's safety, but rather about his own actions being exposed. For a moment, including the onlookers, everyone felt the atmosphere become extremely oppressive, making them feel like they couldn't breathe. The news of His Highness the Godson is truly well informed. That's right, when I awakened, the area of the divine realm was only 1 square kilometer. Just as everyone was extremely tense, Yechen spoke up. With these words, many people's gazes fell squarely on the godson. What will the godson's next reaction be? Outrage? Disdain? Or comforting Yechen as if nothing happened? No one knows. Yechen, I've heard of your name long ago. The initial data of the awakening day doesn't mean anything. People like you and me, how could we not have a few trump cards? Don't you think so? Yechen. After hearing Yechen's words, Sui Xian smiled, but as he spoke, he lowered his voice. His voice was so soft that only he and Yechen could hear it. Yechen looked deeply at Sui Xian upon hearing this. Your Highness the Godson. If you say so, then it is. At this moment, Yechen finally understood why Sui Xian had appeared in the temple. Obviously, Sui Xian learned from some channel that he had defeated the stronger opponents, Maaga and Wodima. Sui Xian judged that he had some unknown trump cards, which made him a target. In 2 divine battles, I was too sharp. A tree that stands out gets the wind knocked out of it. At the moment, my strength is not enough to deter monsters like Sui Xian. It seems that I need to be more cautious and low-key in the future. Yechen thought to himself. Yechen was not actually worried about Sui Xian. Although the opponent was a godson with extraordinary talent, he had only awakened as a god last year, and after a year, he had only advanced to a minor god. faced with a minor god. With the skills of Jianqing Tongming and others, he still had confidence in self-preservation. What really worried him were the big shots behind Sui Xian in the abandoned wood god city. Although he was also a citizen of the abandoned wood god city, unlike Wodima, Ma Baogua, and others, he, Shia Gu, and some of the new gods were orphans collected from various places in the divine country by the abandoned wood god city in the past. So in the eyes of the big shots in the abandoned wood god city, the status of these people was far less important than that of the natives born and raised in the abandoned wood god city. Not to mention, even Sui Xian now knew that Yechen seemed to have powerful trump cards. How could these greedy big shots miss such an opportunity to seize it? Yechen, I have high hopes for you. Don't disappoint me. Sui Xian looked at Yechen, his smile extremely bright, as if he was feeling relieved for Yechen. After saying these words, Sui Xian gave Yechen a meaningful look. Then, he turned around and walked to Shibiya's side. He reached out and patted Shibiya. Shibiya, the divine envoy. Very good. You are very good. The sentence is inexplicable, leaving people puzzled. The onlookers around were bewildered, but Shibiya felt his knees go weak. Beads of sweat instantly formed on his back, drenched in cold sweat. The godson is warning me. He already knows what I've done. Shibiya was in a panic. Having watched Sui Xian grow up and become the godson step by step, Shibiya naturally understood what kind of person Sui Xian was. To put it nicely, Sui Xian was a person with deep thoughts and a deep mind. To put it bluntly, this guy was a scum, appearing gentle and elegant on the outside but ruthless and malicious on the inside. Any deity targeted by Sui Xian almost never had a good ending. It's over. This time it's really over. Both me and Yechen are probably finished. Shibiya almost cried. He was originally just steering the wind, allowing the Ma Bao country to open a divine battle against Yechen. Later, because of Ma Bao country's downfall, he was eager to save face, so he incited Vodma to challenge Yechen. But who would have thought that in the end, he also got involved? This was unexpected for Shibiya. Why did I mess with Yechen for no reason? Now, I've brought trouble upon myself. Shibiya cried, wishing he could slap himself a few times. Seeing this, Sui Xian smiled and patted Shibiya. Shibiya, the divine messenger, cherish the moment. With that, Sui Xian left, leaving the onlookers at the scene at a loss. Up to now, they still didn't understand why this godson came and went in such a hurry. What was he after? Just to meet a new god? He didn't seem that idle, did he? The onlookers were puzzled, but Yechen and Shibiya knew exactly. Sui Xian's visit to the temple was just to confirm whether the information he received was true. Now that he was sure, he would not stay here any longer. It probably wouldn't be long before Sui Xian, the godson, would extend his claws towards them. As for Sui Xian targeting Shibiya, that was understandable. Shibiya's actions had actually violated the rules of the divine realm. He now had a handle in Sui Xian's hands. When the time comes, whether Sui Xian exposes this handle or not, he would gain huge benefits. If exposed, he could bring down Shibiya and gain the trust of the great god Araki. If not exposed, Shibiya would have to be tightly controlled by Sui Xian for self-preservation. For someone as ambitious as Sui Xian, how could he miss such an opportunity? Seeing Sui Xian's figure disappear, Yechen shook his head and turned back towards the library. Just a few steps away, Shibiya's voice came weakly. Yechen, please wait. Yechen stopped and turned around at the sound. His gaze fell on Shibiya. Shibiya, like herding sheep, waved to the onlookers. Disperse, why are you standing here? Then, like an old dog, he swiftly moved in front of Yechen. Shibiya's face carried a flattering expression, as if trying to please Yechen. Yechen, do you have time? Or, shall we chat? Upon hearing Shibiya's words, Yechen smiled. This Shibiya was indeed a complete villain. In the eyes of villains, they have no eternal friends or enemies, only eternal interests. Now, because of Sui Xian's appearance, the relationship between him and Yechen became intertwined. So, Shibiya immediately cast away his past resentment towards Yechen and started to approach him with a different angle. Yechen was not surprised by this at all. A small-minded person should look like a small-minded person. Just say it. Yechen glanced at Shibiya. Upon hearing this, Shibiya's orange peel-like old face brightened with a smile. He raised his thumb and gestured towards Yechen. TSK, such demeanor. Impressive. Then I'll just say it straight. Yechen, The Divine Envoy's sudden visit today is quite unfavorable for both of us. Aren't you worried about yourself? Yechen chuckled lightly at the words. I think the Divine Envoy should worry about himself first. Upon hearing Yechen's words, the smile on Shibiya's face froze. Feeling a headache coming on, he knew that Yechen's perception of him had hit rock bottom. He just didn't expect Yechen to remain calm. Did he really not worry about the Divine Envoy Sui Xin taking action against him? Yechen, I also know that what I did before was a bit excessive. You're a big person, so don't dwell on it. Now that both of us have caught the Divine Envoy's attention, we have to find a way to protect ourselves, right? Shibiya said with a smile. Yechen sneered at the sight. It seems like the Divine Envoy wants to use me as a tool. That's not a good habit. Upon hearing this, Shibiya's expression became somewhat awkward. He forced a smile. Where are you getting at? I, Shibiya, am not that kind of person. Yechen, rest assured, if you really want to deal with the Divine Envoy, I will provide you with ample resources to quickly enhance your strength. As long as you can reach the level of a 4.5-star god, or even a 5.5-star god, and with your, you should be able to deal with the threat of the Divine Envoy, right? In Shibiya's judgment, if Yechen could reach the level of a 4-star or even a 5.5-star god, coupled with his powerful trump cards, he might be able to protect himself in front of Sui Xin. As long as he could survive the probation period and be officially appointed as a god by the great god Araki, then even Sui Xin would not be able to act against Yechen. By then, Shibiya would also be credited for guiding a talent like Yechen, thus, balancing merits and demerits. It must be said that Shibiya's plan was indeed well thought out. Unfortunately, what Yechen wanted was not just that. Immediately, he sneered, Divine Envoy, I think we don't need to continue this conversation. From start to finish, you haven't shown any sincerity. Do you think I would believe you? Yechen knew that Shibiya was actually using him as a tool. But for Yechen, wasn't he also using Shibiya as a pawn? It's just that Shibiya's current offer doesn't satisfy him. In fact, Yechen doesn't mind making a deal with him and Shibiya. The premise is that he can benefit from it. Not like now. Yechen, are you so ambitious? I have accumulated resources for many years, enough to help you smoothly advance to a 5-star, or even a 6.5-star god. Isn't that enough for you? Shibiya became somewhat frustrated. If not for his own future in life, how could he be willing to use the resources he had accumulated over the years? But who would have thought that Yechen was still not satisfied? Not enough? Do you think Sui Xin, as the Divine Envoy, doesn't have any trump cards? Is a 5.5-star god enough to face the Divine Envoy? Yechen looked at Shibiya and sneered. Shibiya fell silent instantly. Indeed, someone like Sui Xin would have some trump cards, but even if Yechen received more resources, how could he guarantee that he could smoothly advance to a level above a 5.5-star god within a month? Back then, Sui Xin only reached a 5.5-star god after a month of probation. Could Yechen's talent surpass Sui Xin's? Shibiya found it hard to believe. Here's the deal, Divine Envoy. I need the right to initiate a divine battle against Lu Cha, Agars, and Lud in the near future. For you, it's just a matter of words. What do you think? Seeing Shibiya's silence, Yechen smiled. Lu Cha, Agars, and Lud are geniuses second only to Vodma and Mabogwa. Initially, they also targeted Yechen. Yechen, who holds grudges, naturally wouldn't overlook them. He believed that if he could hunt down these three guys, then, his strength would increase several times at least. By then, even if the god's son Sui Xin took action, he wouldn't have to worry at all. Shibiya obviously didn't expect that Yechen would make such a request. For him, granting Yechen the power to open divine battles was an easy task. However, this would also result in the loss of 3 geniuses. If the great god Araki found out, he would be in big trouble. Don't worry, as long as I can devour the divinity of those 3, I am confident that I can stand up to the god's son. Seeing Shibiya hesitating, Yechen gave him some confidence. Indeed, when Shibiya heard that Yechen could stand up to the god's son, his eyes lit up. If Yechen could really do this, then no matter how many of the new gods he guided fell, the great god Araki wouldn't say anything. After all, geniuses like Sui Xin are hard to come by. Alright, I agree. Don't disappoint my expectations. By the way, are those 3 enough? If not, I can make the decision to let you also. At this point, Shibiya made a chopping gesture fiercely. There was a hint of ferocity on his face. Obviously, As long as he could ensure his safety, the casualties of these new gods, no matter how many, didn't matter to him. Hearing Shibuya's words, Yechen glared at him. Remember your promise. In the next few days, I will initiate divine battles against Lu Cha, Agars, and Lud one after another. Don't worry about the others. Just take care of yourself. With that, Yechen ignored Shibuya and walked away. This was just a transaction. How could he give Shibuya a good face? The deal with Shibuya didn't cause much turmoil in Yechen's heart. Both sides just got what they needed. He wasn't really reconciling with Shibuya. In the face of a common enemy like Sui Xin, he and Shibuya would temporarily set aside their past grievances, which wasn't a big deal. As for the future, it was natural to continue settling old scores. Back in his room, Yechen didn't stay long and went straight into his divine realm. The square of the Lingxiao Immortal Palace was still bustling. The search for hidden cultivation routes had become a great trend among players. Yechen had just appeared outside the Immortal Palace. The strange behaviors of players had already caught his eye. Seeing this scene, Yechen was filled with countless question marks. What were these silly players doing? And that ID called Xin Yuan Ritian, right? Why are you standing with your hands on your hips, facing the sky, and moving your waist like crazy? Are you trying to sunbathe? And you, ID childhood lack of love grew up lacking beatings. Wow, where did you get a winged tiger from? Are you really plucking its feathers while it's alive? You look handsome, but why such bizarre behavior? You really need a beating. Wait, there's one more. It's you, the guy with the ID misty vision. Why are you lying on the ground, trying to imitate Xin Yuan Ridi? Yechen was speechless. He was completely overwhelmed by these silly players. A good cultivation game had led them to play in such a strange style. Immediately, Yechen noted down the IDs of Xin Yuan Ritian, who lacked love in childhood and grew up without discipline, and the others. Players like these are not ordinary people. Perhaps, in the future, new hidden paths will emerge from this group of people. As Yechen shook his head with a bitter smile, a loud commotion suddenly reached his ears. Oh my god, what is he doing? Hiss, is this guy a pervert? Why did he suddenly take off his pants? He's holding a knife. I recognize it as the kitchen knife from the back hall. What does he want to do? Could he be castrating himself? Impossible. How can there be such a ridiculous person? The exclamations rose one after another, and the square was crowded with people. The crowd surged, forming a sea of people. Upon hearing this, Yechen was stunned. The next moment, his divine sense moved, and the situation within the crowd appeared in his mind. In the middle of the crowd, a somewhat handsome young player stood expressionless. He held a shiny kitchen knife in his hand. His legs were covered with attributeless novice cloth pants, revealing his white thighs. All the surrounding players stared at him wide-eyed. What does he want to do? Yechen also became curious. With a thought, the character interface of this young player appeared before him. Character, Jinxia Jiba, Realm, Mortal, Cultivation Method, None, Skills, None, Talents, None. Seeing the panel, Yechen clicked his tongue. It turned out to be a new account with nothing. It seems that he had just entered the game recently. While he was thinking, another exclamation erupted. This time, the player's exclamations hinted at breaking through the heavens. Upon hearing the commotion, Yechen quickly scanned with his divine sense. He saw Jinxia Jiba, who was surrounded, expressionlessly raising the kitchen knife in his hand and chopping down towards his crotch. A flash of white light, a splash of blood shot out instantly. Jinxia Jiba's face turned pale in an instant. Beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. However, he still clenched his teeth and remained silent, but his legs were trembling slightly. Seeing this, Yechen was shocked. Jinxia Jiba actually castrated himself? Damn, he really did it. Amazing. Bro, wolf extermination. No, the ancestor of wolf extermination. This guy is definitely the most ruthless in the immortal path. Oh my god, my values are collapsing. Someone actually dared to harm themselves? Bro, I don't even respect the wall, but I respect you for publicly castrating yourself. And you haven't even turned off the pain system. It's really awesome. All the players admired Jinxia Jiba in front of them. Yechen was no exception. He was stunned for a long time before coming back to his senses. Incredible. This Jinxia Jiba is definitely incredible. Yechen couldn't help but feel emotional. However, as soon as he had this thought, he heard the electronic sound of the system in his ears. Ding! Player Jinxia Jiba triggered the hidden cultivation route, the Path of Solitary Een. Obtained SSS in Attribute Cultivation Method Sunflower Sutra. Ding! The detected hidden route causes significant damage to the body. The system cancels automatic synchronization with the host. A series of electronic sounds left Yi Chen stunned for a while. He didn't expect that Xia Gu, who castrated himself, had triggered a hidden cultivation route and even obtained an SSS-level cultivation method. It should be noted that the cultivation methods Yi Chen had exchanged from the system so far were only the lowest F grade. It can be said that this Xia Gu started off as a trump card. Of course, he also paid a price. Since the system had already determined that Xia Gu triggered some path of solitary Yin, evidently, his manhood would not grow back. Such a price was not small. However, it can be foreseen that the opening move is the true summer hegemon, and in the future, it will definitely be one of the top big shots in the immortal path. Yi Chen also gave a thumbs up for the system's behavior for the first time. If this system really synchronized with him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, there are still few extraordinary people like the true summer hegemon. Otherwise, I really won't be able to sleep well. Yi Chen shook his head helplessly. Although the true summer hegemon's actions did not bring him any immediate benefits, as long as this true summer hegemon grows up, it can still provide him with great assistance. Therefore, Yi Chen did not interfere with the true summer hegemon's actions. He glanced at the true summer hegemon's character interface again. The attributes had already undergone a huge change. Character, True Summer Hegemon, Realm, Mortal, Cultivation Technique, Sunflower Scripture, SSS Level Demonic Technique, Skills, Orchid Finger, Hidden Needle in Embroidery, Powder and Rouge, Talent, Lonely in Body, Special Physique. Can advance to Lonely in Saint Body. Seeing the character panel, even though Yi Chen was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. Indeed, the greater the price paid, the richer the rewards. The true summer hegemon lost his own chirping but gained the heavenly draw in the opening move of the King Bomb. It was undeniable. After all, not many people could self-castrate like the true summer hegemon. Players may be weird, but most of them have gains, so we can temporarily ignore them. However, we don't know when NPCs will appear. Yi Chen withdrew his divine sense and thought to himself. Thinking about it, Yi Chen asked the system, why haven't the NPCs I customized appeared yet? Host, one of the NPCs is about to arrive at the Lingxiao Immortal Palace. However, he is currently in a bit of trouble, the electronic voice replied. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen became curious. What kind of trouble is he in? Can NPCs also get lost? Host, he got lost. The electronic voice carried a hint of helplessness. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was momentarily stunned. What did you say? The NPC got lost? System, this joke is not funny at all. Yi Chen was extremely speechless towards the system. Recently, not only did Shia Gu change, even the system started to play tricks. Host, please don't be angry. I have already criticized him, and he has realized his mistake and is trying to hurry here. Several miles away from the Lingxiao Immortal Palace, there were rolling mountains. In the vast mountains, ancient trees towered, forming a forest of green shades. A figure was wandering aimlessly in the forest with a dejected look. Ah, Master, where is the Lingxiao Immortal Palace that you mentioned? Why does the compass in my hand clearly point not far ahead? But I just can't get out of this forest. It's really frustrating. This figure was dressed in a white brocade robe, with a handsome face, but at this moment, his face was full of complaints. This person was named Qianyeyu. At the age of 15, he was a genius alchemist. This Qianyeyu was the NPC created by the system. His so-called master was naturally a memory fabricated by the system for him. In the memories created by the system, Qianyeyu was adopted by his master from a young age and inherited his ways of alchemy. And his so-called master, in terms of identity, was a disciple of the Lingxiao Immortal Palace in his early years. In terms of seniority, he should be Yi Chen's martial uncle. Qianyeyu was now sent by his master to assist the leader of the righteous path, his senior brother Yi Chen. Unfortunately, in order to make Qianyeyu appear more realistic in front of the players, the system gave him a small flaw. That is, he is directionally challenged. Relying on the compass in his hand, Qianyeyu barely made it to the boundary of the Lingxiao Immortal Palace. However, once he plunged into the vast mountains, he could no longer find his way out. In the forest of the mountains, Qianyeyu has been lost for a whole day. Heaven and earth spirits, my master, please show your spirit. Compass, come. Qianyeyu muttered words. and as his voice fell, the compass in his hand suddenly flew up and floated in front of him. The pointer of the compass turned a circle and pointed straight ahead. Seeing this scene, Qianyeyu almost collapsed. His compass has always been very spiritual. But why did it malfunction after entering this forest? He had followed the compass's instructions and walked for a whole day, but still hadn't walked out of the forest. I'm going crazy. Qianyeyu scratched his head, with a look of despair on his face. What a useless compass. The master is so unreliable. If I had known, I would have made this compass artifact myself. Just as he was complaining to himself, a pleasant lowly voice suddenly came into Qianyeyu's ears. Hey mister, what are you doing? I see you've been walking around the trees. Are you looking for something? Hearing the sudden voice, Qianyeyu felt as if he had heard celestial music. Thank goodness. Finally someone. He turned around instantly. The next moment, a lovely little girl jumped into his sight. This little girl looked like a porcelain doll. Extremely cute. Seeing that it was a little girl, Qianyeyu was stunned for a moment. However, he quickly regained his composure and forced a smile. Miss, may I ask, how do I get to the Lingxiao Immortal Palace? The porcelain doll on the other side showed a surprised expression upon hearing this. Mister, you speak so strangely. Aren't you a player? This girl is a new player who has just entered the path of immortality. With the ID Sugar Teeth Don't Hurt, the little girl is not very old, just starting junior high school. According to the rules, players like her are not allowed to enter virtual games in the Yanhuang Kingdom, but the path of immortality is something the system created. There is no identity verification at all, and no anti-addiction system. So, the playful Sugar Teeth Don't Hurt secretly obtained a test account and entered the path of immortality. After entering the path of immortality, like the Grey Wolf King, she, as a curious baby, did not follow the crowd to fight monsters. Instead, she wandered around aimlessly and accidentally entered the vast mountains in front of her. Then, Sugar Teeth Don't Hurt saw a handsome mister walking around the forest. Out of curiosity, she spoke up and asked. Qianyeyu scratched his head. His mind was full of question marks. Player? What is that? Wait, he remembered. The master said that most disciples of the Lingxiao Immortal Palace are quite strange. They say things that are hard to understand. Could this little girl in front of him be a disciple of the Lingxiao Immortal Palace? With this thought, Qianyeyu became excited. Miss, are you a disciple of the Lingxiao Immortal Palace? Sugar Teeth Don't Hurt blinked upon hearing this. Yes, mister, how did you know? She vaguely remembered that when she first entered the game, a screen popped up automatically, asking her to confirm joining a sect. It seemed that this sect was called the Lingxiao Immortal Palace, right? Thank goodness. Qianyeyu almost teared up at her words. He could finally find the Lingxiao Immortal Palace. Miss, no, niece, please take your uncle back to the Lingxiao Immortal Palace. He is Yi Chen's junior brother. So naturally, he is the uncle of a disciple of the Lingxiao Immortal Palace. No problem, uncle, you're not an NPC, are you? Sugar Teeth Don't Hurt showed a surprised expression upon hearing this. Although she had just entered the game not long ago, she had heard from some old players that there seemed to be only one NPC in the game at the moment. And now, another NPC appeared. Yes, I'm definitely not an NPC. Qianyeyu automatically filtered out the strange words from the little girl. Anyway, as long as you follow this disciple of the Lingxiao Palace, you can't go wrong. Oh, she exclaimed, her teeth not hurting from eating candy. She was not a fanatic player, so she wouldn't immediately pester NPCs for hidden quests like Peach did in the past. Then come with me. The little girl waved at Qianyu. Immediately, she turned and walked towards the direction of the Lingxiao Immortal Palace. Qianyu quickly followed suit. The two of them walked through the woods one after the other. Along the way, the girl would occasionally squat down to pick up some very beautiful stones and some strange things. Qianyu didn't pay much attention at first, but when he saw the girl squat down again and pick up a pink stone about the size of a fist, he jumped up instantly. Marrow Spirit Crystal. You actually picked up a Marrow Spirit Crystal. Qianyu's face was full of disbelief. The Marrow Spirit Crystal, one of the rare materials for refining, is extremely precious. In Qianyu's impression, his master also had a fist-sized Marrow Spirit Crystal. His master always treated this Marrow Spirit Crystal as a treasure, not even allowing Qianyu to look at it more. How could this little girl pick up a Marrow Spirit Crystal so easily? Heavens, what kind of luck is this? Could she be the legendary child of destiny? Qianyu was in shock. As a refiner, he knew the value of the marrow spirit crystal very well. It is an excellent material for refining super magical treasures. A piece of marrow spirit crystal this size is enough to drive refiners crazy. Uncle, is this stone called marrow spirit crystal? The girl blinked and shook the marrow spirit crystal in her hand towards Keanu. Keanu nodded at her words. Yes, this is the marrow spirit crystal. Its value. Before he could finish his sentence, the girl seemed to perform a magic trick and pulled out several pieces of marrow spirit crystal of different sizes. I've picked up a lot of these things. Hearing this, Keanu felt like he had been hit by a million critical strikes. Picked up a lot? Why can't I find any? I want some too. Niece, where did you pick them up? Hurry, take your uncle there. On the ground. There are many on the ground. Uncle, don't call me uncle, call me master. And why didn't I see any on the ground? You can't see them? How strange. Master, could you be color blind? Nonsense. I'm not a pervert. You're color blind. Master, isn't it the same thing? Little girl, don't fool your master. Let me tell you, although I'm not old, I'm sharp. After a moment, Keanu finally confirmed one thing. This little girl in front of him is definitely the child of destiny. Otherwise, why couldn't he find any marrow spirit crystals when they were in the same place? No, I have to take this little girl as my disciple, even if she is still just a mortal. But with her extraordinary luck, if she can become my disciple, she will definitely bring me good fortune. By then, my success rate in refining, I'm afraid it will be raised to another level? Yes, that's the happy decision. Ha ha, I am truly a wise genius. Keanu made a decision in an instant. He decided that when they arrived at the Lingxiao Immortal Palace, he would take the girl as his disciple. A disciple with such extraordinary luck is a treasure. How could he miss it? After making the decision, Keanu couldn't help but silently praise his own cleverness. After a while, the girl finally led Keanu into the Lingxiao Immortal Palace. At the same time, in Yechen's ears, the electronic sound of the system rang out. Ding! NPC Keanu has arrived. Upon hearing the electronic sound, Yechen instantly became alert. The first friendly functional NPC is coming, he thought, walking out of the main hall slowly. The next moment, two figures jumped into his sight. Character, toothache from eating sugar, realm, mortal, cultivation method, none, skills, none, talents, true lucky body, rainbow-like aura, share good fortune. Character, Keanu, NPC, realm, sixfold golden core, cultivation method, ancient phoenix nirvana technique, skills, 1000 hammer refinement, 9 revolutions luminous fire, 7 apertures exquisite heart, talents, 9-star refiner, 8-star inscriber. The character panel popped up. Yechen was slightly surprised to see this. Such a strong NPC, indeed worth 33,000 contribution points. Wait, this player seems even more extraordinary. The strength of the NPC was somewhat within Yechen's expectations. However, the player named Toothache from eating sugar was beyond Yechen's expectations. Although currently Toothache from eating sugar had attributes like realm, cultivation method, and skills that were all at 0 level, but her talent was truly extraordinary. What is most important in playing games? Skills? Financial ability? Understanding of the game? None of these. In the game, the most extraordinary are players like the lucky ones. Sometimes, they don't even need to make any effort. They can effortlessly obtain various rare items, hidden quests, and even extraordinary opportunities. From the opening of the Divine Realm until now, Yechen had never seen a true lucky one player. But now, he knew that in this vast world, anything was possible. Even in a game like the Immortal Path, there could be lucky ones. Toothache from eating sugar in front of him was proof of that. Master Uncle, we have arrived. I will leave you here. This is Brother Yu. You are both NPCs. You should have common topics to talk about. So chat with him. Bye. While Yechen was lost in thought, Toothache from eating sugar waved at Keanu and then happily bounced away. Keanu was anxious to see this. He hadn't even taken in a disciple yet. How could this little girl leave so suddenly? However, he thought to himself, there was no rush to take in disciples. He would remember this little girl. Since she was a disciple of the Lingxiao Immortal Palace, she would definitely not escape his grasp. Ahem, is the newcomer my junior brother? Yechen came back to his senses, cleared his throat, and asked. Just now, he had learned about the background setting of Keanu from the character interface. According to the system's setting, he was Yechen's junior brother. Keanu greets senior brother. Qianyu, startled, also realized, and quickly bowed to Yechen. Yechen nodded at the words. In the Lingshao Immortal Palace, talents have been scarce for nearly 100 years, and disciples are few. Now that my junior brother has come to help, it finally relieves my urgent need. At this moment, Yechen was acting as an NPC, so he could only chat with Qianyu patiently. Hearing Yechen's words, Qianyu's eyes glanced at the crowded players in the square. His mouth twitched slightly. Senior brother, are you being a bit too much? You have so many disciples that the square can't even hold them, and you call this a scarcity of talents and few disciples? You, senior brother, actually started to show off to me as soon as we met. It's really great. I didn't expect senior brother to be one of us. From now on, my path is not lonely. On the road of showing off, I, Qianyu, have someone to accompany me. With this in mind, a brilliant smile appeared on Qianyu's face. Alright. In the future, junior brother will follow senior brother's arrangements. Yechen chuckled at the words. He realized that this NPC also seemed to be quite extraordinary. After exchanging pleasantries for a few moments, a game announcement rang in the players' ears. Dear players, the new NPC Qianyu, Master of the Refining Hall, is now online. This NPC is responsible for selling initial equipment and teaching the life skill, refining art. Players in need can consult NPC Qianyu. Also, alchemy NPCs and quest NPCs will be online soon. Please stay tuned. This announcement once again ignited a great enthusiasm among players. In fact, the players gathered in the Sec Square had already noticed Qianyu. However, at first, they didn't realize that he was an NPC. Now, when the players heard that this newcomer was actually an NPC, they couldn't wait to rush towards Qianyu. You, little you, look at me. I want to buy equipment. Qianyu was instantly overwhelmed by the players rushing towards him like a tide. Hey, what are you guys doing? Stay away from me. Miss, you are going too far. I am your senior. Why are you grabbing me in inappropriate places? Don't be like this. You are too enthusiastic. Qianyu, surrounded by players, looked despondent. Yechen, seeing this, smiled with relief. Finally, someone acted as a shield. From now on, let Qianyu handle such encounters. Ha. The players' frenzy naturally had a reason. Since the immortal path opened, there hasn't been a place to buy equipment. If not for the recent opening of the assassination of the Marquis Manor dungeon, some high-level players could occasionally obtain some equipment from the Marquis Manor. Perhaps even now, they still don't know what the equipment looks like. But even so, how could the equipment produced by the Marquis Manor dungeon meet the players' demands? Therefore, the appearance of this refining NPC caused the players to go crazy. Who knows if the equipment on that NPC is limited? It's natural to grab it first. Yechen watched Qianyu's plight with a sense of schadenfreude. In the shrine of the Iraqi god city, Sui Xian also made his decision. Mickey, the great god Iraqi has agreed to my request. Tomorrow morning, you will go to the shrine, replace Shibuya, and serve as the guide for this new group of gods. As for what comes next, you know what to do, right? Sui Xian looked at an old man in front of him and said calmly. The old man known as Mickey nodded. Your Highness, rest assured, I understand your intentions. Sui Xian's face showed a satisfied expression upon hearing this. He still trusted Mickey. As one of the 4 great god envoys of the Iraqi shrine, Mickey's status was equivalent to Shibuya's. Moreover, he was a confidant cultivated by Sui Xian's father. Loyal to the Sui family, he was a staunch supporter of the Sui family. Such a person was naturally easy for Sui Xian to use, much better than the scheming Shibuya. Although Sui Xian had some evidence against Shibuya, but he didn't believe that Shibuya would sit back and do nothing. A person like Shibuya, once he realized he was in danger, would definitely act recklessly. If things went wrong, he might join forces with Yechen. Even though Sui Xian wasn't afraid of Shibuya and Yechen teaming up. However, Sui Xian was cautious, suspicious, and cunning. Naturally, he wouldn't allow anything that could affect his future plans to happen. Yechen, oh Yechen, you probably don't know that even the great god Iraqi has set his sights on you, right? A sly smile crossed Sui Xian's face. In the first 2 divine battles, although Yechen, Voda, and the Marquis Manor trio did not choose to start synchronous live broadcasts, not starting the broadcast might deceive other gods. But in the Iraqi god city, Who could hide their every move from the great god Araki? On the fourth day of the disaster, believers of Yechen, although the great god Araki did not understand, but these players, possessing the ability to resurrect, Araki is very clear about it. Just like the situation with Wardma at that time, Araki's first thought was that the followers of Yechen were not human, but a race of immortals. However, after careful observation by Araki, he found that the followers of Yechen were not immortals. They were a completely new race that he had never heard of before. It's just that this race looks very much like humans. After discovering this, Araki couldn't sit still. He absolutely did not want to see any unknown changes in his domain. At the first opportunity, Araki tried to completely eliminate the thoughts of Yechen. However, when he used his divine power, he found that although Yechen was still in his domain, he had already transcended his control. His divine power simply could not eliminate the other party. Araki was shocked by this. He remembered a legend that all the gods in the world of gods believed in. When a god's domain experiences variables that they cannot control, it is the moment when that god is about to fall. Araki, who had finally climbed to the rank of a great god, certainly did not want to fall just like that. He wanted to stifle this variable in its cradle. However, his divine power was ineffective against Yechen. In addition, his true body was far away in the divine realm and could not leave temporarily. So, Araki thought of the god's son Sui Xin. He knew that this Sui Xin was a ruthless person who couldn't stand anyone having hopes surpassing his own. Therefore, Araki discreetly revealed to Sui Xin the news that Yechen might have hidden cards unknown to others. Sure enough, after learning about it, Sui Xin hurried to the temple. After personally seeing Yechen, Sui Xin already knew without much probing that Yechen was not simple. As a god's son who was about to step down, Sui Xin did not want to be the first wave, especially the kind that would be washed away by the later waves on the beach. For him to maintain his transcendent status, it was imperative to eliminate Yechen. Of course, in addition to Yechen, another talented individual, Shia Gu, who also possessed exceptional abilities, was Sui Xin's target. He did not want to see any newcomers who might threaten his position. After returning to Araki's divine city, Sui Xin pondered all night and devised his plan. First, get rid of the annoying figure of Shibuya. Then, insert one of his own people to become the new god's guide. This new god's guide would bring in the top talents among this year's new gods from other regions. Finally, these talents would launch continuous attacks on Yechen like a wheel of war. As long as Yechen died, things would be easier. Those new god talents who were already under the control of the Sui family would not dare to challenge Yechen's divinity. By then, Yechen's divinity would undoubtedly fall into his hands. In this way, Sui Xin would obtain Yechen's hidden cards. This was a terrifying existence that even the great god Araki would be uneasy about. Sui Xin believed that as long as he could grasp Yechen's hidden cards and combine them with the power of the Sui family, even if Araki knew about it, he would not dare to act rashly against him. Even the heavens of Araki's divine city might undergo a change. Mickey, what do you think about changing Araki's divine city to Laoingbi divine city? Wouldn't that sound better? He. Sui Xin asked Mickey a question and then burst into a hysterical laughter. His voice was filled with a creepy taste. His whole body trembled as if having a fit along with his laughter. Upon hearing this, Mickey casually responded. He glanced at Sui Xin discreetly, but the next moment, as if shocked, he quickly lowered his head. I completely dare not look at Sui Xin's appearance. For me, Chi, the little master in front of him is no stranger. He is a demon, a true demon. For those who do not understand Sui Xin, they may think he is a gentle and elegant gentleman, but those who know him are clear. He is a demon. After awakening as a demigod, the first thing Sui Xin did when he returned home was to kill his 7 brothers. The reason is that he felt his brothers might threaten him in the future. Half a year later, he killed his own mother, and he did this simply to seize his mother's divinity and strengthen himself. Even Sui once sighed. In the future, he will definitely die at the hands of his son Sui Xin. However, Sui Xin's talent is so outstanding that he has become the hope of the Sui family. Even Sui, the head of the family, has placed all his hopes on Sui Xin. For this reason, Sui feels that even if he is really killed by his son, he will accept it willingly. So, in the eyes of Michi and other close members of the Sui family, Sui Xin is a complete demon. Poor Yi-chun, you have been targeted by His Highness the God's son. This will definitely be your nightmare. Michi couldn't help but feel sorry for Yi-chen. Yi-chen, who was pitted, did not know that Sui Xin had already taken action against him. At this moment, he stared wide-eyed at a player with the ID Luo Tianla 01. This Luo Tianla 01 was clowning around in front of him. "Brother you, look at this, look at this, watch me transform into Ultraman." Luo Tianla 01 waved the bamboo stick in his hand and shouted loudly. Yi-chen saw this and his mouth twitched. He almost burst out laughing. He had seen many strange players before, but this guy was the weirdest he had ever seen. If his patience wasn't strong enough, he would probably have burst out laughing on the spot. Transforming into Ultraman in the immortal path? Can you even think of that? You, buddy, are comparable to the real summer hegemon. Ha ha, I'm laughing my head off. Is this guy stupid? Immortal Path is a cultivation game. What's transforming into Ultraman? The style is all wrong. I can't believe it. It's all because of the hidden route. Ever since the great god Summer Hegemon cut the chicken on the spot, everyone has been messing around more and more. Yeah, I heard that the great god Summer Hegemon has triggered the hidden route, and it's really awesome. Do you think this guy will trigger the hidden route to the Ultraman path? What are you thinking? This is a cultivation game. The players around them pointed and discussed. Luo Tianla 01 paid no attention to the players' strange looks. In reality, he was a special effects enthusiast, crazy about special effects dramas. Not long ago, he coincidentally entered the immortal path. He didn't care at all about the cultivation aspect of the immortal path. He only knew that this immortal path was particularly awesome. It seemed that based on the actions of the players, special hidden cultivation routes could be triggered. So, under the wild idea of Luo Tianla 01, he thought of using this method to see if he could trigger the transformation into characters from special effects dramas. If successful, it would also fulfill a wish in his heart. Of course, Luo Tianla 01 also knew that the possibility of his wish coming true was very slim. After all, the immortal path was not created according to his personal wishes. How could a proper cultivation game possibly show scenes of transforming into characters from special effects dramas? Although he didn't hold much hope, Luo Tianla 01 still made a transformation gesture towards Yi-chen when he saw him. It's just a game anyway. What's there to be embarrassed about? Transform, Kamen Rider! Luo Tianla 01 shouted again. At the same time, he made all sorts of strange movements with his hands. Seeing this, Yi-chen's mouth twitched again. He felt that if he continued to watch, he might really ruin the moment. Immediately, Yi-chen shook his head, suppressed his smile, turned around, and walked towards the Lingxiao Hall. Just a few steps away, a sudden electronic sound rang in Yi-chen's ears. Ding! Player Luo Tianla 01 triggers the hidden cultivation route, the path of transformation. Host synchronously gains the transformation technique. Upon hearing the electronic sound, Yi-chen paused. He exclaimed, "Ha! It really triggered?" Yi-chen could hardly believe his ears. This eccentric Luo Tianla 01 actually triggered the hidden route? How does the system determine this? Just because he shouted out his transformation in public? Transformation, Masked Rider. Just as Yi-chen was still in disbelief, Luo Tianla 01's light shout rang out. The next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of the surrounding players, Luo Tianla 01's body began to distort. Immediately after, a figure enveloped in red armor appeared in an instant. Wow! 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 All the players were stunned. Wow after wow resounded through the sky, one after another. What is going on? Did this eccentric guy really succeed in transforming? My goodness, I can't believe my eyes. Masked Rider? This is Masked Rider. Too magical. This is not scientific. I want to try too. Pikachu, transform. The players seem to have gone crazy. Those gods who triggered the hidden cultivation routes before did not show off their special skills in public like Luo Tianla 01. Therefore, while the players were envious, they were not that impressed. After all, they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, so who knows if the so-called hidden cultivation route is really that amazing? However, at this moment, there were hundreds of players who witnessed Luo Tianla 01 transforming into Masked Rider. This completely overturned their worldview. Immediately, many players at the scene imitated, shouting out their transformations one by one. For a moment, names like Ultraman, Pikachu, Saint Seiya, and others resounded through the sky, echoing for miles. There were even players who brought out Doraemon, but unfortunately, Luo Tianla 01 was still the only one. Even if these players shouted until they were hoarse, none of them triggered any hidden cultivation routes. Yi Chen quietly watched the scene and suddenly had a vague realization. Perhaps, only the first player to play like this can trigger the hidden cultivation route. If that's the case, the system's hidden cultivation route is quite interesting. This means that any eccentric behavior of the players could potentially be transformed into special skills, special routes, and so on. Immediately, a smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. He turned his head and glanced at the players who were still shouting out their transformations. Come on, you silly players. Unleash your imagination. You will have unexpected gains in the future. After entering the Lingxiao Hall, Yi Chen's gaze fell on the transformation technique he had just obtained. The next moment, a line of text appeared before him. Transformation technique, host version mythical skill, prelude to the 72 transformations immortal technique. Through self-meditation, change oneself. The stronger the self, the stronger the post-transformation strength, can advance to the 72 transformations in the future. After reading the introduction, Yi Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. Another transformation technique, and this one was obviously not a transitional skill. As long as Yi Chen continued to improve his strength in the future, the power unleashed by this transformation technique would become even stronger. With the transformation technique, I can now carry out many plans that were previously only imagined. This skill is very practical. It came just in time. Ha ha, Shensi Sui Xin. I bet you didn't expect that I now have another ace up my sleeve, right? Shensi Sui Xin's appearance made Yechen feel a strong sense of crisis. Fortunately, the sand sculpture player has now given him a transformation technique like a timely rain. If used well, he can completely manipulate Shensi Sui Xin in the palm of his hand. Thinking this, Yechen's divine consciousness moved, and he exited the divine realm. Inside Shibiya's room, he had no idea that he was about to be transferred. At this moment, he was frowning, selecting resources for Yechen. Why am I so unlucky? After working hard for a lifetime to accumulate resources, in the end, I am just a stepping stone for others. What a pity! Shibiya sighed repeatedly as he selected resources. The more he thought about it, the more bitter he felt, almost crying. My dear little treasures, my beloved little treasures, are you leaving me like this? Lord God's envoy. Just as Shibiya was sniffing and wiping his tears, a crisp voice came in. Shibiya instantly jumped up. Who? It's me, Shia Gu. Oh, Shia Gu, come in. As Shibiya spoke, he waved his hand and instantly collected his little treasures. Shibiya, incorruptible, with nothing to his name, poor and destitute. How could he have so many rare items? Impossible, doesn't exist. Creak, the door was pushed open. Shia Gu walked in. He glanced at Shibiya, who was sitting stiffly in the chair with a serious expression. Lord God's envoy, there is something I would like to ask you about. Upon hearing this, Shibiya's tense expression relaxed slightly. Ahem. He cleared his throat and looked at Shia Gu askance, with a perfect posture. Shia Gu, if you have any questions, just ask. I have always liked to nurture talented individuals. In my eyes, Shia Gu, you are that. When you succeed in the future, don't forget about me. Saying this, Shibiya gave Shia Gu a thumbs up. As a qualified opportunist, Shibiya never forgets his position. Although Shia Gu had defied him before, he, as a superior, overlooked the faults of inferiors. As long as he could benefit from Shia Gu in the future, what's the big deal? It was just that earlier, he had been blinded by anger. Otherwise, he would have started flattering Yechen long ago. Why would he repeatedly act recklessly and provoke Yechen? Lord God's envoy, is Shensi planning something against Yechen? Ignoring Shibiya's shameless words, Shia Gu asked directly. At this, Shibiya's expression instantly became tense. How do you know? Who told you? Yechen? He seemed a bit guilty, jumping up from the chair. Then, he swiftly closed the door. Turning back, he glared at Shia Gu. Don't speak nonsense. How could someone like Shensi be harmful to Yechen? That's impossible. Shia Gu, you are a genius with limitless potential. Focus on improving your strength. Why are you always worrying about Yechen? Wait, Shia Gu, something's not right with you. What's your relationship with Yechen? Could it be? At this point, Shibiya suspiciously scrutinized Shia Gu. He had felt that Shia Gu was acting strangely a few times before. Clearly, he had no connection with Yechen. Why did he increasingly resemble a caring wife? Showing concern for Yechen? Upon hearing Shia's words, Shia Gu's face instantly turned red. He glared at Shia with a mix of embarrassment and anger. God's envoy. What nonsense are you talking about? Night-chan is my greatest opponent. How can I not pay attention to him? Please stop overthinking. And I am not a fool. Yesterday, the way the god's son looked at Night-chan was clearly strange. As if there was a hint of killing intent. Don't think you can hide it from me anymore, Shia Gu said indignantly. He clenched his fists tightly, making a cracking sound. What kind of nonsense is this god's envoy spouting? Why are his thoughts so filthy? Clearly, he is just concerned about a competitor. Upon hearing this, Shia fell silent. Even Shia Gu could see through it. So, do the other newbie gods also see something? If they don't say anything, maybe they are just pretending to be clueless? Thinking about this, Shia felt a headache coming on. He opened his mouth, but suddenly realized he didn't know what to say. Should he just tell Shia Gu directly? Yes, the god's son does want to deal with Night-chan. Not only that, he also wants to manipulate me. The god's envoy. These words are easy to say out loud, but Shia is not so lacking in cunning, bringing up these matters to someone irrelevant. In comparison, such matters are better kept in the dark. God's envoy, why won't you answer me? Shia Gu stared at Shia, pressing him for a response. Shia rubbed his forehead, feeling increasingly troubled. Just then, the door suddenly swung open. Following that, Night-chan walked in. Shia Gu, come with me. Seeing Night-chan's arrival, Shia Gu quickly wiped away his fierce expression. He glanced at Shia, then at Night-chan. Alright. With that, Shia Gu followed Night-chan out of Shia's room. Watching the two leave, Shia was momentarily stunned. Then, a strange expression appeared on his wrinkled face. There's an affair going on. Outside the room, Night-chan remained silent as he led Shia Gu through the corridor to the spacious platform outside the temple. The edge of the platform was lined with rough stone-carved railings. The view all around was vast, and in the distance, the grand city of Huangmu could be faintly seen. At this moment, the sky was gradually darkening. The entire city of Huangmu was dotted with lights, creating a magnificent sight. Night-chan leaned against the railing and glanced at Shia Gu. Do you have any questions? Just ask me directly. Why bother going to Shia? Do you think that old fox can reveal anything to you? Shia Gu walked over and leaned on the railing, imitating Night-chan's posture, against the backdrop of the distant sunset and the brightly lit city of Huangmu. His handsome face blushed slightly. Night-chan, just kill me. What do you mean? Upon hearing Shia Gu's words, Night-chan turned to him and asked. This Shia Gu was becoming more and more strange. Initially, when he awakened, he seemed determined to hunt him down. But now, out of the blue, he said, just kill me. What's going on? Is he really looking to engage in a love-hate relationship with me? And nothing. Shia Gu's gaze was evasive. Seeing this, Night-chan furrowed his brow. Shia Gu, I remember you always wanted to hunt me down, right? Why are you giving up now? Are you scared? Or perhaps, before Night-chan could finish his sentence, Shia Gu, looking somewhat embarrassed and angry, interrupted him. Who would be afraid of you? I'm just worried you'll die at the hands of the god's son. Then where will I find another opponent like you? So, you should just kill me, absorb my divinity, and you won't have to worry about the god's son anymore. These few sentences seemed to have drained all of Shia Gu's strength, as his chest continued to heave after speaking. Obviously, his emotions were somewhat out of control. Seeing this, Yi-chen narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression somewhat complex. At this moment, he didn't know how to describe his feelings towards Shia Gu. He felt that this somewhat edgy-looking teenager suddenly became lovable. Alright, you don't need to worry about Sui Xian's matters. I have it under control. But, there's no but. I won't joke about my own life. Oh, seeing Shia Gu finally obediently yield, Yi-chen smiled. Since crossing over, he had been forcing himself to adapt to this cruel world before him. However, he was still just a teenager who had recently crossed over. He couldn't truly be cold-hearted. Shia Gu had reminded him several times, overtly and covertly, and was even willing to sacrifice his own life to strengthen Yi-chen's power, regardless of the other party's motives. He understood this sentiment. Even the thoughts of hunting Shia Gu had gradually been cast aside. No matter how cruel the world was, it couldn't change the fact that before crossing over, Yi-chen was just an ordinary high school student. Deep down, he still had some soft spots before being completely assimilated by the cruel world of the gods. What harm was there in sparing this somewhat cute and silly teenager before him? Why are you always looking at me? Seeing Yi Chen staring at him, Shia Gu suddenly became flustered, his tone becoming stuttered, like a startled little rabbit. Seeing this, Yi Chen suddenly found it amusing. He had never expected that Shia Gu, who had been so confident and assertive in front of others after awakening, would have such a timid side. After some thought, Yi Chen waved his hand lightly, and as if performing a magic trick, a few skewers appeared in his hand. Here you go. Speaking, Yi Chen handed the skewers to Shia Gu. It had to be said, the system was indeed powerful. The skewers in Yi Chen's hand were still the ones given to him by the Dark Cooking King. Even after so many days, when Yi Chen took them out from the system space, they still looked freshly grilled, steaming hot and fragrant. What is this? Shia Gu stared blankly at the skewers, curiosity evident in his eyes. Looking somewhat cute and silly. Skewers, delicious. Yi Chen smiled and stuffed a skewer into Shia Gu's hand. Then, he patted Shia Gu on the back and turned away confidently. Just a few steps away, his voice drifted back. Don't overthink it, eat while it's hot. Oh, by the way, just a friendly reminder. My divine rank is not just a 2.5-star god. If you want to catch up to me, you'll have to work hard. Hearing these words, Shia Gu instantly looked up, his face showing a mix of astonishment and delight. As Yi Chen's figure gradually receded, he suddenly snapped back to reality. Not just a 2.5-star god? You truly are terrifying to the point of despair. But rest assured, Shia Gu will never let you leave him behind. Shia Gu clenched his empty hand tightly. However, the tantalizing aroma soon distracted him. What exactly are these skewers? They smell so good. Shia Gu's gaze fell on the skewers in his hand. Then, a look of eager anticipation appeared on his delicate face. After hesitating for a moment, Shia Gu tentatively extended his tongue and licked the skewer. The next moment, he recoiled as if shocked, his fair face instantly flushing red. SSS. He couldn't describe the sensation his tongue was feeling at that moment. After all, the world of the gods didn't have a term for spicy. Such a satisfying look. Want to try again? SSS. My tongue is on fire. So delicious, so fragrant. Shia Gu seemed to have opened up a new world, devouring the skewers in his hand with gusto. His face was filled with a content expression. However, when he saw that there was only one skewer left in his hand, he hesitated and stopped. Then, he carefully kept this last skewer. Yi Chen, thank you. Shia Gu, an orphan, had never eaten such delicious food before. To him, what Yi Chen gave him today was not just some delicacies, but a bond that he would cherish and forever remember in his heart. Yi Chen, I swear I will not let the godson harm you. If he hurts you, I will confront him. Shia Gu took a deep breath, a fierce expression crossing his face. Early the next day, the confidant of the godson Sui Xin, the divine messenger Mickey, had already appeared at the Araki shrine with several young men. Shia, my friend, long time no see. Upon seeing Shia, Mickey's face lit up with a smile. He opened his arms as if to embrace Shia. However, Shia's expression was extremely unpleasant. Mickey, why are you here? The East District is under my responsibility. The Araki Shrine had 4 districts. Shia was in charge of the East District of the Araki Shrine. Yi Chen, Shia Gu, and others were the new divine seeds under his jurisdiction. Mickey, on the other hand, belonged to the West District Divine Messengers. Normally, divine messengers did not interfere with each other's territories, even though Mickey was also a divine messenger. Technically, he had no right to appear in the East District of the Araki Shrine. Upon hearing Shia's words, Mickey smiled. By the divine decree, Shia of the East District and Mickey of the West District shall exchange their duties effective immediately, without error. The so-called divine decree was naturally an order issued by the great god of Araki. After announcing the decree, Mickey looked at Shia with a smile on his face. My friend, please. Shia's face turned pale. His relationship with Mickey was not good to begin with. Now, he had his East District authorities snatched away by Mickey. What the hell was this? Although they had only exchanged territories with Mickey, Shia was not a fool. Could he not see the talented youths behind Mickey? These youths were definitely geniuses from the West District. And now, Mickey had brought them to the East District. Without any preparation, he couldn't take away talents like Yi Chen and Shia Gu. In this way, he was essentially helping Mickey for nothing. Wait, something's not right. Why would the great god of Araki let me and Mickey exchange territories? Could it be? I see. It must be the godson. He must have suggested it to the great god of Araki. So, their real target is Yechin. Until he realized, Shia had always thought that the sudden exchange of territories might be the great god of Araki's way of punishing him for abusing his authority. However, he quickly realized, if this was indeed the work of the great god of Araki, he would not let Shia off so easily. So, the situation became clear. The so-called exchange of territories had only one true target, that is Yechin. This was the handiwork of the godson Sui Xin. I didn't expect the godson to act so quickly. Shia felt a mix of relief and fear. He was relieved that the godson did not target him but chose Yechin instead. However, he feared that once Yechin was killed by the godson, Shia would lose any hope of turning the tables, either be exposed by the godson for his crimes and then face the wrath of the god of Araki, or be blackmailed by the godson and have to become the godson's lackey. Either way, it was unacceptable to Shia. Shia, the matter of exchanging regions between you and me is a divine oracle issued by the god of Araki himself. Don't make a mistake. Seeing Shibia's uncertain expression, Mickey said with a gloomy tone. After saying this, Mickey walked up and patted Shia. Alright, go gather the new gods. This envoy is eager to meet these lovely geniuses. Shia sighed inwardly upon hearing this. He knew that things were already beyond change. Immediately, with a grim face, he snorted and turned to enter the temple. What else could he do now? He could only obediently gather the new gods like Yachin and Shia Gu. Let them come and meet the new god envoy Mickey. After a moment, all the new gods gathered in the temple. Mickey looked satisfied as he scanned the group of new gods. He didn't pay special attention to Yachin. Very well, is everyone here? Let me introduce myself first. I am Mickey, who has been in charge of the affairs of the Western region for years. I have had little contact with those in the Eastern region. However, that's okay. From today onwards, I will take over the Eastern region. Your former guide, the god envoy Shia, will be transferred to the Western region. Do any of you have any questions? Mickey said with a smile. It had to be said that even though Mickey was also an elder, in terms of appearance and demeanor, Mickey completely outshone Shia. Shibia's old face was like an orange peel, looking ugly and old, with a somewhat sleazy temperament. But Mickey was different, with a rosy complexion and full of vitality, like a gentleman, making people easily like him at first sight. Indeed, many of the new gods in the Eastern region did not have much of a reaction to the sudden transfer order. For them, it didn't matter which god envoy came to be their guide, it was all the same. On the contrary, looking at the handsome Mickey, he was definitely better than the ugly Shia, right? Thinking of this, many new gods even felt relieved. Yachin, however, furrowed his brow. He had just made a deal with Shia yesterday. This deal had not even had a chance to officially start. The means of Sui Xin had come. The transfer of the god envoy directly cut off any possibility of Yachin and Shia working together. Come, future pillars, let me introduce you to a few new companions. Mickey clapped his hands, and the few young men standing behind him all stepped forward. They were all top talents from the Western region. In terms of talent, each of them was no less than Shia Gu, Maaga, or Voda. The Western region had always been the territory of the Sui family. The infiltration of the Sui family into the Western region was unmatched by other regions. Every year, at least 60 to 80% of the talents born in the Western region were planted by the Sui family. The current few young men were no exception. They were all orphans gathered by the Sui family and had been labeled by the Sui family since childhood. This was also why Mickey could easily bring them over. In contrast, Shia did not. For the new gods, easily changing regions was not a wise choice. They had no interest in following Shia to the Western region. Instead of going to the unfamiliar Western region, it was better to stay in the Eastern region. Perhaps under Mickey's guidance, they could progress further. This temptation was something Shia could not compare with. Nicholas Egg White, the original top talent of the Western region, with a divine domain area of 1,100 square kilometers, of the dual races of the Bald Eagle tribe and the Egg People tribe. Zhuang Baifan, originally the second genius of the West District, with a divine area of 1,000 square kilometers, belonging to the special race of the Berserker clan. Ya Mighty, originally the third genius of the West District, with a divine area of 950 square kilometers, belonging to the special race of the elegant butterfly clan, Bagayalu, originally the fourth genius of the West District, with a divine area of 900 square kilometers, belonging to the special race of the Pirate Island Monkey Clan. Mickey pointed to the four young men from the West District who stepped forward and introduced them one by one. Although his words sounded plain, as if they were insignificant, the new gods from the East District couldn't help but gasp in shock when they heard them. Wow! Are the geniuses from the West District all this powerful? Compared to us in the East District, the West District is indeed stronger. If Shia Gu were placed in the West District, he would at most be on par with Zhuang Baifeng. This time, so many strong individuals have emerged. But why do I feel like they bring a sense of unease? The new gods thought to themselves. Each of them had a complex expression on their face. The more geniuses there were, the worse it was for ordinary new gods. After all, resources in each region were limited, and if geniuses received more resources, the resources available to them would naturally decrease. Shia Gu glanced at the four geniuses from the West District, then secretly turned to look at Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen remained calm as usual, as if the four geniuses from the West District didn't bring any pressure to him at all. Seeing this scene, Shia Gu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Shia also looked at the so-called four geniuses from the West District. However, he sneered inwardly. They will all die. Say hello to your new companions. There are still more than 20 days left, and you will all be living together. Mickey looked at the four geniuses from the West District and said casually. His expression was very relaxed, as if the four geniuses from the West District were his subordinates, not new gods under his guidance. From this, it could be seen that Mickey's control over the geniuses from the West District far exceeded that of Shia. Upon hearing Mickey's words, Bagayalu, who ranked fourth among the four geniuses, stepped forward. He was extremely burly and robust, standing at over 2 meters tall. He exuded a strong sense of oppression. Bagayalu welcomes friends from the East District to come and challenge at any time, Bagayalu said in a deep voice. However, his gaze never left Yi Chen. Next, Mighty also stepped forward. I, Avinulegan Woba Wada Hanya Mighty, love making friends with handsome young men the most. Welcome all the handsome young men. Feel free to visit my room when you have time, Mighty said, throwing a few flirtatious glances at Yi Chen, looking very charming. Shia Gu clenched his fist in the crowd and glared fiercely at Mighty. A vixen, clearly up to no good, he muttered arrogantly. Yi Chen, who was standing next to Shia Gu, heard his muttering and his mouth twitched, as if he wanted to laugh. At this moment, Zhuang Baifeng, the second genius of the West District, stepped forward. East District. Ha! Zhuang Baifeng's words were concise, but the disdain in his eyes was already evident. It was as if he didn't consider any genius from the East District worthy of his attention. The new gods from the East District were all angered by his words. Wasn't this Zhuang Baifeng too arrogant? He simply didn't regard them at all. After all, in our East District, we have talents like Shia Gu who are no less gifted than you, and there's Yi Chen, a mysterious and ruthless individual. Why do you look down on us in the East District? If you think we're trash in the East District, then why are you here? Seeing the new gods from the East District all becoming discontented, Mickey gently reprimanded Zhuang Baifeng. What are you saying? Now you are also one of the East District, so why still differentiate between East and West District? Upon hearing this, the new gods from the East District's expressions softened slightly. At this time, the first genius of the West District, Nicholas Pengdenbai, spoke coldly. Nicholas Pengdenbai. After saying this, Nicholas Pengdenbai remained silent, looking like he didn't want to be approached by strangers. The new gods in the East District felt frustrated once again. Mad. These geniuses from the West District are one more arrogant than the other. Do they really not consider us geniuses from the East District as geniuses? Shia, won't you introduce the geniuses from the East District to me, your old friend? After all, I am new here, so I am still in the dark about the East District. Mickey smiled and turned to Shia. Shia rolled his eyes at the words. Mickey, do you dare to challenge the East District without understanding it? I won't meddle in others' affairs. After saying this, he couldn't help but add another sentence in his mind. Anyway, you will all die. Don't be fooled by the fact that Shia has been losing to Yechen, but after all, he has been a god for many years. How could he not understand that Mickey's behavior just now was just a show of power to everyone? What are the so-called four geniuses of the West District? They are just hunters specialized in hunting Yechen. To put it bluntly, Shibuya really doesn't think highly of the so-called four geniuses. How mysterious Yechen is. What's the use of having high talent for these four so-called geniuses? Now that Yechen has integrated the divinity of Mabao country and Vodma, his divine domain area and divinity have probably reached a terrifying level among the new gods. With just a few guys who are about as powerful as Shia Gu, do they think they can hunt down Yechen? It's like a dream. Anyway, Shibuya doesn't think Mickey will succeed at all. If you want to give divinity to Yechen, I won't stop you. I really don't understand what the godson is thinking. Such a clever person. How could he make such a low-level mistake? If Yechen really swallows the divinity of these four so-called geniuses, he might even be able to resist the godson. For me, this is a good thing. Very satisfying. Thinking of this, Shibuya suddenly felt happy. The originally depressed mood was instantly swept away. After the show of power ended, the new students dispersed. Yechen went straight back to his room. The appearance of the godsend Mickey and the four geniuses from the West District made Yechen feel that it was necessary to plan carefully. In the previous two divine battles, he was just passively defending, but that's not his style. Taking the initiative is Yechen's true character. Nicholas Pengdenbai among the four geniuses seems to be a solitary and arrogant person. He probably won't even trust his companions. Such a person is not easy to approach. That demon woman Yamiati, with her personality, will probably be surrounded by sycophants soon. Also not easy to approach. The only ones left are Bagyalu and Zhuang Baifan. Zhuang Baifan is arrogant and looks down on everyone. Bagyalu is dull-witted and seems to lack intelligence. Maybe I can do it this way. Then, it's you, Zhuang Baifan. With a flash of thought, Yechen quickly formulated a plan. The next moment, he suddenly disappeared and entered his divine domain. Just as his figure appeared in the hall, Yechen couldn't wait to give orders to the system. System, edit the announcement. Just say, a new round of plot activities is starting. This time, I will lead the players to rush 1,000 miles and kill the righteous traitor Zhuang Baifan. After giving the system a rough framework, Yechen was ready to let the system take over. Anyway, he had already informed the system of the general idea. With the system's capabilities, it would surely understand. Okay, host. Indeed, the system had no doubts and responded directly. After a moment, the game announcement sounded in the immortal path. Dear players, a new round of storyline achievement to eradicate the traitor Zhuang Baifan is about to begin. In this event, NPC Palace Master Yechen will lead players on a long journey to eliminate the righteous traitor Zhuang Baifan. Due to the focus on surprise attacks in this event, the number of players will be limited. With a quota of 500 people, players are welcome to sign up enthusiastically. With the deadline for registration at midnight tonight, the game announcement stirred up waves like a calm sea. All the online players went crazy. The storyline event has started again. This means another wave of huge contribution points. As players level up, their demand for contribution points becomes higher and higher. Naturally, no one wants to miss the opportunity to earn contribution points. Immediately, all online players started clicking on the registration pop-up on the system panel. In just a few seconds, the number of registered players had already exceeded 5,000. It is evident how eager players are for the event. Yechen looked at the continuously increasing number of registrations and raised an eyebrow. Looks like the system will have to filter another round. 1 minute later, all 9,816 online players had completed their registration. Not a single one was missed. Yechen looked at the densely packed names on the registration page and couldn't help but rub his forehead. It would be a huge task for him to filter through all of them. Luckily, there was the system to help. However, I can first select some powerful players, Yechen thought. There were quite a few eccentric players who had left a deep impression on him. These people may not have stood out among the players yet, but Yechen felt they had great potential, because these people were skilled at being silly. Definitely need Lone. He is an indispensable commanding god. The first one selected was Lone. In the previous two divine battles, Lone's command had not shown any flaws. Coupled with his high prestige among players, he was the undisputed choice for commander. Besides him, Yechen couldn't think of a second commander who could command the players with such approval. Bao Er, king of poisonous wolves, and the peach couple must not be absent. Bao Er's ancestral style, the king of poisonous wolves' toxicity, and the eccentricity of the peach couple were also players who had left a deep impression on Yechen. Among these people, except for Peach's sister, Almost all of them were among the first and second batches of players to enter the immortal path. Indeed, these guys were all top players. Li Taibai has comprehended the way of the sword immortal. Jin Shajiba is a wolf that even I must admire. Luo Tianla 01 just activated the transformation technique. Also a promising talent. Kaido Kid's sleight of hand technique is also very powerful. That foodie red dust must also come along. In an instant, Yechin remembered a few more names. These people were all top players who had triggered hidden routes. Oh, I remember there are a few big spenders. They must come along to ensure logistics. After some thought, Yechin added the names of a few big spenders like Ma Jiaodong, eat and drink without worry, and Jing Chenhao. Although Yechin had only seen Ma Jiaodong among these big spenders, but in the immortal path, he was like a GM. It was obvious at a glance which player was a big spender. That's about it. Let the system pick the rest. Yechin thought, about to instruct the system. But before he could speak, he suddenly remembered a name. How could I forget her? She's the first lucky player in the immortal path. Even if Sweet Tooth doesn't hurt, she must be added. After adding the ID Sweet Tooth doesn't hurt, Yechin closed the registration page. The rest would be left to the system to select. He believed that the players selected by the system would definitely not have any flaws. If I lead the players, we will fight across the divine realm. The Lingxiao Immortal Palace will be left to my eccentric junior brother to preside over. Fortunately, he is a big shot at the golden core level, with a higher realm than me, so there shouldn't be any problems with him in charge. Thinking this, Yechin strode out of the main hall. After leaving the main hall, he headed straight towards Qianyu, who was constantly surrounded by enthusiastic players. Ahem, Brother Yu, hello, Brother Yu, you look handsome again. Brother Yu, I love you. Mwah. I really want to give birth to a monkey for you. Brother Yu. Infatuated female players are still not in the minority. This group of infatuated women, led by Zhao Duitian, focuses on NPCs. Rubbing oil on weekdays, touching and feeling towards NPCs has become their daily task. In the past, this group of infatuated women focused on Yechin. However, Yechin was after all the palace lord, so the infatuated women still had some reservations. But Qianyu, this innocent young man, was no match for the infatuated women, right? At this moment, he was truly in agony. When he saw Yechin, it was like seeing a savior. Senior brother, save me, Qianyu cried out to Yechin with a mournful face. Seeing this, Yechin chuckled softly. Look at you like this. My disciples adore you as their senior uncle. Isn't that a good thing? Others can't even beg for it. Alright, stop looking so miserable. I'm here to inform you that tomorrow I will take some disciples to go 1,000 miles away to eliminate the traitor of the righteous path, Zhuang Baifan. I'll leave the Lingxiao Immortal Palace to you. After Yechin finished speaking, he turned and walked away. What a joke! Am I Yechin the sacrificial master? You just be a good boy and fend off those infatuated women's wandering hands for me. Seeing his senior brother walk away without looking back, Qianyu felt a sense of darkness before him. It was as if he had fallen into despair. But in reality, he was both pained and happy. After all, those infatuated women were quite beautiful. I wonder when the other two NPCs will appear. Calculating the time, tomorrow is the last day. These two guys haven't shown up until now. Forget it, let's not worry about that for now. Let's deal with Zhuang Baifan first. Back in the main hall, Yechin shook his head. There were still some NPCs missing. He planned that after dealing with Zhuang Baifan this time, he would definitely allocate some contribution points to continue exchanging for a few more NPCs. The time in the immortal path is not synchronized with the world of the gods. Registration deadline at midnight, plus selection quotas. No matter how you calculate it, the event can only start tomorrow. Converted to the time of the world of the gods, that would be this afternoon. In that case, I need to prepare well. First, observe Bagaialu's whereabouts and habits. This way, I can transform into him and cause trouble for Zhuang Baifan. After contemplating for a moment, Yechin chose to exit the divine realm. He had basically settled things in the immortal path. Now, he was waiting for an opportunity to transform into Bagaialu and ambush the 16-year-old comrade Zhuang Baifan. Yes, during the grace period in the world of the gods, wanton killing was indeed prohibited. If they wanted to fight, it had to be purely physical or through divine battles. However, Yechin was now a master of transformation. As long as he transformed into Bagaialu, even if he directly killed Zhuang Baifan, When it was discovered, it would be Bagayalu who triggered the prohibition. What did it have to do with Yechen? Thinking this way, the plan was definitely feasible. No problem. After his figure reappeared in the room, Yechen pushed open the door and walked out. Now, he was going to find out where Bagayalu's room was, and some of Bagayalu's habits and whereabouts. Only by knowing oneself and the enemy can one better impersonate Bagayalu, this foolish and naive idiot. Turning around the corner, a figure appeared and came towards Yechen. "Hey, handsome young man," a soft voice rang out. Coming towards him was Yamili, one of the 4 geniuses of the West District. It's unclear if she did it on purpose. Yamili's body was right in the middle of the corridor. No matter which side Yechen walked from, he would brush against Yamili's body. Seeing Yechen stop, Yamili threw a flirtatious look at him. "Hey, little brother, why aren't you talking? Are you shy?" Seeing the enchanting Yamili deliberately teasing, Yechen hadn't had a chance to reply when a figure at the far end of the corridor rushed towards them at breakneck speed. Bang! The sound of impact rang out. Yamili's body was instantly thrown out like a rag, landing in a sorry state. All the goddess vibes and charm that captivated everyone were thrown into the corner at this moment. The figure stopped, looking sullen, and turned out to be Shia Gu. Shia Gu walked up to Yamili, towering over her, looking down at her with a very unfriendly tone. "Fox spirit, shameless, stay away from Yechen." With that, Shia Gu turned and left. Yechen on the side was amazed. Shia Gu's explosive combat power was indeed formidable. Yamili, on the ground, struggled to get up. Her face was full of anger. As the most popular goddess in the West District, she had never been in such a sorry state before. In the West District, even the aloof and arrogant Nicholas Pendleton would show a gentle expression in front of her. "You little slut. I'll kill you." Watching Shia Gu's figure disappear into the distance, Yamili let out a hysterical roar. Yechen on the side glanced at Yamili. His eyes turned cold in an instant. "Do you dare to try?" After saying this, Yechen ignored Yamili and walked away. "Yechen, Shia Gu." Yamili was furious. Were the guys in the East District all clueless? Don't they know how to appreciate beauty? One person inexplicably bumped into her, and another threatened her with his eyes? What the hell was this? For the first time, Yamili began to doubt her own charm. Passing through the corridor led to the main hall square. On the square, there were many new gods gathered in 2s and 3s, exchanging experiences on developing believers. Yechen walked over and casually approached a guy who didn't deserve to have a name. Through subtle questioning, he inquired about the rooms of the geniuses in the West District. With 2 divine battles under his belt, Yechen had already made a name for himself. The guy without a name naturally didn't dare to ignore Yechen's questions. In fact, he even hoped to establish some kind of relationship with Yechen. Immediately, the nameless guy spilled all the information he knew. "Thanks." After listening, Yechen nodded at him and then turned and left confidently. The locations of the rooms of the geniuses in the West District had been found out. Next, it was time to learn about the whereabouts and habits of Bagayalu and Zhuang Baifan. Understanding these things was not difficult. Yechen spent only an hour or 2 and found out everything. Bagayalu has a habit of napping between 1 p.m. and 2 p.m. During this time, he stays in his room and doesn't go anywhere. Although time is a bit tight, killing Zhuang Baifan should be enough. Zhuang Baifan enjoys fine wine and beautiful women. He will spend his lunch break at the tavern in the temple. The timing is just right. These messages were naturally inquired by Yechen. It must be said that there is never a shortage of bootlickers in this world. After the appearance of the 4 geniuses in the West District, a new god from the East District quickly ran to become a bootlicker. In order to please the new bosses, bootlickers will do everything possible to find out the preferences of the new bosses. And all of this is just a convention that was already established by Zhuang Baifan and others in the West District. Bootlickers easily found out about it. But now, it was a bargain for Yechen. He effortlessly obtained the information he wanted. After dealing with these matters, Yechen checked the time and realized it was almost noon. After casually having lunch, Yechen immediately targeted Bagayalu and Zhuang Baifan. The obtained information was no different. When lunch break arrived, the dull Bagayalu got up and headed towards his room. Zhuang Baifan, on the other hand, staggered towards the tavern inside the temple. Yechen did not act immediately. He waited for about 10 minutes before getting up quietly and leaving. Inside the temple's restaurant, the new gods did not notice Yechen's departure. Even Yamiel and Nicholas Protein, due to their quiet conversation, did not notice Yechen's disappearance. Along the way, Yechen tried to avoid the location of the divine monitoring crystal. Finding a place with no one around, he silently said to himself, "Transformation spell." Immediately, in Yechen's mind, he visualized Bagyalu's appearance. The next moment, a strange power fluctuation appeared on his body. After this power disappeared, Yechen had transformed into Bagyalu. This transformation spell is indeed amazing. Perhaps not even the person most familiar with Bagyalu could spot the flaw. After checking his current appearance, Yechen nodded in satisfaction. Then, he confidently walked towards the tavern. A moment later, the tavern appeared before him. This was a place where the temple's clergy relaxed on regular days. Don't think that the deities have no desires. In fact, their desires are probably even stronger than those of ordinary people. That's why a tavern was set up inside the temple. It allowed the deities to relax there. Yechen pushed the door open. Although it was lunch break, the tavern was not crowded. Most of the deities would come here to indulge themselves at night. With a casual glance, Yechen saw Zhuang Baifen sitting by the window. At that moment, Zhuang Baifen was elegantly sipping a glass of fruit wine, looking intoxicated. Ahem! Yechen walked up to Zhuang Baifen and coughed lightly. Zhuang Baifen raised his head, looked at Yechen, and showed a surprised expression. "Bagyalu, how come you're here? Aren't you usually napping at this time?" Zhuang Baifen was puzzled. According to Bagyalu's habits, he would never go out at this time. However, he did not suspect that the Bagyalu in front of him might be a fake. Yechen did not reply. He signaled to Zhuang Baifen with his eyes and then turned around, walking straight out of the tavern. Seeing this, Zhuang Baifen was stunned. What's going on? Could something have happened? He didn't dare to delay, quickly put down his wineglass, and followed outside. Yechen's pace was a bit fast, and in the blink of an eye, he turned around the tavern and entered the garden on the left side of the temple. Zhuang Baifen had no suspicions and hurried to catch up. In his mind, he was still guessing randomly. Could it be that Yamiel, that slut, seduced Yechen? Is that why this wooden Bagyala came to inform me? So that we can hunt down Yechen? Thinking of this, Zhuang Baifen's heart was faintly excited. These thoughts of his had just arisen. Suddenly, a buzzing sound rang deep in his brain. Then, Zhuang Baifen's vision went black. All the images shattered like broken glass. Damn! Being forced into battle. Forced battle refers to forcibly initiating a divine battle. In the world of gods, the gods are most afraid of being forced into battle by others. This is similar to being forced into a PK in a game. Damn it, Bagyalu, are you crazy? In the realm of Diode, Zhuang Baifen angrily cursed. He never thought that one day he would be forced into battle by Bagyalu. This idiot. Damn it, Bagyalu, you scum. Not even as good as the seductive Yami. What do you have to fight me with? Very well, since you seek death yourself, don't blame me for being impolite. A hint of sinister expression crossed Zhuang Baifen's face. Among the gods, there are no good intentions. Originally, Zhuang Baifen was reluctant to hunt down Bagyalu, who belonged to the same Sui family as himself. But now, since Bagyalu brought it upon himself, Zhuang Baifen naturally would not be polite. Soon, Zhuang Baifen began to gather his followers. Followers, I, the great god of Nubi, Diode Yoda Ma Diobo, Bull Baifen Zhuang, have sensed that the evil god is about to invade. My followers, take up your weapons, ignite your fighting spirit, tear apart the evil Bagyalu and his monkey followers. Zhuang Baifen's impassioned voice instantly spread throughout his realm. Countless madman tribe followers, with eyes red, roared like wild beasts. Rizki, Rizki, Rizki. Rizki means battle in the language of the madman tribe. Obviously, the not very intelligent madman tribe followers were all stirred up with fanatical fighting spirit. The madman tribe, although having human bloodline, is different from humans, with low intelligence but explosive combat power. Almost every male madman is a warrior. While Zhuang Baifen was mobilizing his followers, Night Chen was not idle. 500 players had already been selected by the system. Now, they were quietly waiting for Night Chen's instructions. System, I want to exchange for a one-time teleportation array. Directly teleport to the border of Zhuang Baifen's realm, using the teleportation array for a long-distance rush. This was what Night Chen had planned from the beginning. After all, when the realms of Night Chen and Zhuang Baifen bordered each other, the combined area of the two realms was over 3,000 square kilometers. If players were to invade on foot, it would probably take a long time. To quickly kill Zhuang Baifen, they had to use the teleportation array to directly teleport to the border of both realms. This way, Night Chen could lead the players to quickly invade Zhuang Baifan's realm, and a one-time teleportation array was not expensive. Night Chen could afford it. After spending 10,000 contribution points to exchange for the teleportation array, a surge of magical fluctuations rose on the edge of the Lingxiao Immortal Palace Square. Then, brilliant starlight surged on the ground. In just a few breaths, the teleportation array was already constructed. Let's go! Immediately, Night Chen waved his sleeve and shouted. As soon as he spoke, he had stepped into the teleportation array. Under the lonely command, the 500 players orderly stepped into the array one by one. This was their first external operation. The 500 players who were finally selected were naturally full of spirit and pride, making the onlookers around the square envious. Envious? Why wasn't I chosen? What are you thinking? Do you think everyone can participate in this activity? Didn't you see that these 500 are all big shots? Let's save some. No, I have to work hard. I want to become a great god in the future. Let's disperse and level up. Seeing 500 players disappear, the onlookers dispersed. At the border of the Immortal Path Divine Realm and the Deodad Divine Realm, beams of white light lit up. The players' figures began to appear one by one. There was a hint of novelty and unfinished expression on their faces. Teleportation arrays were not uncommon. Almost every game would have them. However, the 100% realistic game was only the Immortal Path. For all the players, this teleportation journey was definitely a new experience. Brother Yu, any instructions? Lonely looked at Night Chen and asked with a smile. Night Chen solemnly replied, Zhuang Baifan betrayed the righteous alliance, colluded with demons, and harmed living beings. As disciples of our sect, we must uphold justice, protect the people, and eliminate this fiend. Do not worry, when you encounter this evil fiend, feel free to kill him. Night Chen's words were almost irrelevant to the question, but there was no choice, as he was pretending to be an NPC. This transitional plot had to happen, right? Besides, he didn't expect the players to actually follow his orders. With the players' personalities, it would be strange if they obeyed an NPC's arrangement. So, it was better to let them play freely. For Night Chen, Zhuang Baifan was not a strong opponent. Despite being known as the second genius in the Western District, Zhuang Baifan was no match for Night Chen. He believed that even without his intervention, the players alone could handle Zhuang Baifan. Indeed, as Night Chen's voice fell, Lonely waved towards the players. Alright, the plot is over. Next, it's time for us to show our skills. Let that poser know how terrifying our players are. Hearing this, the surrounding players all laughed cheerfully. Boss, Zhuang Baifan? Even if you were a real poser, it wouldn't matter. If you dare to show your health bar, the players will make you doubt your life. Second Bao, you still lead the Zon team. Lonely turned to Bao Air in the crowd and said. Bao Air nodded and stepped forward. Zon team, assemble. With his words, about a dozen players lazily stood up. This time, there weren't many chosen for the Zon team, including Bao Air. There were only 14 in total. Chi Yuan, you and I will each lead 7 brothers, Bao Air said to a player named Zon Chi Yuan. No problem. Zon Chi Yuan made an okay gesture. This Zon Chi Yuan was the most impressive in Zon language. Besides Bao Air, during the battle with Ma Bao Gua, he famously said, Ma Bao Gua, your father regrets now. Why didn't he shoot you back then? He was highly respected in the Zon team. The Meat Shield team is still led by Xiongde. After the Zon team assembled, Lonely looked at Xiongde. Xiongde nodded and began to gather the Meat Shield team. However, this time, the Meat Shield team was no longer just a Meat Shield. Perhaps calling them the Berserk team would be more appropriate. The veteran members of the Meat Shield team, Red Dust Not Drunk and Old Man Drunk Alone, naturally included him. However, at this moment, he was lazily skewering kebabs, looking relaxed. You need energy after eating. During the pre-battle arrangements, Night Chen was also observing these players. He noticed that the Meat Shield team, or rather the Berserk team, had many new members. Xian Yuan Ri Tian, Jian Wu, and childhood lack of love and lack of beating. These 3 IDs were familiar to Night Chen. The first 2 are the kind of people who are all talk and no action, while the last one is the oddball who plucks his own pet in public. Speaking of pets, Yechen glanced over, a child who lacked love and discipline growing up, but he saw that there was nothing by his side. No sign of the winged tiger. Perhaps he had already killed his winged tiger, Or worse, maybe he had eaten it. After a moment, with a lonely command, all the players scattered in groups, dispersing like locusts towards Zhuang Baifan's divine realm. Yechen did not follow the players in their actions. He slowly floated up into the sky, releasing his divine sense to lock onto all these players. This way, no matter what happened to any group of players, he could keep an eye on them at all times. Ji Mei, keep up, don't fall behind. Today is the first mission for Our Lady Army. Don't lose to those stinky men, Peach said with enthusiasm. Behind her, there were about a dozen female players following. Now, Peach's sister had also reached the foundation establishment stage. With Peach by her side, her leveling speed naturally far exceeded that of ordinary players. Moreover, due to Peach's sister's outstanding performance in the national war last time, her deeds of catching mistresses were widely spread among players, making her extremely popular. Therefore, many female players regarded her as an idol, a big sister. As a result, Yechen specially established the Lady Army, and Peach's sister was the first captain of the Lady Army. The female players, upon hearing Peach's sister's words, all rallied their spirits and followed Peach's sister, advancing vigorously forward. After walking for more than half an hour, a village could be vaguely seen ahead. Seeing this, Peach's sister's heart leaped. Ji Mei, there's a village ahead. Let's go check it out. The female players were also invigorated by her words. To be honest, the journey of just over half an hour was tiring, and the difficult road almost exhausted them. Now that a village appeared, taking a break seemed like a good idea. As for not losing to stinky men, that thought had long been thrown out the window. The female players quickened their pace. Soon, they invaded the village. The village seemed lifeless. Apart from a few elderly people occasionally seen, only female humans remained. Hey, there are so few people in this village. Their clothes are so strange. A bit like Western medieval. No, it's the style of clothing from the Western Stone Age. Sister, do you know about this? Yes, I work in the fashion industry, so I've researched these things. Wow, you're amazing. Sister, the female players chatted while curiously observing the village. This village naturally belonged to the tribe of madmen. At this moment, the male members of the madman tribe were all gathered in the temple. In the village, only the elderly, women, and children of the madman tribe remained. Unlike adult male madmen, the combat power of the elderly, women, and children of the madman tribe was extremely low. Moreover, their temperament was mostly gentle. This was also related to the relatively low status of women in the madman tribe. Hey, Ji Mei, there's a shop over here. Suddenly, Peach's sister's voice rang out. There was a hint of excitement in her tone. The female players turned their heads to look at the shop that Peach's sister mentioned. A spacious building appeared before them. Inside the building, there were various goods neatly arranged in different categories. It really is a shop. The female players' eyes lit up at the sight. With everything so neatly arranged in a place where female humans were looking, what else could it be if not a shop? Ji Mei, let's go shopping, Peach's sister shouted, leading the female players as they rushed into this shop. The female madwoman guarding the shop was completely shocked. Where did all these strange tribespeople come from? What are they up to? At first glance, the madmen and humans have 80% to 90% similarity. If you don't look closely, you can hardly tell. Earlier, that female madman was still wondering how so many tribespeople suddenly appeared in the village. She thought, maybe it was people from other tribes. But now, she was completely stunned. The group of female tribespeople in front of her were like bandits, crazily grabbing the tribe's public resources. Yao Fuqian, the female madman startled, came to her senses, and quickly shouted. In the language of the madman, Yao Fuqian means to stop quickly. These resources are all communal property in the village, offerings to the god Nubi, and logistical support for the madmen when they go out to battle. If they were incited by others, they would have to apologize to all the madmen. Yao Fuqian, seeing the strange tribespeople still clamoring and grabbing, the female madman was sweating profusely. Tao Sa heard this, turned around, and smiled at the female madman. Don't worry, we know we have to pay, and we can afford it. My husband is rich. We can afford it. After speaking, she continued to join in the grabbing. The appearance of these madmen's resources was very impressive. They looked like luxury goods and precious jewelry. The power of these items on women is self-evident. So, how could this group of female players resist? After all, can anything in the game be more expensive than in reality? Just buy it. Buy. 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 In just a moment, all the items were bought up by the female players, leaving only some poorly looking ugly things scattered in the corners. Not bad. I didn't expect there to be such a good place in the game. Yeah, if I hadn't gone out today, I wouldn't have known you could shop in the game. Experiencing the thrill of shopping. So cool. Exactly. I love buying things. Just now I saw a string of what looked like coral necklaces. So beautiful. If you put it outside, it would be valuable. I wonder if we have enough money to pay for it. What's to fear? It's just a game. Worst case, we can spend money. The female players were happy, looking satisfied, but the female madman almost cried. She was scared by this group of strange female creatures in front of her. May, how much in total? I bought those things just now. Tao Saw turned around and asked the female madman. The female madman was already timid, and now she was sweating profusely with fear. She stammered, "Ba, Lingshire, Zba Lingshire." She was warning these female creatures in front of her that she would report to the village chief and have them arrested. Tao Saw squinted when she heard this. Just 8 spirit stones? Oh, so cheap. NPCs are generous, unlike those outside who are greedy and unscrupulous. As she spoke, Tao Saw flipped her hand and threw a large piece of spirit stone to the female madman. She even generously said, "No need for change. Consider the extra as a tip for you." The female madman widened her eyes, instantly confused, and Tao Saw, with this group of shopping crazy female players, left. Just as they left, a female player named Yimo exclaimed in surprise, "May, there seems to be a shop ahead. Experts have studied this. When women have the desire to shop, in this world, no one can stop them, not even the gods." So, the village of the madman tribe suffered. They swept through like locusts, leaving the madman tribe's resource warehouse empty wherever they went. The female madmen who stayed behind were trembling with fear, on the verge of tears. There is no way. The immortal path has provided players with a huge personal warehouse, almost hundreds of cubic meters. So, the resources of the mere madman tribe are really not enough for them to store. This time it feels great. I bought so many good items at once. Yes, and most importantly, they are cheap. I only spent 10 spirit stones. That's right, there aren't many things that are both good quality and inexpensive. I bought a lot for my husband too. I also bought several pieces of equipment for my boyfriend. I don't have a boyfriend, but my parents will enter the immortal path in a while, so I just stocked up on a lot of food. But it's strange, why does every shop only require 8 spirit stones? Is there a reason for this? Who knows? Maybe the NPCs think the number 8 is lucky. The female players excitedly shared their shopping experiences with each other. However, they did not know that since Zhuang Baifan awakened as a god, her madman tribe followers, who had worked hard to accumulate resources for 3 months, had been completely emptied by them. Poor Zhuang Baifan. Let's go. May, it's time to get down to business. Tao Saw waved towards the female players. As her words fell, the female players finally realized they were still in the event, and they had come shopping at the NPCs. Suddenly, many female players looked embarrassed. A little lowly named Meng Mei Shang, with the ID Meng Mei Shang, even stuck out her tongue in embarrassment, looking shy. Just now, she bought the most goods. As they were talking, footsteps approached. Tao Saw, Meng Mei Shang, Yi Mo, and others turned to look. Several tall and fierce male madmen entered their sight. So ugly. In the crowd, a female player with the ID weak union several other male madmen were also shocked. They had returned under the village chief's orders to gather supplies. After all, Newbie God was going to lead them to conquer the evil Bagalu. If there was no logistical support, how could they proceed? But to their surprise, they heard shocking news. The supplies and offerings had been stolen. This was practically a death sentence for them. How were they going to explain to Newbie God? Lingsime Donxi? The male madman Nemenyufu glared at Tao Saw and the others, questioning loudly. Tao Saw and the others, although not understanding why this ugly man in front of them was yelling at them, did not pay it much mind. This NPC was already ugly looking. Maybe he naturally sounded fierce when speaking. Immediately, Tao Saw nodded friendly. That's right, we use spirit stones to buy things. We used spirit stones to buy things. Your goods are not bad. The quality is quite good. Rest assured, as long as you don't cheat us, next time I will continue to bring Jime to buy things from you. Tao Saw chattered on. Nemenyifu was left with question marks all over his head. He had no idea what this woman in front of him was saying. All he knew was that this woman was hinting at stealing offerings. Immediately, Nemenyifu was filled with rage. Alright, so it was you who stole the offerings. Judging by your smug looks, you probably want to continue stealing, don't you? Enough is enough. The angry Nemenyifu roared. Bang! The animal skin coat he was wearing instantly burst open. Bang bang bang! A series of bursting sounds followed. The other male madmen nearby also became furious. The main characteristic of male madmen in battle was their frenzy, and they would fight by bursting their clothes when in a frenzy. Obviously, these male madmen were already in battle mode. Tao Saw and the others were stunned at the sight. Moments later, screams pierced the sky, causing birds in the surrounding trees to flutter away in panic. Ah, hooligans! They're being hooligans. NPCs are being hooligans. Shameless, perverted, exhibitionist. I'm so angry. Why are NPCs so creepy? The female players were all furious. They were actually being harassed by a group of NPCs? If it were handsome guys like Daeyuj or Xiaoyuj trying to be hooligans, they might have tolerated it. But these NPCs were both ugly and fierce. The female players present found it unbearable. You want to harass me? I'll beat you up first. Tao Saw couldn't hold back. Her pretty face instantly turned cold. The next moment, she flipped her wrist. A long whip appeared in her hand. This whip was a weapon specially crafted for Tao Saw by a dedicated alchemist who couldn't eat peaches. The whip was not only flexible but also covered with spikes. Under the sunlight, the whip emitted a cold light. Swish! Tao Saw flicked her wrist, and the whip was instantly swung towards Nemenyifu's crotch. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The long whip in Daoseo's hand hit Nemenyifu's crotch. The sharp spikes pierced into Nemenyifu's vital area in an instant. Tao Saw grimaced, pulling with force. Bang! A muffled bursting sound followed. The next moment, bright red blood spurted out from between Nemenyifu's legs. Ouch! It hurts! Nemenyifu clutched his crotch, screaming in pain as he fell down. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. He's done for. He's done for. A female player named Cece widened her eyes, pointing at Nemenyifu in astonishment. She seemed to have witnessed something unbelievable. Female players saw the situation and immediately wailed in sorrow. Isn't this Cece too cute and silly? How could one say such things in public? At least one should be more refined. As the male madmen who had just exploded their clothes saw the blood on the ground and Nemenyifu twitching in pain on the ground, they couldn't help but shudder, their faces turning extremely pale. Even Tao Saw seemed surprised that her words had come true. She really did beat Nemenyifu to a pulp. She stood frozen in place, dumbfounded. Roar! A long-faced madman was the first to react. He roared in anger, raised his fist the size of a sandbag, and swung it towards Daoseo's head. This sudden turn of events caught most of the female players off guard, leaving them no time to react. They watched as Tao Saw was about to be hit by the long-faced madman's fist. Many female players had already screamed in fear, but a female player with the ID Mengmei on top reacted extremely quickly. With a flick of her wrist, a huge hammer appeared in her hand. Bang! With a loud noise, the long-faced madman's head exploded like a smashed watermelon. Sorry, I used too much force, Mengmei on top said shyly as she stuck out her tongue. She hadn't expected the long-faced ugly man's head to be so fragile that it burst with a light touch. Feeling like she had made a mistake, Mengmei on top blushed and dropped the huge hammer from her hand. Bang! The giant hammer fell, smashing a large pit into the stone-paved ground. The female players around couldn't help but gasp in shock and amazement. This cute little girl actually had so much strength. It was hard to believe. Despite her small stature, how could she wield a hammer larger than her body? Tokus, looking for death. The remaining male madmen began to shout. They all became fierce and their skin gradually turned red. This was a sign of complete madness in the male members of the madman tribe. Before the other female players could react, Cece, a silly and cute loli, widened her eyes and exclaimed, "They said they want to take off their pants. They're going to be perverts again." With these words, all the female players blushed with anger and embarrassment. Did these shameless NPCs really think we wouldn't dare to kill them? They were just a few NPCs, right? Kill them, kill them. The enraged female players cast aside their guilt and began to act. It's just a game. Killing a few NPCs, would that be considered a crime? Ping pong. The female players and male madmen instantly clashed. The madman tribe's level was not low, reaching A+. In theory, this tribe had very strong combat power, but unfortunately, who was their main god? It was Zhuang Baifan. From the awakening day until now, not even 10 days had passed. No matter how talented Zhuang Baifan was, or how strong the madman tribe's combat power was, they couldn't resist one fact. These male madmen had not yet fully grown. If converted into game levels, these male madmen were at most just level 7 or 8 minor monsters. On the other hand, each of the female players present had reached the Foundation Establishment realm, equivalent to level 10 or above in the game, with a dozen or so players at level 10 or higher, attacking 3 or 4 level 7 or 8 minor monsters. Wasn't it easy to defeat them? In less than 20 seconds, the male madman in front of them had been beaten to the ground and killed. Sadaheo, enemies. The female madman who witnessed everything from start to finish finally screamed as if she had regained her soul. She screamed while turning and fleeing in panic. She wanted to inform more madmen, to tell them that enemies had come to the village. The female players who were laughing and joking while retrieving their weapons, upon seeing the crazy woman running and shouting, couldn't help but exclaim, "What is this female NPC doing? Why is she running? Isn't she with those ugly men from earlier?" "No, definitely not. Didn't you see her calling for help the whole time?" "That's right, look at how excited she is. Maybe she used to be bullied by those ugly guys." "So, it seems like we are still upholding justice and eliminating evil? Be confident, remove the seams, we are indeed upholding justice," the female players discussed eagerly, feeling a sense of accomplishment surging in their hearts. Eliminating evil for the people, full of positive energy. "Well done, gather, let's continue." Tao Saw clapped her hands, attracting the attention of the female players, and said spiritedly. Immediately, under Dao Seo's leadership, the female players continued to advance confidently. Although they didn't encounter Zhuang Baifan this time, they at least triggered a quest. Unfortunately, this quest seemed to have no rewards, but it's okay. Upholding justice, the female players were willing even without rewards. Temple. Zhuang Baifan stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky, a demeanor of unparalleled charisma. He was waiting for the crazy tribes to gather supplies so they could set off to invade Bagyalu's domain, and then, to completely kill Bagyalu. Only by doing so could he wash away the shame of being defeated by Bagyalu. Step, step, step. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Immediately after, an old crazy man with white hair hurried over. He bowed to Zhuang Baifan. "Great newbie god, your most devout follower Laobus has important news to report to you." Zhuang Baifan turned slowly upon hearing this. His gaze swept over Laobus. "Speak." His tone sounded calm, as if nothing could disturb him. Laobus relaxed slightly upon hearing this. Then, in an almost mournful voice, he began to speak. "The tribe's offerings and resources have been stolen." As soon as these words were spoken, Zhuang Baifan, who seemed impervious to everything like a transcendent figure, instantly became furious. He was almost jumping with anger. His eyes stared fiercely at Laobus, and a hysterical roar burst from his mouth. "Who did it? Who stole the offerings of this god? Doesn't he want to live?" Laobus shook his head, wearing a look of helplessness on his face. Just now, he received a report from that crazy woman and interrogated her for a long time. Unfortunately, the crazy woman couldn't explain anything clearly. She just kept mentioning words like Duo Gulu and Ling Si. This made Laobus extremely frustrated. "Humph." Seeing Laobus's appearance, Zhuang Baifan snorted coldly. His expression had turned dark. Perhaps only Bagyalu could sneak into his domain so quietly. After all, Bagyalu's followers were the Kodao monkey tribe. These Kodao monkeys loved to steal and deceive the most. "Bagyalu, you are looking for death." Zhuang Baifan cursed through gritted teeth. Then, he grabbed Laobus, flashed his figure, and flew towards the village. The offerings and resources were of great importance. They were related to Zhuang Baifan's advancement to the level of a 3.5-star god. He certainly couldn't afford to delay. As for Bagyalu, he would deal with him later. Zhuang Baifan didn't believe that Bagyalu, who was far inferior in talent and strength, could cause much trouble in his domain. The loss of this offering was just due to his carelessness. Diode Domain. Altar. Little Black Fungus 233. Lin Shue Chung. Magic Wheel Light Wave Duck. Changa. Wood Big. Sneaked out of the forest. These few IDs seem a bit unfamiliar. However, Yi Chen is not unfamiliar with them either. To describe it in a sentence, these guys are also well known on Yi Chen's side. "Look, There's a statue here. The first to emerge from the woods, Little Black Fungus 233, was like discovering a new continent, pointing to the statue of Zhuang Baifan in front of him, shouting with excitement. Hearing this, others looked up one after another. Wow, there really is a statue. It seems like an altar. I heard from Brother Yu that the show-off and Maaga are of the same kind, both using blood sacrifices to enhance their own strength. Maybe this altar is what he uses to sacrifice humans. Damn, ruthless. Should we destroy it? Shia Gu and others started discussing. The 5 of them were not assigned to any specific team but formed a mobile team on their own. The so-called mobile team does not need to coordinate with the actions on the other side. They just need to infiltrate behind enemy lines, cause chaos everywhere, and destroy everything. That's settled then. Little Black Fungus 233's eyes lit up. The others had no objections either. Immediately, the 5 sand sculptures rushed towards the statue of Zhuang Baifan with great momentum. To cause destruction, they started with the statue. This statue just looked like it deserved a beating. The pretentious pos was just a show-off. Muda was the first to rush to the front of the statue. He didn't say much, but he was definitely a tough guy. He flipped his wrist directly and took out a large hammer from his personal storage. Muda raised the large hammer with both hands and smashed it towards the statue. Now, with the NPC Shia Gu coming online, many players have learned the art of refining from him. Although the items players now refine are far from comparable to Shia Gu's, players have boundless creativity. Some refining players have created many strange things. The large hammer in Muda's hand is one of them. It has a decent grade and comes with a destruction attribute. So, when Muda struck with this hammer, a large gap appeared in Zhuang Baifan's statue instantly. Stone chips flew everywhere and scattered on the ground. Well done. Shia Gu and others praised in unison upon seeing this. They didn't waste any time and took out their tools, pounding on the statue. The originally indestructible statue became weak in front of Muda and others' tools with the destruction attribute. In less than a moment, the statue was already on the verge of collapse. Little Black Fungus 233 saw this and smiled. Put in more effort. Let's take it down. Before he could finish his sentence, the statue collapsed with a bang, falling straight towards him. Little Black Fungus 233 was stunned. He could only mutter what the heck before he turned into a white light and resurrected. Muda and the others were at a loss, looking at each other in disbelief. Wasn't this Little Black Fungus 233 too unlucky? How did he get killed by the statue? In the Lingxiao Immortal Palace Square, Little Black Fungus 233's figure appeared. He looked full of frustration. The game notification sound was in his ears. Ding, dear player, you have died and will not be able to continue participating in the anti-evil Zhuang Baifan activity. Hearing the notification sound, Little Black Fungus 233 felt even more uncomfortable. Why am I so unlucky? He felt like crying without tears. However, the notification sound did not stop. Congratulations, dear player Little Black Fungus 233. You have become the first player in the immortal path to die 100 times in a bizarre way. You have achieved the dying more makes you healthier achievement. Upon hearing this notification, Little Black Fungus 233 was stunned for a moment. Then he eagerly opened the game interface. At the next moment, a golden achievement icon appeared before him. Death is healthier, non-mainstream achievement. Your life is full of danger, so why not go crazy and court death? Let death reverse your non-mainstream destiny. Under this achievement halo, every time a weirdo dies, the death count accumulates. When the daily weirdo death count reaches 10 times, players can activate the extraordinary skill. This skill can ignore levels, defense, and costs, forcibly killing instantly, with 3 uses per day, reset at midnight, and cannot be used on friendly NPCs. Little Black Fungus was stunned. After a long moment, he burst into a wild and unrestrained laughter. At the same time, in the Deodad Divine Realm village, Zhuang Baifan also let out a heart-wrenching scream. The loss of the sacrifice had already made him furious. But who would have thought that he just sensed that his idol was destroyed? For the gods of the world, the idol is crucial. It concerns the source of faith. The destruction of the idol directly affects Zhuang Baifan's foundation. At this moment, he felt that his divine power had stopped growing. It was even slowly declining. Bagyalu! Zhuang Baifan let out a thunderous roar. This Bagyalu, usually dull, but who would have thought he was so cunning and treacherous? Instead of facing him head-on, he deliberately caused chaos. Zhuang Baifan was furious. He stomped his foot, and his whole body floated up. A violent aura emanated from him. Seeing this, the madmen around couldn't help but tremble and prostrate themselves on the ground. Their god was angry. Floating in mid-air, Zhuang Baifan's long hair fluttered, his face full of fierce expression. Bugyalu, come out, you despicable island monkey. I, Zhuang Baifan, will fight you to the death. Zhuang Baifan's roar, like rolling thunder, spread throughout the Deodad divine realm. Zhuang Baifan, lonely, who was sweeping around with the players, suddenly looked up, his eyes shining. Other players also looked up one after another. This is the voice of the boss. It seems like the boss is angry. He's cursing, but why curse Bugyalu? Isn't he a little well-off islander? Who knows? Maybe. The boss is here. I'm excited. The players were all excited. As long as they defeat the boss, they will successfully complete the storyline activity. Brothers, the boss is right ahead. What should we do? Lonely looked at the players and asked loudly. As soon as these words were spoken, all the players laughed. Kill him. With the sound of the voice, the players turned into a swarm of locusts and swept towards the front. However, when the majority of the troops appeared in front of Zhuang Baifan, Lonely found that someone was already fighting the boss. It was the Lady Army in the 4-member mobile team. Tank team, engage. Lonely saw this and gave a light command. Immediately, led by Bear, the tank team rushed fiercely towards Zhuang Baifan. Ranged group, healer group, keep your distance. Other teams, clear the small fries. Lonely's speech was extremely fast, and in a moment, everything was arranged properly. With the addition of the large forces, the previously precarious Lady Army and the 4-member mobile team in front of Zhuang Baifan instantly turned the tables. Brothers, clear the small fries with me. A player named Fei Fan, holding an iron sword in his hand, shouted. With his voice, he swiftly moved towards the male madmen who were constantly surging around him. Other players naturally wouldn't fall behind. And thus, a great battle began. The figure of Nightfall appeared in the void. He cast his gaze on Zhuang Baifan, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. This Zhuang Baifan, known as the second genius of the Western District, but in the hands of the players, he was just a humanoid boss. With the ferocity of the fourth catastrophe, whether you are Zhuang Baifan or a show-off, there is only one outcome, becoming an experience pack for the players. Yechen had no intention of taking action. In this battle, he did not plan to personally kill Zhuang Baifan. Anyway, Zhuang Baifan was not that strong, so using him to train the players was the most suitable option. The mad believers around quickly fell to the ground. In the eyes of the players, they were just level 7 or 8 small monsters, and there was no pressure in clearing them out. It was the main forces fighting Zhuang Baifan who were in a bit of trouble. Zhuang Baifan, after all, was a demigod. Moreover, this time Yechen and the players directly invaded his divine realm. In his divine realm, whether it was Yechen, the players, or others, they were all subject to some suppression. Lonely, as a great god, had long noticed this. Almost all players were carrying a debuff called Divine Suppression, which reduced their attributes by 10% to 30%. Therefore, casualties quickly appeared among the players. With Zhuang Baifan's divine skill, the thunderous thunder appeared. Many players turned into white light and were resurrected. Seeing this scene, Lonely became a bit anxious. Healers, pay attention to healing. Tanks, interrupt the skills in time. DPS, increase your output. He issued a series of commands. Unfortunately, there were still few players in the Immortal Path who specialized in healing. Zhuang Baifan's Thunderous Thunder was an indiscriminate group attack skill. For a moment, the healers couldn't keep up. White light continued to flash, and within a few seconds, hundreds of players were already dead or injured. Yechen in the void sighed lightly at the sight. He knew where the problem lay. It was that the healers were a bit weak. Immediately, he waved his sleeve. A divine light turned into nectar and gently descended. The players, whose health was almost depleted, instantly recovered to full health. This was a lowly healer named Qinghong, who had achieved the perfect mastery of the altruistic healing skill in the Immortal Path. The system automatically synchronized it to Yechen, so now Yechen also had healing skills. Damn, Brother Yu is making a move. Awesome, my Brother Yu is so cool. A casual heal and we're safe. I didn't expect Brother Yu to be a healer too. What nonsense. Brother Yu is clearly a healer dad. The wave of healing excited all the players. With a boss-level healer like Yechen, what were they afraid of? Lonely, who was in charge of commanding the operation, also breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure was greatly reduced. Zhuang Baifeng felt the fluctuation of divine power in the void, and he was shocked and angry. But unfortunately, at this moment, he was continuously under attack by the players and couldn't spare any energy to worry about the secretly attacking Bagayalu. Yes, until now, Zhuang Baifeng still stubbornly believed that Bagayalu was the one ambushing him. He was still wondering when Bagayalu had colluded with Yamiel. Did he learn the holy light healing from Yamiel? The situation remained deadlocked, with players slowly wearing down the boss's health. Whenever players were in danger, Yechen would step in to heal them. Yechen's presence made the players fearless. At this moment, the players present gradually began to distinguish themselves. Among them, the most eye-catching was Jin Xiaji, the great god of the midsummer season. He was like a ghost, appearing and disappearing in an instant, with a speed that reached its peak. Even Zhuang Baifeng, a demigod, couldn't lock onto his figure. Even when Zhuang Baifeng released the divine technique of thunder, Jin Xiajiba could move through the falling thunder like a butterfly among flowers. It was simply amazing. Moreover, Jin Xiajiba was an extremely aloof person. With a tense face, he raised his orchid finger without saying a word. As his fingers flew, each embroidered needle turned into cold flashes, continuously shooting towards Zhuang Baifeng. The surrounding players were all amazed at the sight. Ah! Just then, an angry roar sounded. It was Red Dust Not Drunk, who had just been almost defeated in an instant. He was so angry that he stomped his feet, looking at Jin Xiajiba, then looking at himself. Damn! How could the gap be so big between him? Also a god in the eyes of players? Red Dust Not Drunk, feeling aggrieved, went completely crazy. He roared like a fierce dog and pounced on Zhuang Baifeng aggressively. The next moment, he grabbed Zhuang Baifeng's thigh directly. With a grimace, he bit down on Zhuang Baifeng's thigh. I'll eat you. Ah! Zhuang Baifeng let out a heart-wrenching scream. Despite being a divine being, he was no match for Red Dust Not Drunk, who had a devouring constitution capable of swallowing everything. In comparison, he was much more powerful than the Western gods. So when Red Dust Not Drunk fiercely bit down, a large piece of flesh was torn from Zhuang Baifeng's thigh. The pain made him grimace and scream in agony. The surrounding players gasped in shock. This Red Dust god was truly ruthless. Even the commanding Lonely stuttered for a moment. And Nanny, seeing Red Dust's fury, other players who had activated hidden routes couldn't hold back. Red Dust, you are indeed powerful. But in the game, there is more than one player with hidden routes. Immediately, Li Taibai's long sword pointed towards Zhuang Baifeng from a distance. With the clarity of the sword's heart buff, he swung his sword mightily. In an instant, the air around them seemed to freeze. Slash! Li Taibai's sword struck, and a spray of blood shot out. Zhuang Baifeng was actually injured by him. The once handsome Zhuang Baifeng now had a long sword scar on his face, blood dripping down. Ah! Zhuang Baifeng was on the verge of going crazy. Were these ants never going to stop? He roared in anger, and with his divine power, a holy light slash was aimed at Li Taibai. Transformation. Ultra Mantiga. Zapali AO Light Beam. In the crowd, the voice of Luo Tianla 01 rang out, transforming instantly into Ultra Mantiga. The light arrow he condensed in his hand turned into a white beam and shot straight out. A strong sense of pain spread throughout Zhuang Baifeng's body, causing him to convulse. And yet, the sinister claws of Kaido Kid had already reached Zhuang Baifeng. The players continued their relentless attacks on Zhuang Baifeng like waves, one after another, relentlessly assaulting him. Poor Zhuang Baifeng, a dignified 2.5-star demigod, was overwhelmed by the players' frenzied attacks, unable to cope with the situation. As time passed, Zhuang Baifeng's aura grew weaker and weaker. His consciousness began to blur. Bagyar. He was unwilling to accept that he would die at the hands of Bagyar's followers. He couldn't bear it. Just then, nightfall descended from the sky. Zhuang Baifeng, you have betrayed the right path and gone mad. Did you ever think this day would come? Zhuang Baifeng could no longer think about Nightfall's words, but Nightfall's figure appeared in his line of sight. Immediately, Zhuang Baifeng's eyes widened in shock. Night. Feather. After struggling to utter the word night, Zhuang Baifeng's pupils gradually began to dilate. With a loud bang, he fell backwards. Even in death, he found it hard to believe that it was Nightchen who had fought him so fiercely. Seeing this scene, the players all cheered. Hooray! Damn! The boss finally died. So awesome, we're so awesome, we managed to kill a boss head-on. Brother, you used the word head-on so well. Will there be equipment drops? Can't wait. The cheers rose to the sky, deafening. In the players' expectant eyes, Zhuang Baifan's body was not removed. Is this boss not dropping equipment? No way. After all that effort, not even a hair? The game is great and all, but the event rewards are too stingy. Oh man, are we only getting contribution points? Damn planners, don't let me catch you. Seeing this, many players couldn't help but feel disappointed. For them, getting equipment drops from bosses is part of the fun of playing the game. Without this, even if the game is great, it would lose a lot of its enjoyment. Night Chen frowned at the sight. He was about to contact the system when he saw a treasure chest suddenly appear next to Zhuang Baifan's body. The players were stunned for a moment, then they all cheered. It seemed they had misunderstood the game. Some players who had just cursed the planners even apologized on the spot. Planner Daddy, we wrongly accused you. Night Chen relaxed at the sight. After a moment of contemplation, he asked the system, System, did you spawn the treasure chest? Yes, host. The system found that rewards are very important to players, so it deducted a small portion from the host's contribution points to generate a treasure chest. I see. Quite clever. Night Chen nodded at the response. He didn't blame the system for taking initiative. He had planned to have the system provide rewards, and now that the system had done it, it couldn't be better. Don't touch the treasure chest. A lone voice rang out. He had just seen a few players eager to touch the treasure chest. How could this be allowed? With hundreds of players present, if everyone disregarded discipline, it would be chaotic. Upon hearing the lone voice, those players awkwardly smiled and stopped in their tracks. Let me make it clear, no matter what comes out of the treasure chest, it must be distributed according to contributions. Of course, if there are big spenders willing to pay, they can buy it. The money will be distributed among everyone. Any objections? The lone figure's gaze swept across the players present. The players shook their heads in unison upon hearing this. The lone figure held high prestige among the players, and they trusted him. Moreover, distributing based on contributions was the most fair. Alright, then let's open the treasure chest. Who will go? The lone figure nodded in satisfaction, then asked. As soon as he said this, many people showed hesitation on their faces. Opening the treasure chest was indeed exciting, but there were few who considered themselves lucky players. What if the treasure chest didn't contain anything good, and they were blamed by others later? Seeing the players suddenly unwilling to step forward, the lone figure furrowed his brow. On the side, Night Chen glanced at the candy-loving lucky player. She was pouting and blowing bubbles, showing no intention of approaching the treasure chest. Night Chen naturally hoped that the players would continue to grow. He was thinking of a way to remind the lone figure when he noticed the presence of a lucky player among them. At that moment, a figure stepped forward, and it was none other than the King of the Wolves. However, the King of the Wolves did not approach, but looked at the lone figure and spoke. Loneliness, I recommend a person. She is definitely a lucky goddess. Little sugar. Good wife, come touch the treasure chest. Hearing that her toothache from eating sugar stopped blowing bubbles and walked out in confusion. Ha, good wife, would you like to touch the treasure chest? The King Grey Wolf showed a pleasing expression and said to the toothache-free sugar eater. The toothache-free sugar eater wrinkled her nose. I'm not your wife. However, she still obediently walked towards the treasure chest. The players around all held their breath. Will there be equipment? Will there be good things? Bang! With the touch of the toothache-free sugar eater's small hand, the treasure chest made a crisp sound and disappeared into thin air. Immediately, a dazzling light burst forth. The players around involuntarily squinted their eyes at the brightness. This light is too dazzling. Bang! When the light dissipated, the ground was instantly covered with numerous items, equipment, techniques, spirit stones, dazzling everyone's eyes. Big explosion. The lucky goddess is indeed a lucky goddess. With the blessing of the toothache-free sugar eater's luck and the true lucky body, the items produced by the treasure chest far exceeded the players' imagination. In fact, not only the players, even Yechen and the system were almost shocked. Such incredible luck. Host, if your current realm wasn't too low to bear such luck, the system would have synchronized this little girl's talent to you long ago. The system's sigh sounded more human-like than ever before. Yechen, upon hearing this, felt regretful. He was truly envious of the toothache-free sugar eater's luck. Fortunately, the system just revealed that he could synchronize the toothache-free sugar eater's talent in the future. This means that in the future, he could also have such incredible luck. Yechen was greatly looking forward to it. Damn! What luck is this? I'm so jealous. Wow! This is so terrifying. I saw several pieces of equipment shining with golden light. Are these legendary items? Truly a lucky goddess. It's the first time I've seen a boss drop so many items. Bro, calm down. Private servers have everything. Look at what you're saying. Can private servers compare to the immortal path? The players looked at the densely packed loot in front of them, all in an uproar. Loneliness was shocked. He looked at the toothache-free sugar eater, feeling as if a million grass mud horses were galloping past in his heart. Heartbreaking. Bro, can you share some luck with me? No, in the future. I have to keep this little girl by my side. He. After a while, loneliness finally calmed down. He cleared his throat and scanned the players present. Alright, now, let's distribute the loot. As soon as these words were spoken, cheers rang out. I want equipment. I want techniques. The techniques dropped by the boss will definitely be awesome. I have a feeling. I also want techniques. Don't compete with me. I'll take equipment. Equipment can quickly enhance my strength. Each player had different needs, and the scene was filled with noise. Seeing this, loneliness frowned. Quiet. What's the rush? I already said. We'll distribute based on contributions. With that said, loneliness directly opened the event panel. On the panel, there was a ranking of points for the participating players in this storyline event. This time, the one with the highest contribution was unexpectedly Shia Gu. As the main attacker, his efforts were definitely worth it. Having already mastered the demonic technique Sunflower Scripture, he contributed almost a tenth of the team's output in the boss battle. Absolutely terrifying. Distribution started with techniques. This time, the boss dropped 3 techniques. Rolling Thunder, a thunder attribute skill. Holy Light Slash, a light attribute skill. Transformation, this should be the specialty of the boss's henchman. Shia Gu, you are ranked first in points. You go first. Alone picked up 3 martial arts books, glanced at them, then turned to look at Shia Gu. Shia Gu shook his head silently at the words. Then let's look at the equipment. 13 robes, 14 pairs of shoes, 9 weapons. Alone began to take inventory of the equipment. He sent the equipment attributes to the team chat one by one. When the players saw the attributes of the equipment, they all gasped in shock. These equipment were at least twice as powerful as those obtained from the Maaga country dungeon. After Shia Gu finished looking at all the equipment, he spoke up. Shoes, Bifin boots. He selected a piece of equipment called Bifin boots, which was a legendary gold equipment. The biggest feature of this equipment was the attribute of a 100% speed bonus. For Shia Gu, who had cultivated the Kuihua scripture, speed was the key. It seems that Shia Gu is planning to maximize his speed. His speed was already terrifying. Now with an additional 100% bonus, it's even scarier to think about. I envy him. He was so cool when fighting the boss just now. Envy? If you envy, then go grind for it yourself. The players around were not surprised at all by Shia Gu's choice of Bifin boots with a speed bonus. To be honest, most of the players present were high-level players. Their understanding of the game far exceeded that of ordinary players. They could tell from Shia Gu's choice of Bifin boots with a speed bonus that he was planning to stack his speed to the maximum. Shia Gu paid 500 contribution points and successfully obtained the pair of golden Bifin boots. The 3 big spenders, Ma Jiaotang, Eater and Drinker, and Jing Chenhao, did not compete with Shia Gu. For them, Shia Gu was a very powerful expert. Even though they were big spenders, it was still wise not to offend such an expert. The division continued. However, Yechen lost interest in watching. With a thought, he left a clone behind and directly exited the divine realm. When his body reappeared, he was still in the small garden. I need to leave quickly. The divine power fluctuations caused by my battle with Zhuang Bifan will alert the divine envoy Mickey. If he catches me on the spot, it will be bad. Yechen thought to himself and quickly disappeared. Just as he disappeared, Mickey's figure had already flown over from a distance. Strange, why would there be divine power fluctuations out of nowhere? With a puzzled expression, Mickey appeared in the small garden. He scanned the surroundings and his face suddenly changed. Not good. It's Zhuang Bifan. He actually fell in battle? Damn it! Who did it? Who dared to violate the divine country's prohibition and attack the new god? Mickey's face turned grim, almost exploding with anger. Zhuang Bifan was not only the second genius in the Western District, but also one of the new gods highly favored by the Sui family, and now he suddenly fell in battle. How was he going to explain to the divine child and to Sui? Who on earth is it? Who sneaked into the temple without anyone noticing? Mickey didn't even consider the new god as the culprit. He subconsciously believed that the god who attacked Zhuang Baifan was an outsider who had infiltrated. This was not entirely his fault. In fact, according to normal thinking, during the exemption period, the new gods would never have the courage to violate the prohibition. While Mickey was going crazy, Yechen had already calmly returned to the temple. Of course, by now he had dispelled his transformation technique. No one in the entire temple had noticed that he had transformed into Bagayalu and killed Zhuang Baifan. The news of Zhuang Baifan's death quickly spread among the new gods. It caused great panic. Even talents like Zhuang Baifan were hunted down, making the temple seem less safe than they had imagined. Geniuses like Zhuang Baifan falling for no reason. It's definitely a big deal. Mickey didn't dare to neglect it. He returned to the temple and patiently looked through the crystal monitor. After some time, Mickey found a somewhat blurry image on the crystal monitor. He stared at the image intently. After watching for a moment, a look of astonishment gradually appeared in Mickey's eyes. The one who killed Zhuang Baifan. It's him? But Yalu, how dare you ignore the ban? Mickey suddenly stood up, a flash of anger on his face. He always thought he had good control over Zhuang Baifan and others. But who would have thought that Bagyalu, this blockhead, would play tricks on him, secretly hunting down Zhuang Baifan? If he wasn't so familiar with Bagyalu, he might not have realized that the blurry figure in the monitor was Bagyalu. Combined with the information he got at the tavern that Bagyalu had visited Zhuang Baifan at noon, the two together provided solid evidence. The murderer is Bagyalu. This is simply a slap in the face to Mickey. Immediately, Mickey angrily headed towards the back hall of the temple. In Nicholas Penglai's room, Bagyalu, Yami Dai, and Peng Lai all had extremely gloomy faces. Zhuang Baifan is dead. Who do you think is the murderer? After a long silence, Yami Dai spoke up. Unfortunately, among the three of them, Bagyalu was a fool. Peng Lai was also a cold person. If Yami Dai didn't speak, the three of them would probably just sit there silently. Seeing Yami Dai's words, Bagyalu and Peng Lai shook their heads in unison. Seeing this, Yami Dai felt a bit frustrated. Can't you two speak? Is saying a word going to kill you? Could it be Yechen? Helplessly, Yami Dai continued to guide the conversation. Although she was a flirt, she was still a woman. Generally, women are more sensitive than men. In the morning, she could sense that Yechen harbored strong murderous intent towards her. No, towards their genius group in the West District. At that time, Yami Dai thought that Yechen was only targeting her. However, now that Zhuang Baifan is dead, Yami Dai instinctively suspects Yechen. No, Peng Lai and Bagala shook their heads in unison. This time they managed to say two words at least. Why? Yami Dai was puzzled. She felt that besides Yechen, no one else could possibly be the murderer. As for the idea of an outsider hunting down the new gods, Yami Dai simply didn't believe it. What kind of place is the temple? Who would dare to sneak in here? Do they really think that the divine thoughts of Lord Araki are dead? Intuition, Peng Lai replied succinctly. His face was full of confident expression. He believed that a man's intuition was always reliable. Seeing this, Yami Dai was speechless, but she didn't know what to say. After all, she had no evidence to prove that the murderer was Yechen. While the three were discussing, the door suddenly burst open with a bang. Immediately, Mickey, with a gloomy expression, burst in angrily. Bagyalu, are you looking to die? How dare you defy the ban and kill Zhuang Baifan? Mickey's tone was filled with strong anger. Yami Dai, Peng Lai, and Bagyalu were all stunned by his words. What's going on? Bagyalu killed Zhuang Baifan? How could the divine messenger think that the murderer was Bagyalu? Especially Bagyalu himself was completely bewildered. What? I killed Zhuang Baifan? How come I don't know? Bagyalu stood there like a statue, mouth agape, with a look of utter bewilderment. Keep pretending. I can't believe how good you are at pretending with that wooden head of yours. If it weren't for the fact that I, personally, saw the crystal monitoring records, you might have fooled me. Mickey sneered repeatedly. In fact, a slight violation of the ban is not a big deal. If Magyar killed someone like Yechen or Shia Gu this time, Mickey might have applauded. But this guy, he just had to hunt down Zhuang Baifan. How is Mickey going to explain this to His Highness the Godson, Lord God Envoy? Magyar took a while to come back to his senses. trying to defend himself. Unfortunately, he was not good with words, and when it came to speaking, he didn't know what to say. Magyar was never good at arguing. When he introduced himself, the phrase welcoming the talents from the East District to challenge took him a long time to practice before he could say it smoothly. Outside the room, onlookers gradually gathered. Mickey's actions just now were too loud. Coupled with his excitement, he didn't deliberately suppress his voice. Naturally, it attracted the attention of the onlookers. What's going on? According to the god envoy, it seems like Magyar is the one who killed Zhuang Baifan. What? Look at this guy's dull appearance. I didn't expect him to be so bold. Looks can be deceiving. What's so strange about that? Maybe they had a grudge for a long time. That makes sense. Maybe these two guys fought because of jealousy. That makes sense. I always felt something was off between Zhuang Baifan, Magyar, and Yami Dai. This seems like a love triangle. Case solved. It's a crime of passion. With the speculations of the onlookers, the topic quickly shifted. A hunting act was twisted into a love triangle between Zhuang Baifan, Magyar, and Yami Dai, leading to a crime of passion. Inside the room, Yami Dai felt extremely annoyed. Although she was a bit flirtatious, she had nothing with Magyar or Zhuang Baifan. After all, she was always clinging to Nicholas Penbladen's thigh. How could she be interested in Zhuang Baifan and Magyar? However, in the current situation, Yami Dai couldn't explain herself. Mickey's face became even uglier. The onlookers had already arrived, and even if he tried to drive them away, it was too late. For a moment, he regretted his impulsiveness. It's Yechen. It's Yechen. It's not me. Why? Yami Dai, help me. After brewing for a while, Magyar finally stuttered out an explanation. In the end, he even turned to Yami Dai for help. After all, Yami Dai had just said that the killer could be Yechen. Anyway, Magyar knew best whether he killed Zhuang Baifan or not. He was sure he wasn't the killer. Yami Dai sighed on the side. How could she help when even the Lord God Envoy had seen the crystal monitoring? On the other hand, after hearing the name Yechen, Mickey's anger suddenly froze. Yechen? How is that possible? It was clearly Magyar who killed someone. My eyes are not blind. Wait, why am I so fixated on who the killer is? If I can frame Yechen for this crime, I could legitimately get rid of him, right? As evil thoughts flashed through his mind, an idea began to form. Frame Yechen. After all, only he saw the crystal monitoring. When the time comes, as long as he destroys it, there will be no evidence. Even if the godson finds out later, he won't blame him, but will praise his cleverness. However, if Yechen has an alibi, then things will be difficult. He can't just lie in front of all the new gods, right? Wait, they say Yechen has always been a lone wolf. No one will come forward to testify for him. Alright, that's settled. Thinking this, Mickey couldn't help but secretly applaud his own wit. Clang, clang, clang. Inside the temple, the melodious sound of bells rang out. Upon hearing the bells, all the new gods gathered in the square. Night Chen walked out of the room leisurely, but he saw Shia Gu walking towards him. Night Chen, have you heard? Zhuang Baifan has fallen. Shia Gu's face carried a gloating expression. The appearance of the genius from the West District was already squeezing the resources of the new gods from the East District. In addition, Shia Gu had a very poor impression of Yami Dai, that flirtatious woman. Under the principle of hating the house and its crows, Shia Gu also disliked Zhuang Baifan and others. Anyway, in Shia Gu's eyes, they were all in cahoots with Yami Dai. Not good people. So upon hearing that Zhuang Baifan had died, Shia Gu couldn't help but feel happy. So what if he's dead? Just an insignificant guy. Night Chan replied indifferently. Hearing this, Shia Gu nodded. That's right. Night Chen truly lived up to his reputation of being calm as always. I, Shia Gu, must learn from him. In the future, I must not act like this. I must be steady, refined, and be a quiet handsome man. Immediately, Shia Gu put on a serious face, imitating Night Chen's indifferent demeanor, and walked side by side with Night Chen without expression. After a while, the two arrived at the square. On the square, Mickey, Bagyalu, Yami Dai, and others were all present. Besides them, almost all the new gods had also appeared. Seeing Night Chen, Mickey felt delighted. He didn't care if there were still new gods who hadn't arrived. He immediately walked towards Night Chen. Night Chen, after my investigation, Zhuang Baifan's death has cast a heavy suspicion on you. So, I, Before he could finish his sentence, Night Chan sneered and interrupted him. Lord God's messenger, do you think I am the murderer? May I ask, where is the evidence? Night Chan was not worried at all about being exposed. He had transformed into Bagyalu the whole time, so even if there were occasional witnesses, they could not possibly link him to the crime. Therefore, Mickey's words were just trying to deceive him. Evidence? Of course, I have it. I have already investigated everyone else. At noon, they all have alibis, but you are different. What were you doing at noon? Mickey deliberately wanted to muddy the waters, naturally using sophistry and confusion. Investigate others? Night Chan frowned and glanced at Mickey. The shamelessness of Mickey's was somewhat beyond his expectations. Judging from the situation, it seemed like Mickey intended to shift the blame onto him. Shia Gu on the side became nervous. He looked at Night Chan, who had no expression on his face, and his heart started beating rapidly. Could it be? Could it really be Night Chan who did it? Exactly. These bastards from the West District are clearly targeting him. How can he just sit back and do nothing? No, I absolutely cannot let these bastards from the West District succeed in their conspiracy. Night Chen's divinity can only merge with mine. No one else can. With this in mind, Shia Gu clenched his small fist. The next moment, he suddenly stood up. Lord God's messenger, you are too hasty. Who said Night Chen has no evidence? He was in my room at noon. Yes, in my room. I can testify. With this statement, Mickey was stunned. According to the information he received, Shia Gu and Night Chen should have had no relationship, and even some unpleasantness between them. How could it be that Shia Gu stood up to testify for Night Chen now? Mickey had a headache. This was something he had not anticipated at all. He thought that Night Chen, this solitary person, would not be able to find any witnesses. In that case, he could freely shift the blame and muddy the situation. Extramarital affair. The most sensitive person in the audience was undoubtedly Yamiati. Her beautiful eyes kept scanning between Yechen and Shia Gu, full of suspicion. In the morning, she already felt that there was some unknown relationship between Yechen and Shia Gu. Now it seemed to be true. These two guys definitely have an affair. It seems that to get rid of Yechen, we must first deal with Shia Gu. Yamiati thought to herself. The intention of Mickey, the genius of the Western District, was quickly understood by them. Therefore, they naturally would not ruin his plan. But now, Shia Gu came out to testify for Yechen. Even if Mickey wanted to disrupt the situation, he could not succeed. After all, on the surface, Mickey, as a divine envoy, could not act against the new god he guided. He couldn't just ignore Shia Gu's testimony and falsely accuse Yechen, right? Divine envoy, please be more reliable in your actions in the future. We new gods have very precious time. We don't have time to watch your farce here. Yechen glanced at Mickey and then turned and left. Seeing this, Shia Gu snorted and quickly followed. Mickey's face turned red and green, extremely embarrassed. But he couldn't get angry. After all, he was the one who caused chaos in the summer rebellion. The surrounding new gods shook their heads and dispersed after seeing this scene. A conspiracy to frame Yechen came to an end in such a farcical way. Back in the main hall, Yechen felt a bit gloomy. It seems that in the future, I have to be more cautious and perfect in setting traps. Otherwise, I might really be disrupted by Mickey, Yechen thought to himself. However, this couldn't be blamed on him. After all, he had never interacted with Mickey before. How could he know that this guy had no bottom line even compared to Shibuya? Yechen, wait for me. Shia Gu's voice came over. He caught up with Yechen and they walked side by side. Thanks for what happened just now. Yechen glanced at Shia Gu, a hint of a smile crossing his lips. Although Shia Gu didn't come forward, he could find a way to clear his suspicion. But having Shia Gu as a witness was more direct. Hearing Yechen's words, Shia Gu suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. No need. These guys are really bad. If I don't help you, who will I help? By the way, that Zhuang, is it really you? Shia Gu stopped here. He blinked his eyes and looked at Yechen. Guess. Yechen replied with a smile. Shia Gu snorted lightly. I'm not guessing. Anyway, a villain is a villain. And if he dies, he dies. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the rear hall. Shia Gu's room was right in front, while Yechen's room was at the other end of the corridor. I'll go back to my room first. I've been having a headache lately. My Jiaoran tribe followers have very poor reproductive abilities. I still haven't reached 500. Shia Gu muttered to himself, then waved to Yechen and entered his room. Yechen smiled and walked towards his own room. Once in the room, he didn't rest but appeared directly in the divine realm. Inside the immortal path, Yechen's divine consciousness avatar and the expedition team players had already returned to the Lingxiao Immortal Palace. Good, the divine essence has been collected. After appearing, Yechen first checked the system warehouse. He found Zhuang Baifan's divine essence lying quietly in the system warehouse. He nodded in satisfaction. As usual, swallow the divine essence first, then merge with the divine realm. After Yechen devoured Zhuang Baifan's divine essence, not only did he elevate his own divine essence to a perfect and extremely strong level, but even the area of his divine realm expanded to the limit of a 5.5-star god. It's not worth swallowing the godhead again, unless I advance. Yi Chen saw the situation and had a pensive expression on his face. Each deity, at the current divine rank, has limits on things like godhead and divine domain area, and Yi Chen has already reached his limit now, unless he continues to break through to the 6.5-star demigod. In that case, the limit will be broken. After killing Bagaluru and Yami D after them next time, save the godhead first. Yi Chen currently does not want to break through to the 6.5-star demigod, because it means he won't be able to hide his divine rank. If people like Mickey and Sui Xin find out, it will cause big trouble. After all, such a terrifying advancement speed is not normal, unless Yi Chen can find a way to hide his divine rank. But unfortunately, he hasn't found it yet. After dealing with these matters, Yi Chen's gaze turned to the sand sculpture players on the square. The square was still bustling. Various vendors' voices were heard one after another. Dululu grilled tiger whip from Urumqi? Delicious and cheap. Only 10 contributions. Old 8's secret recipe mini hamburgers. Don't miss out as you pass by. Cheap sale of Zhuang Baifan set. Mabugwa set. Limited quantity. Buy now. Pro players leading the team. Quickly clear the Mabugwa instance. Newbies, why aren't you joining? Jumping team quickly clearing the winged tiger. Anyone want to join? Blue pills, freshly made blue pills. Get them quickly if you want. The noisy voices reached Yi Chen's ears, making him slightly startled. Ha! When did a Cooking Life player appear again? Old 8's secret recipe mini hamburgers? This guy is going places. And what's with the blue pills? Yi Chen remembered that the alchemy profession had not been opened yet. After all, the NPCs had not even appeared yet. Thinking this, he turned his head to look in the direction of Qianyu. To his surprise, there were fewer infatuated people around Qianyu who had been surrounded. Upon closer inspection, Yi Chen suddenly realized. So, new NPCs have arrived. Just near Qianyu, 2 new NPCs appeared. These 2 finally showed up. Yunchu? Ma Bai? The names are not bad. Let's hope they are more normal. Can't all the NPCs in the sect be weirdos? Thinking this, Yi Chen withdrew his gaze. He could slowly get to know the new NPCs. What made Yi Chen curious was that players had already learned alchemy so quickly, and they even produced the Lao Shitzi blue pills. This speed is a bit scary. His divine sense swept over the player selling the blue pills. The next moment, a smile appeared on his face. Magic Wheel Lightwave Duck. So it's him. Magic Wheel Lightwave Duck was one of the players who entered the immortal path early. However, unlike other players, this guy didn't rush to grind levels by killing monsters right away. Instead, he always cooperated with Grey Wolf King to refine some strange poisons. It is said that this guy also aspired to be a poison master. Yi Chen was quite impressed by him. Now, this guy chose alchemy, which was not surprising to Yi Chen. I wonder what kind of ghostly blue pills this guy has refined. Could it be some kind of deadly poison? Yi Chen thought to himself as his divine sense swept over Magic Wheel Lightwave Duck. The next moment, the attributes of the blue pills appeared before him. Blue pill, a magical pill that, when taken, can transform you into a second lieutenant, raise your Italian cannon, and blast the hell out of female creatures, with the effect lasting for 4 hours. Yi Chen was stunned at the sight. Then, a strange smile appeared on his face. So, it's this thing. The legendary brother. Just as he shook his head in amazement at the absurdity of the players, Yi Chen suddenly felt a stir in his heart. This thing, 4 players, is actually not very useful. But, if it's for Shia Gu, given the poor reproductive ability of the Jiaran tribe believers, maybe it can be changed. Although the Jiaran tribe is powerful, the male Jiaran have a late mating period. This has led to slow reproduction of the Jiaran tribe. However, with the blue pill, this situation can be immediately resolved. My current enemies are Sui Xin and his lackeys. If Shia Gu becomes stronger, it will also benefit me. Night Chen pondered for a moment and came up with an idea. This peculiar blue pill refined by the magic wheel lightwave duck, if used properly, can definitely produce excellent results. System: give the task NPC Imobai a new task. Let him acquire the blue pills. As for the reward, you can customize it as you see fit. Night Chen immediately instructed the system. Alright, host. The system replied and made arrangements. A moment later, a player standing in front of the task NPC Imobai suddenly exclaimed, "What the heck? Why did the task suddenly change? Recovering blue pills? What is this?" The player was stunned. His words spread far and wide, but others had not reacted yet. However, the magic wheel lightwave duck, who was selling the blue pills, suddenly jumped up. Then, like an arrow leaving the bow, he instantly rushed to Imobai. With just a glance at the task, the magic wheel lightwave duck burst into wild laughter. "Ha ha, it's done! It's done!" This ghostly blue pill was originally concocted by him as a joke during the summer chaos. He originally thought that this batch of pills might be a loss in his hands. But who would have thought that the NPC would actually issue a task to recover the blue pills? Recovering them is great. The magic wheel lightwave duck couldn't help but sigh. The next moment, he couldn't help but glance at Imobai. He thought to himself, could this NPC be a bit naive, wanting to use this thing to impress girls? In the entire immortal path, the only player who could refine the blue pills was the magic wheel lightwave duck. So, this task was quite profitable for him. When the magic wheel lightwave duck handed over all the blue pills, Night Chen immediately received a prompt. Ding! You have recovered 1,000 blue pills. Upon hearing the electronic sound, Night Chen smiled. 1,000 blue pills would be enough for Shia Gu for a long time. When these blue pills were consumed, Shia Gu's Jiren tribe believers would probably increase several times. Night Chen felt that with Shia Gu's current temperament, there was a high probability that he would become a strong ally. Therefore, helping Shia Gu was equivalent to helping himself. After placing the blue pills in the system warehouse, Night Chen left the immortal path. Walking out of the room, passing through the corridor, Night Chen appeared outside Shia Gu's room. He knocked on the door, but there was no response. Strange, is nobody here? Night Chen frowned. Normally, even if Shia Gu was in his own divine realm, he should be able to sense the commotion outside. After waiting for a while, there was still no response from the room. Let's go to the square. Maybe he's there. Night Chen thought for a moment, turned around, and headed straight to the square. In general, new gods liked to gather in the square, chatting in groups of 3 or 5. Before he even reached the square, the noisy voices could be faintly heard. Little slut. False testimony. Hearing this voice, Night Chen furrowed his brows. He quickly moved towards the square. On the square, in addition to those idle new gods, the 3 talents from the West District, Pian Danbai, Yami Idia, and Bagayalu, were all there. In front of them stood the slender figure of Shia Gu. At this moment, Shia Gu was surrounded by the 3 talents from the West District. Speaking was the flirtatious Yami Idia. You are providing false testimony for Night Chen. Don't think I don't know. You two are having an affair. Yami Adi's face showed a hint of sharpness. Shia Gu clenched his fists. I didn't. You're talking nonsense. Although his voice was calm, it was full of stubbornness. Hearing Shia Gu's words, Yami Adi sneered. Still not admitting? Bagayalu beside him stepped forward. Within his towering 2-meter body, there was a crackling sound. In the next moment, Bagayalu kicked off with one leg. Like a cannonball, he fiercely charged towards Shia Gu. Divine body confrontation. This is a way of combat between deities different from divine warfare. In situations where divine warfare cannot be initiated, this method of simply comparing the strength of divine bodies often becomes a common means for new gods to resolve their grievances. Of course, divine body confrontation poses no danger. Even if the losing side, it would only be slightly embarrassed. Bagayalu's speed was extremely fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, he had appeared in front of Shia Gu. Seeing this, a hint of anger crossed Shia Gu's delicate face. The divine power within him operated madly. Then he raised his arm and fiercely elbowed Bagayalu. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, and Shia Gu's body slid backward uncontrollably. Without a doubt, in terms of divine body, Shia Gu was completely outmatched by Bagayalu. Seeing him about to crash into the edge of the square's giant stone railing, a figure quickly flashed over and steadied him. Are you okay? Night Chen glanced at Shia Gu and asked. Shia Gu shook his head, biting his lip without saying a word. Seeing this scene, Night Chen's face darkened. His gaze swept over all the new gods in the square, finally stopping at the three geniuses in the West District. These three fools actually dared to bully Shia Gu? However, what made Night Chen even more furious was that the new gods in the East District not only did not lend a hand but also had a look of enjoying the show, especially Lucha, Agars, and Lude. Their faces were filled with a gloating expression. Night Chen let go of Shia Gu and walked towards Bagayalu, who had just stopped his forward momentum. Who allowed you to touch my people? Very good. You have quite the courage. Night Chen stared at Bagayalu and the others. Hearing this, Bagayalu and Pindenbai looked surprised, while Yamiati had an expression as if saying, I knew they were having an affair. The surrounding new gods couldn't help but shiver. Others may not know how terrifying Night Chen is. Don't these new gods from the East District understand? Mabugwo and Wadma have already died at his hands. Who in the East District dares to provoke Night Chen? Now! Upon hearing Night Chen's threatening words, they all panicked. Will Night Chen remember their grudges? Especially Lucha, Agars, and Lude. They were even more regretful. If they had known earlier, why did they come out to watch the show? Isn't it better to hide in the room? Come! At this moment, the three geniuses in the West District came to their senses, and Bagayala fiercely pounded his chest and let out a roar. When it comes to divine body confrontation, Bagayalu is never afraid. Even the first genius in the West District, Pindenbai, is inferior to him in terms of divine body strength. Night Chen is simply not enough for him. In a divine body confrontation with him, there is only one outcome, like Shia Gu, being knocked away. Seeing that Bagayalu was already filled with fighting spirit, Pindenbai and Yamiati exchanged a glance and did not say anything to stop him. They were here on orders to get rid of Night Chen. At the moment, with neither side knowing the other's trump cards, by letting this fool Bagayala test Night Chen's divine body strength, they might be able to glean something. Immediately, Pindenbai and Yamiati silently took a few steps back. Roar! Bagyalu roared, exerted force with both legs, and shot towards Yechen. Boom! This time, Bagyalu's power was obviously stronger. A sonic boom faintly echoed in the void. Shia Gu clenched his lips tightly. His heart was filled with frustration and unwillingness. I am still too weak. I need to become stronger. I can't lag behind Yechen. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Bagyalu had already collided in front of Yechen. Yechen sneered and suddenly raised his arm. Bursting fist. His body didn't even move. Just like that, a punch was thrown. Bang! The fist collided with the body, making a dull impact sound. Bagyalu felt as if he was being struck by a tremendous force, causing him to involuntarily bounce back. How is this possible? Bagyalu was shocked and angry. Unfortunately, in his moment of being flung back, Bagyalu did not notice that Yechen's fist turned into a palm and brushed past his waist. After stumbling back a dozen steps, Bagyalu barely stabilized his posture. The onlookers, including Chigwa Shinshin and Yamiade, all showed expressions of disbelief. Anyone could see Bagyalu's divine body strength. It could be said that among the many new gods present, hardly anyone could match him. Yet, he was pushed back by Yechen's punch for more than 10 steps? How is this possible? Everyone was extremely surprised. However, what shocked them even more was yet to come. Just as Bagyalu managed to steady himself, he suddenly felt a chill in his legs. The next moment, his pants fell to his ankles with a swish, revealing his thick hairy legs and eye-catching pink thong. This was because when Yechen retracted his fist, he used his sleight of hand technique to steal Bagyalu's belt. In an instant, the air around them seemed to freeze. The whole scene fell silent, as if in a morgue. Everyone was stunned, looking incredulously at Bagyalu's pink thang. Yechen smirked and uttered a few words. You're quite bold. These 4 words were like a thunderbolt on a clear day. The frozen scene suddenly came back to life. Shia Gu was like a startled rabbit, quickly darting behind Yechen and burying his head in Yechen's back. Too bright. I don't want to see this. The onlookers, even though they tried to hold back, couldn't help bursting into laughter. They knew that doing so might offend the 3 talents of the Western District, but they couldn't help it. That pink thong was really something. Bagyalu stood there dumbfounded for a while, then suddenly burst into tears. He pulled up his pants, looking like a miserable stray dog, and hurriedly fled. Losing face in front of so many people made him feel completely shattered. Despite his rough appearance and being a demigod, he was only 16 years old. Faced with this sudden turn of events, He had only one thought in his mind. Run! Run far away! So he wouldn't have to hear the piercing laughter or see those strange looks again. Chigwa Shinshin and Yamiade, who couldn't help but laugh just now had peculiar smiles on their faces. But Yalu had grown up with them since childhood. But they never expected this seemingly dull guy to be so bold. However, Chigwa Shinshin and Yamiade quickly wiped the smiles off their faces. Both of them looked at Yechin with a hint of gloom in their eyes. Although it was Bagyalu who had just embarrassed himself, they also felt a sense of shame. This night can't be stayed. Yes, it's time to let the gods arrange the divine battle. After retracting his gaze, Pang Danbai and Yamialdi exchanged a silent glance, communicating without words. After scanning the room once again, Yechin turned around and patted Shia Gu. Let's go. Oh, Shia Gu lowered his head and responded, following Yechin out of the square like a little wife. Walking in sync, they passed through the main hall and entered the corridor. Shia Gu slowly raised his head. Yechin, am I useless? What are you thinking? You are no worse than any of them. Yechin smiled at the words. He could understand Shia Gu's current state of mind. Shia Gu was an orphan and had always been ordinary since childhood. He had not shown any outstanding qualities. This made him somewhat insecure in character, especially when facing Yechin. The glory of Awakening Day had slightly improved Shia Gu, but fundamentally, he was still that insecure teenager. Hearing Yechin's words, Shia Gu's mouth gradually curved into a brilliant smile. Thank you, Yechin. Don't worry, I will definitely work hard to become stronger. By then, I will have the qualifications to have a fair fight with you. Shia Gu clenched his small fist, cheering himself on. However, there was something he wanted to say the most but didn't. Instead of fighting you, I would actually prefer to stay by your side forever, even if I have to be a transparent figure, silently helping you through difficulties. The two of them silently walked through the corridor and returned to the rear hall. As Shia Gu's room came into view, a hint of melancholy crossed his face. I wish we could keep walking like this forever. Shia Gu. Just then, Yechin suddenly spoke up. Shia Gu, lost in his thoughts, heard Yechin's words abruptly and instinctively replied, together forever. Before he could finish his sentence, he realized what he had said. Blushing, he hurriedly continued. I mean, you didn't hear anything, right? That's right, I didn't hear anything. What do you want from me? At this moment, Shia Gu, like an ostrich, began to deceive himself. Yechin looked at him in surprise. What are you thinking? Here, this is for you. As he spoke, Yechin took out a bottle containing blue pills from the system warehouse and handed it to Shia Gu. Shia Gu glanced nervously at the bottle in his hand. This is a token of. No, what is this? Your Jiaoren tribe has weak reproductive abilities, right? With this, you can quickly improve the low reproductive abilities of the Jiaoren tribe. You should keep it safe and not waste it. I have left Divine Thoughts information on the bottle for specific usage. Oh, and make sure you don't take it yourself. If there are any problems, I will have to solve them for you, which would be troublesome. After saying a few words to Shia Gu, Yechin waved his hand and confidently walked towards his room. Shia Gu stared blankly at the bottle in his hand. The expression on his face was like a smile mixed with coquettishness. Two blushes gradually climbed up his delicate face. A sense of happiness permeated him. In the Immortal Path, on the left side of the main hall of the Lingxiao Immortal Palace, in a side room, Bao Er, Zuan Qiyuan, Rumen Xiechuan, and other core members of the Zuan team gathered together. Originally, the Lingxiao Immortal Palace only had the main hall, with no other buildings around. However, as Yechin's divine realm expanded, the entire area of the Lingxiao Immortal Palace also expanded accordingly. Various buildings were constructed by the system. Players were not surprised by this. When the Immortal Path first opened, the map area was only 1 square kilometer. Speaking of it, the so-called Lingxiao Mountain was just a small mound at that time. Players all knew that this was the reason for the initial testing of the Immortal Path. So, when the system expanded the area of Lingxiao Immortal Palace later on, players were not surprised at all. More players, more maps to be opened in the game? It's normal. Due to the limited number of NPCs in the Immortal Path now, many empty rooms in the Immortal Palace have been occupied by players. Anyway, they also found that the Palace Master Yechin seemed not to care about it. So, players boldly occupied all the empty rooms. Bao Er and others, as core members of the Zon team, have a high status in the Immortal Path. Therefore, they also managed to grab a pretty good room. However, at this moment, Bao Er and the others, who should have been in high spirits, looked somewhat worried. Let's talk about it. More and more people are triggering hidden routes now. Everyone saw that last time we fought the show-offs, almost all of them showed off. And the once glorious Zon team didn't come in handy at all. Bao Er looked at Zon Origin, Rumendog and others with a somewhat discouraged expression. The Zon team, in short, relies on cursing to show their presence. However, just cursing alone is undoubtedly of very low effectiveness against bosses and the like. It was only because of the initial deception of the Ma Bao country that the Zon team gained fame through cursing. As time passed, many players also realized that the Zon team was actually of little use. This made Bao Er and the others deeply feel a sense of crisis. As old Zon people, how could they accept the fate of being eliminated? Lao Bao, do you think we haven't thought about these things? But we can't find a way to trigger the hidden routes, Zon Origin said in distress. This is the most frustrating thing for the Zon team members at the moment. Watching one player after another trigger hidden routes, while they have no clue at all. As Zon Origin's words fell, a sense of frustration spread throughout the room. Almost all the Zon team members fell into deep self-doubt. They doubted whether persisting in Zon language was really wise. What are you guys doing? Just a little setback. Is it necessary to react like this? Bao Er was immediately unhappy. As Zon people, how could they give up their beliefs? I don't care what you think. Anyway, I've made up my mind. From today on, I will practice Zon language facing the waterfall at the back mountain cliff. If I don't curse 1,000 times a day, I'll quit the game. I don't believe that I, Bao Er, can't prove my way through cursing. With these words, Bao Er suddenly stood up and left in a huff. The other Zon team members looked at each other immediately. Let's disperse. Let's disperse. Zon Origin, feeling powerless, waved his hand. Seeing that the internal team meeting ended in a discord, the Zon team members shook their heads and left the side room. In the room, only Zon Origin and Rumendog remained. Origin, what do you think? Rumendog looked at Zon Origin and asked. Zon Origin smiled bitterly at the question. What else can I think? Just go crazy with Lao Bao. Anyway, I'm not willing to give up like this. Upon hearing this, Rumendog immediately laughed. Then count me in. While the three core members of the Zon team were striving to improve themselves, Yechen had just entered his room. Suddenly, an electronic sound rang in his ears. Ding! Player Jianwu triggered the hidden cultivation route, the way of nurturing Gu. Host synchronously obtained the Gu cultivation technique. Upon hearing the electronic sound, Yi Chen's mouth curled up. Another sand sculpture player triggered the hidden route. Moreover, it's someone familiar. Not bad, really good. He had an impression of this foggy figure. At that time, the weirdo lying on the ground wanting to bask in the sun. That's him. I didn't expect this weirdo to actually go down the path of raising Gu. This thing is really sinister. Yi Chen sighed and eagerly entered the divine realm. Just as his figure appeared, a figure came rushing towards him. Yi Chen saw the situation, tiptoed and dodged past. Sorry. Ha, is it the Palace Lord? I am Yun Chu. I have met the Palace Lord. The person who came rushing towards him was none other than the NPC Yun Chu. This guy looked elegant and charming, giving a warm and friendly impression. Anyone who saw him would have a good impression of him. So it's Yun Chu. Yi Chen nodded. Although he had not interacted with the two new NPCs yet, the system had already informed Yi Chen of the background information of these two NPCs. Yun Chu is an NPC responsible for alchemy and currently serves as the head of the alchemy hall in the Lingxiao Immortal Palace. In the background, Yun Chu was originally an elder of the Immortal Sect 100 Herbs Sect. Later, due to the 100 Herbs Sect being destroyed by the demonic cultivator Maaga, at that time, Yun Chu and his disciples who were not in the 100 Herbs Sect were spared. After Yun Chu's disciples were killed by Yi Chen to avenge Maaga, Yun Chu joined the Lingxiao Immortal Palace to repay the debt. One has to say, the system is definitely a schemer. It even brought back Maaga, who was long dead, to be used again. It's really trying to squeeze water out of a rock, even from dead people. The other task NPC is Yun Chu's disciple, named him Obai. You're busy. Yes, Palace Lord. Then I'll take my leave. After exchanging a few words, the two bid farewell. Yi Chen didn't continue to pay attention to these two NPCs. Anyway, they had already fallen into his lap, so why worry about them flying away? What Yi Chen was more concerned about now was the number of players triggering hidden cultivation routes. From the last battle with Zhuang Baifan, it was evident that players with hidden cultivation routes were undoubtedly much stronger than others. Yi Chen even suspected that in the future immortal path, there might be a significant gap between players. Players who triggered hidden routes would be like gods in the immortal path, overwhelmingly powerful, while ordinary players might just become tools. I have to take the elite route. One hidden player may be worth 1,000 ordinary players. It seems it's time to recruit another wave of players. Only with a large base can we select stronger gods. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chen made a plan. Currently, there are only over 10,000 players in the immortal path. When his divine realm was still small, this number of players was indeed sufficient. But now, he had expanded the divine realm to the limit of a 5.5-star god. The overall area was close to 4,000 square kilometers. With over 10,000 players on such a large map, how much impact could they really make? Thinking to himself, Yi Chen's mind stirred. The panel appeared before him. He glanced at his contribution points and a smile appeared on his face. 181, 215. With over 3 million contribution points, equivalent to over 30,000 divine powers. According to the exchange rate of 1 divine power for 1 earth player, with so many divine powers, he could exchange for 30,000 players, having such a large number of followers in the demigod period. If this were to be known, it would probably scare many gods. After all, geniuses like Shia Gu and Peng Danbai, their current number of followers does not exceed 2,000. This shows how great Yi Chen's current advantage is. With so many players, even if they are all novices, the light-man naval tactics can easily defeat the protein faction. Let's exchange 100,000 players first. Keep the remaining divine power values for now. Besides continuing to purchase NPCs, other functions should also be opened. Also, most players are still using basic skills. This won't do. Advanced skills must be arranged as well. Yi Chen's future planning is quite clear. He is not in a hurry, but steadily developing. System: exchange 100,000 players first, then add 5 more NPCs. For other functions, follow the routine of online games and open them as needed. Yi Chen instructed the system. Alright, host. But this time, opening up so many player slots and other functions, the immortal path needs an upgrade. The system replied. Then let's upgrade. Notify the players to prepare to log out. After the upgrade, it's time to deal with Bagayalu and Yamild. Yi Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent as he spoke. Offending Yi Chen, bullying Shia Gu. Still want to continue living? No way. Shia Gu's divine realm. The elder priest of the Jiren tribe led a group of male Jiren to the temple. Upon seeing Shia Gu's statue, the Jiren all knelt down in unison. Great ancestor god, Gue Vas Vinyan Shao, thank you for your blessings. The Jiren tribe will always be your most devout followers, the priest murmured. As his words fell, a brilliant light suddenly shone from the statue ahead. Then, Shia Gu's figure condensed in the void. Yi Unians, Yi Unians, Yi Unians. The Jiren cheered upon seeing this. Yi Unians in the Jiren language means long live. This group of Jiren was obviously excited to see their ancestral god. My followers, the Jiren tribe has struggled to survive and suffered. You have always been devout. I feel compassion for you, and now I grant you divine medicine to help you out of misery. Shia Gu's voice resonated with authority, completely different from his demeanor in front of Yi Chen. Yi Unians, the Jiren became even more excited upon hearing the oracle, cheering loudly. Shia Gu didn't say much more. He waved his hand, and blue lights shot out, landing in the hands of the male Jiren. Seeing that all the male Jiren received blue pills, Shia Gu nodded. Then, he taught the Jiren how to take the pills through the oracle method. The Jiren naturally dared not disobey the words of their ancestral god. They eagerly swallowed the blue pills. Perhaps due to the unique talent of the Mo will lightwave duck, they were indeed skilled in making blue pills. In short, shortly after taking the blue pills, the Jiren began to become restless. Shia Gu's divine power spread out, instantly sending the male Jiren back to their tribe. Just a few breaths later, strange sounds emerged. These sounds were like muffled groans, children crying at night, interspersed with the sound of intense war drums and booming cannons. Sometimes there were fierce storms, sometimes gentle streams. Shia Gu listened for a moment, his face turning red. He stomped his foot, cursed the shameless Jiren, and awkwardly left the divine realm. Phew! Back in the room, Shia Gu let out a long sigh. But even so, his legs still felt a bit weak. His heart was pounding like a deer, still beating rapidly. After calming down for a moment, Shia Gu lay softly on the bed, covering his delicate face with his hands. It's hot. Yi Chen didn't know that Shia Gu had already given the Jiao people the blue pill. After issuing the task to the system, he exited the divine realm. The path to immortality still needed to be upgraded. Staying in the divine realm was useless. It seems that Yami D has already set his sights on me and Shia Gu. Bagyar now is probably still in seclusion. Under normal circumstances, it is human nature to take action against Yami D, but this time, I will do the opposite. First, deal with Bagyar. In this way, even if Mickey and Yami D are on guard, they will be distracted. Just appeared in the room. Various thoughts flashed through Yi Chen's mind. He thought while pushing the door open. He didn't even need to inquire. Yi Chen knew that Bagyar must be in his room at this moment. This guy just made such a big fool of himself. How could he show his face? So, pretending to be Yami D as an excuse to comfort Bagyar, knock on the other party's door, then carry out his criminal act. Feasible. Immediately, Yi Chen carefully avoided the crystal monitoring and directly flashed to the corner. Transform, he silently said in his heart. Yi Chen's body began to change. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into the charming and seductive Yami D. Knock knock knock. The sound of knocking on the door rang out. Bagyar in the room raised his head. A look of annoyance appeared on his face. Who is it? Coming to make fun of me? I won't open. I won't open. I won't open the door. Knock knock knock. Unfortunately, the knocking was persistent and never stopped. Bagyar was getting irritated. He suddenly stood up and angrily walked towards the door. How dare you come to make fun of me? Then don't blame me for venting my anger on you. Let you taste the power of my sandbag fist. With resentment, Bagyar rudely opened the door. He had already raised his sandbag-sized fist, ready to strike. But when the charming figure of Yami D entered his sight, Bagyar awkwardly stopped his movement. Yami D, Bagyar stammered. At this moment, he felt a little fearful, a little shy, and a little regretful. Bagyar had liked Yami D since he was very young. In his eyes, Yami D was beautiful, innocent, and kind, like an untouchable white lotus flower. However, Bagyar was self-aware. He knew he was not worthy of Yami D. So, he kept this admiration hidden in his heart and never revealed it to anyone. But today, that damn Yi Chen made him embarrassed in public. If Yami D wasn't present, it would have been fine. But unfortunately, Yami D sought his pink thong underwear. This made Bagyar want to die. Won't you invite me in for a sit? The transformed Yami D smiled at Bagyar. Bagyar was dumbfounded for a while before coming to his senses. Oh, he hurriedly stepped aside. Yi Chen walked into the room and casually closed the door. Click! The crisp sound of the door latch entered Bagyar's ears. His heart suddenly started beating violently. Latched the door? What does she, Yami D, want to do? Could it be that after seeing my magnificence, she admires me and has developed feelings for me? Is that why she hurriedly came to find me? Yes, it should be like this. After all, I, Bagyar, am wealthy. Otherwise, she would never have looked at me directly, let alone come to my room for no reason, and even latched the door? With this thought in mind, Bagyar became restless. His breathing became like a broken fan. Hoo-hoo! It sounds earth-shattering. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow at him, but in Bagyalu's eyes, it turned into Yami D throwing flirtatious glances at him. Immediately, Bagyalu could no longer contain himself. He let out a howl like a wolf. Yami D as soon as the sound fell, Bagyalu felt a darkness before him. However, the first thought that flashed through Bagyalu's mind was not about being forced into battle. It was, am I in my divine realm? Yami D, you really know how to play. Exciting. Yami D, where are you? Bagyalu called out Yami D's name stupidly. His face was flushed with excitement. Bang! Suddenly, the ground trembled. Bagyalu's divine realm and Yi Chen's divine realm quickly bordered each other. It was only then that Bagyalu gradually came to his senses. Divine battle? Damn it, Yami D, what are you up to? Realizing that things were not as wonderful as he had imagined, Bagyalu became furious. He had thought that he could be entwined with the goddess Yami D, like the wind and the sand, lingering together to the ends of the earth. But who would have thought that he would be forced into battle? In that instant, But Gyalu was not only disappointed but also filled with anger. I regarded you as a goddess, and you treated me like a fool, wanting to hunt me down? Do I, but Gyalu, mean nothing to you? But Gyalu, filled with various negative emotions, instantly became furious. Believers, I am your father god, Gers Wang Baden Bagyalu. Bagyalu's roar instantly spread throughout his divine realm. The Ko-Island monkeys working in the tribe either dropped their tools, stopped their activities, or reluctantly averted their gazes from their peeping targets. They all trembled and prostrated themselves. Great Father God, under your protection, we have food, clothing, and everything. Our tribe, authority, honor, all belong to you. We are willing to follow you, worship you, forever. Ababa. The monkeys chanted the prayers taught by the priests, their faces filled with fanatical expressions. The Ko-Island monkey tribe, one of the special races. In the world of gods, this race has reached A level. It is considered a relatively powerful initial race. Individual monkeys have weak combat abilities, but the monkey's reproductive capabilities are extremely terrifying, almost comparable to humans. Moreover, monkeys are good at labor, which is quite similar to humans, as they also have human bloodlines. However, the strength of monkeys compared to humans lies in their agility. Monkeys are naturally agile, not lacking in intelligence, and can climb through the jungle effortlessly. So overall, monkeys can reach A level. They are only slightly inferior to those A+ level races. Very good. Feeling the monkey's respect for him, but Gyalu's anger subsided slightly. He nodded in satisfaction. Then, he issued a divine decree. My wise and resilient believers, your father god has been insulted. The presumptuous goddess Yami D dared to challenge your father god. She led the Yame Butterflies tribe to invade your homeland, plunder your wives and daughters. Tell me, what is your choice in the face of the aggressor? The divine decree spread throughout the entire divine realm. Fortunately, this divine decree did not require speaking, it only needed a movement of divine thought to form. Otherwise, the clumsy Bagyalu would have a hard time expressing these things. Tear apart, occupy, kill them all. The monkeys may appear simple and honest on the outside, but they are actually an extremely brutal race. They are bloodthirsty, cruel, and have great desires. When the monkey tribe first appeared in the Bagyalu divine realm, all the surrounding native creatures suffered. Wherever the monkey tribe went, chaos ensued. Slaughter was inevitable. What was even more terrifying was that even the female beasts became tools for the monkeys to vent their desires. Set off. Don't let any Yame butterflies escape. Kill them all, possess them, and ravage them fiercely. But Gyalu's voice once again spread throughout the entire divine realm. The monkeys all cheered. They shouted kill 10, picked up their weapons aggressively, and began searching for invaders everywhere. The path of immortality. Respected cultivators, due to the invasion of evil monsters from the Ko-Island, the battlefield is about to open. Please, all cultivators, pick up your weapons, eliminate the evil monsters from Ko-Island, and defend our divine land. A game announcement suddenly sounded. The players who were about to log off were all taken aback. What's going on? Why is there another battlefield event? I don't get it. Wasn't Immortal Path supposed to be offline for upgrades? Why suddenly start an event? It's too early to go offline. There's still over an hour left. Who cares? A battlefield. How exciting. Last time's national war. I didn't even get a thrill. There are so many events recently. The game planners are awesome. The sudden battlefield event excited the players. After all, almost 99% of those who entered the Immortal Path in the early stages were warriors. Now hearing about a battlefield to fight, how could they contain themselves? Amidst the players' discussions, a teleportation array emitting a faint light appeared out of nowhere. It landed in the square of the Lingxiao Immortal Palace. The next moment, the rules of the battlefield event popped up in front of the players. The rules were simple: repel the Ko-Island monsters or slay the monster leader to win. The time for this event was 1 hour. After 1 hour, Immortal Path would be upgraded, and all players would log off. After a quick look at the rules, the players couldn't contain themselves. Excitedly, one after another, they stepped into the teleportation array. Nightchen witnessed all this without any intention of interference. This was a new gimmick he had come up with on the spot. Battlefield event. Moreover, that guy Bagyalu wasn't that strong. As long as Jin Shaji Ba, Red Dust Not Drunk, and Luo Tianla 01, and other hidden big shots teamed up, it was not impossible to kill Bagyalu. So, this time, Night-Chan simply acted as a bystander, allowing the players to freely play. After retracting his gaze, Night-Chan returned to the main hall of the Immortal Palace on his own. Back Mountain, Bao Lao Air, Zuan Origin, and Rumen Xia Quan Ton Lu, the three of them, were practicing their Zuan language frantically in front of the waterfall. When the prompt sound for the battlefield event sounded, the three of them involuntarily stopped. Lao Bao. Battlefield? Not going? Really not going? It's a bit of a shame to miss out. Not going? What can we do if we go? Be cannon fodder? If Lao Air doesn't trigger the hidden, I will never participate in any activities. Alright. Zuan Origin and Rumen Xia Quan Ton Lu shook their heads in agreement. They also gave up on this round of the battlefield event and resumed focusing on practicing the Zuan language. On the other side, in a corner on the edge of the square, about 10 players were gathered here. The leader looked quite imposing. His ID was called Juzwa, a player who had recently entered the Immortal Path. Juzwa scanned the group of players in front of him. Brothers, our Immortal Path Strategic Deception Bureau has been in the game for several days, but from start to finish, we haven't made any name for ourselves. How can this be? When has our Strategic Deception Bureau been so ignored? So, this battlefield event is a great opportunity. Let's all put in more effort. Brothers, strive to establish the reputation of our Immortal Path Strategic Deception Bureau and make it famous. Don't worry, Chief. All our brothers in the Deception Bureau are elites. Which game haven't we messed around with? In front of the chief, a player named Bai Cheong smiled. After he finished speaking, members of the Deception Bureau such as Delicious Ling Tao and Gu Wuan all nodded in agreement. Well then, I'll leave it to you. Brothers, I await good news from all of you, the chief said, clasping his fists towards the players of the Deception Bureau. Seeing this, the players of the Deception Bureau all restrained their smiles, standing up straight with determination. All for the Deception Bureau. As the voice fell, members of the Deception Bureau led by Bai Cheong, Delicious Ling Tao, and Gu Wuan strode into the teleportation array with great momentum. The chief watched as this group of players disappeared from sight. An expression of anticipation appeared on his face. The Deception Bureau has arrived. As for this guy, why didn't he enter the battlefield? Of course, he's the chief. When has the chief ever been on the front lines? Swish! A bright light flashed. The figures of Bai Cheong and others gradually appeared. Is this the battlefield? He looked around and found that the so-called battlefield was actually a plain. The terrain was extremely open on all sides, with rolling green hills in the distance, making for a pleasant view. We have too many brothers. The target is too big. How about splitting up? Bai Cheong turned his head and asked Delicious Ling Tao and others. Sure, let's pair up. For mutual support. Delicious Ling Tao nodded. The members of the Deception Bureau were old buddies who had played many games together. They were very familiar with each other. In previous games, they had encountered similar situations. It was just that Immortal Path was too realistic, causing this group of old players to not adapt immediately. Gu Wuan, shall we team up? Delicious Ling Tao looked at Gu Wuan beside him. Gu Wuan made an okay gesture in response to the suggestion. The others had no objections either. These two guys were the golden partners of the Deception Bureau. They had a formidable reputation in other games. Then let's do this. The rest of you pair up. I'll stick to my usual style, acting alone. Bai Cheong nodded and said. In the Deception Bureau, he was the only one who liked to act alone. This guy fancied himself as a top spy. In previous games, he had played the role of undercover agent and infiltrator many times. Immediately, the members of the Deception Bureau scattered and acted on their own. Since this battlefield activity appeared suddenly, the lonely Immortal Path commander did not come forward to force the players to act as a whole. After all, according to the game announcement, this battlefield was just a small-scale battle. Players could still win by acting independently. After all, the true summer overlords were not to be underestimated. After a few minutes, Delicious Ling Tao and Gu Wuan sneaked out from the bushes. Before they could even stand up, they felt something sharp pressing against them. Guadu guadu, press and sprinkle more. Immediately, a series of harsh shouts entered their ears. Delicious Ling Tao and Gu Wuan looked at each other. Foreign language? No doubt. It sounds like it. After exchanging glances, they looked up. Ha? Nothing there? They hesitated for a moment, then looked down again. Ah, this time there was something. Several extremely thin and sly human-like creatures, about 1, 2 to 1, 3 meters tall, entered their sight. These human-like creatures were none other than the Kodao monkey people. The long bamboo spears in the hands of the monkey people were pointed at them, looking fierce and menacing. My god, the devils actually. Good-eating Lingtao and Gu Wuan were surprised. They didn't expect the devils to be so despicable and ugly. Is this the so-called island demon? Imperial Army. Good citizens. My, good citizens. As members of the War Department, good-eating Lingtao and Gu Wuan reacted quickly, immediately raising their hands and putting on a smile on their faces. A hero doesn't suffer losses. For now we are threatened by weapons. Let's endure it for the time being. Yes, endure it for now. The monkeys stared at each other blankly. Their eyes showed extreme confusion and doubt. Didn't the Father God say that the invaders were the flirtatious Yame butterfly women? How come there are two humans now? The monkey tribe is not lacking in intelligence. They can distinguish between humans and other races. After all, they also have some human bloodline. Fruitful. Press more. A slightly burly monkey stood up and sternly asked good-eating Lingtao and Gu Wuan about their origins. He was inquiring about the origins of good-eating Lingtao and Gu Wuan. Brother, do you understand? Gu Wuan turned his head and asked good-eating Lingtao in a low voice. Upon hearing this, good-eating Lingtao straightened his chest. Leave it to me. As the royal translator of good-eating Lingtao, don't you know me yet? Proficient in 18 languages, with an authentic London accent, can deceive even the white devils. Just some devil talk. No big deal. Immediately, good-eating Lingtao cleared his throat and began to prepare. The monkeys, although puzzled, also perked up their ears to listen carefully. The monkeys with some intelligence, of course, understood the importance of intelligence. These two suspicious humans might be spies sent by the Yame butterfly tribe. Let's hear what they have to say. Maybe we can extract some useful information. Ahem. What do you guys do for a living? Do you know what we do for a living? Hurry up and let us go. We have reinforcements. Many more in number. They're here. You're all going to die. Good-eating Lingtao rattled off a series of devil words. Gu Wuan, on the side, listened in astonishment. Is this devil language? The monkeys were even more confused. They didn't understand a word. Fruitful, stone pot rice, Cusadale. The monkey who spoke earlier shouted sternly again. His face was full of ferocity. Upon hearing this, good-eating Lingtao instantly became angry. Damn, do these little devils dare to rely on us? He didn't understand the rest, but in devil language, doesn't Cusadale mean rely? This, he understood very well. Immediately, good-eating Lingtao also showed a fierce expression on his face. Your mother relies on you. Your whole family. All go to hell. With these words, the monkeys who had a fierce look on their faces instantly trembled. Although they didn't understand human language, they could still make out a few words like Bagyalu. The next moment, they all dropped their bamboo spears and knelt down in a panic. Bagyalu! My god, these two humans actually know the Father God? Could it be? Could they be messengers sent by the Father God? The monkeys' minds were racing. Yes, both humans know the surname of the Father God Bagyalu. They must have a great relationship with the Father God. Even if they are not messengers, their status is definitely not ordinary. No, we just offended them. We need to atone for our sins. Brother, what's wrong with them? Gu Wuan turned to good-eating Lingtao and asked. Good-eating Lingtao smiled proudly upon hearing this. What else can they do? They were convinced by my authentic devil language. How about that? Am I a cool royal translator? Upon hearing this, Gu Wuan blinked. The expression on his face still looked confused. But, isn't this gibberish? Why does it sound similar to those anti-Japanese dramas? Hearing this, Haochi Lingtao chuckled. Are the Japanese in the drama not Japanese? Why do you care about these things? Anyway, if it can keep the Japanese in check, then it's good Japanese. Between their murmurs, the monkey who had just questioned them sternly had already stood up. He bowed towards Haochi Lingtao and Gu Wuan, nodding repeatedly in a pleasing manner. In his chattering words, he also gestured for Haochi Lingtao and Gu Wuan to follow him. He was going to welcome the two messengers of the gods to the tribe. This time, both Haochi Lingtao and Gu Wuan understood. Immediately, the two of them swaggered along with the monkeys. They had no worries at all. The Bureau of War Deception was meant to penetrate deep into enemy territory, to change the course of events. This was the true path of immortal warfare. Damn! Haochi Lingtao and Gu Wuan actually sneaked into the enemy camp? Impressive! They truly deserve to be called a golden duo. Upon receiving a private message from Haochi Lingtao, Bai Qiong couldn't help but sigh. This time, the golden duo easily infiltrated the enemy camp. Even the ace spy of the Bureau of War Deception was somewhat impressed. After a moment of admiration, Bai Qiong quickly contacted the other members of the Bureau of War Deception. Shortly after, Bai Qiong and the others appeared outside the monkey tribe settlement, following the coordinates sent by Haoqi Lingtao, Guaduo Guduo. When the guards of the tribe saw Bai Qiong and the others, they sternly questioned them. The two humans inside were messengers of the gods. But surely, not all humans were messengers of the gods, right? The monkey guards firmly believed in their judgment. They couldn't be wrong. I must guard carefully. Can't let any Tom, Dick, or Harry enter the tribe. Just as he was feeling proud of himself, Bai Qiong on the other side had already frowned and shouted, Bajaleu. As soon as these 4 words were spoken, the monkey guard trembled. Dropping the bamboo spear in his hand, he hurriedly knelt down. Haoqi Lingtao was right. The Japanese are despicable. They only behave when treated harshly, Bai Qiong said triumphantly. Immediately, he waved his hand confidently, leading the other members of the Bureau of War Deception into the monkey tribe settlement. The monkey guard watched helplessly as Bai Qiong and the others entered the tribe, without any intention of stopping them. What a joke! Would he dare to stop the messengers of the gods? However, why did the gods suddenly abandon us, and favor humans instead? Could it be that he finds our monkey women unattractive? The monkey guard's mind was filled with wild thoughts. Inside the tribe, Bai Qiong and the others immediately saw Haoqi Lingtao and Gu Wuan being warmly welcomed by the monkeys. These two fellows were now treated as honored guests by the monkeys. They were lazily eating fruits and enjoying the dance of the monkey women. Come, there are fruits here. Let's eat together. Don't be shy. Seeing Bai Qiong and the others, Haoqi Lingtao and Gu Wuan quickly waved at them. Bai Qiong was instantly furious. Have you two forgotten that we are still in the middle of a battlefield operation? Are you really here to enjoy yourselves? Instead of gathering intelligence from the enemy, you're acting all high and mighty here? Sensing Bai Qiong's resentment, Haoqi Lingtao smirked sheepishly. Brother Bai, don't be angry. Do you think we haven't thought about fooling those Japanese? It's hard to explain. When we talk to them, it's like talking to a brick wall. I have no way. After hearing about the delicious spirit peaches, Bai Qiong was both angry and amused. However, this guy was a spy enthusiast, and his mind was quite sharp. After a moment of contemplation, he came up with a plan. The next moment, Bai Qiong calmly began to contact the chief who was still in the Immortal Palace. The surrounding monkey people had no idea what the players were talking about. They could only stand by and smile ingratiatingly. In the Lingshao Immortal Palace, on the square, the chief, who had been waiting for frontline news, suddenly heard 2 beeps in his ear. He eagerly opened the private message, took a quick glance, and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, my battle neglect bureau. I will become famous in one battle. After laughing a few times, the chief contemplated for a moment and already had a plan in mind. Immediately, he opened the chat channel, searched for the Lonely ID, and sent a private message to the Lonely One. In the battlefield, Lonely was still searching for enemy traces. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a private message. He hesitated for a moment, then opened the chat interface. The next moment, a stranger ID named the chief appeared before him. Chief, a new player? With doubt, Lonely finished reading the private message from the chief. A look of joy immediately appeared on his face. I didn't expect someone had already infiltrated the enemy camp, and even fooled the enemies into thinking they were ancestors. Interesting. Immortal Path Strategic Neglect Bureau. I will remember you. In the private message from the chief, Lonely was not only informed that a Battle Neglect Bureau player had successfully entered the enemy camp but also revealed some news. That is, the so-called Kodao monsters were actually NPC monsters. They were not enemy players at all. Initially, the players thought they were enemy players. With this information, Lonely, as a great player, immediately knew what to do. Poison them. With little effort, he could easily wipe out these NPC monsters. So, Lonely began to contact Grey Wolf King and others. On the other side of the battlefield, the Mobile 5 were roaming around, searching for the so-called Kodao monsters. Because the map was too large, they searched for a long time without seeing anyone. Just when the Mobile 5 were feeling a bit discouraged, the Magic Wheel Lightwave Duck suddenly received a private message from Lonely. Magic Wheel, are you there? Grey Wolf is not online today. We need you to take action. Bring some poison, then go to coordinates 6343, 30,505. and contact the brothers in the enemy camp. Poison the NPCs. After reading Lonely's private message, Magic Wheel Lightwave Duck burst into laughter. Little Black Fungus 233, Lin Shue Chung, Would Big, and Shanga all looked at him curiously. We're going to make it big. This time, our mobile group is going to make it big. Magic Wheel Lightwave Duck smiled proudly. Then, he relayed the private message from Lonely. After listening, Little Black Fungus 233 and others all showed surprised expressions. Damn, we're really going to make it big. After this wave, even if our mobile group doesn't get the top contribution, we can at least rank in the top 3. That's right, the time to make a name for ourselves has come. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry. Upon hearing this, Magic Wheel Lightwave Duck nodded. Let me check if I have enough poison. With that, he hurriedly checked his personal inventory. After a moment, a look of disappointment appeared on Magic Wheel Lightwave Duck's face. Oh no, I forgot. I just turned all the medicinal herbs into blue pills. Now I have no poison, but a bunch of blue pills. As he spoke, Magic Wheel Lightwave Duck slumped. They had a rare opportunity to earn a large amount of contribution points right in front of them. However, they were about to miss out on such an opportunity. No poison? Changgu was stunned for a moment. Little Black Fungus 233 and Lin Shuecheng beside him were also instantly discouraged. Only Mu De suddenly smiled sinisterly. It's okay. Don't we still have the blue pill? Whoever uses this thing knows. Let's give those little monsters the blue pill. Make their chickens explode. As soon as Mu De spoke, Little Black Fungus 233 and others were all shocked. Damn, their chickens exploded. It's just unbelievable. After coming to their senses, the 5-person group immediately became spirited. They marched proudly towards the monkey tribe settlement at coordinates 6,343, 30,505. Moments later, the monkey tribe settlement came into view. Everyone be fierce later, the lonely god said. These damn island NPCs are all masochists. Despicable. You have to scold them to make them honest. Yes, scold them harshly. Remember to scold them in gibberish. Scold them with 8 teeth. The Magic Wheel Lightwave said to Little Black Fungus 233 and others. As they were speaking, the monkey tribe settlement was already in sight. Fruitful. The monkey guard tightened the bamboo spear in his hand, showing a fierce expression, and was about to sternly question, but unfortunately, he didn't finish his sentence. Several shouts of 8 teeth came rushing towards him. The harshest was Mu De. Not only did he curse with 8 teeth, but he also cursed your whole family with 8 teeth. The monkey guard immediately went weak in the knees and knelt down weakly. Then, looking at the Magic Wheel Lightwave and others, he swaggered into the monkey tribe settlement. The tribe was bustling. A row of male and female monkeys were circling around delicious spirit peaches and others, dancing, flattering. It was lively. Seeing this scene, the 5-person group was amazed. It was the first time they had seen such a lively scene deep in enemy territory. These guys are all talented. You're here. Bai Qiong stood up and greeted the 5-person group. Did you bring the goods? To prevent the monkeys from hearing anything, Bai Qiong deliberately used slang. The Magic Wheel Lightwave nodded in agreement. Brought it. The effect is guaranteed. As he spoke, he took out a large bottle of blue pills. Bai Qiong happily took the bottle and then brought over a monkey. Eat. He gestured to the monkey to quickly eat this thing. This monkey was a respected elder in the tribe. He naturally didn't understand Bai Qiong's words but understood the actions. Immediately, the monkey made a motion to put something in his mouth. Yes, smart. Bai Qiong nodded in satisfaction. Then, he gestured to the monkey to distribute these blue pills to the tribe members to take together. The monkey elder was overjoyed. He carefully opened the bottle and took a look. Inside were round blue pills. The monkey elder couldn't help but gasp. The next moment, a look of ecstasy appeared on his sly face. My God, it's a divine pill. The Father God had given his messenger divine pills to bestow upon the tribe. With these divine pills, what is the Yamiadi tribe? No matter how strong the race, they could defeat them all. Immediately, the monkey elder bowed repeatedly in thanks to Bai Qiong and the others. After thanking them, he joyfully spread the news. Instantly, the entire tribe echoed with the continuous shouts of Bagayalu. The players present looked at each other in confusion. Were these monkeys cursing themselves as bastards? Temple. Bagayalu was somewhat annoyed, pacing back and forth. After giving the monkeys the divine oracle, he was afraid that Yamili would sense it. so he had not dared to release the divine thoughts. Even he didn't care about what his followers were doing now. After all, in terms of talent level, Humiator was stronger than him. That is, Humiator's followers, those flirtatious Humiati women, in terms of combat power, are slightly stronger than the monkey tribe. Otherwise, Baguru probably wouldn't dare to confront Humiator head-on. I wonder where Humiator is now. Should we investigate? As a man, I can't be like a turtle, hiding my head in a shell and not even daring to release my divine sense, Baguru thought somewhat irritably. Then, he took a deep breath and tentatively released his divine sense a little. Safe, not sensing any danger, Baguru became a little bolder. He gradually began to spread his divine sense out. However, when his divine sense enveloped the followers' tribe, he was instantly dumbfounded. What's going on? Why are his followers all in heat? Damn monkeys, all they know is being in heat all day long. Baguru, activated your race. It's simply bad luck for me. The next moment, Baguru exploded like a bomb. Jumping up, I clearly gave you a prophecy. You all just ignored it? Instead of going out to search for the Humiati tribe, you're fooling around in the tribe? Are you worthy of me, Baguru? Bastards, all of you are bastards. Baguru, who was raging, couldn't hold back anymore. He leaped into the air and flew towards the tribe. At this moment, his mind clouded by anger. He was no longer afraid of Humiator. Humiator, dare to come. I'll blast you with a cannon. Baguru, full of anger, descended from the void. Damn monkey tribe, you have ignored the prophecy of the Father God. Unforgivable. His furious voice echoed throughout the tribe. The monkeys trembled in fear when they heard it, feeling afraid. But unfortunately, the blue pills of the magic wheel lightwave duck were too terrifying. Even though the monkeys were extremely afraid, their bodies stubbornly continued to fire at the monkey women. In the distance, the hidden Baiqiang and others had already seen Baguru. They were originally afraid of being affected by these horny monkeys, so they quietly waited for the drug's effects to take place. But who would have thought that just as the drug's effects were starting, they hadn't even had time to deal with these little monsters. Suddenly, the boss appeared. Immediately, all the players were excited. There's a boss. Amazing. Didn't expect to attract even the boss. This boss is huge. There must be something good in his belly, right? Brothers, what are we waiting for? Let's do it. Baiqiang, Delicious Spirit Peach, Guwuan, and others rushed towards Baguru eagerly. Baguru was stunned when he saw this. Humans? Where did the humans come from in my domain? His followers were the monkey tribe. Humiator's followers were the Humiati tribe. No matter who it was, there couldn't be human followers. Even Baguru, with his wooden head, faintly felt something was wrong at this moment. However, before he could react, the players were already roaring, waving their weapons at him. Little boss, come to Daddy obediently. Let's do it. Let's do it. Daddy's equipment is here. Don't panic. Everyone stay. Oh no. No healer. When Baiqiang and the others rushed to fight Baguru eagerly, they suddenly realized that there was not a single healer in the entire team. Damn humans. How dare they invade my domain? Baguru, die. All of you die. Harassed by a group of ants, Bagyalu was furious. He instantly activated his divine power. Rampaging Bull Fist, a fist the size of a sandbag, like a meteorite from outer space, smashed towards Baiqiang and others. Boom! Bagyalu was after all a demigod, and although there were top players like Wolf Annihilation among the players, not every player triggered the hidden route. Among the people present, except for Little Black Fungus 233, who activated a deadly health buff, the others were actually just ordinary players. Immediately, several members of the War Hui Bureau were instantly killed by Bagyalu. The raging aura spread out in all directions. Baiqiang and others dodged in embarrassment. Mad. Is the boss so strong? How do we fight? It's okay, it doesn't feel as strong as the show-offs, but we have too few people. It seems we can't handle it. Then what are we waiting for? Call for reinforcements. I'm calling, don't worry. Amid the clamor, Delicious Spirit Peaches, Gu Wen, and others had already contacted their familiar friends, but the Mobile 5 remained unmoved. Little Black Fungus, can you handle it? Chanda looked at Little Black Fungus 233 and asked. Little Black Fungus 233 smiled proudly at the question. In the face of deadly health, there is no boss that I, Little Black Fungus, can't handle. With these words, the four-person group immediately cheered. Little Black Fungus is awesome. This time, our mobile group will make a name for ourselves. Bai Qiong and the remaining members of the War Hui Bureau heard the cheers and looked over. Everyone, step aside. It's my turn next. Boss? Ha! Little Black Fungus 233 stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Bagyalu with the air of a master. Seeing the situation, Bagyalu, who had just raged and killed several members of the War Hui Bureau, did not dare to be negligent. He stared fixedly at Little Black Fungus. This human seemed a bit extraordinary. I must not be reckless. Step aside. Step aside. Little Black Fungus is about to show his power. Brothers of the War Hui Bureau, please make way. Only our brother Little Black Fungus can handle this show-off. That's right, everyone get ready to pick up equipment. Our brother Little Black Fungus is a hidden boss. Chang'e, Mada Muda, Lin Xue Chung, and Moluan Guanboya, the four-person group, in a comedic manner, highlighted the already imposing Little Black Fungus 233. The members of the War Hui Bureau, including Bai Qiong, all widened their eyes at the sight. Their faces were full of expectant expressions. Hidden bosses who are still alive are not easy to come by. The atmosphere was almost ready to explode. Little Black Fungus 233 casually flicked his sleeve. Deadly health. Swish. The sleeve fluttered. A cool breeze passed by, lifting Little Black Fungus 233's long hair. But Gyalu, who was staring wide-eyed across from him, was momentarily stunned. What's going on? After all that build-up, he just gave me a gust of wind? Realizing he had been tricked, Bagyalu was suddenly furious. Damn humans, all of you are indeed deceivers. In a roar, Bagyalu threw a punch. Boom! The raging aura turned into a giant wave and swept over. Little Black Fungus 233, who was still showing off, stumbled and was instantly sent flying. His body drew a beautiful arc in the air. And then, he fell straight into a group of crazy monkey men and women. This blow directly left Little Black Fungus 233 in critical condition. He hadn't even had time to be grateful that he was still alive. The nearby female monkey seemed to enter a trance. Her body tensed instantly, and her claws unconsciously reached out and made a grabbing motion as if grabbing a bedsheet. Poor Little Black Fungus 233, who had just wanted to heal himself, but he was directly grabbed by the female monkey by the neck. Swish! A white light flashed. The big boss Little Black Fungus 233 is hidden. And it's cool. Resurrected. The air around suddenly stagnated. Bai Qiong and others all looked at the four-member mobile team. An awkward look appeared on Shia Gu, Mu De, Lin Xue Chung, and Mo Luan Guangbo Duck. Just how fierce the pretending was just now. They are now just as embarrassed. Roar! But Gyalo will not give players time to be stunned. He roared, and another punch came towards the players. Seeing the players present, they are all in a precarious situation. In the distance, a figure suddenly flashed. This figure was extremely fast, like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared in front of Bagyalu. Jin Xiajiba, Bai Qiong and others were all thrilled. This guy is a real big shot. Jin Xiajiba had not stopped his figure, and he had already raised his hands. Countless embroidered needles turned into cold lights, shooting towards Bagyalu. Bang! A series of explosions sounded. Bagyalu grunted, and his body couldn't help but step back a few steps. How can humans be so strong? Bagyalu was shocked and angry. Although the human in front of him had only suffered a bit of flesh wound, but he is a demigod. He couldn't imagine how humans could do this. In the world of gods, aren't humans recognized as the weakest race? With a look of astonishment and doubt, Bagyalu attacked Jin Xiajiba. However, perhaps Jin Xiajiba's attack just now had shocked him. So at this moment, Bagyalu was somewhat cautious in his attack and did not use his full strength. On the square, a white light lit up. Little Black Fungus 233's figure appeared. Ding dong! Congratulations to player Little Black Fungus 233 for completing the 10th Bizarre Death today. The Death Halo is activated for better health. The game prompt sounded in Little Black Fungus 233's ears. Hearing this voice, Little Black Fungus 233 was stunned. Then, he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Damn! I actually forgot that I haven't died enough. Nothing on the square could escape Yachen's divine sense. When he found Little Black Fungus 233, alone muttering with a depressed look on his face, he suddenly felt something. The next moment, Yachen's divine sense spread out. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire immortal path in Bagyalu's divine domain. So that's it. They're actually starting to strategize against Bagyalu. Yes, The hidden players are all on stage. It seems that relying on players to kill Bagyalu has a good chance. After muttering to himself a few times, Yachin retracted his divine sense. He believed that the players could handle Bagyalu. So from start to finish, Yachin never thought about taking action. Anyway, he was just waiting for the players to deal with Bagyalu, and he could easily pick up some contribution points. Bagyalu can't make any waves anymore. As for those monkey people, basically not many have died yet. Letting players kill them will only get them insignificant experience. It's better to capture them. And then, well, recently players have started mining. Let these monkey people be miners. Players can hire monkey people to mine, so they will have more time to cultivate, killing two birds with one stone. After a moment of contemplation, Yachin made a decision. In the previous few divine battles, the followers of Voda were basically all killed by players. As a result, Yachin did not capture any enemy followers. This time, because the monkey people had taken the blue pills, they had temporarily lost their combat power. This also meant that they were not all killed by players. As long as Bagyalu dies, Yachin can smoothly take over these remaining monkey people. Anyway, when the time comes, he can impose a divine prohibition on the monkey people, and he is not afraid of any trouble the island monkeys might cause. While Yi Chen was lost in thought, Little Black Fungus 233 hurriedly stepped into the teleportation array once again. This time, Yi Chen organized a battlefield event without limiting the number of times players could die. So, Little Black Fungus 233, who had already activated the Death is Healthier buff, couldn't miss the final chance to show off. Could he? Swipe. A white light flashed, and Little Black Fungus 233 once again entered the realm of Bagyalu. The next moment, he rushed towards the monkey tribe without hesitation. He had to hurry. Just now, Changda and the others had sent him a private message. The big shots like Jin Shajiba had all arrived at the monkey tribe and were raiding the boss. Players themselves were wolves. Not to mention the wolves among wolves like Jin Shajiba now? So, could Little Black Fungus 233, who was afraid of missing the last chance to show off, not be in a hurry? But this time, his luck seemed to be good. When he arrived at the monkey tribe, Bagyalu was still alive. Although, at this moment, Bagyalu looked miserable under the siege of many players. Make way. I, Little Black Fungus 233, have arrived. Watch me kill the boss in seconds. Seeing the situation, Little Black Fungus 233 immediately shouted. As he spoke, he once again waved his sleeves. Death is healthier. Suddenly, an unknown force descended from the sky and turned into a huge sword, slashing towards Bagyalu. Boom! Bagyalu, who was dealing with the player's siege, had never expected a giant sword to fall on his head. He was immediately struck by the sword. The next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of countless players, Bagyalu's body exploded with a bang, turning into dust and disappearing into the air. The whole place fell silent in an instant. Then, various exclamations erupted like a boiling pot. Damn! The boss was killed in seconds. Who is this guy? So awesome? Little Black Fungus 233, a big shot who likes to show off. I know him. Damn! Bro, please take care of me. Ordinary players were naturally shocked and puzzled. It was the first time they had seen a big shot player kill a boss in the game, although the boss was already at low health. Achieving this was already impressive. Haven't you seen that even hidden big shots like Jin Shajiba, Luo Tianla 01, and Hongchen Buzui Laozi couldn't kill the boss in seconds? Little Black Fungus 233's instant kill of Bagyalu naturally attracted the attention of Jin Shajiba and others. However, before Little Black Fungus 233 could enjoy the thrill of showing off, he found that all the players' attention had been drawn to the treasure chest that had just appeared on the ground. Immediately, his face fell, not satisfying at all. At the moment Bagyalu died, his divine essence had already been automatically collected by Yi Chen. He was not interested in how the players would divide the spoils next. System, retrieve all the remaining monkey people. Then, release them into the game as mining tools. Yi Chen ordered the system. He did not continue to pay attention to how much contribution he had gained from this battle. He directly exited the realm. At this moment, Yi Chen was still in Bagyalu's room. He had to leave the scene of the incident quickly. After his figure reappeared, Yi Chen swiftly opened the door and dashed out. He was already familiar with the crystal monitoring positions around him. With almost no effort, he evaded them and returned to his room. Bagyalu was dead. Next is Yamiel's turn. As for that egg white, let's leave it to be resolved last. After killing Bagyalu and Zhuang Baifan, the god envoy Mickey will definitely not sit still. He might even report this news to the godson Sui Xin. So if a reaction can be made when Sui Xin and Mickey react, and then kill that Yami Dai, it would be even better. Let's set the time for tonight. The best way is to cut the mess quickly. Night Chen pondered for a moment and then targeted Yami Dai. Just as he made a decision, a panicked cry suddenly came from outside the room. No, it's not good. Yami Dai has fallen. Upon hearing this, Night Chen's face immediately showed a surprised expression. Yami Dai is dead? Who did it? Who stole my experience pack? Night Chen did not expect someone to steal the prey right in front of him. Doesn't he know that Yami Dai had already been planned by him? Night Chen? With a displeased look, Night Chen pushed open the door and walked out. He wanted to see who was so bold. Just as he stepped out of the room, a slightly disheveled figure quickly passed by the corridor. Then, he swiftly entered a room. Seeing this scene, Night Chen was stunned for a moment. Shia Gu? He was familiar with this figure. Clearly the arrogant young Shia Gu. A thoughtful expression suddenly appeared on Night Chen's face. It seems that Shia Gu should be the one who killed Yami Dai. This guy is so bold? Dare to kill Yami Dai? Isn't he afraid of being found out? Night Chen dared to hunt and kill Bagyalu and Zhuang Baifan because he had the ability to transform. But Shia Gu is different. By killing Yami Dai in this way, he is likely to be exposed. If someone like Mickey is there to add fuel to the fire, Shia Gu will probably be convicted directly. By then, Shia Gu will be stripped of his divine realm, his divine body abolished, and it will be all over. What is this guy up to? Night Chen was a bit annoyed. It's not because Yami Dai's experience pack was stolen, but because Shia Gu's actions were too reckless. A slight mistake could lead to irreversible consequences. Thinking this, Night Chen quickly walked to Shia Gu's room. He didn't even knock on the door, just pushed it open and entered. Click! The latch was locked. Shia Gu, who heard the noise, suddenly jumped up. The next moment, Night Chen's figure had entered his sight. Seeing that it was Night Chen, Shia Gu relaxed again, and sat back on the bed. Before he could sit firmly, he seemed to suddenly remember something. He quickly reached out and put a puppet doll on the bedside table into the quilt. After doing all this, Shia Gu raised his head and stuttered as he asked Night Chen, How did you come here? Seeing this, Night Chen's mouth twitched. He didn't expect Shia Gu, who was already so grown up, to still like playing with puppet dolls. Puppet dolls are not uncommon in the world of gods. Some super geniuses are often idols in the hearts of the people of the divine city before becoming gods. Secular merchants often use super geniuses as references to produce batches of puppet dolls. These puppet dolls are very popular in the secular world. Night Chen's puppet dolls have always been popular items in the city of Araki. It is said that the puppet dolls made in his likeness have sold so well that they ranked first in the history of the city of Araki. Throughout the generations, no super genius can match Night Chen in terms of popularity among the people. After all, this guy Night Chen is too handsome, and his background makes it easy for ordinary people to resonate with him. I'm asking you a question. Seeing Night Chen's gaze fixed on the quilt, Shia Gu became even more flustered. It seemed as if there was something he didn't want others to see, as if he had been caught red-handed. Did you kill Yami Dai? Shia Gu's words brought Night Chen back to reality. The matter of Yami Dai was the most urgent. Shia Gu heard the words, a hint of surprise showing on his face. You know? After speaking, he lowered his head somewhat regretfully. Shia Gu thought that he had been secretive enough when hunting Yamaiti, but unexpectedly, he was still exposed. Fortunately, it was Yi Chen, not someone else. Are you stupid? Why did you go kill Yamaiti for no reason? Yi Chen frowned, his voice becoming somewhat stern. Upon hearing this, Shia Gu suddenly raised his head, a stubborn expression appearing on his face. She has ill intentions towards you. I know. Those few bad guys are all targeting you. They are all sent by the godson Sui Xin. By killing one, I can help relieve some pressure for you. Yi Chen, I will never allow you to die before me. As he spoke, Shia Gu stood up. A hint of divine power emanated from him. Then, a crystal the size of a fist broke out from his body. Divine essence. This crystal turned out to be divine essence. Yi Chen, quickly take it. This is Yamaiti's divine essence. I deliberately kept it for you. Yi Chen was stunned. He never expected that Shia Gu would kill Yamaiti to help relieve his pressure. And even after killing Yamaiti, he left behind the opponent's divine essence to give to him. For a moment, Yi Chen's emotions were complicated. The words he had wanted to reprimand Shia Gu with could no longer be spoken. Don't misunderstand. I only kept this divine essence to repay you for the divine medicine you gave me. Do you know, many of my Jiao people followers have become pregnant these past few days, Shia Gu said, a hint of joy crossing his face. In fact, the price he paid to kill Yamaiti this time was not small. At least dozens of his Jiao people followers were lost. Fortunately, most of the female Jiao people in the tribe were already pregnant. After the little Jiao people were born, they would quickly replenish their numbers. Of course, Shia Gu didn't care about these things at all. Being able to help Yi Chen made him feel very happy. Quickly take the divine essence. Seeing Yi Chen still standing there in a daze, Shia Gu became anxious. He flicked his hand. Yamaiti's divine essence shot towards Yi Chen and entered his body in an instant. Alright, now I don't owe you anymore, Shia Gu said happily. Hearing this, Yi Chen's emotions became even more complicated. Hey, smile. Anyway, I've already killed Yamaiti. I believe no one else will know besides you. I don't need her divine essence. Just consider it as repaying you a favor. Shia Gu, who was in a very good mood at the moment, chattered happily like a little bird. By swallowing Yamaiti's divine essence, would Yi Chen's strength increase again? By then, as long as he survived the exemption period, perhaps even the godson Sui Xian would not be his match. Thinking of this, Shia Gu couldn't help but feel happy. There must not be a next time. Yi Chen sighed inwardly and said to Shia Gu. This young man was increasingly touching the soft spot in his heart. Oh, Shia Gu responded with a sound, lowering his head, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Great, now he cares about me too. Shia Gu, no matter what suspicions Mickey has later, you say you're with me as a witness, without real evidence. He won't dare to do anything to you. Understand? Shia Gu was lost in his thoughts, but Yi Chen was solemnly reminding him. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Shia Gu nodded repeatedly. How could he not listen to Yi Chen's words? Alright, that's it. I guess Mickey is probably going to collapse now. He will definitely investigate all the new gods. Seeing Shia Gu being so obedient, Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. He liked obedient people. Let's go to the square, Yi Chen said, turning to open the door. Shia Gu, seeing this, suddenly remembered something. Wait, I forgot there's something I want to give you. After saying this, Shia Gu quickly brushed his fingers over his forehead. In the next moment, an irregular crystal that seemed to emit a faint light leaped out from between his eyebrows. Shia Gu waved his hand, and the crystal fell into his palm. What is this? Yi Chen, surprised, asked. Shia Gu shook his head. I don't know. I found this when I was very young. When I was young, my health was always poor, and many people said I wouldn't live past 10 years old. But after I found it, my health gradually improved day by day. Perhaps it may not be very valuable, but it has been with me for over 10 years. Here, I'm giving it to you now. I hope it will keep you safe and sound, Shia Gu said as he directly placed the crystal into Yi Chen's hand. The palms of the two touched lightly, and a sensation like an electric shock instantly spread throughout Shia Gu's body. He felt his legs go weak. Blush appeared involuntarily on his delicate face. My heart is beating so fast. Am I going to die? Shia Gu thought foolishly. However, at that moment, Yi Chen was already too preoccupied to notice the scene. As the crystal fell into his hand, a system electronic sound rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the origin shard. The sudden electronic sound left Yi Chen feeling dazed. Origin shard? What is that? Yi Chen had never heard of an origin shard before. In his memory, there was no such thing in the world of gods. Host, the origin shard is a fragment of the origin crystal, and the origin crystal is the most fundamental existence in a universe or dimension. Having it will grant you the power to dominate this universe or dimension. Of course, what the host has obtained for now is just the origin shard. To synthesize the origin crystal, the host needs to find at least 9 more. Sensing Yi Chen's confusion, the system quickly explained. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen understood. However, another question immediately arose in his mind. According to the system's description, the origin shard was extremely precious. So, the question was, how could someone like Shia Gu, a nobody, have found it? This luck was truly unbelievable. Host, Shia Gu is not simple. According to Earth's online novels, he is undoubtedly the chosen one. Yes, the chosen one, the system explained. Yi Chen's heart fluttered slightly upon hearing this. Indeed, Shia Gu had always been a nobody from childhood to adulthood, but on the day of awakening, he suddenly became remarkable. It felt like he was the protagonist. It seemed that this origin shard was probably his lucky break. Thinking that Shia Gu had even given him his lucky break, Yi Chen suddenly felt touched. Host, this is a good thing. The system has decided to accept it on your behalf. After all, this is also yours. A token. Just as Yi Chen was feeling moved by Shia Gu's gesture, the system suddenly made a strange sound. In the next moment, the origin shard in Yi Chen's hand disappeared abruptly. Yi Chen snapped back to reality instantly. Before he could question the system, an invisible aura emanated from deep within his mind. This is the aura of the origin shard. Yi Chen discerned it and concluded that the aura came from the origin shard. Clearly, the system had not deceived him about his origin shard, but hid it deep in the mind of Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen was still somewhat annoyed. This system actually started to act on its own? Host, don't be angry. The origin shard is very useful. For example, it has the power of manifestation. The system's electronic voice sounded. Yi Chen's expression froze at the words, manifestation? The two words are easy to understand, but Yi Chen was not clear on what the system meant by manifestation. That's right, it can make your followers appear in the world of the gods. How about that? Pretty amazing, right? The system's voice carried a hint of pride. Hearing this, Yi Chen was surprised. If that were the case, he couldn't imagine what terrible things would happen when the sand sculpture players invaded the world of the gods. Perhaps the entire world of the gods would be ruined by the sand sculpture players. However, host, with just one origin shard, specific functions cannot be realized. You need to collect another one. A friendly reminder to the host, the second origin shard is actually not far from you. The electronic voice still carried the same human sense of pride. Yi Chen was suddenly delighted at the words. Where? In the shrine of Araki, the electronic voice replied. It's in his hands. Yi Chen's brow furrowed. Although Araki is not considered a high-ranking deity in the entire world of the gods, he is the undisputed ruler in the shrine of Araki. It can be said that, except for the current Yi Chen, all the residents of the shrine of Araki are his followers. Obtaining an origin shard from such a powerful being is as difficult as climbing to the sky. Moreover, Yi Chen even began to suspect that Araki relied on the origin shard to become a 7-star deity in just over 100 years. Such a rapid advancement rate is absolutely terrifying within the realm of the gods. Yi Chen, what are you thinking? I'll tell you. I gave it to you because you treated me to skewers last time. Don't think too much about it. Now that I've given it to you, we're even again. Seeing Yi Chen seemingly lost in thought, Shia Gu thought Yi Chen was joking with him and quickly explained nervously. This is not a token of love. Just because you treated me to skewers, I gave you a gift. Yeah, that's it. Shia Gu began to deceive himself in his heart. Upon hearing Shia Gu's words, Yi Chen came to his senses and looked at Shia Gu, saying seriously, I owe you a favor. Don't refuse, and I won't allow you to refuse. Taking Shia Gu's gold finger, Yi Chen felt somewhat guilty. Shia Gu, upon hearing this, showed a brilliant smile on his face. He nodded. Okay. At this moment, Shia Gu felt as if he were in the happiest moment of his life. When he was very young, he had already begun to admire Yi Chen. He and Yi Chen were part of the same group of orphans collected. However, when Yi Chen arrived at the shrine of Araki, he had already begun to shine brightly, whereas Shia Gu had always been a nobody. As a young child, Shia Gu admired Yi Chen and saw him as an idol. In fact, not only him, but other orphans also admired Yi Chen. At that time, among these little companions, if anyone could say a word to Yi Chen, it would be something they could boast about for many days. Shia Gu had always been timid, even though he had a few chances to talk to Yi Chen. But because of his personality, he missed those opportunities. Later, Yi Chen's status among the newcomers grew higher and higher. It became increasingly difficult for his little companions to see him. One time, Shia Gu learned that Yi Chen had returned, so he mustered up the courage to sneak a peek at Yi Chen. But who would have thought that not only did Yi Chen not see him, but also a demigod sent to protect Yi Chen scolded him. As a result, Shia Gu cried secretly for a long time after returning. But now it's okay. He can finally stand openly beside Yi Chen. With this thought in mind, Shia Gu wished time would stop here. This way, he and Yi Chen would be together forever. Ding, ding, ding. The temple bell rang at the right time. Mickey is summoning us. Let's go to the square. Remember, just stick with me later. No need to say more. Upon hearing the bell, Yi Chen glanced at Shia Gu and reminded him again. Shia Gu nodded vigorously. Immediately, the two opened the door and walked out. On the square, Mickey's face had become extremely gloomy. Nicholas Panlai, by his side, looked bewildered, as if he was questioning life. Damn it, they, the geniuses from the West District, had only been at the Eastern District Temple for less than 2 days. Zhuang Baifan, Yami Dai, and Bagayalu had already fallen one after another. If Zhuang Baifan's death could still cast suspicion on Yi Chen, then Bagayalu and Yami Dai almost fell at the same time. This made Peng Lai completely dispel the idea that Yi Chen was the killer. How could Yi Chen, alone, kill Bagayalu and Yami Dai at 2 different locations at the same time? Could he have a clone technique? That was obviously impossible. The clone technique was a divine skill that only the great gods had a chance to comprehend. Yi Chen was just a new god. How could he have learned the clone technique now? Therefore, Peng Lai had to fall into doubt about life at this moment. Who really killed Bagayalu and Yami Dai? The new gods appeared on the square with bewildered faces one after another. Except for a few people, most of the new gods had no idea what had happened. I heard that Yami Dai, the goddess, is dead. What? My goddess actually. That's nothing. I just saw the divine messenger angrily coming out of Bagayalu's room. It seems that something happened to Bagayalu too. Heaven, could it be that Bagayalu is also dead? Many new gods whispered to each other. Mickey seemed to be completely oblivious to these discussions. His face was gloomy, as dark as the bottom of a pot. It seems that Yi Chen is not the killer. Yi Chen could never have killed Bagayalu and Yami Dai at the same time. So, is the rumor true? Is there really an outsider god hunting the new gods of the temple? Damn it, why am I so unlucky? Just took over the Eastern District, and encountered such a thing? Mickey was on the verge of collapse. He thought that coming to the Eastern District to kill Yi Chen was a good job. Not only could he please the godson, but he could also reap the victory fruit left by Shibuya. But now he realized that this was a trap. It was one thing for the new gods to be constantly hunted, but the ones who died were all the genius talents he brought from the West District. At this moment, the suspicious Mickey even began to suspect whether his old rivals in the West District had done such a thing, just to embarrass him. We've arrived at the square. Stay calm. Seeing that Shia Gu seemed a little nervous, Yi Chen whispered softly. Shia Gu took a deep breath upon hearing this. He nodded, then calmly stood with Yi Chen in the lineup. A moment later, all the new gods were present. Everyone, it's best not to go out in the next few days, especially those new gods who like to be alone. I advise you to find a companion, so as not to regret being hunted down later. Mickey glanced gloomily at the new gods. At this moment, he had no mood to play the guessing game of the killer. He didn't even care about Yi Chen anymore. The successive fall of 3 top geniuses has already burdened Mickey with a major dereliction of duty. As a guide, he not only failed to protect the new gods, but also had no clue about the identity of the killer. At this moment, he had no more thoughts to spare on these matters. After a few hurried words, Mickey announced the dissolution. Immediately after, he whispered a few words to Peng Lai and left the temple in a hurry. There was no choice but for him to go and apologize to the godson after such a big incident. Seek forgiveness from the godson. Otherwise, if the godson and the Sui family no longer protect him, then Mickey's future would be over. On the square, the new gods had not all dispersed yet. When they saw Mickey leaving in a hurry, they could no longer restrain themselves and began to discuss. Heavens, Yamiel and Bagulazan are really dead. It's too terrifying. Even these geniuses couldn't resist the ambush. If it were us, I'm afraid. Stop it. That hunter wouldn't be bored enough to kill us trash gods. Exactly. Haven't you noticed that only geniuses are dead? Hiss. Does that mean Peng Lai, Yachen, and Shia Gu are also in danger? Amid the discussions, many new gods turned their gaze towards Peng Lai, Yachen, Shia Gu, and others. In their eyes, there was a hint of sympathy. At this moment, many new gods deeply felt fortunate that they were not geniuses. Even if the hunter appeared, it would be the brilliant geniuses who died first, not them, the trash gods. After all, what value is there in killing them? Feeling the gaze of the new gods, Peng Lai's expression turned ugly. He snorted coldly in his heart and left with his head down. Damn hunter. You think it's easy to kill me. Pon Lai. Yachin and Shia Gu, on the other hand, exchanged a glance without changing their expressions. A tacit understanding was evident on their faces. Ha ha, where did this hunter come from? If there is one, it must be them. Are they going to kill themselves? Let's go. Yachin patted Shia Gu. Shia Gu nodded in response. Immediately, the two walked side by side. Passing through the hall, they entered the corridor. Yachin suddenly spoke up. Shia Gu, prepare for tonight. Take care of Lucha and the others. I'll cover for you with these three guys. Remember to devour their divinity immediately. Don't leave it for me. I have a feeling that something big will happen in the next few days. Your current strength is too low. You may not be able to protect yourself by then. Yachin's words were spoken very lightly, deliberately lowering his voice. Shia Gu was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. Immediately, he nodded without hesitation. Okay, I'll follow your lead. He was not a sentimental person. To catch up with Yachin, he had to constantly improve himself, and the fastest way to enhance his strength was undoubtedly to hunt his companions. After all, for Shia Gu, other than Yachin, he didn't care whether the other new gods lived or died. Just three annoying pests, right? If they were killed, so be it. It's not a big deal. As for failing in the hunt, Shia Gu never thought about it. As the strongest genius in the initial data of the Awakening Day in the Eastern District, the likes of Lucha and the others were not enough for him to care about. These three guys were weaker than Maaga and Wadma. What waves could they make? At this moment, Shia Gu had already sentenced Lucha and the others to death in his heart. Ding! Immortal Path upgrade complete. When Yachin reached outside Shia Gu's room, an electronic sound suddenly rang in his mind. Yachin was momentarily stunned. So fast. How long had it been? The system had already completed the upgrade of the Immortal Path? Go back and prepare. I'll find you tonight. Yachin glanced at Shia Gu and said. Shia Gu nodded in response. The two parted ways. Returning to the room, Yachin couldn't wait to enter the divine realm. His figure appeared, and an empty square leaped into Yachin's eyes. It made him slightly uncomfortable. Accustomed to the lively scenes of sand sculpture players, suddenly seeing such an empty scene, he was truly a bit unable to accept it for a moment. Host, the upgraded Immortal Path is not yet open to players. Please check it first. The electronic voice sounded, with a somewhat foreman-like style. Yachin nodded slightly at the words. Immediately, his gaze swept around. Several NPC figures appeared before him. The directionally challenged youth, his junior brother Qianyu, was now resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Who knows what he's thinking? Perhaps he's in the throes of adolescence. Yachin thought to himself. He turned his gaze to the left. The next moment, Yachin was stunned. What did he see? He saw Yunchu and Emobai, this master-disciple pair, being affectionate with each other. Emobai rested his head on Yunchu's thigh, looking blissful, while Yunchu gently stroked Emobai's long hair with indulgence. Hiss! This master-disciple pair is really not normal. Yachin couldn't help but gasp in shock. He knew that the NPCs created by the system wouldn't be normal people either. After calming the shock in his heart, Yachin quickly averted his gaze. Then, a few unfamiliar faces appeared before him. Ha! There's even an uncle? Yachin was taken aback. Among these NPCs, he saw a handsome uncle. However, calling him an uncle, he actually looked like he was in his 20s. In the eyes of Yachin and his teenage peers, someone in their 20s was considered an uncle, right? Yachin's mind stirred. The panel of this uncle appeared before him. Character, Yitong, NPC, Identity, Elder of the Lingxiao Immortal Palace, Realm, 9th level of the Golden Core, Technique, Skyslaying Sword Art, Skills, Skyslaying Dual Sword Style, Sky Cutting Strike, Heart Sword, Death Sword Intent, Talent, 9-star Sword Dao. No self no sword. After reading the panel, Yachin was delighted. Another Golden Core expert. Moreover, a powerful sword immortal. It seems that I can take these NPCs out for a spin in the future. Yachin thought happily. With the terrifying strength of a Golden Core NPC, he could probably take down even minor gods. Maybe I can be a little bolder. Just kill Mickey directly? A risky idea popped into Yachin's mind. With Qianyu, Yun Chu, Mo Bai, and Yitong all being Golden Core experts, the minor gods like Mickey really weren't worth much. Of course, NPCs were NPCs after all. Yachin wouldn't get much contribution value from killing Mickey and the others. Or rather, he would only get a tiny bit of contribution value. Comparatively, it was more satisfying to fleece the players, suppressing the thoughts in his mind. Yechen's gaze continued to scan the other NPCs. Wait, system, didn't I customize 5 NPCs? Why are there more than this number? The new NPCs that caught Yechen's eye were far more than 5, which surprised him. As Yechen's thoughts flashed by, the electronic voice timely sounded. Host, for a more realistic immortal path, the system has set unique thinking for each NPC. They are not just a bunch of data, but living people. Since they are people, they naturally have their own social circles. So, the extra ones are all NPCs' friends and family. Host, you've hit the jackpot. You've gained several NPCs for free. The electronic voice rambled on. Yechen's face showed a wry smile. It was the first time he had heard that NPCs would bring their friends and family when they came online. These guys, could it be that they won't leave here? If so, then he really made a profit. Host, this Shia Gu. Yes, the little handsome guy who looks aloof. In the setting, he is your cousin. Of course, limited to the immortal path. He excels in chess, calligraphy, and qin skills, and is a famous scholar in the Righteous Alliance. Standing beside him are 2 male gods, one named Bai, good at painting and calligraphy, considered a competitor and friend of Shia Gu. The other is named Luo Yun Mao, who likes music, and in playing the flute, even Shia Gu admires him. So, when Shia Gu came to seek refuge with you as his cousin, his 2 friends also came along. How about it, host? Do you feel like you hit the jackpot? The system's tone carried a hint of mischief. Night-chan's eyes lit up at the words. 3 scholars suddenly appeared. This is great news for some of the silly players. Night-chan had long noticed that in the immortal path, there was a small group of players who were not the weirdos of the midsummer hegemony, nor were they lonely or aggressive fighters. They preferred to play the game seriously. In the past, the immortal path did not have so-called professions. Instead, hidden routes were used to replace the typical professions in online games. But now, it seems that not everyone can trigger these hidden routes. This would leave many players at a loss. So, it seems like the system created Shia Gu, this NPC, to make up for it. Shia Gu, Bai Yu, and Luo Yun Miao will correspond to the scholar profession. Players who like this style can switch to the scholar profession with them. Learn the ways of qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Of course, each player has different talents and aptitudes. Even if they all follow the path of qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting, their future achievements may not be the same. The weaker ones may just be passable scholars, and the stronger ones, even compared to the hidden bosses, may not necessarily lose to them. System, you've thought this through. Night-chan praised the system. The electronic voice sounded a bit smug. Of course, the system is also a good learner. Just like that Yi Tong, he is an elder who teaches players swordsmanship. Players can switch to swordsman under him. However, as I said, whether a player becomes a swordsman or not depends on themselves, not the profession. The system explained again. Night-chan nodded. He deeply agreed with the system's words. There are no trash professions, only trash players. Strong players can excel in any profession, while weaker players are limited to the game's profession settings, becoming cannon fodder on the battlefield. Of course, this doesn't apply to heavy pay-to-win games. In those, paying is the key. After looking away from Shia Gu and the others, Night-chan turned to the other NPCs. System, do they also have friend groups among them? 2 of them are in a friend group. It's the bearded guy and the young man petting the cat on the side. The bearded guy is Tian Jizi, a formation master. The young man petting the cat is Xia Hao, a nanny, plus a lousy pet trainer. They are friends of the NPC Stardust customized by the host. The host's divine realm area is already quite large, so it's time to start planting. This Stardust is an extremely rare spirit plant master, and players can start a planting secondary profession with him, the electronic voice explained. Night-chan nodded, realizing, that's right. Apart from Stardust, Tian Jizi, and Xia Hao, the remaining 2 NPCs were the last 2 of the 5 NPCs he customized. Redemption, Tears. What appeared before Night-chan were 2 strange names. When he saw them, he was slightly surprised. NPCs actually have such strange names? It seems that Night-chan felt puzzled, and the system explained again. Host, Redemption and Tears, have a special background. Their original names are no longer known. Redemption and Tears are both code names. Redemption, because many years ago, accidentally harmed a righteous genius, leading to the premature death of that genius. After redemption learned the truth, he felt deep regret in his heart, so he abandoned his original name and used redemption as his identity. This redemption has dedicated his life to saving people. He is an extremely powerful NPC with a nurturing father type. As for Tears, he is more mysterious. You can think of him as a shady businessman. After listening to the system's explanation, Night-chan smirked. Then, he couldn't help but make a sarcastic comment. I see you're too lazy to think of names, right? Night-chan wasn't maliciously speculating about the system. He truly felt that the system was acting strangely and could do such things. Maybe it was cutting corners and withholding contribution points. Alright, hurry up and open the path to immortality. Then go away. It's none of your business, Night-chan said to the system. The system, feeling embarrassed, retreated. After ending the conversation with the system, Night-chan confidently walked towards the group of NPCs. Welcome everyone to join the Lingxiao Immortal Palace. The NPCs respectfully saluted Night-chan. In the setting, Night-chan's cousin, Yanan Gu, showed a hint of joy on his face. Yanan Gu pays respects to his cousin. Night-chan nodded in response. We are brothers. No need for formalities. After saying this, he glanced at the other NPCs. In the future, I entrust the disciples of the Immortal Palace to all of you. The NPCs naturally agreed. While he was speaking, beams of white light lit up the square. The system had reopened the path to immortality. Some players who had been waiting for the update eagerly logged in. Wow! It seems like our sect has expanded again. Look! So many NPCs. There are uncles, warm guys, and free-spirited types. These are my cup of tea. I can't wait to see what new features have been added this time. I also want to know. The planners of the path to immortality are so mysterious. They don't even release announcements. The players exclaimed in excitement. In the next moment, several female players quickly ran towards the NPCs. Night-chan calmly distanced himself from the NPCs. However, Yanan Gu and the others didn't seem to notice. Before they could react, they were surrounded by enthusiastic players. Hey handsome, can you be my boyfriend? I can be sweet or salty. I can be dominant or submissive. Cute during the day, and naughty at night, and sometimes I'll whine. Hey, wanna have a transcendent love affair with me across species? The player who spoke was none other than Zhao Duetian, the #1 female player in the path to immortality. She flirted with Yanan Gu, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. These female disciples of the Immortal Palace were so bold? Why wasn't his cousin managing them? The other NPCs were also struggling to deal with the enthusiastic players. On the other hand, Qianyu, Yun Chu, and Mabai were enjoying the show. Ha ha, we are finally free. It feels great to have substitutes. The players' enthusiasm was something they were familiar with. They didn't play any tricks. There were plenty of people who liked to cause chaos in the summer. Yunchu and Mabai, the master and disciple, were fine. One was a disciple controller, and the other was a master controller, not allowing players to be too disrespectful to their master or disciple. But Qianyu was truly experiencing both pain and pleasure. Soon, some players have already understood what functions the newly appeared NPCs are responsible for. Wow! The Immortal Path finally opened up new professions. I've been waiting for ages. I want to change professions. Don't block me. Bro, let's take turns. I'm in front of you. Don't rush. NPCs won't run away. What's the hurry? Besides, it seems that the Immortal Path has not opened up all professions. Only things like Formation Master, Bard. Formation Master? My favorite. I want to change to a Formation Master. Is there a Beast Tamer? There's no Beast Tamer, but there is a Pet Tamer. Not sure if it's the same. Some impatient players have already started applying to NPCs for a change of profession. Of course, changing professions requires a change of profession task. To become a Formation Master, do I need to collect Yin Gold, Meow Wood, Yao Water, Sen Fire, and Xin Earth? What the heck are these things? Where do I find them? A player with the ID Kuxiapa couldn't help but wail. It seems that becoming a Formation Master is much more difficult than he imagined. The key point is that the task doesn't provide any hints on where to find things like Yin Gold. Ha, being a pet tamer is much simpler. Just kill 10 oil-stealing rats, and the task is considered complete. But what are these oil-stealing rats? Are they new monsters in the Immortal Path? Another player with the ID Yixiatayan couldn't help but burst into laughter after accepting the pet tamer task. Compared to the formation master's change of profession task, his task is simply too easy. The only difficulty is not knowing what oil-stealing rats are. Apart from these two, other players shook their heads and sighed. Damn planners, why only open these professions? Where's my beloved mage? Mage? What about my assassin? Why isn't there an assassin? Ah, you guys calm down. Since the immortal path has opened up professions, these things will come sooner or later. Pity me who wants to trigger hidden paths. That's true despair. So you are the future hidden boss. Can't mess with you. Goodbye. The sand sculpture players, either laughing wildly or wailing, all sorts of strange behaviors. In the distance, a player who had just logged in with the ID Hunsway saw the scene. Couldn't help but sneer. Changing professions? Hidden paths? What's so fun about that? I'm Hunsway. I will never change professions in my life, nor will I trigger hidden paths. Isn't it nice to just fish around every day? After setting a flag, Hunsway chuckled and turned to run towards the back mountain. There is a cold pool with a waterfall there. The fish in the cold pool are all plump. Going there to fish every day is simply delightful. Phew. Luckily, those big shots from Zon are not here. Otherwise, I would be practicing Zon language here every day, scaring away my fish. Arriving at the cold pool, Hunsway looked around and found that Bao Lao Air and others were not here. He breathed a sigh of relief. Obviously, Bao Lao Air and the others have not logged in yet. He joyfully jumped into the cold pool and started fishing. Fishies, come to your brother Hunsway's pocket. Ahaha, caught one. Little darling, still want to escape? Hunsway quickly pulled his hands out of the cold pool. In his hands, he was holding a large fish. Ding! Congratulations player Hunsway. You have successfully completed 100 fishing attempts. You triggered the hidden profession fisherman. Congratulations, you have obtained the title of Fishing Master. Fishing Master, Fish Slayer, 1000% success rate in catching fish. Can identify all types of fish. Congratulations on obtaining the fisherman's special skill, Hunsway Fishing. Hunsway Fishing, professional skill. In each battle, without any output, after successful swimming, you can receive additional rewards. The sudden game notification sound stunned Hunsway. Damn, I was just fishing. Are you giving me a hidden profession too? Hunsway felt like crying without tears. He didn't want any hidden profession at all. He just wanted to happily fish on the path to immortality. And now, he's become a fisherman. If he had known earlier, why bother setting any flags? Wait, fisherman. Ha ha, not bad. Being a fisherman is not bad. After a moment of daze, he suddenly reacted. The hidden profession he triggered was a fisherman, not some chicken cutting technique. Immediately, Hunsway smiled triumphantly. He looked at the fish in his hand. A line of text appeared. Ink little fish, a product of the Lingxiao Immortal Palace's cold pool. A cute fish species. Consuming it can change a cultivator's aptitude. It is recommended to stew it for better effects. Wow, ha ha ha. I've made it. I'm Hunsway. I'm going to make it. Seeing this line of text, Hunsway burst into thunderous laughter. Before triggering the fisherman profession, he had also caught ink little fish, but at that time, he thought the ink little fish looked silly and cute, so every time he caught one, he let it go. But now, only when his brain was short-circuited would he let go of the ink little fish. This is a treasure. It can change a cultivator's aptitude. Who's laughing like a ghost crying and wolf howling? 3 figures appeared by the cold pool. Surprisingly, the 3-member group from Zuan. Standing in the middle, Bao Lao Air frowned and said, still laughing recklessly. Hunsway suddenly heard Bao Lao Air's voice. He shuddered instantly, then turned and ran away. Although he was already a big-shot fisherman, he was still afraid of being scolded by Zuan. Amidst the scolding, Bao Lao Air, Zuan Chiyuan, and Rumen Xiechuan Tongla walked to the waterfall. Come on, brothers, keep it up. Scolding every day. Refreshing. Bao Lao Air patted Zuan Chiyuan and Rumen Xiechuan Tongla, saying, Zuan Chiyuan and Rumen Xiechuan Tongla nodded. Since they had chosen the path of Zuan, they couldn't give up halfway. Percent Yuan. Yuan percent. Percent Bao Lao Air instantly opened his mouth. A series of Zuan words burst out of his mouth. His speech was extremely fast, his mouth like a machine gun. In just a few breaths, dozens of classic Zuan scoldings had been thrown out by him. However, for Bao Lao Air, this was just a small matter. These days, he was almost never offline. Every day, all he did was scold, scold, scold. When he was thirsty from scolding, He would bend down and drink some cold pool water to quench his thirst. When he was hungry from scolding, he would take out some prepared skewers to eat. In short, this guy had put all his efforts into it, not stopping until he reached his goal. Even his companions Zuan Chiyuan and Rumen Xiechuan Tongla admired him greatly. He was a scolding master. *I and %% and Bao Lao took a deep breath, and his mouth moved again. Ding! Congratulations Bao Lao. You have made even the heavens cry with your scolding. You have triggered the hidden route, the path of curse. Your words are the most vicious curse in the world. Hearing the notification sound, Bao Lao was instantly stunned. He thought it might take a while before he triggered the hidden route, but who would have thought that after only a few days of scolding, he triggered the path of curse. Damn heavens, so you're afraid of me? The next moment, Bao Lao laughed triumphantly. Here it is. Hard work pays off. His hidden route had finally arrived. Zuan Chiyuan and Rumen Xiechuan Tanla beside him heard the laughter and turned to look at Bao Lao. What's going on with Lao Bao? Has he gone crazy from scolding? Still in astonishment, Zuan Chiyuan and Rumen Xiechuan Tanla saw Bao Lao take a deep breath. Then, with one hand on his waist, pointing towards the waterfall ahead, he unleashed his firepower and outputted crazily. Boom! 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 With the scolding of Bao, the waterfall in front suddenly stagnated. Then, it rolled back. The surface of the cold pool seemed as if a bomb had been dropped on it. A shocking water column soared into the sky. For a moment, amidst Bao's scolding, the waterfall reversed, and the cold pool boiled over. Countless small fish in the cold pool were swept out of the water by the violent water column, helplessly flailing their tails in midair. Seeing this scene, Zuan Chiyuan and Rumu Xiechuan were stunned. They stared blankly at Bao. After a long time, exclamations finally came from their mouths. Damn! Bao! Did you trigger a hidden ability? Wow! Bao! How did you do it? Both shocked and delighted, they looked incredulous. Bao, upon hearing this, stopped cursing. He stood with his hands on his hips, laughing heartily. Ha ha, let's see who dares to underestimate our Zuan team now. After the laughter, he gradually calmed down. Facing Zuan Chiyuan and Rumu Xiechuan, he said, Don't ask. It's all about sincerity and perseverance. Listen to me. Don't give up on the Zuan language. As long as you persist, you will eventually find your own hidden path. Hearing this, Zuan Chiyuan and Rumu Xiechuan nodded in agreement. With Bao as an example, their confidence was now high. If Bao could trigger hidden abilities using the Zuan language, why couldn't they? Immediately, the two of them, full of enthusiasm, began to curse wildly again. The hidden paths and professions triggered by Bao and the muddy water were synchronized to Yechen's side in the first instance. Yechen, looking at the synchronized curse path and fisherman profession, was somewhat speechless. This works too? Triggering hidden abilities by cursing and fishing? Once other players find out, they might turn into sourpusses, right? In Yechen's contemplation, white light continued to flash on the Lingxiao Immortal Palace Square. Obviously, most players were starting to log in. Among these players were many wearing novice cloth, their faces showing a look of amazement. As soon as they entered the immortal path, they couldn't wait to look around. Then, a series of exclamations resounded one after another. Wow! The immortal path is indeed as realistic as rumored. 100% lifelike. Ah, how fresh the air in the immortal path is. How blue the sky. How lush the trees. How beautiful the girls. Bro, that's enough. You're giving me goosebumps all over. It's amazing. I finally entered the immortal path. I'm so excited. Most of the newcomers were extremely excited, but there were also some jokers among them. After all, there will never be a shortage of jokers and silly people in this world. However, this group of newcomers was only shocked for a moment before they all returned to calmness. Then, one by one, they methodically either formed teams to fight monsters or searched for NPCs to take on tasks. The first batch of players who obtained testing qualifications had already posted various strategies on the game forum. With the popularity of the Immortal Path on Earth, any game enthusiast had probably heard of it. Therefore, most of these players were already familiar with the various gameplay aspects of the Immortal Path. Yechen, seeing this scene, was not surprised. Players being called the fourth catastrophe was no joke. Quickly adapting to the game was not a problem for them at all. He quietly watched the various newcomers, looking very focused. This time, he had the system release 100,000 testing spots. This number was definitely huge. Although these players might not have as much gaming experience as the first few batches of experts, in terms of creativity, they might not be inferior to the expert players. And in the Immortal Path, creativity was actually more important than gaming experience. Night-chan was so focused on observing the new players, naturally wanting to find some good talents among them. Yes, Night-chan has now started to plan to cultivate elites. A highly potential talent, when grown up, can be equivalent to thousands of ordinary players. Night-chan is not stupid, he knows how to choose. It seems that some principles are universal no matter where you are. Suddenly, Night-chan smiled. He found that he was following the path of cultivating elite players. In fact, it is exactly the same as the model of cultivating super geniuses in the world of gods. Just like how Lord Araki spent a huge cost to gather a large number of orphans from all over the divine realm every year. Then, he selects and cultivates the best among them. This is no different from his elite player route. After shaking his head, Night-chan continued to observe the newcomers. After watching for a while, his gaze was suddenly attracted by a figure different from ordinary players. Although this person was also wearing beginner's clothes, his demeanor appeared particularly calm. Moreover, this person was holding an oil paper umbrella in one hand. The other arm was holding a square chessboard. He walked over calmly. The newbies around all cast their eyes on this person, and then all showed expressions of surprise and shock. Is this also a newcomer? It should be. Didn't you see the beginner's clothes? So beautiful. Feels like stepping out of a painting. Many players, upon seeing this person, were slightly distracted. Night-chan also observed the other person. With a thought, the character panel of the other person appeared in front of him. Character, moon viewing under the umbrella, player, identity, none, realm, mortal, cultivation method, none, skills, none, talent, hidden heart of Go. Seeing the character panel, Night-chan frowned slightly. Another player who had a talent from the moment of character creation. This was the third player Night-chan had seen with an initial talent, besides the Dark Cooking King and the Sugar Tooth. Hidden Heart of Go? This is a talent in Go. It seems that maybe she can obtain a special inheritance from the NPCs. Night-chan gazed at moon viewing under the umbrella, silently contemplating. The so-called Hidden Heart refers to one of the ancient names for Go. Hidden Heart of Go means the Heart of Go. This thing is similar to Sword Heart, showing a similar talent in their respective fields. Moon viewing under the umbrella. I'll remember you. Night-chan glanced at moon viewing under the umbrella again and withdrew his gaze. He had already noted this ID. Without a doubt, such a player would definitely be an elite in the future Immortal Path. Wait, system, why didn't I sync with the Hidden Heart of Go? Suddenly, as if remembering something, Night-chan asked the system. The system seemed silent for a moment, and after about a second, the electronic sound rang out. Host, this player has not yet joined the Lingxiao Immortal Palace. This means that this player's soul has not been bound to you. You naturally cannot sync the talent from her. Upon hearing this, Night-chan furrowed his brow. He had discovered a bug. Although, after players enter the Immortal Path, the game system will pop up to let them confirm joining the Lingxiao Immortal Palace. But what if, in the future, there are players who never click confirm? Does this mean that this player, in the Immortal Path, is not under his control? With this in mind, Night-chan said with a frown, System, make an adjustment. Change the current entry confirmation method to automatically join the Lingxiao Immortal Palace for all players when they log into the Immortal Path. Faced with such a bug, Night-chan would not let it go. What a joke! Players are the key to whether he can become stronger. In the past, when the number of players was small, no one would not confirm the entry button. But now the player base has expanded tenfold. All kinds of weirdos will appear. He doesn't want to see uncontrollable players in his domain. Okay, host. This is a system oversight. 2 days later, 2 NPCs will join the Lingxiao Immortal Palace. As compensation from the system to the host, the electronic voice replied without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Yechin snorted. 2 NPCs want to dismiss me? Who do you think I am? At least add another 10 types of monster templates. As a mature system, making such a low-level mistake, do you think it's acceptable? Finally finding an opportunity to take advantage of the system, Yechin naturally wouldn't let it go easily. Without giving it a chance, he continued, if you make a mistake, you must face the corresponding punishment. My demands are not high. I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. But if I count to 10 and you haven't decided, I'll take it as your default. Holding the system in his hands, Yechen threatened it. Host, 10 monster templates are too many. Don't say I didn't warn you. I'm starting to count. Host, 10. Time's up. System, you have defaulted. Quickly compensate me with 10 monster templates, 2 NPCs, nothing less. Host, the system was almost in tears. How could it encounter such shameless host? Bullying a cute system, is that okay? Alright, stop dilly-dallying. You usually cut corners and play the role of a shady contractor. Why aren't you crying now? Yechen sneered. He didn't believe the system would really feel wronged. This guy is cunning. The system had nothing to say. It could only silently comply. After teasing the system, Yechen checked the time. It was almost evening in the world of the gods. Immediately, he used his divine sense to exit the immortal path. Upon reappearing in the room, Yechen looked out the window and saw that it was already dark outside. At this time, Lu Cha and the others should have had dinner and returned to their rooms. Yechen observed and contemplated. Don't think that the gods are above worldly matters. In fact, in the world of the gods, there are many gods, and their daily lives are not much different from ordinary mortals. It's just that the gods are more powerful. Of course, being gods, you won't die even if you don't eat or drink, and no one will care about you. After a brief calculation, Yechen pushed open the door and walked out. He quickly arrived outside Shia Gu's room. He lightly knocked on the door. Please come in. Shia Gu's voice came from inside the room. Yechen entered upon hearing this. You're here. Seeing Yechen come in, Shia Gu's eyes showed a hint of joy. Yechen nodded. However, he didn't exchange pleasantries with Shia Gu but went straight to the point. Shia Gu, go to the west side garden now. Remember to try to avoid the crystal surveillance along the way. Few new gods go to the west side garden, so as long as you hide well, you won't be exposed. I will lead Ajiras there later. When you hear any movement, just engage him in a fierce battle. Remember, swift and decisive. No hesitation. Yechen quickly explained the rough plan to Shia Gu. Shia Gu nodded without hesitation. Okay. With that, he stood up directly, opened the door, and swiftly left. Watching Shia Gu's efficient and obedient actions, Yechen's eyes showed a hint of admiration. Obedient and efficient. This Shia Gu, not bad. On the contrary, if Shia Gu hesitated and fidgeted, he would not like it. Taking a deep breath, Yechen silently recited the transformation technique in his heart. In his mind, he began to imagine what Lu Cha looked like. After a few breaths, Yechen successfully transformed into the appearance of Lu Cha. Lu Cha, the genius of the East District. Gender, female. Although she was not as dazzling as Yechen before awakening, she was still one of the new talents cultivated by the city of Araki. After awakening, her limelight was also taken away by Shia Gu, Maaga, Voda, and others. However, among the new gods, she was still considered a powerful genius. At this moment, Yechen transformed into Lu Cha, carefully avoiding the crystal surveillance, and arrived outside the room of another genius, Agar's. Knock knock knock. The sound of knocking on the door rang out. Inside the room, Agar's, who was about to enter his own divine domain, was stunned. Without much thought, he stood up and walked to the door, opening it. Lu Cha, seeing Yechen in the appearance of Lu Cha, Agar's was stunned. Lu Cha was known for her purity. She never appeared with any man at night, not even with Agar's or Luther, who had a close relationship with her. What's going on? After a moment of confusion, Agar's realized that something big must have happened. Otherwise, with Lu Cha's personality, she would never come to him late at night. The hunter has appeared. It's Nicholas Pendladen. Luther is in a fierce battle with him and sent a distress signal to me. Agar's, come and support him with me. Yechen looked at Agar's and spoke quickly. Agar's, upon hearing this, showed a shocked expression on his face. What? It's him? Yichen's words actually had some flaws, but Agar's was obviously shocked upon hearing about the hunter, and he didn't notice the obvious flaws in Yichen's words. Quick, follow me. I'm afraid Luther won't hold on if we're late. Without giving Agar's a chance to react, Yechen reached out, pulled him up, and ran. Agar's was still a bit confused at this point, but without much thought, he followed Yechen and ran towards the west garden. However, Agar's was not a fool after all. When they arrived at the west garden, he realized something was wrong. No, why would Luther go to the west garden? And if he's in a fierce battle, how could he contact you? Tell me, who are you? Agars suddenly stopped and sternly asked Yi Chen. Just as his voice rang out, Shia Gu, hidden in the garden, struck like lightning. Buzz! Agars only felt a blackness before him. The next moment, he and Shia Gu both disappeared from the spot. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen showed a satisfied expression. Shia Gu was indeed obedient. He didn't hesitate at all. He acted decisively. With Shia Gu's strength and the fierceness of the Jaren tribe, to kill Agars, it will not take more than half an hour. I can now transform into Agars's appearance, then lure Luther to the garden. Yi Chen glanced at the place where Shia Gu and Agars disappeared, quickly calculating in his mind. Thinking this, he gradually transformed into Agars's appearance and confidently walked towards Luther's room. After knocking on Luther's door, although Luther was puzzled why Agars would come to his room late at night, since the other party had been his good friend since childhood, he couldn't turn him away and had to invite Yi Chen into the room. This time, Yi Chen was not in a hurry. Instead, he chatted with Luther for a while. Luther was puzzled, but didn't think much about it. After all, he didn't know about the transformation technique. If he could guess that the person in front of him was not his friend Agars, but Night Chen, that would be strange. This is a difference caused by information asymmetry, not Luther's stupidity. Agars, what do you want from me? Luther couldn't help but ask as Night Chen talked in circles without getting to the point. Hearing this, a hint of pain suddenly appeared on Night Chen's face, which had transformed into Agars. He seemed like a drama queen, giving Luther a deep look. In his eyes, the expression was extremely complex, containing pain, anger, reluctance, and despair. God knows how Night Chen could convey so many emotions with just one look. Agars, you. Luther was at a loss. Hey, buddy, what's going on with you? Why do I feel so unfamiliar with you? He. Luther, you win. Do you know that Lucis crushes you? Night Chen, acting as Agars in Heartbreak, perfectly portrayed what it means to be lovesick. He looked extremely pained, with a sour taste in his words. What? Luther was stunned by the revelation. Lusa likes me? As a renowned maiden of purity, Lusa naturally had no shortage of suitors. Luther and Agars had been her flower protectors since childhood. These two guys willingly acted as Lusa's shields, but who would believe they had no feelings? Night Chen, as a time traveler, had experienced the era of the internet explosion. He could see through this love triangle at a glance. So this time, he disguised himself as the heartbroken Agars. How did you know? Luther came to his senses, his expression a mix of surprise and joy. He could hardly believe what he had just heard. How did you know? All right, come with me. Let her tell you herself. Upon hearing this, Night Chen immediately dragged Luther outside without hesitation. Luther didn't think much about it. At that moment, his heart was already bursting with joy. Like Agars, he silently admired Lusa. Now, hearing his good friend Agars say such words, he had no doubts. If even my good friend is in such pain, how could it be fake? Luther, filled with joy, let Night Chen lead him towards the western garden. When he saw the garden in front of him, Luther was momentarily stunned. Then, he suddenly realized, of course, it must have been my good friend who just confessed his love to Lusa here, and got rejected. Confessions should be romantic, under the moonlight and flowers. What place in the entire temple is more romantic than the western garden? Luther thought there was nothing wrong with it. With this realization, Luther's heart started beating rapidly. No, I can't laugh. My good friend is still in pain. I can't make it worse for him. But, why do I feel like laughing so much? A smile slowly formed on Luther's lips. Ha, I am the chosen one. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly felt a buzzing sound in his head. The next moment, he lost consciousness. Well done. Night Chen silently laughed. He didn't expect Shia Gu to cooperate with him so seamlessly. When he first hunted Agars, Shia Gu followed his orders and cooperated well, which was normal. But this time, he didn't mention anything to Shia Gu. However, Shia Gu's perfect cooperation could only be explained by their telepathic connection. But, I guess I revealed my shape-shifting ability to Shia Gu. Night Chen smiled. He had long been prepared for this. Shape-shifting was just one of his abilities, far from being his strongest card. Moreover, this was a good opportunity to assess Shia Gu's character. If Shia Gu were to reveal his shape-shifting ability in the future, so, he will definitely cut ties with Shia Gu, even hunt him down. But if Shia Gu can keep his secret for him, he will truly accept Shia Gu as a person. Compared to Agar's, Luther was weaker. Shia Gu only took less than 20 minutes to kill Luther. After that, Yechin took Shia Gu and headed straight to Lucha's room. He transformed into Luther and knocked on Lucha's door. Before Lucha could even react, Shia Gu had already defeated him. 20 minutes later, Shia Gu successfully killed Lucha. 3 consecutive intense battles of the gods left Shia Gu's face slightly pale. However, his face was filled with joy. Yechin, I have absorbed the divinity of the 3 people from Lucha. I have now advanced to a 5.5-star god. Just out of the divine realm. Shia Gu couldn't wait to share his joy with Yechin. He never thought that his god rank would increase so quickly. No wonder there are evil gods in the world of gods who specialize in hunting down deities. Let's talk about it later. Yechin, not losing his composure, glanced at Shia Gu and said, as he spoke, he took Shia Gu's hand. When he touched Shia Gu's hand, Yechin was slightly stunned. A man's hand actually felt soft and boneless to him? Was it an illusion? But it wasn't the time to think about it now. He quickly led Shia Gu out of Lucha's room. Shia Gu felt dizzy, as if he was floating. Blushing, he let Yechin pull him into his room. It wasn't until the door was closed and Yechin let go of him that Shia Gu gradually came to his senses. A feeling of loss filled his heart. Shia Gu, are you a girl? Now in Shia Gu's room, Yechin naturally didn't need to be as considerate as before. To be honest, after Shia Gu started acting strange, Yechin began to suspect that Shia Gu was a woman. No, I'm a boy. My name is Shia Gu. Hearing this, Shia Gu panicked and explained as if to cover up. Finally, he emphasized that his name was Shia Gu. Yechin didn't reply but looked at Shia Gu suspiciously. Strange, why does Shia Gu seem to have some feminine features? Is this how he naturally looks? Or, as a time traveler who experienced the explosion of the internet era, Yechin could clearly discern, Shia Gu indeed had some feminine features. It wasn't cross-dressing or effeminate, but genuine female characteristics. However, Yechin could also tell that Shia Gu wasn't a woman disguised as a man. So, this puzzled Yechin greatly. Forget it, whether he's a man or a woman doesn't matter. He's still Shia Gu. After a moment of observation, Yechin withdrew his gaze. Through his interactions with Shia Gu during this time, he could clearly feel that Shia Gu was very fond of him. Yechin didn't think much of it. He knew that Shia Gu had idolized him since childhood. Showing some affection in front of his idol seemed normal. Okay, I won't ask you these questions anymore. By the way, you just said you've advanced to a 5.5-star god? Yechin set aside Shia Gu's gender issue and redirected the conversation to Shia Gu's god rank. Shia Gu had been covering his face, ostrich-like, not daring to look Yechin in the eyes. Only now, upon hearing Yechin's question, did he come back to his senses in a daze? Oh, yes, a 5.5-star god. I'm already a 5.5-star god. Thank you, Yechin, Shia Gu said, looking gratefully at Yechin. In his view, if it weren't for Yechin, how could he have broken through to a 5.5-star god so quickly? And now, his divine realm area had reached nearly 3,000 square kilometers. Yechin nodded in response. By the way, I just managed to disguise myself as Agar's and the others. Before he could finish his sentence, Shia Gu suddenly became anxious. Could Yechin suspect him of leaking secrets? If so, he would rather not advance in his divine rank. He also didn't want to see Yechin stop trusting him. Don't worry, I'm not suspicious of you. Seeing Shia Gu looking like a frightened little rabbit, with a pitiful and aggrieved expression, Yechin smiled. With these words, Shia Gu immediately relaxed. Then, he took a deep breath and, in a very serious tone, said to Yechin, Yechin, no matter what secrets you have, I will keep them to myself even if it kills me. I will never reveal a word. If you don't trust me, you can kill me. I would be happy. This way, our divine beings can merge into one. Shia Gu's voice became softer as he spoke, and by the end, he was trembling slightly. A blush appeared on his somewhat pale face. Yechin laughed at his words. What are you thinking? Did I say I don't trust you? Besides, why would I kill you? You are my treasure now. I wouldn't bear to kill you. Yechin followed the path of hunting, and he realized that having someone like Shia Gu by his side would make it much easier to hunt other deities in the future. So, for Yechin, Shia Gu was indeed a treasure in his hands. There was nothing wrong with that statement. When the word treasure reached Shia Gu's ears, his mind went blank. Shia Gu bit his lip tightly, trying hard not to cry. Did Yechen really value him so much? How touching. At that moment, Shia Gu felt that even if he died immediately, it would be worth it. Alright, it's getting late. Consolidate your divine rank properly. I'm going back. Seeing Shia Gu looking extremely moved, Yechen found it somewhat amusing. He had no idea that Shia Gu had admired and been infatuated with him since childhood. These feelings had already become ingrained in Shia Gu's bones and heart over the years. Now, suddenly receiving Yechen's recognition and attention, how could he not be overwhelmed? Shia Gu nodded vigorously. Whatever Yechen said, he would obediently listen. In the future, being a happy little transparent person by Yechen's side was more important than anything else. Yechen waved his hand towards Shia Gu and turned to leave. Just as he stepped out of the room, an electronic sound suddenly rang out. Ding! Player Huang Daxian triggered the hidden skill, Concealment of the Sky Machine. The host has automatically synchronized to obtain it. Ding! Player Weak Whimpering Monster obtained the first immortal artifact, Pseudo 9 Dragon Divine Fire Fan. The host has automatically synchronized to obtain this artifact. Ding! Player Cute Sister ascends to the European Emperor. Successfully becomes a disciple of the Immortal Palace Merchant Lei, NPC. A series of electronic sounds left Yechen stunned for a moment. The next moment, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "What are these idiots up to again?" Inside the Immortal Path, Huang Daxian stood dumbfounded in place. He couldn't believe that he had triggered a hidden skill. Although the hidden skill was not a hidden route, it was still unique. To be honest, Huang Daxian had never dared to hope to become a hidden expert. In reality, he was just an ordinary fortune teller. Entering the Immortal Path was just a coincidence, wanting to try his luck. But after a few days of gaming, he kept hitting walls everywhere. In the Immortal Path, everyone was a gaming fanatic. Who the hell would have time to seek his fortune-telling services? Moreover, young people nowadays didn't believe in that stuff at all. Seeing no business opportunities, Huang Daxian reluctantly decided to leave the Immortal Path. However, who would have thought that at the moment when he was about to give up the path of immortality, he triggered a hidden skill, Heaven Concealment. After being stunned for a while, Huang Daxian finally gradually came to his senses. He quickly opened the skill panel. The next moment, the detailed explanation of the Heaven Concealment skill appeared in front of him instantly. Heaven Concealment, ancient mystic art, can conceal the heavens, making one's own or designated person's information unable to be obtained by others. This skill improves as the player's level increases. Seeing these words, even though Huang Daxian was not a gaming expert, he knew that he might become successful. The Path of Immortality is a cultivation game, and in the future, players will definitely require concealing their own information. This is a golden opportunity. If he were to make a living out of this, wouldn't he make a fortune? With this thought in mind, Huang Daxian suddenly became excited. I will persevere. When the lucky Huang Daxian dispelled the idea of quitting the game, another lucky and delicate Yinyin monster joyfully hugged brother Qianyu. Yin, brother, you are amazing. You are so talented. The delicate Yinyin monster was very grateful to NPC Qianyu in front of her. If it weren't for this brother, how could she have obtained the 9 Dragon Divine Fire Fan? Although it's a knockoff version, but after all, it's the first magical tool in the Path of Immortality. Now many people know the name of her delicate Yinyin monster. Qianyu, who was hugged by the Yinyin monster, had a look of despair on his face. What sin have I committed? I worked hard to create a magical tool for you. And now, you dare to take advantage of me? Yechen appeared in the Path of Immortality. What caught his eye was the appearance of brother Qianyu, who was both happy and in pain. Seeing this scene, Yechen smirked. Enjoy yourself. What are you pretending for? Don't think I don't know you've already started to have feelings. Shaking his head, Yechen withdrew his gaze. He didn't mind players falling in love with NPCs. If a player really fell in love with his cheap junior brother in the future, he would sincerely bless the new couple. But for now, he needed to focus on the important matter of Huang Daxian. Thinking this, Yechen was about to release his divine sense to search for Huang Daxian. The next moment, he heard another NPC, the cheap junior brother Yanangu, let out a desperate roar. Get out! Get out of here! I, Yanangu, will not accept a disciple like you. You, don't appear in my sight. Hearing the voice, Yechen curiously turned to look. He wanted to see why this young man, who was supposed to be gentle and refined in the setting, was so out of control. What could have made him roar in public like this? His gaze shot over. Immediately, two figures appeared before him. One was Yanangu, who was now red-faced with anger. The other was a sand sculpture player named Falling Ink into Poetry. Faced with the furious Yanangu, Falling Ink into Poetry still had a playful smile on his face. Master, calm down, calm down. I am the peerless genius who is about to inherit your mantle. How can you bear to leave me for someone else? Your behavior is that of a scumbag, not worthy of praise. Master, teach your disciple to be patient. Hearing these words, Yi-Chen almost burst out laughing. Truly a sand sculpture player. Listen, what kind of nonsense is this? What are you trying to do? Nezukai. Hearing Falling Ink into Poetry's words, Yanangu's voice changed in anger. He, Yanangu, was also a prominent figure in the Righteous Alliance. Those who wanted to apprentice under him on ordinary days were all respectful and fearful, afraid of offending him. However, this playful fellow in front of him was shameless to the extreme. After finding out that he was a scholar, he shamelessly clung to him. Look at the things this guy just said. Are those words from a human? Cough. Nangu, why are you so out of sorts? After seeing this scene, Yi-Chen lightly coughed and walked towards Yi Nangu and Luo Mo Changshi. Yi-Chen naturally understood the player's silly behavior. However, Yi Nangu and these NPCs were genuine elegant people. If they were driven away by the silly players, it would be Yi-Chen's loss. So Yi-Chen definitely couldn't stand idly by. Cousin, this disciple, really can't be taught. I have no way to teach him. Seeing Yi-Chen approaching, Yi Nangu seemed to have found a savior and started complaining to him. Luo Mo Changshi on the side also awkwardly stuck out his tongue. Most players still had some awe for Yi-Chen. After all, Yi-Chen was the head of the sect. If they angered him and were kicked out of the sect, it would be a disaster. Not long ago, Xiantu issued an announcement. It clearly stated that all players who entered Xiantu would automatically become disciples of the Lingxiao Immortal Palace. And once a player lost their status as a disciple of the Immortal Palace, they would face account deletion as punishment. So even someone like Luo Mo Changshi, who seemed like a troublemaker, didn't dare to act recklessly in front of Yi-Chen. What exactly is going on? Yi-Chen ignored Yi Nangu's complaints and curiously asked. He hadn't seen what happened earlier, so he was curious about Luo Mo Changshi's silly behavior. What kind of outrageous thing had he done to make Yi Nangu, a refined gentleman, so angry? Cousin, Yi Nangu said angrily. The situation was simple. It was this guy Luo Mo Changshi who wanted to switch to a branch profession of the literati called painter under Yi Nangu. Yi Nangu gave him a task to paint a picture as an assessment, but Luo Mo Changshi, this silly guy, just casually drew a few circles on the paper, and he called it a masterpiece of the ages. Shamelessly, he demanded that Yi Nangu accept him as a disciple. Yi Nangu couldn't help but laugh. He decisively rejected Luo Mo Changshi's request to be his disciple and judged his profession change task as a failure. Then, Luo Mo Changshi started pestering Yi Nangu. He kept throwing out all sorts of nonsense. When had Yi Nangu ever encountered such a rascal? Naturally, he was very angry. If it weren't for the fact that he saw the other party was a disciple of the Immortal Palace, he probably would have exploded on the spot and killed Luo Mo Changshi. After hearing the whole story, Yi-Chen couldn't help but smirk. Truly worthy of being a silly player, just not serious at all. Immediately, he patted Yi Nangu. Alright, you go about your business. This disciple, leave him to me. Yi Nangu nodded at the words and his expression finally softened a lot. But Luo Mo Changshi on the side felt uneasy. Oh no, did I really annoy Big Gu? Big Gu, please don't kick me out of the sect. I can't bear to leave Xiantu. With the punishment of being kicked out of the sect equivalent to account deletion looming, even the troublemaker Luo Mo Changshi couldn't help but feel anxious, afraid that Yi-Chen would really expel him from the sect. Luo Mo Changshi, come here. Yi-Chen beckoned to Luo Mo Changshi. Then he turned and walked towards the main hall. Seeing this, Luo Mo Changshi was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly followed Yi-Chen into the main hall. After entering the main hall, Yi-Chen carefully scrutinized Luo Mo Changshi. Just as Luo Mo Changshi was feeling a bit nervous, Yi-Chen suddenly smiled and spoke. You're not bad, although you have a carefree nature and seem absurd. But, this sect master thinks you might be a talent worth cultivating. Don't be surprised. This sect master's judgment of people has always been accurate, rarely mistaken. Originally still feeling uneasy about turning ink into poetry, After hearing Yechen's words, he became ecstatic. Ha ha, Big Brother Dayu is still awesome. At a glance, he could see my extraordinary talent. Well, I'll come clean. I am the big shot who received 9 years of compulsory education. The test papers that I have never passed over the years can no longer hide my talent. Big Brother Dayu is amazing. Turning ink into poetry felt uplifted in his heart. Turning ink into poetry. Since you love the ways of calligraphy and painting, even if Elder Yanan doesn't accept you as a disciple, so what? Can't you learn on your own? Even if you can't paint anything else, just circles, so what? The great way is 3000. All paths lead to the same end. How do you know that drawing circles won't lead you out of your own path? Yechen looked at turning ink into poetry, speaking with deep meaning. Upon hearing this, turning ink into poetry was so excited that he couldn't contain himself, feeling like the protagonist at that moment. Immediately, he patted his chest firmly. Rest assured, Big Brother Dayu, in this world, no one can stop my talent. Yechen smiled with relief. A young person can be taught. Go and create your own future. Turning ink into poetry. With these words, turning ink into poetry nodded heavily. Then I'll go, Big Brother Dayu. With that, this guy rushed out shouting, see, even Big Brother Dayu acknowledges my talent. How awesome is turning ink into poetry? After turning ink into poetry left, Yechen couldn't help but smile. He suddenly felt like a pyramid scheme leader, fooling a simple sand sculpture. On the other side, turning ink into poetry rushed to the square in a flurry. He looked at the players coming and going around him. Suddenly, he felt a sense of superiority. You guys are still toiling away at monsters and tasks. And I, turning ink into poetry. I am already a peerless genius in Big Brother Dayu's eyes. With this in mind, turning ink into poetry felt invigorated. At this moment, I feel an urge to recite a poem. Since that's the case, I won't hide my unparalleled talent anymore. He cleared his throat, paused for a moment, and then a voice with ups and downs came out of his mouth. Ah, I'm really in a bad mood today. Encountering the blind elder. The players around are too noisy. It's making my head hurt. Fortunately, our Big Brother Dayu has a keen eye. Recognizing that I am the future big shot, a series of praises have lifted my spirits. Ha ha, well done, well done. The rhyme is good. What a great poem. It seems that failing the exam is just the teacher's lack of vision. Humph, who dares to say I have no future in the future? Watch me curse you with a circle. Turning ink into poetry boasted proudly. As he spoke, in his excitement, he took out a brush and started drawing circles on the ground. I, turning ink into poetry, excel in both poetry and painting. With poetry, how can we do without painting? Ding dong! Congratulations to player turning ink into poetry for taking an unconventional path and triggering the hidden skill, curse you with a circle. The game notification sound suddenly rang in turning ink into poetry's ears. Turning ink into poetry, who was still drawing circles, suddenly froze. In fact, he wasn't a fool. How could he not know that his poem was nonsense and his drawing was ugly? He was just showing off because this was a game, letting himself go for a moment. However, unexpectedly, a pleasant surprise suddenly arrived. He activated the hidden skill, curse you with a circle. After a moment of daze, turning ink into poetry burst into wild laughter without restraint. On the other side, Yechen hadn't even left the main hall yet. The system had already reminded him that turning ink into poetry's hidden skill, curse you with a circle, had been synchronized. Is this for real? Can this even happen? At this moment, Yechen couldn't believe his ears. Previously, he had written poetry to deceive, just to make the other party continue their foolishness. Maybe it could trigger a hidden skill. After all, so far, most players who triggered hidden skills were abnormal. However, the surprise came faster than he imagined. Without much thought, Yechen directly searched for curse you with a circle. Curse you with a circle, host version, a unique hidden skill in the immortal path. A curse branch. Each time a circle is drawn and the target's accurate name is written, a curse effect can be placed on the target. The strength of the effect depends on the host's realm and the strength of the cursed person. The host version can be used 3 times a day. After reading the system's explanation, Yechen suddenly felt an urge to try it out. Let's give it a try. Taking a deep breath, Yechen exited the divine realm. After his figure reappeared, he went straight out and borrowed paper and pen from the servants at the temple. Then, he eagerly returned to his room. Who should I curse first? Him, Mickey. After a moment of contemplation, Yechin chose to curse Mickey. He quickly drew a circle on the paper. Then, in the middle of the circle, he wrote Mickey's divine name, Medio Sagukio Mickey. At the same time, Yechin muttered some words. Mickey, oh Mickey, your divine name is Medio. What do you need that for? I wish you to become a true Medio. After finishing, Yechin devoutly bowed towards the circle with his hands clasped together. A rocky divine city. With a trembling heart, Mickey entered the temple of the divine child. He didn't know if the divine child would punish him this time. Although he was a trusted follower of Sui, a loyal dog of the Sui family, but the divine child, Sui Xin, was a capricious master. No one could guess his thoughts. As Mickey entered the temple of the divine child, he hadn't even had a chance to pay his respects to Sui Xin. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning, trembling violently all over. God, divine child, subordinate didn't see anything. Mickey's face turned pale, as if his soul had left his body. I'm doomed. I actually disturbed him when the divine child was seeking excitement. In the distance, behind a wide desk, divine child Sui Xin was holding down a pig-headed person, doing unspeakable things. Pig-headed people, with pig heads and human bodies. They were a relatively low-ranking race on the continent of the gods. In the Iraqi divine city, they were the lowest of the low. Sui Xin enjoyed seeking excitement. He was no longer interested in ordinary descendants of the gods. Only those strange races could excite him. However, Sui Xin hated it the most when he was disturbed while seeking excitement. So when he saw Mickey, who had boldly entered, his face immediately darkened. Humph! Sui Xin coldly snorted. He stopped all his actions. Then he suddenly waved his hands. The pig-headed person he was holding down didn't even groan before dying. The next moment, Sui Xin picked up the pig-headed person's body and threw it at Mickey. Although he saw the pig-headed person's body coming towards him, Mickey dared not move. If he dared to move, the capricious divine child Sui Xin would definitely make him understand what it means to doubt life. Bang! The pig woman's body collided with Mickey. The two sharp fangs in her huge mouth instantly scraped across Mickey's crotch. Blood gushed out from Mickey's crotch. The biggest weapon of the pig people was their sharp fangs. Whether male or female, their fangs were so sharp that they could even damage divine bodies. If it weren't for the fact that the pig people had extremely low intelligence, they would definitely have a place in the world of the gods. Oh, intense pain instantly spread throughout Mickey's body from his crotch, causing him to fall into violent convulsions. However, he dared not make a sound, so he could only howl wildly in his heart. Beads of cold sweat suddenly seeped from Mickey's forehead and back as he clutched his crotch, his body convulsing like a cooked shrimp. Mickey, had become a member of the Medio family. Compared to the physical pain, the damage to Mickey's spirit was even more severe. From now on, he was a member of the Medio family. Seeing Mickey in pain, Sui Xin let out a hysterical and twisted laughter. His body began to shake as a sickly flush appeared on his fair face. Whenever he saw someone in pain, he couldn't help but feel excited. In public, Sui Xin never dared to reveal his twisted nature. He had to maintain the image of a graceful and noble gentleman in the eyes of the public. But in private, Sui Xion's close subordinates all knew he was a complete demon, a pervert. Mickey, you must be in a lot of pain right now, right? Your pale face and convulsing body tell me that you are in a lot of pain. Isn't that right, my dear Lord Mickey? He. Sui Xion's mouth emitted a twisted laughter. Upon hearing this, Mickey's convulsing body trembled even more violently. As one of Sui Xion's close confidants, Mickey knew Sui Xion's true nature very well. If he dared to admit he was in pain at this moment, Sui Xian would definitely teach him a lesson. Is that so? Sui Xian glanced at Mickey and elegantly adjusted his clothes. Yes, I dare not deceive the Lord, Mickey replied, enduring the pain. He had nothing left, and if he had to endure Sui Xian's torture, could he bear it? TSK, truly disappointing. Sui Xian looked at Mickey and made a clicking sound with his mouth. It was unclear whether he was admiring Mickey's words or implying something else. Mickey, my dear Mr. Mickey, do you know what the most beautiful sound in the world is? Sui Xian's voice rang out again, tinged with a hint of madness. However, before Mickey could respond, Sui Xian answered his own question. No, you don't know. How could a fool like you understand such things? The cries of pain, how beautiful they are, like celestial music. My dear Mickey, did you hear that? They are wailing. They are weeping. Ha ha ha. With that, Sui Xin burst into a fit of laughter. Mickey couldn't help but shudder. It seemed that the Lord's illness was getting worse. Ever since he killed his 7 brothers and mother, he had become abnormal. Now, he was becoming more and more unpredictable and eccentric. After laughing for a while, Sui Xin seemed to have completely drained his energy and slumped in his chair. Speak, what brings you back? Sui Xin's voice sounded somewhat weak at this moment. But upon hearing this, Mickey breathed a sigh of relief. The Lord had returned to normal. The Lord, Zhuang Baifan, Bagwalu, and Yami Dai. They are all dead. Mickey stuttered. Although his suspension had been completely ruined by the pig woman's fangs, Mickey was still a minor god. After a while, his body gradually adapted to the pain. Dead? Suixin, who was slumped in the chair, spoke weakly. Upon hearing this, Mickey nodded cautiously. Yes, Your Highness, they were attacked by unidentified individuals, and all perished. I failed in my duty to protect. Please punish me, Your Highness. With that, Mickey knelt down in fear and prostrated himself on the ground. The air suddenly became heavy. Inside the grand hall, a silence that sent shivers down one's spine prevailed. It was unclear how much time had passed. Suixin's maniacal laughter rang out. Dead? Ah ha ha ha, good that they're dead. So good. Laughing, Suixin stood up, his face once again flushed with a sickly red hue. With a sudden movement, he appeared abruptly in front of Mickey, looking down on him. Unidentified individuals? He. It must be Yechen. Besides him, who else could have killed Zhuang Baifan and the others? Very well, truly deserving of the title of genius since childhood. Yechen. Hearing this, Mickey, who was prostrated on the ground, raised his head in astonishment. His face was filled with disbelief. Yechen? It can't be. How could it be him? Mickey couldn't imagine Yechen as the culprit. He simply couldn't believe that Yechen could have killed Bagaialu and Yamiadi at the same time. What do you know? How could a fool like you understand? True geniuses. How terrifying their hidden cards are. Suixin sneered at the words. Then, he turned and sat back in his chair. Bagaialu and the others are dead. They are just a few pawns. Even if they all die, it won't affect the overall situation. Alright, go back and keep an eye on Yechen. You don't need to worry about anything else. As he spoke, Suixin extended his crimson tongue and licked his lips. His expression was somewhat eerie. Mickey stood up looking bewildered. He was utterly confused. The god didn't punish him at all? According to the god, Bagaialu and the others died in vain? And it seemed like he was even glad they died? Wasn't it the god who asked him to take them to hunt down Yechen? How did everything change completely now? What the hell is going on? With a bewildered heart, Mickey limped out of the god's hall. Shortly after he left, Suixin suddenly stood up. A hint of madness crossed his face. Using the art of disguise, he has successively absorbed the divine essence of 3 geniuses. Truly a clever method. But Yechen, you have almost fattened up. It's time to slaughter you. I thought you might not be able to completely absorb the divine essence of Bagaialu and the others, so I even prepared a Shia Gu. But now, it seems unnecessary to sacrifice such a wonderful person. He. A dual personality. This is a delightful taste I have never enjoyed before. Ravaging such a wonderful person must be very satisfying. That old man Haruki did leave me something good. Otherwise how could I know that there is such an extraordinary wonderful person in the temple? He. Ha ha ha. Suixin's body began to convulse, and he started to act erratically. In his drooping palm, there was a small round mirror. A trip to the divine city left Mickey both depressed and confused. Until now, he still couldn't understand what the god meant. Being confused was one thing. What really bothered Mickey was that he lost his, as a man. No, as a male deity, this thing was quite important to them. Fortunately, I am already a minor god. Otherwise, wouldn't I be deprived of happiness in the future? In the midst of depression, Mickey couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Fortunately, he was already a demigod. He could use his divine power to temporarily create organs. Although these organs were disposable and required the consumption of divine power each time, it was still a stroke of luck. If worse came to worst, he could just create a fake one when he needed it. Lost in his thoughts, Mickey entered the temple. Before he could cross the square, a figure approached him. Seeing this figure, Mickey was stunned. Yechen? Yes, the figure approaching was indeed Yechen. After cursing Mickey in the temple, Yechen began to wander around, wanting to see if his curse had taken effect. However, after a lap, Yechen realized that Mickey had already gone to the deserted god city. Disappointed, he was about to return to his room when he saw a figure hobbling towards him from a distance. If it wasn't Mickey, then who? Immediately, Yechen smiled and walked towards Mickey. Lord God's envoy, you're back. Oh, what's wrong with you? Hobbling like that? Did you take too big a step and trip over something? Oh my. You should be careful. You're getting old. With your old arms and legs, if you accidentally trip over something, what will happen if the fake one is ruined? Let's pay our respects to Lord Shibuya, the great Muyujiji Yamadandan. Yechen's tone was full of sarcasm. He spoke very quickly, leaving Mickey bewildered for a while. After a long pause, Mickey gradually came to his senses. The next moment, like a startled old rabbit, he jumped up and ran away. Watching Mickey flee in a panic, Yechen rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, "It seems like the curse has taken effect. Cursing you with a circle seems to work well. It's a pity that the curse of Lord Bao's second method was not synchronized with the system. Otherwise, I might have been able to curse Mickey to death on the spot." The curse of Lord Bao's second method was not synchronized with Yechen by the system, citing the host's inability to use foul language as the reason. This left Yechen feeling regretful. Why not try cursing the godling Sui Xin again? Immediately, Yechen felt a bit eager to try. However, after some contemplation, he gave up. It wasn't that Yechen didn't want to curse Sui Xin, he simply didn't know Sui Xin's divine name. The biggest drawback of cursing with a circle is that it must specify a specific person's name, with a prefix like godling. In the world of gods, there were many names like Sui Xin. Therefore, the probability of accurately cursing the godling Sui Xin with a circle was very slim. Only by knowing Sui Xin's divine name could Yechen curse him accurately without harming others with the same name, because divine names are unique. Well, when I know Sui Xin's divine name in the future, I'll curse him then. For now, the only lackeys sent by Sui Xin are Mickey and Peng Lai Bai. Mickey has truly become a Medio, and Peng Lai Bai is not a concern. I imagine these two won't dare to act rashly for a while. The crisis is temporarily averted. Next up is the divine tribulation. As Yechen thought to himself, he walked towards the back hall's room. The divine tribulation of a demigod was not particularly strong. As long as it's not the kind of trashy demigod, basically anyone can handle it. Yechen has never really taken the divine tribulation to heart. Calculating the time now, the first divine tribulation is about to come. Even if he doesn't pay much attention to the divine tribulation, he has to focus on it now. Yechen. Just as Yechen passed through the main hall and entered the corridor, Shia Gu's voice came over. Yechen raised his head at the sound. He saw Shia Gu's face filled with excitement, running towards him all the way. So happy? Is there good news? Seeing Shia Gu's expression, Yechen seemed to feel his joy, and his mood unknowingly became cheerful. Shia Gu nodded vigorously. Then, as cheerful as a lark, he started chattering. Little babies, so many little babies. Yechen, my Jiaoren followers have given birth to many little babies. Shia Gu kept repeating the words little babies, with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Yechen was slightly surprised, but then he also smiled. Congratulations! This way, before long, the number of your followers will increase several times. By then, your strength will increase significantly. Recently, when Yechen had nothing to do, he would often go to the library. During this time, he had also read books such as Jiaoren Reproduction Theory, Postnatal Care of Jiaoren, and Jiaoren's Estrus and Ovulation Period, so he was quite knowledgeable about the Jiaoren tribe. Generally, a female Jiaoren can give birth to 6 babies in one litter. In other words, if the entire Jiaoren tribe collectively reproduces once, it can increase the current number of Jiaoren by 6 times, excluding some young Jiaoren who may die unexpectedly, etc. When the young Jiaoren grow up, it will at least increase Shia Gu's strength by 5 times. Yechen now considered Shia Gu as a capable assistant. Of course, he hoped that Shia Gu's strength would be stronger. Thank you, Yechen. If you hadn't given me the divine medicine, I'm afraid I couldn't have made my followers grow. Shia Gu looked at Yechen and said seriously. As he spoke, a hint of tenderness passed through his brows. No need for formalities between us. By the way, is the medicine I gave you enough? Yechen smiled at the words. Hearing Yechen's words, Shia Gu quickly nodded. It's enough. There's still a lot left. Enough to let the Joran reproduce again. Yechen nodded slightly. The blue pill was not worth much. Anyway, that magic wheel lightwave duck could refine it. So if Shia Gu really lacked the blue pills, just let Maaga issue a recycling task again. As long as it could help Shia Gu increase his strength, spending some contribution points was really not worth mentioning. Oh, by the way, although the medicine I gave you is very effective, but after all, it's a medicine for tigers and wolves. Before the female Joran have fully recovered after giving birth, don't give it to the male Joran again. Otherwise, I'm afraid those female Joran won't be able to bear it. After some thought, Yechen reminded Shia Gu again. Shia Gu's face turned red at the words. His mind was filled with words like tigers and wolves, unable to bear, and so on. These words made his heart beat faster and his whole body feel hot. I got it. Shia Gu bit his lip tightly and made a weak mosquito-like sound. Yechen glanced at Shia Gu, whose face was flushed, and his lips curled slightly. I didn't expect your skin to be so thin. You're really a pure young man. With that, Yechen patted Shia Gu. Alright, stop overthinking. Tomorrow is the day of the divine tribulation, so prepare well and don't be careless. I'm going back now. Immediately, Yechen waved to Shia Gu and turned away. Seeing Yechen leave, Shia Gu showed a somewhat lost expression. He just stared at Yechen like that, until the figure of Yechen completely disappeared. I reluctantly withdrew my gaze. I have to continue working hard, otherwise, I won't be able to keep up with Yechen. Come on, Shia Gu. Shia Gu clenched his small fist, silently cheering himself on. Inside the immortal path, the system has refreshed with 10 new types of wild monsters. There are 10 types of wild monsters, evenly distributed in levels. Among them, a type of wild monster called Qingmian Beast is just right for players above the 7th level of foundation building to grind monsters. The Pegasus that Yechen exchanged earlier. When advanced players like Lonely go to grind it, they don't get much experience anymore. So, with the appearance of new wild monsters, there has been a wave of monster grinding among players. The square is crowded with people, everywhere seeking teammates, players preparing to grind monsters. Dulululu roasted Qingmian Beast eggs from Urumqi. Pegasus whip. Delicious and cheap. Qingmian Beast instant kill team. Need a healer. Join the group and start. Thorn horse instance. Show off offender instance for strong output. Continuous grinding. Newbie seeking Qingmian Beast grinding team. The continuous shouts entered Yechen's ears. Hearing these voices, Yechen's mouth twitched. Even the instant kill teams are coming out. It won't be long before the players grind down the next level of wild monsters, right? Suddenly, Yechen felt a sense of sympathy for the unknown monsters that will face the divine calamity tomorrow. Perhaps these divine calamity monsters will drive the sandbag players crazy? Let's edit the announcement first. Yechen retracted his stray thoughts and pondered silently. The divine calamity will bring monsters attacking cities or a beast tide-like scene. Naturally, players need to be informed in advance. Otherwise they will find the immortal path inexplicable. System, edit the announcement for me. As for the reason, you figure it out yourself. Just don't make it too outrageous. Yechen muttered to himself, instructing the system. As a qualified host, of course, he had to make the most of the system's labor. Alright, host. The system cheerfully replied. Immediately, it started editing the announcement with enthusiasm. The host values me so much. Let me have some face as the system. I must take care of his worries. Unconsciously, the poor system gradually became a tool for people. After a while, the game announcement sounded. Ding! The barrier of Lingwu Mountain, after years of erosion by demonic energy, has become decayed. The monsters sealed under Lingwu Mountain are about to revive. Disciples of the Lingxiao Immortal Palace, pick up your weapons. Tomorrow at noon, completely eliminate these evil monsters. Lingwu Mountain is located near the Lingxiao Immortal Palace, a few miles away. It is the location near the A camp that Wodima visited initially. The system predicts that during the divine calamity tomorrow, the monsters will descend in the direction of Lingwu Mountain. Then, they will head straight for the Lingxiao Immortal Palace. Therefore, this game announcement is mainly for players to snipe monsters near Lingwu Mountain. The sudden game announcement plunged a large number of players into excitement. Wow, another new activity? The Immortal Path is awesome. This activity is too frequent. Love it. Lingwu Mountain? Over by the A camp. I'm logging off near the A camp tonight, so when I log in tomorrow, I can do the activity. Feeling great. Big shots. Can newbies participate in this activity? Discussions began to spread like a tide. Yechen ignored the players. While editing the announcement with the system, he had already started exchanging some divine power. He planned to upgrade to a 6.5-star demigod. Originally, Yechen had been unable to break through because he had not found a way to unlock the hidden divine rank. But now, he had synchronized the skill of concealing the sky, which can even conceal the divine rank. Using it to hide the true divine rank was effortless. Nightchin even dared to affirm that as long as he used the sky veil mechanism, even if the great god Araki personally came, he might not be able to see through his true divine rank. This was his confidence in the system's ultimate weapon. There are countless people hanging on the line in the world, but among the countless people hanging on the line with the system, they are definitely the most bugged and unreasonable group. If even a great god like Araki couldn't see through it, it would be a disgrace to the system. Level up, Nightchin silently recited, starting to elevate his divine rank. Hum. A clear hum sounded in Nightchen's brain. Following that, a faint circulation of divine power appeared on his body. The manifestation of divine power was a characteristic of a 6.5-star demigod. Compared to a 5.5-star demigod, a 6.5-star demigod had made a significant leap. Before the 6-star demigods, there wasn't much difference in appearance compared to ordinary people. However, the 6.5-star demigods were different. The divine power emanating from their bodies could provide a protective shield for the divine body. Unless some specific sharp objects could directly break through the shield and harm the divine body, it was almost impossible to directly attack the divine body with other means. The unlucky guy, Mickey, happened to encounter the tusks of the pig people, who were known as the nemesis of divine bodies. Otherwise, with his minor divine power, how could he have been injured in the divine body and ended up like Medio? Now, my divine body has become even stronger. If I had the power of a 6.5-star demigod back then, I'm afraid I could have blasted Baguru with just one punch. There's no need to engage in a divine battle with him. Feeling the changes in his divine body, Nightchin sighed inwardly. The elevation of the divine rank not only made Nightchen's divine body stronger but also directly increased the upper limit of the divine realms area. This meant that he could devour divine essences again. Let's start by devouring Yamiel's divine essence. I can't waste Shia Gu's goodwill. After a moment of contemplation, Nightchin chose to start devouring Yamiel's divine essence. Devouring divine essences had become second nature to Nightchin. Shortly after, he completely swallowed Yamiel's divine essence. Nightchen's divine realm area suddenly increased by nearly 1,000 square kilometers, reaching a total area of 5,000 square kilometers. This was considered the limit of a 6.5-star demigod. Unfortunately, even if all the remaining contribution points were converted into divine power, it would not be enough for me to level up again. Oh well, let's save up for a few more days. In a few days, I'll be able to level up again. Nightchin glanced at the contribution points panel and realized that he clearly did not have enough contribution points to level up to a 7.5-star demigod. After shaking his head, he turned his attention to other options. Divinity, Divine Power Protection, Follower Races, Fourth Catastrophe, Earthflame Yellow Players, Jumping Rabbits. Elegant Moth's Divine Power Protection was because Nightchin had advanced to a 6.5-star demigod, and a Divine Power Shield had appeared on his body, which was what they called Divinity. Of course, with the advancement of the divine rank, divinity would increase. The follower races included the additional jumping rabbits and elegant moths. Among them, the jumping rabbits originally belonged to the follower of the old man Zhang Dongyang. After Wardma killed him, he took over his tribe of jumping rabbits. When Wardma and Nightchin had a divine battle, he found the jumping rabbits to be too trashy. He did not bring the tribe of jumping rabbits with him on the expedition. So, after Nightchin swallowed Wardma's divine essence, he also took over the tribe of jumping rabbits. The situation with the elegant moths was similar. Shia Gu did not exterminate the tribe of elegant moths. The remaining tribe of elegant moths had now become Nightchin's follower race. Of course, whether it was the elegant moths or the jumping rabbits, they were all in the system's warehouse, and Nightchin did not release them. As for the monkey people of Baguru, they had long become mining tools and could not be considered followers. Should I release the elegant moths and jumping rabbits? They look fine. Let them be players' pets. Nightchin stared at the options for the believers' race, paused for a moment, and pondered. Immediately, he ordered towards the system. System, release the Amadi and jumping rabbit races. The time is set after tomorrow's divine calamity. As for the functions of these two races, let's consider them as pets. Yamete and Jumping Rabbit are relatively gentle races, and Nightchin couldn't bear to use them as wild monsters. After much consideration, he decided that they would be better off as pets. This can also be considered a benefit that Nightchin has given to the players. Alright, host, the cute system replied. After completing these tasks, Nightchin glanced at the distant Lingwu mountain. Now, we wait for tomorrow's divine calamity. Early the next day, Medio Mickey led a group of new gods into the temple. The so-called temple is a place in the Araki temple dedicated to the statue of the great god Araki. Here, because of the presence of the statue of the great god Araki, the divine thoughts emitted by the statue can provide the greatest protection to the new gods. This thing called divine calamity, for geniuses, is easy to deal with, but for ordinary gods, when facing divine calamity, they must be fully alert. Mickey led the new gods into the temple to make use of the power of the statue, to help as many gods as possible successfully pass the divine calamity. Inside the spacious temple, about 100 new gods quickly sat down. Unlike divine battles, divine calamity does not require the deity's physical presence in the divine realm. It depends on whether their believers can resist the invasion of demons. If the believers cannot resist the demons, then the only fate awaiting the gods is to fall. Shibuya has probably already mentioned divine calamity to you. I won't say much more. In any case, go through the divine calamity with confidence. Even if something unexpected happens, I will do my best to save your lives. Mickey looked around at the new gods and said slowly. Unlike before, his voice today sounded somewhat sharp. It was like the voice of an ancient eunuch. Although the new gods felt strange listening to it, they didn't think much of it. Only Nightchin knew that Mickey's Dio was gone. He had become a eunuch. Get ready, Mickey said again, then stepped aside. As his words fell, not long after, a dozen or so new gods suddenly emitted a burst of black energy. The appearance of the black energy meant that they were about to start the divine calamity. Although the divine calamities of the new gods all occur on the same day, the specific timing is somewhat different. Sensing the black energy, the eyes of those around them all fell on these dozen or so new gods. The faces of these new gods showed expressions of pain, as if they were experiencing great torment. Bang! Before a few breaths passed, the body of a new god suddenly burst with a loud noise. In the next moment, he turned into dust and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Seeing this, Mickey shook his arm fiercely, looking astonished and regretful. This new god was too weak. He couldn't even hold on for a few breaths, and Mickey didn't even have time to rescue him. Not a good start. Mickey's face looked a bit ugly. The other new gods around couldn't help but gasp. Isn't this too terrifying? If the believers can't stop the invasion of demons, the gods will fall on the spot, without even a chance for remedy. My goodness, is the divine calamity so terrifying? The divine calamity itself is not scary, but if your believers are weak, it will be a disaster. So, the higher the level of the believers, the easier it is to pass the divine calamity? Of course. Otherwise, why do you think geniuses don't pay much attention to divine calamities? It's because their believers are strong enough? So, what if someone is a genius themselves, but their followers are trash? Are there people like that? Yes. Yechin, the new gods whispered among themselves. Soon, someone brought the topic to Yechin. Nowadays, no one thinks Yechin is a trash god anymore, but the followers activated by Yechin are considered the most trashy among the races in the world of gods. Many new gods couldn't help but focus their attention on Yechin. They were curious about how Yechin would react to the divine tribulation. After all, Yechin's follower race is the weakest human race. Yechin's followers are actually human? Hearing the discussions of the new gods, Mickey's face showed a surprised expression. He always thought that Yechin's initial data was just a bit trashy when awakened, but he never thought that the race activated by Yechin would be recognized by all the gods as the most trashy human race. Could Yechin not withstand the divine tribulation? It's better this way. Ha ha ha, Mickey thought to himself, secretly amused. Shia Gu also heard the discussions of the new gods. An angry expression appeared on his handsome face. A bunch of trash. Do you even deserve to speculate about Yechin? Humph, you will all die, but Yechin will still live. Whatever Eastern District partners, whatever same-year new gods, in Shia Gu's eyes, they were all not even comparable to a single hair of Yechin. He didn't believe that Yechin couldn't even overcome the divine tribulation. As time passed, one after another deity fell into a state of crossing the divine tribulation. Before long, it was Yechin's turn. Wisps of black smoke rose from his body. It meant that the demons had begun to invade. Inside the immortal path, the game alert sounded suddenly. Ding dong, the demons have broken through the barrier of the spirit mist mountain. All disciples of the immortal palace, pick up your weapons, eliminate the demons, and defend the safety of the Lingxiao immortal palace. Upon hearing the announcement, the players who had already gathered near camps A and B were all energized. Meet Shield Group, Vanguard Team, form the first line of defense. Make sure to block the demons outside the Spirit Mist Mountain. Ranged attackers, stand in the second defense line. Unleash full firepower. Strive to achieve firepower suppression. Healers, be ready to support the first defense line. Try to avoid too many casualties. The first commander of the Immortal Path, Lonely, once again became the commander and began to direct the battle. The elite players in front of him responded resoundingly. However, the number of players in the Immortal Path had already reached over 100,000. Among so many players, how many could the elite players account for? Therefore, while Lonely was still commanding the elite players, a large number of solo players had already surged towards the Spirit Mist Mountain like a tide. The densely packed players looked like a large group of ants, creating a bustling scene. Lonely and the elite players looked somewhat displeased at this sight. The most dreaded thing in such a large-scale event was not following commands. It could easily lead to a scattered and uncoordinated situation. Forget it, let's do our own thing. It's a pity that the Immortal Path doesn't have the function of opening up factions or guilds. Otherwise, the situation wouldn't be so chaotic. Speaking was a player with the ID Big Captain. He was a newly emerged commanding talent and was now Lonely's right-hand man. Upon hearing Big Captain's words, Lonely nodded and continued to command. On the other side, a large number of solo players rushed into the Spirit Mist Mountain. Suddenly, the entire Spirit Mist Mountain was filled with shouting and yelling. Hey, bro, see any demons? Not yet. Damn it, my Panfang's big axe is already itching. Demons, come out quickly. Your daddy is here to play with you. Melon seeds, cigarettes, ham sausages, benches, instant noodles, chewing gum, selling a set of small blue items, only for 500 contribution points. Casual players are the most lacking in discipline. All kinds of weirdos are present. For a moment, the Lingwu Mountain seemed like a bustling market, with some setting up stalls to do business, and others specifically targeting female players in the crowd. All sorts of people emerged. Boom! Lingwu Mountain suddenly trembled. Following that, countless magical creatures emerged from the underground. The previously noisy players suddenly fell silent. It was as if all sounds had been abruptly cut off. Everyone's gaze turned towards the depths of Lingwu Mountain. There, numerous bright red creatures with pincers, resembling large shrimp, were roaring towards them. Seeing these creatures, all the players were stunned for a moment. After a few seconds of silence, the scene exploded like a pot. Damn, are these monsters? Aren't these crayfish? Be confident, these are indeed crayfish. Ha ha, this is hilarious. The monsters attacking the city in Immortal Path are actually crayfish? Is this a bonus from the game designers? Crayfish is awesome. I want to eat it spicy. No, it's better with soy sauce. All the players stared at the swarming creatures and burst into unrestrained laughter. Even some female players who didn't particularly enjoy fighting couldn't help but show a greedy expression at the sight of the crayfish. Crayfish, it seems like we're in for a treat this time? Saying that the creatures are crayfish is a bit exaggerated. After all, crayfish aren't that big, right? But calling them giant crayfish wouldn't be an exaggeration. Carnivorous giant crayfish attack. Seeing the giant crayfish creatures almost reaching them, how could the players resist? They all rushed over with laughter. If the creatures had the appearance of demons or monsters, it might have scared some timid players. After all, Immortal Path is so realistic. But, when the creatures look like crayfish, how many players present would be afraid? Damn, the crayfish on Earth are almost extinct because of us. Did the game designers think that making the crayfish bigger would scare us? They really underestimated us players from the Yinhuang region. Perhaps the game designers of Immortal Path are foreigners? Only foreigners would find crayfish scary. The creatures resembling crayfish have decent combat power, but compared to the indigenous races of the world of gods, they are nothing. Who are the followers of Yechen? They are the fourth catastrophe. Can't they handle a group of crayfish? When Yechen led the elite players to Lingwu Mountain, the creatures had already been eliminated by the players present. Some players skilled in cooking even set up pots and started cooking the crayfish on the spot. Some female players with weaker combat abilities also joined in, cleaning the crayfish. The scent of food wafted through the air, making everyone drool uncontrollably. Laughter and joy filled the entire Lingwu mountain. Yechen and the others were stunned to see this scene. Damn! What's going on? Where's the monster siege? How did it turn into a cooking competition? SSS? It smells so good. I'm getting hungry. Where did the crayfish come from? No! The giant crayfish? The elite players were extremely puzzled. Yechen could only shake his head helplessly and say, "Let's disperse. Let's disperse." What a joke! The creatures on the scene were almost all wiped out. Those casual players really went all out. They even used things like fishing nets and traps. Look at those poor crayfish, caught in the nets. They could only helplessly wave their claws and stare. Inside the Lingxiao Immortal Palace, Yechen witnessed all this with a wry smile on his face. He never expected that the so-called monsters would turn out to be lobsters. This is good. Encountering the fourth calamity. If we don't eat you all up clean, what kind of Yenuang people are we? It's the surrounding NPCs who are amazed. When the monsters first appeared, Yanan Gu, Qianyu, and others were worried and told Yechen that they could also take action. However, in just a blink of an eye, in the eyes of the NPCs, some ferocious monsters have become food for the disciples of the Immortal Palace. Senior brother, where did you find such a large group of strange disciples? Qianyu's little brother glanced at Yechen curiously and asked. He actually wanted to say, where did you find such a group of weirdos? But after some thought, he decided to be more polite. He changed weirdos to strange. Yes, cousin, these disciples of the Immortal Palace don't look like cultivators at all. Yanangu nodded in agreement. Compared to these two curious babies, the other NPCs were relatively calm. Especially Yechen, referred to as Uncle Yeting. He had a cold and indifferent expression, as if nothing could move him. Yechen turned to look at the NPCs as he spoke. He noticed that apart from Qianyu and Yanangu, the two curious ones, the other NPCs, although appearing calm, had a hint of curiosity in their eyes, revealing their true thoughts. Obviously, these guys also wanted to know. It's just that without being as close to Yechen as Qianyu and Yanangu, they felt hesitant to ask. Seeing this, Yechen thought for a moment and showed a pensive expression. The identity of the players was always a major loophole, because players can resurrect indefinitely. NPCs are not fools, they will eventually discover this. Instead of letting the NPCs become suspicious later, it's better to come up with a reason and deceive them now. Thinking this, Yechen cleared his throat. Ahem! Regarding the origin of the disciples, it's simple. They are not from this world. You cultivators should know what the 3,000 worlds are. These people come from the 3,000 worlds. With these words, Qianyu and Yanangu suddenly realized. Even the other NPCs had a look of understanding. The concept of the 3,000 worlds was well known among cultivators. The Great Thousand World, the Middle Thousand World, the Small Thousand World. That's all there is. My Lingxiao Immortal Palace inherits the ancient heavenly court tradition. There is a secret method. As long as these disciples are truly spiritual and immortal, they can be resurrected again. So, in the future, if you see a disciple die and come back to life, don't be surprised, Yechen said to the NPCs with a smile. This statement effectively covered up the bug of players' unlimited resurrection. The NPCs nodded in agreement, but they were secretly excited. The heritage of the Lingxiao Immortal Palace was so powerful. It seemed that this time, they had joined a great sect. Such a sect was definitely a golden opportunity. Who knows, maybe they could achieve immortality and become immortal in the future? For a moment, the NPCs felt a stronger sense of belonging to the Lingxiao Immortal Palace. Seeing this, Yechen nodded in satisfaction. This time, not only did he successfully pass the heavenly tribulation, but he also eliminated some hidden dangers. It was truly a win-win situation. With these thoughts in mind, Yechen's divine sense left the path of immortality and returned to the world of the gods. In the world of the gods, in the temple, Mickey watched as black energy emanated from Yechen's body, and suddenly his heart began to beat violently. Yechen is starting to undergo the divine tribulation. Should I help him? As long as I do it discreetly, I don't think anyone will find out. When the time comes, if Yechen dies, there will be no evidence, and no one will suspect me. In this way, His Highness the Godson will be happy. Maybe he will grant me a real one. This plan is feasible. Ha ha ha. After calculating for a moment, Mickey felt excited. The next moment, He quietly moved his steps towards the position of Yechen and approached. Unfortunately, he had not yet reached Yechen. Sitting next to Yechen was Shia Gu, who had not yet begun to undergo the divine tribulation. Like a mother hen protecting her chicks, he suddenly stood in front of Yechen. His gaze was fixed on Mickey, full of vigilance. Lord God Envoy, what do you want? Shia Gu's expression was unfriendly. He knew that Mickey and Peng Danbai both came from the West District and had ill intentions towards Yechen. Therefore, he would never allow anyone to approach Yechen while undergoing the divine tribulation without precautions. This would put Yechen in a dangerous situation. For this reason, Shia Gu had been suppressing the surging demonic energy within him. Shia Gu, what do you mean? Do you still think that I would harm Yechen? What a joke! As a god envoy, how could I harm the new god I guide? Seeing Shia Gu's protective stance, Mickey's face darkened. Damn it, I have to deal with Yechen. What does it have to do with you, Shia Gu? By protecting Yechen like this, will he appreciate you? It's so absurd. Shia Gu's interference thwarted Mickey's intentions, making him feel annoyed. At that moment, a hint of black energy emerged from Shia Gu's body. Obviously, his divine tribulation had begun. In this situation, Shia Gu had to quickly calm his mind, use his divine power to protect his divine body, and wait for the outcome of the believer's battle. Otherwise, it would easily lead to turmoil in his divine domain. At that time, the consequences for the believers and demons in battle would be unimaginable. Ha ha, Shia Gu, your divine tribulation has arrived. Why don't you go through it quickly? Seeing this scene, Mickey laughed, looking at Shia Gu with a smile. Want to protect Yechen? No way. Your divine tribulation has arrived. I don't believe you would risk it for Yechen. It seems that Yechen can't escape my clutches after all. Ha ha ha. Shia Gu's face changed slightly. He sensed Mickey's gloating. He became more certain that Mickey's intentions to approach Yechen were definitely not good. With more and more black energy emanating, Shia Gu's body began to tremble slightly, but he still bit his lip firmly, staring at Mickey with determination. There was no hint of backing down, even though the black energy emanating from Shia Gu was becoming denser. Seeing this, Mickey was stunned. He was confused. He was shocked. He couldn't believe that someone in this world would value others' safety more than their own. Isn't the world of the gods based on the principle of self-preservation? Why would Shia Gu do this? What is the relationship between him and Yechen? Why would he risk divine punishment to protect Yechen? The clueless Mickey was completely bewildered. The new gods around were at a loss watching this scene. Some of them had thoughtful expressions on their faces. As the saying goes, there may be honest people who become gods, but there are no true fools. The atmosphere became somewhat tense for a moment. Just then, Yechen, who had been motionless, suddenly stood up. Leave it to me. You go through the divine tribulation. Upon hearing Yechen's voice, Shia Gu immediately relaxed. A hint of joy appeared on his handsome face. Then, without hesitation, Shia Gu stepped back and began to undergo the divine tribulation. Yechen glanced back at Shia Gu. Upon seeing Shia Gu's somewhat pale face, his expression suddenly turned as cold as ice. Mickey, the god's envoy, the temple has been restless lately. I hope you seek more blessings, and may you see the newborn son every day. Turning back, Yechen stared at Mickey and said lightly. After saying this, Yechen stepped directly beside Shia Gu, guarding him. You protect me and keep me safe. I will protect you for a lifetime. Never let you down. Unconsciously, Shia Gu had already occupied a significant place in Yichen's heart. Damn it! Mickey finally came to his senses, cursing inwardly. A dignified god's envoy, threatened by a new god? This is really ridiculous. Mickey's old face couldn't hold up, but now is not the right time to completely break ties with Yichen. Humph, daring to act as you please just because of some talent? No matter how talented you are, can you compare to His Highness the God's Son? Just wait. In a few days, His Highness the God's Son will kill you. Mickey snorted coldly in his heart, then turned back with a dark face. As a god's envoy, once he took action against a newcomer under his guidance. If such a thing were exposed, not even the great god Araki could protect him. Therefore, Mickey dared not joke about his own future. Anyway, the god's son had already revealed his intention to deal with Yichen soon. Let's endure him for a few days. The new gods around, seeing Mickey retreat awkwardly in front of Yichen, were all amazed. Wow, is this the majesty of a genius? It's really enviable. Yichen sat down beside Shia Gu, his gaze sweeping across the room. He found that, except for himself, none of the new gods present had passed the gods' tribulation. Even the first group to start the tribulation were still struggling with it. These sand sculpture players are really amazing. If it weren't for them, I'm afraid I would still be struggling with the tribulation like the other new gods. Yi Chen thought to himself. While he was lost in thought, Nicholas Panglai, not far away, suddenly opened his eyes. A hint of fear appeared on his face. That was close. I didn't expect the demons to be so terrifying. With full-body red armor and sharp giant pincers, my followers almost couldn't resist. Panglai thought with lingering fear. As he thought, he looked at the other new gods. When he saw Yi Chen looking calm, he couldn't help but pause. Has Yi Chen finished the gods' tribulation? Or has he not started yet? Panglai started the tribulation before Yi Chen. So when Yi Chen was undergoing the tribulation, he was already in the midst of it. He shouldn't have started yet. My talent is stronger than his. There's no reason for me to take longer to pass the tribulation than him. Nicholas Panglai thought to himself. The demons were so terrifying that even a genius like him, with dual followers, had to exert a lot of effort. Yi Chen's followers were just lowly human beings. Absolutely impossible to be faster than him. Panglai felt that his speculation was flawless. With this in mind, Nicholas Panglai looked at Yi Chen with a faint sense of superiority in his eyes.